Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Vigilante Deku becomes Nomu? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku's POV. Rules. That's what defines this world. Everything followed rules. He understood that from a young age. No hard feelings there. After all, he was defined by his own rules. He just wished that other people wouldn't define him by their own rules. Rules were his pair of shackles, something he could never break free from. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he cried, they were always there. A gleaming pair of words and opinions surrounding his wrists, holding him down, holding him back. His rules were enough, he thought. Enough for him. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't watch your mother cry at your father's funeral. It's better to look away. Don't look at people's faces as they say their goodbyes. Tune out their empty words. Don't remember that night he died. Don't remember watching your mother wake up from her deep sleep as a villain escapes out their bedroom window. Don't watch her choke on her own screams and his blood as she awakens. Don't watch as the police arrive. Don't hate the world. Hate leads to more misfortune. No, those weren't rules. The rules came later. Those don'ts came from his personal experience. Flashback. Mommy, the poor green-haired boy shouted, trying to get his mother to listen to him. Mommy, I'm so excited. What quirk do you think I'll get? I'll use it to save people. Just like All Might. His mother's blank face scared him, and he shouted again. With a flinch, she looked at him and smiled fondly. Her eyes leaked tears as she reached down and grabbed his hands in hers. They were in the waiting room at the doctor's. She had yet to get over her husband's death. She would be strong again, for him and her son. She owed it to them after all. Her face hardened with resolve. She would protect her baby. Oh, Aizu, she whispered fondly. I'll be happy with whatever you get. The little boy laughed, and with a sigh, his mother let go of his hands and thought. At least something was going in the right direction for them. Inko Midoriya and Izuku Midoriya, a nurse called. They stood up, and she smiled kindly down at the green-haired boy. Are you ready? He nodded vigorously, and she smiled again. Well then, follow me. They followed her into the doctor's room. Inko watched as the doctor examined Izuku. His facial expression twitched, and she braced herself for her son's results. He started, clearing his throat before turning to Inko. I'm sorry, your son doesn't have a quirk. Inko's heart dropped in her chest. Her son didn't have a quirk? But his dream of becoming a hero. Izuku was still smiling and humming. Inko took a deep breath. I understand. Is there anything we can? No, the doctor said. But my late husband and I both had quirks, so. No, the doctor said again. I'm sorry, your son is quirkless and there are no signs of him getting a quirk ever. Now please exit this room as quickly as you can. I have more important patients waiting. His voice was edgy, and he kept fidgeting every time he looked at Izuku. Inko glared at the doctor before standing up and staring him down. Izuku bounced up in his chair as he stood. So what quirk did I get? He asked, his mind elsewhere, daydreaming about being a hero with his awesome quirk. Inko crouched down in front of her son and looked him in the eye. With a pained voice, she said, I'm sorry Izuku, you don't have a quirk. But what about my dream? Of becoming a hero? Give up on it, the doctor said, turning around in his chair to face his computer. Inko swallowed her anger and refrained from hitting the man. With a deep breath, she told him, just you wait. He'll show you, my son will become the greatest hero ever. The doctor barked a sharp laugh and stood up. He was shorter than Inko, but it felt like they were leagues apart. He pointed to the door. Good luck on that. Just outside of the room, after hearing the door click shut behind her, Inko squatted down and looked at her stunned son in the eye. Aizu, she said softly. Aizu, look at me. He looked at her, and she smiled. Aizu, you don't need power to be a hero. You're already my hero. I believe that you can be everyone's hero too. He smiled softly, and she held her tears back as she said, Aizu, don't ever give up on your dream. You have to believe that anything is attainable as long as you want to attain it. He nodded seriously, and Inko stood back up. The nurse from earlier was standing there the entire time, and Inko blushed, worried that she had overheard everything. I'm sorry, they both said at the same time. Inko looks at the nurse, who hesitates before speaking. I overheard everything, your son is quirkless. Inko gives her a skeptical look, and the nurse gulps. I just wanted to say that what? Inko prompts. That he could still be a hero. Inko stands there, stunned. How did you know? The nurse flushes. The entire time you were waiting, your son was saying how excited he was to get his quirk and be the best hero, like All Might. Inko starts, but Izuku darts from her side, letting go of her hand to hug the nurse. The nurse smiles softly and whispers, I've always wanted kids. The lady kindly leads them back to the entrance. Just as Inko and Izuku are about to enter the car, Inko remembers she left her phone in the doctor's office. Izuku, stay here, she orders as he gets in the car. She locks the car for safety and, without waiting for her son's reply, sprints back to retrieve her phone. As she rushes through the automatic door, she tries hard to remember the way to the office. After a couple of wrong turns and some suspicious glances from the staff, she finally makes it to the doctor's office. Without knocking, she opens the door. Inko enters the room just in time to see a masked villain swinging a weapon towards her. The doctor is slumped against the wall, and blood is splattered everywhere. Her eyes widen as she takes in the scene, realizing the danger she is in. Izuku was at school, 11 years after his mother's passing. Midoriya? His teacher's voice draws his attention back to class. He flushes and stammers, yeah? Yeah. The teacher glares at him. If you want to go to UA, you better pay more attention. I was just saying that 2 students are applying to UA. You are applying, right? And so is Katsuki. Izuku flushes again, this time from anger. Yeah, I've applied for UA. Ha! A blonde boy with spiky hair laughs loudly. Shitty Deku wants to get into UA? The rest of the class joins in, treating Izuku like a joke. Just then, the school bell rings, and the teacher leaves the classroom, throwing Izuku a cold smirk. Bakugo strides over as Izuku tries to pack up quickly. As Izuku puts his journal into his backpack, Bakugo snatches it and blasts it out of the classroom. Izuku watches, eyes wide, as his notebook smashes into the window and shatters before falling. Oi! Bakugo shouts in front of him. Izuku shivers as Bakugo puts his hand near his face, crackling with energy. Drop out. From what? Izuku asks, confused. From UA. You know what I mean. Izuku takes a deep breath as Bakugo grabs his wrist and launches him towards the front blackboard. He hits the wall hard before peeling off and slamming face first into the ground. Bakugo picks him up by the collar, pressing his hand against Izuku's forearm. If you really want to be a hero. Bakugo's voice quiets, and he looks at Izuku with dark eyes. Wish for a quirk and take a swan dive off a roof. You'll be saving everyone that way. Izuku shudders as Bakugo exits the classroom with his friends, leaving him alone. As he walks down the stairs toward the entrance, his teacher passes by and stops him. Midoriya, maybe? No. This time, Izuku speaks firmly. He's not giving up. Not yet. Not ever. He marches past his teacher and stops to get his shoes before sprinting out around the back of the school to retrieve his notebook. Katsuki. No, Bakugo. That idiot. How could he? As he grabs his 13th notebook on heroes, he groans at all the burn marks. All his hard work ruined by his childhood friend. He couldn't let anger consume him. He wasn't a villain. There were rules he couldn't break. Hashtag quirkless people don't fight back. Hashtag don't talk back. Hashtag you are nothing. Believe it. Hashtag anything can happen to you, and you can't do anything. Hashtag no one will believe you, so don't talk to people. Hashtag give up. You can't be a hero. There were so many more rules for being quirkless. It felt as if being different meant being less. Society deemed you as less. Izuku started walking back to the orphanage, deep in thought, and passed under a bridge. As he walked by a manhole, a green slime-like creature slithered out. Hiai, it said in a laid-back manner as it slowly engulfed Izuku. He mumbled, struggling as the slime began to choke him. He gasped, trying to breathe, but each attempt was met with more slime sliding down his throat. As his vision faded to darkness, Izuku gasped for fresh air. Meanwhile, All Might's perspective shifted to a young man lying on the ground. He rushed over after securing the slime villain and started slapping the boy's face. Come on, he muttered. With a gasp, the boy sat up and bumped heads with All Might. His black hair appeared green upon closer inspection, and his wide green eyes took in the hero. I am here. All Might declared loudly. The boy flinched but then beamed at him, revealing freckles on his face and burns on his arms. All Might noted the boy's appearance, concerned about potential abuse. All Might, the boy exclaimed, jumping to his feet. I am here. All Might repeated. The boy yelped and began searching for something. With a sly grin, All Might pulled the boy's notebook from his pocket. I am here. And I have signed your notebook, he exclaimed. The boy stared at the paper with wide eyes. As All Might prepared to leap to the police station, the boy called out, wait. Just as All Might completed his last squat. I will now be going to turn in the villain. See you later, young man, he shouted as he jumped into the air. He zipped safely through the sky, ensuring the slime villain was still in his pocket. However, another green thing was attached to his leg. Young man, he screamed as they began to lose altitude and fall toward a roof. All Might managed to land safely and grab the young man by his collar to lift him to eye level. The boy winced, prompting All Might to ask, what do you think you're doing? We could have died. I'm sorry. Sorry, the boy stammered. I just had to ask you something. What could be so important that you almost killed yourself and me? The #1 hero of Japan. The boy blushed, looking at All Might without really meeting his gaze. I just wanted to ask if you thought that quirkless people could be heroes? All Might froze, staring at him. Are you quirkless, my boy? No, the boy stammered, blushing. It's just, my friend. He really wants to become a hero. But he's quirkless. Well then, All Might said, tell that young man no. He can't be a hero. There's really no hope for him? The boy asked, his voice quivering. Even if it's his dream? Yes. It's too dangerous for quirkless people. They'll die or be in the way of other heroes who have to save them. It's dangerous for others too. Tell your friend he can dream, but to remember to dream something attainable. Now I must go and deliver this to. Suddenly, All Might began coughing. Izuku, witnessing the scene, wondered if the hero had caught a cold. Could the #1 hero, his idol, really catch a cold? As the smoke cleared, Izuku saw a skinny man in place of All Might. The man's blonde hair and electric blue eyes were striking, but he lacked the muscle All Might was known for. Izuku backed away, confused. Who are you? And what did you do with All Might? Relax, young man, the man said, but Izuku couldn't fathom how to relax in such a situation. Was this a joke? Was this man a scam? What about his dream of being a hero? Was he duped just like that? I am All Might. What? No, you can't be All Might, Izuku said with a frown. All Might isn't a skinny, weird-looking guy like you. He's strong, buff, and has saved so many people. He's my hero. I would know. And he wouldn't say things like, quirkless people shouldn't be heroes. Young man, the All Might said before coughing again, I am the real All Might. It's just that the public doesn't know about my real appearance. Imagine if they knew I was like this. What do you think would happen? The world would be thrown out of the peace we have. There would be more villains. So you're always like this? Izuku asked. All Might nodded. It was because 5 years ago I fought a man. It was a hard battle. He was strong and had supporters. It was intense and long. In the end, I won the fight of course, or you wouldn't see me here, but I was heavily injured. All Might lifted his shirt to show his scar on his abdomen. It was purple and dented inwards. Kind of gruesome, if you asked Izuku. So you're like that? Izuku asked. Can you still be a hero? The wound affected my body, but my quirk saved my hero career. I can still be a hero, but for only a limited amount of time each day now. I'm slowly losing my time limit. Soon, I won't be able to be a hero anymore, and the world will lose this All Might. Izuku stared at his idol in shock as the older man slowly stood up and returned to his buff form. Until then, I'll continue being a hero. I'll never give up. You can still be a hero, huh? Even when you told me that I couldn't be a hero. Please keep this a secret. The public can't know about my situation. I can't let Japan and the world relapse into the dark times of before. You understand, right? If the world figures out about my condition, the villains will gain confidence. They'll slowly return more and more of them. Izuku nodded. I'll be going now, All Might finished awkwardly. I have to return this to the police. Izuku continued staring in shock as his idol jumped away. But don't forget to tell your friend that he can't become a hero, he screamed as he leaped toward the police station, returning to his usual self. Izuku stood there for a few moments, staring blankly into the city. He slumped down onto his knees. He said, I can't be a hero? He gritted his teeth and slowly stood back up. He had come this far just for his idol to tell him that he couldn't achieve his dream. Why was he still here? Why couldn't he know? His idol, no, his former idol, was a hypocrite, saying that Izuku couldn't be a hero because it was too dangerous. What an inconsiderate person. Just because Izuku didn't have a quirk didn't mean that he would die any easier. And just because All Might had a quirk didn't mean he would never face danger, especially with his condition that Izuku had just learned about. For All Might to still say that Izuku couldn't be a hero infuriated him. He would show no proof that anything was possible, that he could do it. His mother's voice echoed in his mind. Aizu, ever give up on your dream? You have to believe that anything is attainable as long as you want to attain it. He gritted his teeth. He would show them all what it meant to be a hero, what it meant to never give up, what it meant when you let go of all rules. I jumped my way to the police station, trying not to regret what I had said to the boy on the roof. He looked so crushed. He was a good kid, and I felt a sense of responsibility for his friend. I wondered who he was. What was his quirk? He seemed to have the drive and kindness to become a hero. I should have asked or maybe encouraged him to apply to UA. After all, I would be a teacher there. Maybe he could be my student, or even my successor. But the boy had a quirkless friend, and that was unacceptable. It was better to distance yourself from quirkless people. They only brought trouble and weakness to others, dragging down society. It was a disgrace. His quirkless friend would only drag that young man down from the great heights he could achieve. I understood. I was quirkless once. But now I'm not, and I truly understand how useless I was. How useless quirkless people are in general. I'm thankful that my MSTR helped me see this. She opened my eyes. Although I sometimes get the nagging feeling that that wasn't what she wanted me to feel. I was right. Quirkless people were useless. Not helpful. I landed at the entrance of the police station, still deep in thought, and then realized something as I dug around my pockets. The bottle. Oh no. That wasn't the problem. What I needed to know was where it was now. It was dangerous. I didn't want to think about what could be happening to the innocent civilians right now. They needed my help. The familiar screech of sirens echoed in the distance, and with no better idea, I prepared to jump toward the sounds. A small, Naya, could be heard behind me as I leaped off. It was a police officer, Sansa. He had gone unnoticed by the hero lost in thought, or perhaps he was simply ignored. Sansa didn't care, though. He was glad it meant less work for him. I landed just in time before my strength gave out, and I started coughing into my hands. There was a smear of blood, but I wiped it off onto my dark breathes. Nobody could notice, right? I didn't know what to do. I was here. I'm here. But what could I do? My limit had been reached. I couldn't revert to my previous form. I pushed through the crowd, staring wide-eyed at the spiky, blonde-haired teen struggling in the slime's grasp. The professionals gathered around were trying to attack the slime villain, but it had all fronts covered. This was almost a hostage situation. W came from the boy as a small crackling sound emanated from his palms. Was that his quirk? It was strong. But it wouldn't do anything against the slime. What do I do? What were the pros doing? All the civilians watching could clearly see that their attacks and tactics weren't working. We were all just standing there, watching the boy slowly suffocate. What do I do? As I turned away, debating whether to call for backup or push my limits, I saw a familiar green-haired kid push through the crowd and sprint toward the slime and the villain. Izuku's POV. After Izuku's encounter with his ex-idol, he managed to get down from the roof of the apartment complex and started walking home. He couldn't afford any more delays. He didn't want Mrs. to be waiting too long. As Izuku walked home, he passed a large crossing and saw that the road was blocked off by police, tape, a crowd, and were those pro-heroes? What in the world was going on? A fight? A battle? Between heroes and villains? Instinctively, Izuku rushed over and started pushing through the crowd, barely managing to get his analysis notebook out to take notes. But when he reached the front, he froze in surprise. It was that thing, the slime villain from earlier. But didn't All Might have it in his pocket? What happened? It must have fallen out. It was his fault. When he was clinging to All Might's leg, the villain must have somehow fallen out. The pros weren't able to do anything, and their attacks looked frustrated and cautious. Was it a hostage situation? Like the one Izuku had been in earlier? He scanned the villain and realized that the slime was holding onto something. Someone who looked awfully familiar. Was it Bakugo? At that moment, Bakugo lifted his head, and his crimson-red eyes met Izuku's. Momfwastfa. Bakugo screamed, probably something along the lines of, "Get lost, shitty Deku. What are you looking at? I have this villain under control." But his eyes, they looked like they were calling for help. And as much as Izuku wanted to turn away, he couldn't. After all, being a hero meant saving those in need, right? It wasn't as complicated as people made it out to be. You saved people no matter who or what they were. You saved people unconditionally. With that thought in mind, Izuku darted forward. Even though he was prepared for what he was about to do, he still felt a knot in his stomach. His anxiety kicked in. Izuku forgot to make a plan, but it didn't matter. He was already moving. His feet flew toward his tormentor, both of them actually. One a bully, and one a villain. Izuku threw his backpack and desperately tried to think of the next step. Behind him, civilians and heroes alike were calling him back. He tuned them out and focused on coming up with a plan on the fly. Comics. Semen. He remembered that the villain couldn't hold its form when mixed with water. So what if the same applied to this slime? The area was a construction site, and Izuku wondered why the villain had chosen to attack Bakugo here. Maybe it had been dropped by an idiot hero and had no choice but to attack? Whatever the reason, it didn't matter. Izuku would use everything he had at his disposal. With a swift turn from his charge, he darted to the sand pile and stopped with a screech. There was a moment of silence as everyone wondered what the green-haired boy was going to do before they collectively held their breath. They watched in awe as Izuku picked up a pile of sand and hurled it at the slime. It didn't have to work, Izuku thought. Just to scare the villain and distract it. That small amount of sand would have no impact on the villain. But it's enough. Enough for Bakugo to twist free and for the heroes to close in. Within seconds, the pros finish off the fight and manage to capture the villain. Bakugo is slumped, unconscious, on the floor. He couldn't breathe fully for minutes, and once he managed to break free, he fell on his face, passing out. The media team closed in on the incident too, filming a video of Bakugo being wheeled into an ambulance by paramedics. Just as they start taking a panoramic video, Izuku frantically motions to the camera crew that he doesn't want to be shown on TV. He worries they won't get the message, but out of kindness, the crew manages to avoid him. He is relieved. Izuku walks toward where Bakugo and the villain were and picks up his backpack. Just as he turns around, he sees the faces of pro heroes Death Arms, Mount Lady, and Kamui Woods. Izuku flinches as they close in on him, and he braces himself to be reprimanded for his rash behavior. He feels he deserves it after all. Izuku holds his backpack limply in his arms as he waits for the three pro heroes to address him. Nobody moves as each side eyes each other warily. Maybe the pros were nervous because he was quirkless? Did they even know? Death Arms finally breaks into an easy grin and says, "Great courage out there, my friend. You helped us change the tide of the fight." Mount Lady flashes a flirtatious smile at Izuku and whispers, "Your quirk is so cool. It makes you so smart. Your quirk does have something to do with your intelligence, right?" Izuku flushes, feeling overwhelmed. He knows Mount Lady can't help her nature, that's just who she is. Kamui Wood stands there, staring straight ahead. As helpful as that was, I must say it was quite dangerous. Many thanks, however. Izuku freezes as he processes everything happening to him. He isn't in trouble, but a quirk? He just used logic in his brain to navigate the situation. A quirk can only get you so far, and when you're quirkless, you have to act smart or risk danger. He doesn't know how to respond to the hero's praises. What would someone with a quirk say? Izuku stammers. Now they think he has a quirk. Thanks, yeah, I mean you're welcome. The heroes smile and pat his back. With that quirk, my man, you can become a great hero. Death Arms says before heading back to their headquarters. Izuku keeps his bright smile until they leave, then slowly starts to walk home toward the orphanage. As he gets farther from the crime scene, resentment fills his heart, and his smile fades. He feels disgusted. If those heroes had known he was quirkless, he is certain they wouldn't have spoken to him like that. Now he understands what having a quirk allows you to experience in life. As Izuku turns the corner in the suburban area of Tokyo, aiming for home, a familiar voice calls out to him from behind. "Young man." All Might calls out as he rounds the corner. The green-haired boy had sped up earlier, and in his current form, All Might has trouble keeping up. The boy pauses and looks back, then ducks his head in respect. Anger is the only emotion Izuku feels. He needs to get home, but these heroes and villains are blocking his way, making him late. This far from his school, from his tormentor, he feels unguarded. Yes, Midoriya Izuku is back to his usual self. The innocence he displays is a defense mechanism against his tormentors and the world. Yes, All Might? Izuku says, lowering his head in respect to hide the flash of anger in his eyes. I'm so happy to see you again. He releases a sweet laugh before All Might can say anything more. Izuku cuts in, laying it on thick. Imagine meeting my hero and idol of so many years twice in a day. A dream come true. You can go away is what he thinks. All Might opens his mouth, and before he even starts talking, Izuku feels annoyed. He ducks his head again to hide the anger and disdain on his face. You did well, young man. You showed me what I'm fighting for. You inspired me to work hard. I'll fight for you guys. I'll fight for the next generation of heroes. All Might beams. That fight was well strategized. I'm impressed by your quirk. So intelligent. Izuku mentally rolled his eyes, thinking, did you ever consider that people could actually do things quirkless? Thanks, Izuku stammers. You inspired me. Since you're so smart, I came to tell you something. No, to advise you on something. All Might says seriously, I want you to enroll in UA and become a hero. I believe that you can become a great one. Izuku is taken aback. All Might continues, and I want you to stop hanging out with that quirkless friend of yours. He will only hold you back from your full potential. Izuku feels a surge of anger but takes a deep breath, putting years of practice into his response. I'll think about it. After all, he is my friend. I can't abandon him like that. In reality, he thinks All Might is completely misinformed. Then Izuku smiles. Maybe I'll get my friend to enroll in UA with me. We'll go together. I'm sure he could become a hero even without a quirk. All Might frowns, and Izuku smirks internally. Perfect. No, there's no way that All Might starts, but Izuku's eyes narrow before widening innocently. I'll tell him that he can prove people wrong. That a quirkless kid can become a hero. I'll tell him I believe in him. He maintains his cheerful facade, ignoring All Might's objections about quirkless individuals. All Might continues to frown, and Izuku turns on his heel to walk away. I'll be working at UA this year, All Might finally says. So if you want to apply, I would be glad to be your teacher. In fact, I would be honored to help you reach great heights as a hero. How do you know I'll pass? Izuku asks. All Might smiles and booms, I just have the feeling that you're going to be an amazing hero. He lets out a hearty laugh before shouting, I am going to leave like a normal person. Izuku stays there for a moment, and as he hears All Might's footsteps recede, he whispers to himself, yeah, of course I'm going to be an amazing hero. I've already surpassed all those heroes who save people. What are they going to save when they can't even save themselves? When they can't even encourage and inspire when people are at their lowest? No, I'm already a pretty amazing person. That much I can tell. But I'll show you. I'll be the best hero you've ever seen. And we'll see who's laughing when you learn I'm quirkless. Izuku has finally managed to reach the orphanage without any more trouble. He takes a good look at the gothic exterior of the tall building before walking up the walkway to the small porch. The orphanage was easy to find. In a neighborhood of 1 to 2-story buildings, the 3-story structure definitely stood out. With its dark wood and gothic vibe, it looked out of place, especially with the occasionally boarded windows. With a creak, the door opens into a warm foyer, a complete contrast to the exterior. The inside of the orphanage feels cozy and welcoming. Izuku stands on the doormat for a moment before taking off his shoes and stepping inside. Hearing the door open, Mrs. appears at the top of the staircase, a wooden cane in hand and a concerned look on her face. She taps her cane as she walks down the steps unsteadily and hobbles toward Izuku. She is a short, wrinkled figure with white hair and glassy eyes. With a well-aimed move of her cane, Mrs. gently taps Izuku on the side of his head. Get ready for dinner, she rasps, trying to look stern but breaking into a worried yet kind grin. I can't believe you worried me like that. Coming home so late? Was it those boys again? If so, bring them here. I'll tell them to stop bothering you. I know, Izuku mutters. I'll stand up for myself. And I'm sorry for worrying you, it was just a long day. That's no excuse, young man. Mrs. snaps. I was worried something happened to you, like last time. I thought you'd been re-kidnapped by your previous foster parents. Do you know how worried I was? I'm sorry, Izuku says meekly, staring down at his feet. His previous foster parents. Those memories linger painfully. Flashback. Izuku's hand was being held by a tall young lady. No, not just held, grasped. He was being dragged to a couple's car. They had come for him this time at the orphanage, and he was surprised. He had been at the orphanage for only 6 months. At just 4 years old, it had been 6 months since his mother had died, leaving him alone in a harsh world. During that time, no one had shown interest in adopting a quirkless child, and he knew his chances were slim. Quirkless children were often seen as less valuable. But that morning, Mrs. had knocked on his door with surprising news. A couple was there to adopt him. He felt a mix of surprise and wariness. The tall woman, Aubrey, with auburn hair and dark eyes, led him toward their old black car. He had been stuck in the orphanage for so long, being homeschooled by Mrs., that he couldn't even identify the car's make. The man, Tom, who had short brown hair and brown eyes, was dressed in a suit. He opened the backseat door for Aubrey, who helped Izuku into the car. Buckle up, she said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. As Tom got in, Izuku overheard him whisper, do you think this one will work for her? Before Aubrey interrupted him with a sharp shoo, slamming the door shut. From Izuku's perspective, they seemed like a very bad couple, or perhaps they weren't a couple at all. But that wasn't his concern. Tom turned to Izuku with a warm smile and asked, are you ready for your fate? Before Aubrey smacked him, silencing him with a frown. As the car pulled away from the orphanage, Izuku glanced back one last time. Mrs. stood there, her expression filled with concern as she spoke on the phone, her black hair twisted around her finger and her green eyes narrowed in concentration. Aubrey shot a look back at him. Kid, put your seatbelt on. You can't die. Yet. The adults laughed at that. Izuku watched the city pass by, amazed at how everyone seemed to have a life outside. The car drove through the city until it turned down a road he recognized, a road Mrs. had warned him about. Why were they here? The car approached a warehouse, and Izuku wondered if he would be living there. It might be fun, he thought, trying to convince himself. With a screech, Tom parked, and Aubrey quickly got out. She opened Izuku's door, her manicured nails gripping his arm as she pulled him from the car. Come on, she said, signaling to Tom. Let's deliver this boy to the boss and then leave. Izuku stared in wonder, silent as they led him into one of the warehouse's smaller entrances. At first glance, it looked like a typical warehouse, filled with stacked boxes, but to Izuku, it felt more like a maze designed to trap him. As they took several confusing turns, Izuku felt a mix of anxiety and curiosity. After a few minutes, they reached a small, clear space at the end of the maze. There, he saw a chair surrounded by wires. It looked suspicious, and despite the couple's seemingly kind demeanor, Izuku felt uneasy. Was he being foolish? Aubrey crouched down to meet his gaze. You're a smart kid, right? She asked. He nodded. She stood and exchanged a smile with Tom before he squatted in front of Izuku. Izuku, he began, pausing for a moment. We want you to sit in the chair. It's a test to see how smart you are and how much we need to teach you before you can start your new school. Trusting their intentions, Izuku nodded, hoping they would care for him like Mrs. did. With a smile, Tom led him the final steps to the chair. Up close, it looked even more intimidating. Swallowing his fear, Izuku stepped onto a small platform to boost himself into the leather chair. Just then, a new voice emerged from the shadows. Ah, you've arrived, said a portly middle-aged man with thick circular spectacles and a mustache. But that was the only hair that could be found on his head. Tom, Aubrey, you may go. With a nod, the two left the clearing and headed back into the maze. From where Izuku was sitting, he could see them give a childish high five to each other. Izuku continued sitting on the chair and watched the portly man walk around him. The man muttered. I see. He started attaching wires to Izuku, whose round eyes widened even further. Izuku began to struggle, but the man brought a metal clasp over his stomach and attached it to the other side of the chair, something Izuku hadn't noticed when he approached it. His feet were locked next, followed by his neck. His arms lay at his sides, already under the tight metal clasp covering his torso. The portly man, who must have been a doctor, started humming as he continued to hook Izuku up to wires. Before long, he inserted an 4 into Izuku's arm. All right, the man announced to seemingly no one, but a voice responded from a computer in the corner of the room near Izuku's chair. Very well, the other man said. You may begin. Report back by tomorrow with your results. If he doesn't die. Izuku froze. The doctor cackled and put a mask over his face. He slid into scrubs and, with a deafening snap, grabbed a new needle filled with an unknown fluid, preparing to plunge it into Izuku's arm. There was a sting and a sharp pain where the needle entered, and then nothing. Slowly, he felt the seat beneath him heating up until it became unbearably hot. Sorry, the doctor apologized. I just need your blood to flow faster. I need you to either die faster or not. Izuku started sweating, and then the real pain began. On top of the heated chair, the doctor started pushing buttons on his remote. Small pulses of electric shocks buzzed through Izuku's body. He could feel his blood flowing faster and faster. As the liquid injected into his bloodstream began to circulate, he felt something tearing him apart. It was ripping his body and mind apart, cell by cell, splitting him only to replace what was lost. But then he felt that being destroyed too. What were they doing to him? The pain ceased for a moment, and Izuku lay there breathing. He wouldn't scream. He wouldn't say a thing. Was this what the real world was like? The doctor watched with a curious expression, taking notes on his clipboard. The pain started again. The heat. The electricity. He could feel the pain everywhere, flooding his senses. His neurons couldn't keep up, and his pain receptors felt overwhelmed. The doctor frowned, intrigued by the results. He grabbed another needle filled with the same fluid and rushed to Izuku's side. Time was of the essence. With a jab and a push down on the plunger, Izuku felt the liquid entering his body again. There was a calm where he felt nothing before it came raging back, stronger than before. Now it felt like his cells were ripping themselves in half and then ripping a half of that. This liquid was stitching them back up before tearing them apart again. This continued for the rest of the day and into the night. The doctor was pleased, while Izuku felt himself slipping away. His hair was slowly turning white. Already a quarter of his locks had changed. This continued the next day and the next. More white hair. More pain. The CYCL continued. A new needle, another dose of that liquid. It had been a week. The doctor had made a breakthrough. This would be the last couple of days needed. Suddenly, there was a tap on the doctor's shoulder, and he whirled around, irritated. Who was bothering him at a time like this? Izuku had been there for a week. This was his 7th day. If he was there for 3 more days. A week prior, a couple had come to the orphanage asking to adopt a child. The caretaker had told them about all the kids, but they wanted the quirkless one. She was suspicious, but they wanted to show him what true love was, what the world was really like, to let him experience a normal childhood. Despite her suspicions, she agreed. Sign here, she said, and they did. They had paid and she went to get Izuku. Knocking on his door before entering, she walked to the boy's side and shook him awake. Mrs. Even though she thought of him like a son, she had let him go with that couple. Orders from above. A hero had infiltrated a large villain group and informed the commission's office that they were going to Mrs. Orphanage for a quirkless child. All she had to do was hand over her boy and place a tracker on Izuku before they left. That seemed easy enough. She just didn't realize how hard it would be to watch her boy part from her, to hand him over to the villains. She watched as they took Izuku to her car and placed him in the back seat. He turned around and waved at her before they drove off. She didn't know what would happen to him. All the commission's office had told her was that the villain group was coming for Izuku, and she doubted they knew what the villains planned to do either. Izuku's green head slowly disappeared from view, and she pulled out her secure work phone. Dialing the commission's office, she waited for someone to pick up. Hello, the head of the commission office said. Hello. They have the boy and I have the tracker, Mrs. Orphanage replied. There was a buzz and a click before the voice came back on. We understand. Thank you. Stand by and report locations every hour. Mrs. Orphanage nodded in understanding, headed back inside the orphanage, and began waking the other children. Today was going to be a long day. 30 minutes later, she checked the tracker. Its green screen displayed a map with a red blinking dot at a location. Where was that? It was moving too fast. She couldn't pinpoint the exact location. The dot stopped blinking and then disappeared. What had happened? In a frantic rush, she ushered the children outside into the backyard and warned them not to wander too far. Hello, the head of the commission said again after Mrs. Orphanage called them. The tracker's dead, she told them. There was an intake of breath from the other side before the voice crackled through. Last known location? Somewhere slightly north of Tokyo. Towards the slums, Mrs. Orphanage replied. But we understand. We will use that information and the hero's intel on the villain's bases to triangulate his position. How fast can you find him? Mrs. Orphanage asked frantically. She didn't know what they were doing to her boy. He could be in danger right now for all she knew. It may take a while. We still have to patrol and set up watches near that area. Please stand by until called, the voice said, not revealing any more information. There was a click, and the call ended. With a grunt of frustration, Mrs. Orphanage slammed her fist into the wall. Her poor boy. Time skip. It took 6 more days of scouting and planning before they could retrieve Izuku. The commission had triangulated the warehouse's position on the first day and sent out scouts and patrols near the building. They observed a couple entering and exiting frequently. The commission secured a search warrant and backup from the police over the next 5 days. At last, they had a plan and were ready to move. Everyone gathered in front of the warehouse. Heroes from various backgrounds were present. Who knew what sort of villain lay inside? Eraserhead, Endeavor, Hawks, and Mirko were among the notable heroes. Mrs. Orphanage was a hero too, an undercover one, but this was her boy. She had to help. With police covering their backs, Hawks went ahead and slowly cut down the door's hinges. Using his thinnest feather, he pushed the door forward into the arms of the awaiting hero, Endeavor. The heroes rushed inside, staring in shock at the maze-like interior. Hawks wanted to fly around the warehouse but didn't want to get spotted. Instead, Eraserhead jumped atop the stacked boxes, signaling that it was clear, and the rest of the heroes followed him. They navigated through the maze with only a few backtracks. As they got closer, they too jumped atop the stacked boxes, hiding in the shadows as they peered into the clearing. Nothing could prepare them for the sight they were about to witness. All the heroes were perched atop the boxes, eyes fixed on the clearing where Izuku sat in a chair. The sight before them sickened them. Izuku was still very much awake, his hair darkened by the shadows overcasting his face. They saw the doctor humming to himself as he prepared the next needle. Nobody could move as they watched the doctor jam the needle into Izuku's arm, fiddling with the remote buttons to activate heat and electricity pulses. The doctor takes notes as the liquid takes effect. Izuku's pain receptors and neurons are long dead and can no longer process the pain from heat and electricity, but every time, he can feel the liquid slowly tearing him apart from the inside. Each time, the pain is both greater and less at the same time. Something is messing with his brain, lurking in the shadows of Izuku's mind. He lets out a scream. Please stop. His voice and throat can barely form the words. Please. He always asks no matter how much it hurts. Izuku had given up hope days ago. He instinctively knows that he will never trust anyone again, not after that couple brought him here. But still, was there hope that this man would? He coughs as the pain lessens, blood splattering his shirt and the floor. The heroes watch, stricken, as the doctor, instead of stopping, increases the heat and voltage, and the liquid takes effect again. Izuku's own body is trying to kill him. There's no amount of screaming that will help him with his pain. He doesn't try anymore. I thought. Izuku coughs again as a rare moment of peace comes and the liquid stops trying to tear his body apart and piece it back together. The heroes lean forward in their shadows, needing to hear this boy's words. Even if something, maybe fate, is keeping them from moving, they are still captivated by his words. Whatever is happening to this boy, they don't want to think about it. Izuku starts again. I thought the heroes, were supposed to save people. I thought, who would have come to save me by now. He coughs and slowly loses his hold on reality and consciousness as the doctor lets out a maniacal chuckle. His recovery time is getting less and less. The tests are working on him. The quirk is getting used to him. No. He's getting used to the quirk. Before long, I'll have him shred this. The doctor says with a self-satisfied grin, a couple more days and then he'll be perfect. The perfect masterpiece. The heroes, still shocked by the boy's words, can only grasp a few words from the seemingly random sentences streaming from the doctor's mouth. Only Mrs. can focus. Green eyes flashing with anger, she drops down stealthily to the floor and walks toward the doctor. Nobody stops her. They understand. They can't. With light steps, she sneaks up to the doctor and taps his shoulder. Who are you? The bald man asks as he slowly turns around. Stop bothering me now. Mrs. throws a punch at the bald man's face, and surprisingly for his size, he's able to dodge quickly. Heroes, the man wails. Why must you come now when I'm so close to a breakthrough? That boy is under my watch, you monster, Mrs. spits, her eyes narrowing. She activates her quirk and watches as the man's eyes go blank, unable to think. The heroes nod at her and quickly get ready to attack, but before the 3 seconds are over, before even the fastest hero, Hawks, can land a hit, the portly man swipes at Mrs. with a knife. She's not prepared. She never expected this. The blood splatters as Mrs. sees red and then darkness cover her vision. She can't see. Someone screams. And then silence. The silence is broken by the doctor's mad cackling. I see. Your quirk really had something to do with your eyes, didn't it? The portly man boasts a chuckle. What an interesting quirk. Mrs. lets out a screech of agony before she stumbles back and passes out, her blood pooling beneath her hair. The rest of the heroes quickly recover and rush in to throw punches, kicks, and whatever fighting method they have. They need to use her sacrifice to their advantage to save the kid she had loved so much. Why did they think she was dead anyway? The knife was small, it wouldn't have stabbed her brain and killed her. No, she was bleeding out. As the heroes attack, they are caught off guard as they see the doctor dodge every single attack, no matter how fast or strong. When Eraserhead finally manages to get his sights on the doctor and his quirk activates, lifting his hair and glowing red eyes, they all watch in shock as the man slowly swishes down into a muddy puddle. This doctor was a fake. There's a clamor and uproar as all the heroes realize what has happened. Hawks rushes over to Mrs. S side and tries his best to help her, even though his medical knowledge is lacking. What shocks him is that as Mrs. bleeds out from her eyes, her hair color bleeds out too, and her eyes, which would have scarred, don't even get the chance to scar. They turn cloudy and heal slightly immediately. Mrs. has a secret. Her hair would turn white if her body were to ever suffer severe trauma, and it would heal her a little bit, just so she won't die. She's not completely blind. But Izuku doesn't know that. Hawks and Endeavor, who was just standing there watching, gasping in surprise, both react as they see Mrs. Izuku's eyes fluttered open as he found himself in a bright white hospital room, the sound of a beeping machine beside him. He was dressed in a blue hospital gown, and a prickling sensation in his arms made him realize there were needles inserted. With a sudden gasp, he instinctively began pulling them out, feeling a small trickle of blood as each one came free. Confused and disoriented, he checked his body for more, continuing to remove the needles until they were all out. Izuku? A familiar voice called out. It was Mrs. She rushed into the room, her vision blurry, but she could see him sitting up in bed. Hey! Izuku managed to say, but her reaction startled him. She screamed, a sound filled with joy and relief. Nurses hurried into the room, their eyes widening at the sight of the pulled-out needles. They froze, unsure of how to approach a traumatized child like Izuku. Mrs. shot them a look that communicated her intent. She would speak to him first and figure out how to proceed. Mrs.? Izuku asked, his voice shaky. What am I doing here? Aren't I supposed to be with my foster parents, Aubrey and Tom? The last thing I remember is taking the stairs down to greet. What happened? Mrs. paused, choosing her words carefully. She took a deep breath and moved closer to him, settling into the chair beside his bed. Izuku, she began, her voice steady but filled with emotion. You've been through a lot. We need to talk about what happened. As she spoke, Izuku felt a mix of confusion and concern. He could sense that something significant had occurred, but the details remained elusive, shrouded in a fog of memory. She grabs his hands and squeezes tight. He squeezes back, and she almost breaks down crying. Izuku, you went with your foster parents. She pauses, unsure if she should mention that he tripped. No, he would at least remember falling down the stairs. You went with your foster parents. And you spent a week with them. She looks into his clear green eyes. He smiles. Were they nice to me? No. His smile falls. They weren't good people. They hurt you, Izuku. You were with them for a week. They hurt you really badly. We only found out about it a month and a half ago. The heroes saved you and brought you here. You were in a coma. But, Izuku starts. Why can't I remember anything then? It's the trauma, a doctor says, entering the room unnoticed. Izuku instinctively flinches away from the doctor, feeling uneasy about the scrubs he wears. He doesn't know why. Why were the adults acting this way? Why didn't they give him a chance to ask more questions? I'm Dr. Tsukishima. The trauma made you forget, or your brain hid away whatever happened to protect you. But no, that wasn't true. Izuku could remember some things, definitely knives and needles. What was Mrs. hiding from him? His eyes narrow in suspicion before they relax. He would trust them for now. After all, he knew how tricky the human mind was. Something about him felt older, yet right, as if part of him knew it could no longer remain young. His mind had matured, though he didn't know why. He looks around his hospital room once more. The sliding door the doctor came through is slightly ajar, and he can tell he is on the first or second floor. A small tree is outside his window. The room is bare except for the bed, a table, 2 chairs, and a desk with the doctor's computer. The table has an apple. The doctor follows his gaze to the apple and smiles. Do you want the apple? Izuku hesitates. He isn't hungry, but I'll cut it for you, the doctor says. Izuku nods and watches as the doctor picks up a plate and a small fruit knife. He slowly peels and slices the apple for him. His head hurts, really hurts. It feels like it is splitting in half. With a small groan, he grabs his head in his hands. Mrs., who has been silent but holding onto his hands, gasps in alarm as he releases her grip. The doctor turns back, looking concerned. What is going on? A small scene plays out in Izuku's mind. He just wants to eat the apple and ask Mrs. questions. Why can't he? A small scene is playing itself out in Izuku's mind. He is back in a building, a warehouse that feels familiar, though he can't remember why. He tries to get up from the chair he is sitting on but finds he can't move. Looking down, he sees he is tied to the chair, multiple needles sticking out of his arms. Is this where his fear of dentist chairs and needles comes from? No, it can't be. This is just his brain trying to trick him. Where is everyone? Can't they come back? Keep him company at least? Tell him what is going on. Izuku can only watch with dull, blank eyes as a pair of figures slowly appear from the shadows. What was with all the boxes around him? Some sort of science experiment, perhaps? If so, what was he doing here? Was this a memory? An imagination? The pair of figures slowly strode forward towards Izuku, and once both of them stepped into the light, he could see their faces. There was a tall, willowy woman on the right of a plain, average-looking man. The woman had auburn hair and dark eyes, while the man looked quite ordinary, average build, no outstanding features. Why was he here? Why wasn't he at Aubrey's and Tom's house? Or were these people his foster parents? Aubrey, that was believable. She did have red hair. If so, her parents were really unoriginal. And Tom? A plain name for a plain man? He didn't know why he was thinking like this. These people could be completely different. Who? His voice wouldn't work, and he had to try a couple more times before he could properly ask. Who are you guys? We're Tom and Aubrey, the woman said with a sick smile. Your foster parents. Why am I here? He asked after some more stuttering. As you could tell, he was developing a habit of muttering and stuttering here. Well, Tom said, sounding very average. We're not actually your foster parents. He continued, we changed our names and faked our identities. Izuku mentally rolled his eyes. He had thought that much as soon as he'd woken up here. But this was just a dream, right? So did that mean they were kidnappers? He was muttering. He was going insane. Were they villains? No, villains wouldn't come and talk to their prisoners, right? And did prisoners even keep prisoners? And if so, why a 4-year-old quirkless boy like him? He felt useless. You're here to be experimented on. A man's voice came from behind Izuku's chair, where he couldn't see, and a hand patted his fluffy hair. The man walked around the chair, and Izuku could see a doctor. Oh, his fear, the coat. The man had somehow understood his mumbling. Well, that much was obvious. The doctor had spent the whole day with Izuku. But, Aubrey said with a maniacal smile, today we're not here for that. Yeah, Tom shouted. The doctor sighed. I'm sorry about this, my boy. I was hoping I could test on you unscathed, but these two asked to try something, and I have to find a way to pay them back. Plus, I do need a sample of you. Stop talking, Aubrey said as she moved forward and shoved the doctor away. I'll be going, he said as he left. I have a weak stomach for torturing people. I couldn't bear to watch. Aubrey smiled as she went to the table beside his chair, where a computer was set up, and grabbed a knife that was prepared there. How much were we allowed again? She asked Tom as she liked the knife. We're allowed about 0.4 liters of his blood. His blood? Izuku stared at both of them in shock as Tom stood back and watched Aubrey get closer to him. There was a small slice as she slowly carved a piece of his arm. For a moment, his body stiffened as if prepared for the pain, but then it relaxed. There was no pain, just the sight of a piece of his arm in her hand was unsettling. The doctor needs this, she said with an unhappy smile. Oh, you're so cute, Izuku. She threw the whole bloody mess to Tom, and he caught it. With an offhanded sigh, Tom slid the container into a small box and sealed it. Once you're done with the blood, can I borrow him for a moment? I want to get some measurements, Tom said. What was going on? Was he at a medical facility? Izuku was really confused. Did the guy need his measurements for clothes? What was happening? It's fine, do it before I go, maybe it'll be better? Aubrey exclaimed as she tucked the knife into her waistband. They switched places, with Aubrey cradling the container before placing it down on the floor and refocusing on Izuku. Tom approached him and out of nowhere, pulled out a measuring tape. Seriously, could someone tell him what was going on? He was so confused. Why was his brain tricking him like this? Did it really enjoy this kind of sick joke? After Tom put the measuring tape away and backed off, Aubrey returned. What? Izuku's mind screamed. You're back for more. Instead, Aubrey grabbed a needle from her waist and plunged it into his arm. He instinctively tensed, some reflex rising from deep within him. If he could have moved, he would have slapped her. Aubrey was slowly drawing his blood into a small container she kept at her belt. It was clever if he thought about it. Whatever her quirk was probably had to do with blood, and so that needle with a tube and container attached to it was a smart tool. He was mumbling again. Aubrey finished drawing 0.4 liters of his blood, and the doctor returned from watching in the corner. Why does he have a chunk of skin missing? The doctor asked, and the two adults gulped. Tom started. I'll fix it, Aubrey said. She headed over to the table and grabbed a metal rod that would heat up to unbearable temperatures. With a small squelch, she pressed it onto Izuku's arm. Izuku tensed, waiting for the pain, but again there was nothing. Just the smell of burning flesh. All right, now that you fixed the problem and got what you wanted, the doctor said to the two adults, be on your way and leave me to my experimenting. Your presence is distracting. Aubrey and Tom left without a word, and the doctor watched them curiously before bending over to pick up a container with a piece of Izuku's past in it. He mused, tucking it into his pocket. Izuku was still sitting on his hospital bed. He was safe, not in that dark warehouse with dangerous people. But why would his mind show him such disturbing memories? He started, and Mrs. leaned forward. What did those foster parents do to me? She chose her words carefully. Did they? Izuku paused, choking down his fear. Did they hurt me? Mrs. shook her head vigorously. No. Of course not. When you were grabbing your head just now, was your mind showing you something from the past? She waited for Izuku to nod. No. That's not true. They just didn't feed you for a week and locked you in their basement. They were planning to sell you off to an underground fighting ring. Izuku's face paled. Oh, he said, they weren't that bad then. The trauma was already settling into his bones. But what happened to your eyes? He finally asked, curiosity overcoming him. The doctor was still in the room, watching them with a calculating expression. When Izuku turned his head toward the man and saw his clothing, he shuddered. It wasn't that the doctor looked like someone from his flashback, it was just unsettling. The doctor left the room as silently as he had entered. That was the end of his flashback. If this were a video game, his mind would display the end sign. It was just a fleeting thought, but in his mind, everything was there, full and complete. Regarding what Mrs. had said about his foster parents, he had a response. It would be dangerous if he were ever caught or kidnapped again. No one could have that much bad luck to be kidnapped twice by the same people. Izuku believed that not even his bad luck was that bad. He didn't even know if he believed the flashback. It could all be a fabrication of his mind. He had asked Mrs. about her eyes before. They had been murky and cloudy, but now they were completely white. She claimed she had tripped down the stairs of the orphanage and hit her eyes on something sharp. But that didn't add up. She was meticulous about keeping the orphanage clean. There was nothing for her to trip over. It was all lies. He could tell, even at 10 years old, that she was hiding something. It had been a month since he was released from the hospital, and he noticed increased patrols around the orphanage and its neighborhood. They were worried about something, probably him. Something bad had happened, something so severe that it almost led him to believe the flashback was real. He had forgotten about it until now, thinking his mind was just trying to torment him. But after Bakugu's harsh words and Mrs. talking about his foster parents, the memories resurfaced. He knew what had happened when he was with them, but what had happened after that quick nap on the chair? What did Mrs. do? More importantly, what did she not do? He still didn't fully trust his mind. Perhaps it was tricking him too. Maybe he should be thankful to Bakugu for provoking these memories. The recollections only returned because of that moment. It was as if his mind was saying, you think you can tell me to end it? Think again. I'm not going anywhere, especially not for those who think quirkless people are worthless. Izuku had a feeling that he wouldn't put it past his mind to trick him with fake traumatic memories. Like most things these days, he took everything at face value. Still, if he expected others to take him at face value, he had to keep smiling and being the innocent person everyone saw. He had his own problems to deal with and didn't need others to take care of them. Inside, he felt cold and detached. Even after his flashback, all he could think was how rough that kid had it. Why was he like that? He decided to revisit that topic later. Mrs. was still looking in his direction, even though she couldn't see him anymore. After a moment, she deemed it long enough and said, go to your room and clean yourself up. Izuku nodded and started to walk past her when she suddenly stuck her cane out, almost tripping him. Don't scare me like that ever again, you hear me? If you're going to come home, at least call me first. Is that okay? He didn't get a chance to respond before she continued, and we're going to eat dinner soon. With that, she pulled back her cane and let him walk past her and up the stairs. The orphanage was large on the inside. Once you entered through the front door and took off your shoes, you stepped up into a spacious foyer. From there, a long hallway led to a bathroom, Mrs. S bedroom, an office, and a living room. To the right of the foyer was the kitchen, and on the other side was a dining room. Mrs. had just gone to the kitchen to cook, leaving the stairs to the second floor open. Izuku walked up the stairs, trying his best to be quiet. He didn't want to attract her attention again. Just as he was about to step onto the second floor, a girl's voice called out, Hey Izuku, you're finally home. I'm so happy that you came back. I needed you. Not her. He just wanted to go home and rest, but life had other plans for him. As he stepped onto the second floor, the girl's arm snuck around the corner of the staircase and grabbed his forearm. He was wearing long sleeves, but he knew that wouldn't stop her. Her fingers tightened on his arm, and he felt the familiar sting as the scars from before split open. When she removed her hand, it was stained with blood. "Your blood is so pretty," she squealed, showing herself. "I always liked your blood the best." She cooed, liking her blood-soaked fingers. The girl was of average height, with 2 messy blonde buns on either side of her head and glowing yellow eyes that sparkled with excitement. "Say, would you mind if I," she began. "No," Izuku interrupted. "For the last time, no." She was always asking for his blood, cutting his arms with her nails and liking whatever blood got onto her fingers. He didn't know what to do. If he covered his arms, she'd go after his ankles. It was really annoying. Since his forearm was already scarred, he let her use his arm instead. He didn't want to ask Mrs. for help. Izuku had learned to wear long sleeves so she would get less blood, as it would mostly soak into his sleeves. He couldn't remember when Himiko had come to the orphanage, nor did he know her last name. All he knew was that she was his tormentor. When he had asked why he was targeted out of all the kids, she mentioned something about his blood tasting familiar but never specified. He thought it was because she couldn't remember, but he wasn't certain. What he did remember was that shortly after he was released from the hospital, she had appeared in the orphanage. Himiko wasn't all that bad. In fact, if she didn't annoy him every day, he might consider being friends with her. She didn't discriminate against him just because he was quirkless. She only teased him because she liked his blood. He wasn't sure if that made her better, though. Because of her, he had scars all along his arms that he had to hide. At least they masked some of his own scars. With a groan, Himiko released his arm and smiled at Izuku. "Whyy. You're so uptight. I just want some of your blood." "That's not normal," Izuku replied tiredly. He was too exhausted to keep up his innocent act. With a pout, Himiko gently grabbed his arm again and pulled him up the last stair step. "Fine," she declared before smiling at him. "Make sure you get ready for dinner quick. I don't want to set up the table all by myself." Izuku nodded and moved up the next flight of stairs. If Himiko wasn't so obsessed with his blood, he might have considered her like a sister. After all, neither of them had been adopted after that event, so he had lived with her longer than any of the other orphan kids. As he continued walking up the stairs to the 3rd floor, he recalled that the 2nd level was for the girls, with 4 rooms each able to fit about 5 kids, though there were only a couple of girls left. He couldn't remember much about them. He couldn't bring himself to care about the other kids in the house. The 3rd floor was for boys, and the 4th was an attic meant for storage. Like the 2nd floor, there were 4 rooms, each holding up to 5 kids. However, since Izuku had been there for so long, he had his own room, the one deepest in the hallway facing the backyard. He opened his door and entered his room, almost overwhelmed by the amount of All Might merchandise inside. After his long day, he had nearly forgotten that All Might had talked to him, but seeing the memorabilia reminded him of their earlier conversation. It made him tired to think about, so he dumped his iconic yellow backpack on the floor and settled onto his bed with a sigh. After a moment, he decided to clean up his room. He grabbed a trash bag from his closet and stuffed all his All Might items inside, carefully rolling up his posters. The bag filled quickly with cups, blankets, posters, stuffies, notebooks, and shirts, some rare and some not. By the time he finished, his room was stripped down to its ordinary state. What to do with the items? He wondered how to get by Mrs. without her noticing. His window was an option, but he didn't want to risk breaking anything. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of smoke. He rushed to his bedroom window and looked down. Blue flames were consuming the 1st floor. Someone's quirk, no flame grew that fast. Who was doing this? Mrs. was down there in the kitchen, cooking dinner. Was she all right? Izuku's vision blurred, and his breath quickened. His stomach knotted, and he folded in on himself. Now was not the time for a panic attack, he told himself, but that didn't help. Moments of panic slipped by before he managed to calm down. It was just a fire, the fire he was very afraid of. The backyard was slowly catching fire. If he were to escape, now would be the time. There were only moments until the backyard would be completely engulfed. The blue fire had turned to a normal flame, and the fire department had arrived. Izuku thought quickly. He needed to act. He slid his window open and tossed the trash bag filled with All Might merchandise out. It sailed through the air and landed a short distance from where the fire was spreading. Slowly, he climbed out of the window with his backpack on his back, positioning himself to jump as far as possible. Now that he was actually going to make his escape, the fall looked pretty tall. No matter, he had fallen from taller places and survived. "Bakugu," Izuku thought, "thank you for all you trained me for this." With a steadying breath, he aimed for the bag filled with the merchandise and jumped. He would be a hero, and heroes took risks. Yes, Izuku was very smart. He had removed all the fragile, potentially sharp items and replaced them with blankets from his room. On top of that, he had managed to haul his small futon with him. Izuku quickly threw his mattress out of the window, followed by a bag of clothes, both landing in a clump on the ground below. Feeling a rush of adrenaline, he launched himself off the ledge and into the air, landing on the pile of mattresses with a dull thump. He bounced slightly before hitting the ground, feeling only minor bruises. The smoke from the fire made it hard to see, but he rolled up his futon and attached it to his camping backpack, leaving behind his bag of clothes and All Might merchandise. As he approached the backyard wall, he realized it led to the next house, which was also engulfed in flames. Climbing up the stone wall, he paused to look back at what was once his home. The orphanage was ablaze, and he felt a deep sadness, not for losing a place to live, but for Mrs. Himiko, the strong woman who had cared for him and others like him. She had built that place with her own hands, enduring countless challenges. The thought of her hard work being destroyed weighed heavily on him. He didn't know if she had escaped. If she had perished, he would feel a strange relief that the orphanage had burned down with her, not wanting anyone else to tarnish her memory. But if she was alive, she would have to rebuild. His All Might merchandise smoldered, and while he felt a twisted satisfaction watching it burn, he wished he could have sold it instead. As the heroes and firefighters arrived, focused on extinguishing the flames, Izuku took a deep breath and prepared for his escape. He jumped from the fence onto a nearby tree and then onto the roof of a house. He was good at running, and that was exactly what he needed to do now. Meanwhile, the man responsible for the fire stood nearby, watching with a sinister grin. He had ignited the flames with a blast of blue fire, cleverly disguising his actions. Scars marred his body, and his blue hair and dark eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he observed the chaos. He reveled in the thought that the fire would likely claim Izuku's life without completely destroying his body, just as someone had planned. As the heroes worked to control the fire, the man continued to laugh inwardly, confident that even if Izuku survived, he would be incapacitated and easy to capture later. He underestimated the boy, believing that being quirkless made him weak and helpless. Izuku, having escaped to the rooftops, remained hidden in the shadows, watching as paramedics entered the charred remains of the orphanage. The fire had been extinguished, but it was too late. Mrs. Himiko was missing, presumed dead, her body burned beyond recognition. The news hit Izuku hard, leaving him to grapple with the loss of someone who had meant so much to him. Izuku was the only one from the three that still lived. That he knew of, maybe Himiko had survived. He was free, even if that came at a cost. Officially, he was dead in the records. Izuku had realized that if he cut off a piece of his arm and threw it into the area where the fire burned the strongest, he would be considered dead. It didn't hurt, and it was taped up so nobody could track him through his bleeding. Sometimes, Izuku scared himself with how clever he could be. He left behind the orphanage and his past life. By the time he had completely left his area of Tokyo and started to look around, he realized he didn't know what came next. What was the next step in his escape from the fire and the villain's plan? Currently, he was standing in front of a large metro station, looking extremely out of place in his slightly singed clothing. He looked lost, and his arm was bandaged all the way up. To sum it up, he looked like trouble. Earlier in the day, he had left his normal shoes at the entrance of the orphanage, which had burned down. By sheer luck, he had taken his pea shoes home to clean. Now he had shoes, one less thing to worry about. Izuku stuttered at the information desk. I'm looking for a place to live. Do you know where I can find cheap rent? The lady behind the desk, typing furiously on her computer, didn't even look up as she replied, go to this place. Be careful though, it's not too safe around there. Izuku promised himself he would make it safe, after training of course. Then, thank you, he stammered. You're welcome, she said, still focused on her screen. Izuku was surprised to see she was typing a story. He had read many fanfics about All Might. He had a bit of a fanboy addiction to his idol. As he turned to leave, the woman slid a can of soda towards him through the small gap under the plastic divider. Take it, she said. You look like you need it. The thanks. Izuku said brightly as he took the soda and started walking towards the place the lady had mentioned. His innocent demeanor had worked. Though he felt bad for tricking such a kind lady, he appreciated her kindness. By the time he arrived at the location, he had finished the juice. Even though it was a short walk from the metro station, he had taken longer due to traffic. He decided to keep the can as a token of kindness, a reminder of what he was working for and the type of world he wanted to help create. He wanted to repay all those who treated him well, but doubts crept in. Did he really deserve such kindness? All the people who had been kind to him had suffered. The nurse from 11 years ago had died in the same villain attack as his mother, and the doctor, who was not the kindest person. Mrs. was also gone due to another villain attack. It would be unfortunate if the information lady met a similar fate in the future. He didn't want to jinx it, but if people who were nice to him kept getting hurt, should he emit an aura that said, don't be nice to me, you'll get hurt? No, he was going to be a hero. He wanted to be kind in return. Izuku knew what it was like to carry the weight of the world. He did it all the time. He walked down the darkening, slightly dirty roads until he found a decent, not run-down apartment complex. It would be good enough for now. He had money in his backpack from working as a waiter at a cafe near the orphanage. Speaking of jobs, Izuku needed to get one. While he had worked at the cafe, Midoriya Izuku had died in the fire. He couldn't blow his cover. He walked through the lobby of the apartment and spoke briefly to the old man at the window. The price was reasonable, and Izuku agreed. The man's name was Makoto Kaito, and he even offered Izuku a sandwich. What was it with these nice people? They made him teary-eyed. He didn't want them to suffer, but he knew his luck, so he would train to protect what was his and repay those who had shown him kindness. He registered under a fake alias, a false identity, and a made-up quirk. Simple and normal. The name he gave the old man was Najima Aoi. He would need to hack the city records to create some fake files on himself. There were many things he needed to do. Izuku's POV. Yes, Izuku did have things to do, but he didn't do them yet. He merely went to his apartment room on the first floor. He needed to have a home, or rather a lair, ready before he could embark on any vigilante activities. The number 3 seemed to be a recurring theme in Izuku's life. Was it his lucky number? Or unlucky? He guessed it depended on perspective. Izuku didn't believe in fate or luck, especially after All Might. But what kind of person, besides Bakugo, would want to mess with his life like that? He had endured a week of torment from his foster parents, and the other hardships he faced were undeniable. The loss of his parents, being quirkless, bullying, and being shut down by All Might. It seemed like fate had some serious anger issues. Izuku opened the door and looked at his small room. There were technically 2 rooms, if you counted the bathroom, but he didn't consider that a living space. He placed his backpack near the door, locked it, and took off his shoes before checking for bugs, both digital and real. It never hurt to be cautious. He found a couple of charging ports and a single light source from the ceiling fan. The room was moderately sized, enough for his needs. Before unpacking his meager belongings, Izuku cleaned the floor with some towels he had found in the bathroom, remembering to thank Makoto-san later. Once the room was cleaner, he unpacked his futon, which smelled like smoke. He figured that if he slept on it and hung it up in the sunlight the next day, the smell would dissipate. In his backpack, he had his hero notebook, the one Bakugo had burned, a computer, a charger, a wallet, extra clothes, and headphones. Izuku had ditched his phone to avoid being tracked. He connected his computer to the neighbor's internet to stay off the grid. The computer wasn't registered under his name. He had created a false identity for it, claiming it belonged to someone in Europe who had sold it online. Now that his computer was set up, he had everything he needed, internet, Wi-Fi, and a computer. With his bed and computer ready, he changed clothes. He regretted only bringing 2 pairs, he would need to buy more soon. There was no food for him today, but he reassured himself that he wasn't hungry, he rarely was anymore. As he lay on his bed, he realized how foolish he was. The bed was just for show or if he was injured. Sleep? That was a luxury he couldn't afford. His computer was his best friend. Giving up on sleep, Izuku moved to his desk area and began hacking into City Hall records, creating files for a person who didn't exist, Nejima Aoi. He decided that analyzation would be the easiest quirk to fake. He filled out the form, making Nejima 15 years old, the same age he was now. The best lies were often half-truths, after all. But one question stumped him: what should Nejima look like? He had green hair, but sometimes when he was particularly tired he imagined it was white. His freckles were a defining trait, along with his eyes. Contacts and makeup could help disguise those. As he scratched his scalp absentmindedly, he realized he needed a shower. He had been through a lot that day. Suddenly, a burning sensation surged through him, causing him to double over in pain at his computer. The discomfort intensified, and despite his nerves feeling fried, the pain came from deep within. With shaky steps, he managed to reach the bathroom before collapsing. He needed water. His throat was so dry. Izuku managed to pull himself up and over the sink, reaching for the knob, but then his fingers froze. His hair. It's white. Izuku let out a sharp laugh. Was he really that tired? He was hallucinating again. He blinked, trying to clear his vision, but his reflection stayed the same. His hair was white. Completely white. Not a single green strand remained. A confused but self-satisfied smile spread across his face. Izuku Midoriya had truly transformed. A deranged grin sprang from his lips as his head pounded. He took in his new image. What? The previous Izuku had officially died. This sudden transformation must symbolize something, right? Perhaps it was the start of a new Izuku. His hair stopped pounding as it settled, and he frowned before straightening. Well, that was weird. But at least now he could fill out the files for Nejima Aoi. And he didn't have to pay for hair dye, pain for money, or something along those lines. With a sigh, Izuku returned to his computer and kept fiddling around. It was currently 4:33 a.m., and he had not gotten any sleep all night. Not that he needed any. He had spent the last hours finishing his fake identity files and rehacking the City Hall records to put them there, then web surfing for a costume. Something simple to move in, something to keep his identity a secret. He finally decided on a long black sleeved shirt, a dark green shirt over that, and long black briefs with small bracers for his ankles. His arms were reinforced too, just in case. He kept his old backpack and red pea shoes. He made sure to get a mask that covered his face as well. He was trying to get his hands on parts to make a voice changer, but he wouldn't make his debut as a vigilante until he completed his training. Years ago, when Izuku was younger, around 12, he began martial arts 2 years after a significant incident. He trained every day, every hour he had. As an insomniac, he had plenty of time to MSTR most of the useful martial arts. His years of gymnastics made him flexible and nimble enough to climb anywhere. But he still had daily stretches and training to do. Izuku knew there was always someone stronger, someone who trained more. The only way to beat them was to train harder. That had been true in his quirkless days, but nowadays, quirkless heroes had to fight smart if they wanted to survive. While trying to gather pieces for a voice changer, he bought several weapons, small guns, knives, and gadgets, off illegal websites. He also bought a grappling hook, and when he finally got all the parts he needed for the voice changer, he built that too. All the while, he was using his waiter money to stay in the apartment and feed himself occasionally. It had been 2 months since the incident, and Izuku was finally ready. Thanks, Mom, Izuku whispered as he put on his costume. Everything related to his vigilante outfit was bought with his mother's money. Just before she had rushed back to the hospital, she'd left her wallet behind for him to watch in the car. After her passing, he kept that wallet as a reminder of her. Recently, he realized that since she had supported his dream, it felt fitting that she, even in spirit, paid for his costume. It was better than using the money on food he barely ate anyway. This way, Izuku felt like his mom was near him whenever he donned his costume, that she still supported him. As Izuku slipped out of his first-floor building and into the alley behind the apartment, he smiled. It was time to get moving. It was time to be a hero. It was time to show them what a quirkless kid could do. Moments after stepping outside, Izuku encountered his first villains. There was a masked bandit trying to rob a woman walking home. By his chart of dangerous enemies, he could tell that the bandit was pretty low on the scale. Back during his time at the orphanage, Izuku had some experience dealing with villain attacks. He jumped down, landing softly, and quietly approached the villain. The woman who had been cowering in the alley, trying to protect something, widened her eyes as Izuku neared. He threw her a wink, barely visible through the eye holes of his mask, and her eyes widened even more. Izuku mentally rolled his eyes, thinking her expression was almost comical. The villain, believing the woman was succumbing to fear, let out a maniacal cackle. That's right. Give me that girl of yours and I'll let you live. Girl? Was what the woman protecting actually her child? Izuku's expression darkened with fury as he moved forward. With an air of self-confidence, he placed his hand on the villain's shoulder. What? The villain said, turning toward Izuku. Who are you? Izuku replied, hearing the voice changer activate, the new vigilante in the area. The villain rolled his eyes. You can't be serious? Another one of those? This area has so many. It's actually getting annoying. No, the woman interjected, and the villain turned. Back to her. What? What about no? No, I thought Eraserhead caught all the vigilantes. No, they're still around. Yes, he cleaned them all out. Izuku almost burst out laughing. Here was a villain and a civilian arguing about whether Eraserhead had caught all the vigilantes, especially after the villain was trying to take the woman's daughter. It doesn't matter, Izuku said with a dark smile. I'm the new vigilante now. The name's Akari. Nobody asked, the villain replied, rolling his eyes. What are you going to do? Turn me into the police? I haven't even done anything wrong. Izuku smirked. Oh really? Because I think that knife you're holding against that nice lady's throat tells a different story. The villain feigned innocence. This? I've never seen this before in my life. I don't know how it got here. Izuku observed the villain closely, suspecting he had a speed quirk that allowed him to move quickly. Just moments ago, he had been standing near Izuku, and now he was holding the woman hostage. Yes, definitely a speed quirk. Izuku narrowed his eyes, studying the average-looking man before him. The woman was still cowering over her child, who was passed out on the floor, creating an awkward scene with her half-standing, half-crouching position. Well, Izuku said, sighing, I guess that's the way you want it to go. The villain pressed the knife deeper into the woman's skin as a threat, and Izuku laughed. The woman looked at him with wide, fearful eyes. Come on guys, Izuku said playfully, you can drop the act. You both grabbed the kid, huh? You're out to kill vigilantes, right? Paid to do so? And you've been successful so far. Am I right? That kid is someone you kidnapped or something. So if you want to turn on your partner, go ahead, I'm not stopping you. It'll make my job easier. How? The villain stammered, lowering his knife. Izuku doubled over with laughter. Seriously, from one actor to another, you guys need to work on your skills. First of all, no villain would ever argue with a civilian, especially when her daughter was being threatened moments before. Plus, why were you even arguing about who was taking out all the vigilantes? Maybe the man villain wants credit, and the woman villain just wants to finish her job and go home. That's why your eyes didn't look surprised when I showed up. You were expecting a vigilante. You've got to lie with every cell in your body, you know? Change yourself at the fundamental level. Oh, the man villain said, smirking. Well, no matter. You're just an overly cocky vigilante who wants to catch us, villains. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty confident in my abilities. The man villain sped toward Izuku, knife in hand, but Izuku anticipated the attack and dodged it effortlessly. I'm sorry, Izuku said, I'm a little too confident in my abilities that I'm kind of not confident. It scares me the way my brain thinks sometimes. What? The woman villain exclaimed. Nobody has ever dodged your attacks before. I know, the man villain replied, equally baffled. Both of them stared at Izuku, who was casually checking his watch and nails. People, couldn't you try harder to kill me? The way you moved earlier told me everything I needed. I couldn't really see anything, but you have a speed quirk, specifically a muscle enhancement. It makes your legs work faster, but it's harder for you to change direction. And before you even attack, your forehead bulges slightly. Sense, my friends? Signs. With that, Izuku went on the offensive, slowly forcing the man villain backward. He could see every one of the man villain's attacks before they happened due to the telltale forehead bulge, and he wore the other out with precise punches and kicks to vital points. Marita, the man villain screamed to the woman. Do something. Make yourself useful. I'm sorry, Marita replied with a sigh, leaning against the wall. That's kind of above my pay grade. And technically, I haven't done anything illegal yet. So, Izuku chuckled as he continued his barrage of punches. He admired the lady he was up against. With her personality, they could have been friends. It was a shame she had chosen the path of a villain. Within minutes, Izuku had both villains tied together and secured to a light pole. He quickly dialed the police department and settled the young girl down next to the building's wall. Hearing the sirens approaching, he knew he had to leave, but he stayed nearby to ensure the girl was safe until the police arrived. A note was taped to the villain's forehead, glowing in the dark with the word, Akari. Who are you? A voice called from behind Izuku as he perched on a rooftop, watching the police apprehend the criminals and the ambulances take the girl to the hospital. A few moments earlier, Izuku had been sitting on the edge of the rooftop, observing the police arrive at the scene. The ambulance, with its whirling sirens and flashing lights, worked quickly to secure the area. Most of the neighborhood was awake and curious, but they kept to themselves. Just as quickly as they had arrived, the road cleared, leaving the streets silent again. Izuku felt relieved that he had gotten there in time. He had a gut feeling that the girl might not have survived if he hadn't intervened. He suspected the villains had a kid-per-day policy or something similar, and he didn't want her to endure that kind of trauma. He was also grateful for the self-defense skills he had developed. Initially, he had learned to protect himself from bullies, but he realized that it was often pointless. Even if he could stand up to Bakugo, he was usually outnumbered by his friends, making any attempt to fight back more dangerous. Still, the thought that he could defend himself was comforting. The orphanage where he lived faced frequent villain attacks and random acts of hostility, likely due to housing him and Himiko, the neighborhood's outcasts. That was one of the reasons he kept training in secret. He wanted to protect his home. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, the orphanage had burned down in a villain attack. Before that, he and Himiko had managed to fend off other threats together, forming a pact to protect their shared home. Returning to the present, Izuku heard the voice again. Who are you? It asked. Without thinking, he nearly knocked the person out, his instincts urging him to fight first and ask questions later. But he reminded himself that he was a hero. Turning around, he saw a sleep-deprived man in all black, with long black hair and tired, slightly glowing red eyes, along with a floating roll of toilet paper around his neck. Izuku stifled a laugh. It was Eraserhead. Eraserhead-san, he greeted respectfully, swinging his feet off the edge of the roof. I thought you quit your nightly patrols after becoming a teacher at UA. How do you know that? Aizawa demanded, his tone sharp. Who are you to know that? Nezu's kid? No, you're too big for that. He seemed to be repeating himself, which amused Izuku. With a mysterious smile, he replied, I know everything. I don't want to ask the same questions again. That takes too much energy and I'm tired, so tell me what I want to know. Aizawa-sensei, I thought you had more patience. How are you a teacher? Oh wait, I guess you're not since you expelled your class last year. The pro-hero stiffened and glared at Izuku, who merely shrugged innocently. How do you know that? I already said I make it my job to know everything. That's how I know your quirk isn't working, Izuku replied. Aizawa stood in silence for a moment before asking, well? Izuku stood up and brushed the dirt off his breathes, ready to continue their conversation. I got to go and do my own stuff, Izuku said. Oh, I heard that you're the one capturing all the vigilantes in this area, the hobo-looking man replied, nodding. Izuku smiled coldly. Well, you're not catching this one. With that, he performed a flip off the roof of the building, a gleeful smile on his face as he fell. He loved the feeling of falling. Aizawa was alarmed. He thought Akari was some sort of villain attempting to escape justice. As he raced to the edge, expecting to see a tragic scene below, he was surprised to find the vigilante using a grappling hook to escape. Izuku was exhilarated. This was the most alive he had felt in a long time. Sure, earlier that day had been rough with his house burning down, but this thrill was different. Aizawa knew he had to catch that vigilante. It was his responsibility as a hero. With a tired sigh, he leaped off the roof and began swinging after the hooded figure. He really needed more coffee for this job. Izuku was running, his sides burning and breath coming in gasps. He loved it. The scenery blurred by old houses and buildings that he felt he had helped in some small way. As he sprinted, he dodged Aizawa's capture scarf and quickly lost the older hero. Aizawa realized he had lost sight of the vigilante. What you can't see, you can't catch. With another heavy sigh, he headed back to the police department. The city was quiet, and the rooftops were empty as usual, allowing him to return quickly. As he entered the department, he was greeted by Officer Sansa, who handed him a coffee. What are you doing out so late? The officer asked. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, a technique he hadn't strayed while teaching. What are you doing here so late? Fair point, Sansa replied, leading Aizawa to Tsukachi's office. This police department had a close connection with heroes, so it wasn't uncommon to see them wandering the halls. The recent surge of vigilantes in Tokyo had brought Aizawa in to help capture them. He had caught most, but tonight a new one had appeared, Akari. The door to Tsukachi's office clicked open, pulling Aizawa from his thoughts. The tall man with short dark hair looked tired, but not as tired as Aizawa felt. You caught another one? Tsukachi asked, but upon seeing Aizawa's frustrated expression and the untouched coffee in his hands, he quickly understood. There was indeed a new vigilante, one good enough to evade Aizawa. Meanwhile, Izuku was wandering around town. He had been heading home when he stumbled upon a small group of villains attempting to break into a convenience store. A quick call to the police and his signature light stick had taken care of them. It had been a long day, and as he headed home, he decided he deserved some rest. When he arrived home that night, Izuku realized he had two problems. He had somehow locked the window and didn't have his keys. This led him to pick the lock on his own door with his knives, tools he never intended to use this way. After the door swung open, he quickly entered and locked it behind him, hoping the neighbors hadn't seen him. The exhausted boy collapsed onto his futon with a defeated sigh. He was tired, but sleep eluded him. The next morning, Izuku was still awake, having spent the night staring at the ceiling of his apartment. It had been 2 months since he first arrived, and last night marked his debut as a vigilante. He probably didn't have too much fame on the internet yet. Except when Izuku opened his computer, he was bombarded with news about a new vigilante, Akari. It seemed that news traveled fast. Either that, or he was the only vigilante left. Regardless, the buzz about Akari was everywhere online. After a couple of hours spent mentally preparing himself, Izuku stepped outside his apartment for the first time in what felt like days. His neighbors had likely noticed his absence, but he had been focused on gathering the courage to leave. He needed a job, money was running tight. So, he set out through his neighborhood, observing the old, weathered buildings and the lack of vegetation. While some apartments had plants, the area felt stark and barren. Surprisingly, it was cleaner than he had expected based on what the metro lady had said. It was a short walk to the metro, and he headed straight to the information desk. The same lady was sitting behind the desk, typing away at her fanfiction. Izuku made a mental note to check it out later. With that much typing, it must be updated frequently. He needed something to occupy his long nights besides patrolling. This time, Izuku made sure to check the woman's ID badge. Keyed Yuki. Hey, he said nervously, slipping back into his shy demeanor. The lady recognized his voice and looked up, doing a double take. Izuku was younger than she expected. Yes, she asked politely, searching for something. Do you know where I can find a job? Here, she replied, finding what she was looking for, a can of soda she'd bought earlier. She handed it to Izuku, who accepted it with surprise. Yuki tapped her chin thoughtfully. Actually, I do know where you can find a job. Izuku's eyes brightened. Where? There's a cafe not far from here, near the police station. They have a spot open. You should check it out. Izuku smiled and thanked her repeatedly. She waved off his gratitude, telling him to drink his soda and stay healthy. Oh, Yuki said just as he turned to leave, before you go. I know my name is on my badge, but what's yours? I have a feeling I'll be seeing you a lot. Izuku nodded and replied, it's Nijima Aoi, but you can call me Aoi. Can I call you Yuki? She nodded in agreement before returning to her writing. As Izuku walked toward the cafe, he reflected on how nice Yuki was. The cafe was indeed close to the police station, right next to it, which made him a bit nervous, but he needed the job. The cafe was a small, one-story building with large windows that looked freshly cleaned. Above the door was a handwritten sign that simply read, Cafe. The smell of coffee and food wafted through the air, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. With a sigh, Izuku pushed the door open, and a bell jingled as he entered. The chatter inside paused momentarily as everyone assessed the newcomer before returning to their conversations. Hello there, a cheerful voice called from behind him, nearly startling him. He turned to see a short girl with a brown bob cut, large brown eyes, and round pink cheeks. Who are you? He asked, feeling a bit defensive. The girl looked at him in confusion before bursting into laughter. Oh, you're funny. I'm Achiko Uraraka, a waiter here. Izuku mentally chastised himself for being so jumpy. Sorry, he muttered. No problem, she replied with a smile. What would you like to order? Actually, I'm not here for anything. Then what are you here for? Uraraka asked, tilting her head in confusion. I was looking for a job, and this place was recommended. Uraraka beamed again, and Izuku wondered if her face hurt from smiling so much. Perfect. We're just one waiter short. Can you come with me? I need you to talk to the manager before we hire you. You can start today, right? Izuku nodded, breaking into a nervous smile. He hoped to make a good impression. Time to show his friendly side. I'm sorry about earlier. I was just really worried about some things, he says vaguely. Uraraka nods in understanding. No, I totally get it. And plus, that was kind of funny. She leads him through the maze of tables until they reach the cashier, who gives Izuku a funny look as he walks past. What was that about? Uraraka leads Izuku into the back room for employees before taking her leave. Here, Minami, she says as the manager turns around. I found someone who wanted to work here. The manager, a young lady with green hair and black eyes, reminded Izuku of his mother, though she was taller and younger. Her ID read Hinto Minami. Hi. Minami said brightly. Are you ready to start working? Yes, Izuku replies cautiously. Okay. Minami says in an easygoing voice. Here. With that, she throws Izuku a uniform, and he stares at her, dumbfounded. There was supposed to be more questions, an interview. What was going on? Go on. Minami encourages kindly. Put it on and get to work. And just like that, Izuku was hired. Later, when he asked Uraraka about Minami, she merely shrugged and said that Minami was always like that, easygoing and laid back. Izuku started his morning shift and realized that his job was pretty chill. His experience as a waiter earned him respect from the other employees, which included the manager, cashier, and Uraraka. The cashier, however, begrudgingly accepted Izuku. Who was that guy? Izuku learned during a small break for lunch that his name was Haruki Shinda. Someone unimportant, Izuku guessed. He thought his day was going well until Aizawa showed up. Aizawa was in the cafe, sitting in a corner near the window. He radiated an aura that made customers try to sit as far away from him as possible. Izuku didn't want to serve Aizawa, but Uraraka was busy with another customer. With a sigh, Izuku approached the pro hero who had tried to arrest him just yesterday. Hello. Izuku says brightly, and Aizawa turns his tired eyes toward him. What would you like to order today? Aizawa sighed. Izuku almost doubled over with laughter but managed to keep a straight face, though his teeth hurt from the effort. I would like a coffee, dark, black, and bitter like my soul, Aizawa said. That was it. With a small gasp of laughter, Izuku broke into a couple of coughs. Aizawa looked at him with concern. Sorry. Izuku apologized. Something went down the wrong way. After he recovered, he still had trouble keeping a straight face as he asked, okay, anything else? The pro hero shook his head, and Izuku practically bolted from where he was standing. That was one of the funniest things he had ever experienced. With a mischievous smile, he headed toward the kitchen where Minami was working and told her Aizawa's order. Within minutes, Izuku had the order ready and brought it to the pro hero. Here you go, sir, Izuku said neatly as he placed the coffee down on the table gently. Aizawa stared at the coffee and then at Izuku in shock. Izuku really wanted to laugh but managed to keep a straight face. He had Minami make Aizawa a milky, sweet coffee with heaps of whipped cream, a mocha. Aizawa started. Sir, did you not order this? Izuku asked, plastering a confused expression on his face. You did ask for something and I quote, dark, black, and bitter, like your soul? Aizawa managed to nod in his shocked state. Well, Izuku said, clapping his hands together. Then how did I mess up your order? With that he turned on his heel and helped the next customer. Aizawa was still in shock. Within the next few minutes, Aizawa sat there frozen stiff before he accidentally drank the coffee and realized that it wasn't that bad. He then berated himself for thinking like that. Not wanting any more surprises, Aizawa quickly got up, paid, and rushed back to the police department. Izuku noticed when Aizawa left and, after helping a customer, rushed to the employee room, breaking into fits of laughter. The cafe closed a while later, and Izuku quickly changed back into his normal clothing, a hoodie and long baggy joggers. He was glad he made the decision to wear long sleeves that morning. He had merely slipped over his long-sleeve t-shirt, the uniform of the cafe, and then put an apron over that. He would have to remember to wear that every time he came to work or change in the bathroom. Right now, the girls changed first and then the guys. But Izuku really didn't trust Haruki Shinda not to tell anyone. At this point, everyone was done changing and was sitting around in the employee-only room, chatting amiably. A short while later, Uraraka remembered something. Minami? Uraraka asked. Yes, Achiko-san? Minami replied cheerfully. You forgot to tell Izuku to sign the papers. Uraraka said flatly. Minami let out a surprised, huh? And Izuku, used to their scatterbrained moments, said calmly, let me sign those papers. He was referring to the employment contract. Minami, still puzzled over what papers Uraraka was talking about, didn't do anything, and Uraraka finally had to grab the papers and shove them in Izuku's face. Izuku signed the form easily, having gone over the information earlier that morning in preparation for his job. We get paid at the end of the week, Uraraka told him as she filed the papers away in the cabinet. Haruki Shinda had long left, and it was only Minami, Izuku, and Uraraka remaining. It was getting late, and Izuku told the other two he had to go out on patrol soon. They bid farewell, but moments before Izuku stepped out of the cafe, Uraraka called out, Aoi? We're supposed to take home whatever food is left that Minami made. With that, she raced over to Izuku and shoved a small plastic bag filled with pastries into his arm before dashing away, her face burning. Later that night, Izuku was out as Akari. It had taken him a while to get ready. Earlier that day, to complete his disguise as Najima Aoi, he had to cover his freckles with makeup and change his eye color from green to black. When he arrived home, he had trouble removing the makeup and was only able to take out his contacts. It didn't matter since, after his first patrol, Izuku had modified his mask a little. Now his eyes were covered with small plastic bits that had upgrades in them. He was currently sitting atop a light post outside his apartment, unsure of how patrols worked. It felt strange since yesterday's encounter with villains had been pure luck, but today he decided to circle around his neighborhood for a bit. After a while, Izuku spotted a villain in an alley, hassling a man for money. The civilian looked like he had just left a bar after a long day of work, swaying in fear and confusion as the villain continued to bother him. The villain was getting aggressive, grabbing the civilian's arms, causing him to drop his briefcase. There was no money inside, just some odd bits of paper. The villain, frustrated, threw the civilian against the wall, where he slid down and landed in a sitting position, unconscious. The villain then started digging through the briefcase. Izuku could see the villain's eyes widen, wondering what he had found. If only his eyesight were better. Fortunately, the plastic eye cover had several functions, including an image enlarger, essentially his own telescope. Izuku focused on the image and read the files the villain was examining. The civilian was a researcher at a top facility on quirk uses. Why was someone of that importance wandering around this neighborhood? With a sigh, Izuku hopped down from the light post and approached the villain, who was still engrossed in the files. As he got closer, he could hear the villain muttering to himself, "Yes. Can sell this for money. I'm sure someone would like to get their hands on research like this. I'm afraid I can't let you do that," Izuku said coldly, twirling his knives around his gloved fingers for practice. "And who are you?" the villain asked, surprisingly polite. "Akari," Izuku replied, rolling his eyes. "Oh," the villain said before launching an attack, "ain't no way a piece of sheet like you can take me out. I'm going to profit from this situation." Izuku rolled his eyes again. "Did you really think that if you were strong as a villain, you'd have to resort to jumping some random person returning home who just happened to be a big researcher?" The villain, currently sending small pieces of metal at Izuku, froze. His quirk allowed him to manipulate small pieces of metal, but Izuku quickly rushed in with his knives drawn, ready to confront him. He tried to reach out with his quirk to manipulate the metal in Izuku's knife to attack him instead. However, the knives had already been released from Izuku's palm with deadly accuracy moments before the villain attempted to counter. At best, Mr. Villain managed to stop the knives in their tracks. This villain had a limit. He could only manipulate a small amount of metal and was nearing that limit. With this in mind, Mr. Villain charged at Izuku. Izuku took a deep breath and closed the distance, sprinting faster. He pushed off the ground and jumped off the narrow walls of the alley, landing behind the villain. He landed a couple of surprise punches before the villain turned around to block the rest. Izuku bent down and attempted to sweep Mr. Villain's legs, but the man caught his leg. He lifted it as high as he could, trying to incapacitate Izuku. Izuku let him, unsure if his joints were in danger, but in that moment he threw a strong punch at Mr. Villain's chest. The villain staggered backward, holding his stomach. A whirlwind of attacks followed as Izuku slowly pushed the villain out into the streets. All this time, he had been releasing a sleeping gas into the area. Within minutes, Mr. Villain could barely lift his hands to block, and Izuku managed to tie him to the light post where he had been crouching earlier. At that moment, the researcher chose to wake up and opened his eyes. He screamed upon seeing a dark silhouette standing in front of him with a tied-up man at a light post. Izuku looked back, his face covered by a mask and a hoodie drawn over his head. "Hey," he said cheerfully. "Are you okay? How many fingers am I holding up?" The researcher looked at the gloved fingers of the vigilante and replied shakily, "3. "All right, you're probably okay," Izuku said, starting to walk away. "Oh, don't forget to call the police, okay?" The researcher nodded, and Izuku raced away, unsure of what else to say to the startled man. After all, Akari was making a name for himself. Aizawa's POV. He had been thinking about the white-haired kid ever since he rushed out of the cafe. So much so that he forgot to go on his patrols. When the call came in about a tied-up villain and a stunned researcher, Aizawa felt a surge of frustration. He had lost track of the vigilante. With that thought, Aizawa set out to capture Akari. He really needed to get more of that surprisingly good coffee from the boy. Izuku's POV. Time skipped to 4 months later. It had been 4 months since Izuku's debut as a vigilante and since he started working at the cafe. It had also been 6 months since the fire that had destroyed the orphanage and changed his life. Izuku had been working at the cafe every day, from the moment it opened at 7 a.m. to when it closed at 5 p.m. At first, he received curious looks from Uraraka, who wondered why he wasn't at school. After he explained that he was taking night classes and working to help his mother in America, she accepted his excuse. Every night, instead of attending night classes, he went out on patrols as Akari. Over the past 4 months, the crime rate in his district had dropped dramatically. Izuku had stopped human traffickers, drug dealers, kidnappers, fighting rings, and more. His actions infuriated Aizawa, who was still trying to catch the vigilante. It was amusing since Izuku saw Aizawa twice a day, once at the cafe, where he served Aizawa his sweet coffee, and once at night when an frustrated Aizawa chased after an exhilarated Izuku. However, most nights, Izuku didn't see Aizawa because the pro-hero slept during the night. Aizawa assumed the vigilante must sleep during the day, which Izuku used to his advantage. Most nights, Izuku returned from his patrols early and studied. He had plenty of time, and studying made the hours fly by. He learned about heroes, quirks, science, physics, fighting tips, math, English, and languages, anything he could get his hands on. Finally, after 4 months of this routine, one day at the cafe, he and Uraraka were chatting during a lull in customers. "Hey," Uraraka began after they fell into a comfortable silence. "Huh?" Izuku asked tiredly. The previous night had been taxing. "What high school are you planning to go to?" Uraraka asked, frowning. "Are you even going to go to high school, or are you going to continue your night classes?" Izuku started, ready to make up an excuse before he paused to think. "High school, huh? I actually don't really know. I don't really have a plan," he admitted. "Why are you asking?" "Well," Uraraka began, "you know how Aizawa always comes to this cafe in the morning before going to the police department? It got me thinking, seeing him. He's going to be teaching the first years this year at UA. And I also read your files when you applied for your job and saw your quirk. It's so cool. I was wondering. No, thinking, would you want to apply with me to UA? We could be heroes together." Izuku considered her words. Yue? Aizawa as a teacher? Why not? He said out loud. Yeah, I'll apply with you. We could be hero buddies. Uraraka cheered, while Izuku mentally rolled his eyes. He wasn't keen on having a hero buddy, but he was bored. Over the years, during his late-night study sessions, he had actually completed most of the high school and college courses online. Being an insomniac had its perks. Mini flashback. The teacher glared at him. If you want to go to UA, then you better pay more attention in class. I was just saying that 2 students were applying to UA. You are applying, right? And so is Katsuki. The poor boy flushed with anger. Yeah, I've applied for UA. H, a certain blonde boy cackled. Shitty do you wants to get into UA? The rest of the class laughed, treating Izuku like a joke. Just then, the end of the school bell rang. The teacher sighed and left the classroom, throwing Izuku a cold smirk. Bakugo crossed the room toward Izuku, who was trying to pack up quickly. As Izuku attempted to put his journal into his backpack, Bakugo snatched it and blasted it out of the classroom. With small explosions coming from his hands, he advanced toward Izuku. Izuku watched eyes wide as his notebook, in all its burned glory, smashed into the window and shattered before continuing to fall. Oi! Bakugo shouted, standing right in front of him. Izuku shivered as Bakugo put his explosive hand near his face. Drop out. From what? Izuku stammered. From you know what I mean. End of mini flashback. Izuku knew that Bakugo would be applying and would most likely get in due to his quirk. After all, Bakugo was always talking about being the first one from their school to get into UA. But it would be funny if there were 2 students, one secretly getting in. It would add drama. If Izuku's secret ever got out, it would be interesting to see Bakugo's reaction. As much as Izuku loved being a hero and saving people, he loved drama and angst even more. After all, that was practically what he was, an angsty and dramatic teenager. Going to UA wouldn't be a bad idea. Plus, Izuku would learn how to be a better hero. Aizawa was sleepily drinking his coffee in the corner of the cafe when he overheard the 2 waiters talking about UA. Please come, Aizawa thought. He sipped his coffee as he heard the white-haired boy say he would apply with the bob-haired girl. Aizawa couldn't help but mentally pump his fist. Time skip, 4 months later. It had been another 4 months since Izuku agreed to apply to UA with Uraraka. He wasn't going to lie, it had been a long 122 days. He had counted. Recently, he found it strange that he didn't even know what Uraraka's quirk was. He thought it polite to stay out of her personal business until she let him in. Unlike her, who had read his files. But that was all in the past now. For the last 4 months, Izuku had been working, training, studying, patrolling, and dodging Aizawa, all the usual things. UA's entrance exam was today, and Izuku was relieved. He was starting to get annoyed with the wait. Plus, being a vigilante was getting easier, he was gaining too much experience. If he got into UA, he would have to rely on his acting skills to manage everything. Or else how would he play off his skills and experience? Seriously, all the villains that Izuku seemed to be fighting were low on his list of dangerous enemies. After all, Akari was quirkless. He was just fighting with knives and guns laced with a poison that paralyzed the victim. Izuku wished for more excitement, but he didn't want to jinx it like so many things he had already jinxed. No matter, excitement was a break in his normal routine. Lately, he had been getting pretty close to Yuki. He got all his information about his district from her, including what people were saying about Akari. She was like his information dealer, although she didn't know that. Izuku and Uraraka had promised to meet up in front of the large gates of the UA campus, but he arrived a little early, just 15 minutes early. He was really bad at judging time since he had a lot of it on his hands and usually went with the flow. In the past couple of months, Izuku had forced himself to eat a little healthier and had grown 2 inches. He was now 5 feet 7 inches instead of his previous 5 feet 5 inches. When Bakugo last saw him, he was worried about being recognized. However, with his new height, hair, eye color, and covered freckles, Izuku felt pretty much disguised. He also had a skinny but strong physique, so there was no way Bakugo would be able to tell. After 15 minutes of waiting, Uraraka showed up right on time. Izuku started walking and then tripped over nothing. He was just trying to see what her quirk was. The moment the ground started rushing towards his face, Uraraka dashed over and reached out her hands. Izuku felt her fingers touch his arms, and he started floating. He guessed she had some sort of floating quirk based on how she was able to move heavy dishes and furniture around the cafe. Thanks, he stammered as she released her quirk. He tried his best to blush on purpose. Uraraka gave him a kind smile and joked, I was going to keep my quirk a secret from you. I wanted to seem all cool and moody, but I don't want you to fall right before we take the entrance exams. That would be bad luck for you. Seeing her cheerful grin, Izuku started to return her warm vibe, and his previous gloomy vigilante personality faded away. Najima Aoi was back. But really though, Izuku said seriously, what is your quirk? Uraraka explained her quirk as they headed towards the auditorium of UA. They entered the large room and were immediately greeted by a loud, hey, from Present Mike, who was standing on the stage. Aizawa stood to his side, partly hidden in the shadows with a serious expression. It was loud. Within moments, the auditorium filled up with applicants and Present Mike's enthusiastic shouting. After all the seats were filled, he began his presentation about how the entrance exam would work. First came the written exam. They would sit where they were and fill out a test with 400 questions, and they had 4 hours to finish it. After that, either when time was up or everyone finished, the second part of the entrance exam would start, a practical test where the applicants were each put into a battleground and had 10 minutes to defeat a group of robots. These robots had points ranging from 1 to 3, and there was 1 0-pointer to throw everyone off, which couldn't be defeated. Their results would be calculated based on the number of points they earned from defeating the robots. They would receive their scores the following week. With that, Present Mike finished with a screech, yeah, and the first part of the entrance exams was handed out. The written part was straightforward, with 400 questions based on subjects taught at school, including science, math, Japanese, English, social studies, and hero etiquette. Overall, for someone who had spent the past couple of days preparing, it was really easy. Izuku managed to finish the test within the first hour. The entire time, he wondered what they were testing him on. It felt like a warm-up worksheet. As he walked down from where he was sitting, he received many concerned and pitying looks. People thought he was giving up. Aizawa even gave him a second look, thinking Izuku would do better. Nobody expected what happened next as Izuku turned in his test and started to walk out of the auditorium. Present Mike, who was frozen in shock, quickly recovered and raced towards him, doing his best not to shout. "Are you actually done?" he managed to say quietly. Izuku nodded. "All 400 questions?" the teacher asked in disbelief. Izuku nodded again. "You still have 3 hours to go. Are you sure you want to turn it in?" Izuku turned to face Present Mike and, with an innocent air, said softly, "Yes, I finished." Present Mike stood there in shock, and with that, Izuku turned on his heel and left the auditorium to wait the rest of the 3 hours on a bench outside. The test had been surprisingly easy. His peers, who had struggled, were shocked to see a small boy with white hair finish so quickly. 3 hours later, Present Mike announced, "It's time for the next exam." His voice was abruptly toned down by Aizawa's irritated glare. Present Mike, undeterred, continued cheerfully, "The next exam is a practical one. You'll be sent to a ground where you have 10 minutes to defeat a bunch of robots. These robots are worth either 1, 2, or 3 points, and your final score will determine if you make it into UA. Oh, and watch out for the 0-pointer, he's quite a challenge." The students buzzed with anticipation. As they headed outside, they spotted Izuku sitting on a bench, lost in thought. "Hey!" Present Mike called out, and Izuku quickly rejoined the group, though a bubble of solitude surrounded him. He had been contemplating how to defeat the 0-pointer and had a plan, but he wasn't sure if it would work. The applicants were led deeper into the school and split into smaller groups, sent to starting marks within the miniature cities. UA was impressive, and Izuku guessed it made sense for one of the best hero schools in Japan. After a few awkward attempts at conversation, the practical exam began with Present Mix enthusiastic. "Shout." Izuku stood still, pondering his strategy as a small villain robot approached. Just then, a tall blonde boy shot a sparkly beam at it from his stomach. "Mon mi," the boy exclaimed, thanking Izuku for the distraction. As Aoyama rambled on about cheese, Izuku calculated where the 0-pointer might appear. He knew that in a hero school, the practical exam would simulate a real villain encounter. Villains often relied on a strong leader, and Izuku waved at Aoyama before heading toward the center of the mini-city. Villain bosses typically appeared either where there were no heroes or where all the heroes gathered. Jogging through the city, Izuku wondered about UA's resources for this simulation. He suspected they were trying to replicate a scenario where villains aimed to challenge the hero system. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a large 0-pointer emerged from the concrete. Panic erupted among the applicants, who began to flee, led by a blue-haired boy with square glasses. Instead of running away, Izuku moved against the crowd, determined to confront the towering robot. He needed to find a way to get eye level with it. Izuku's black eyes narrowed in excitement as he sprinted towards one of the few buildings still standing, aware of the risk since it was so close to the 0-pointer. As he dashed inside and raced up the stairs, the 0-pointer continued to rise from the ground, causing cracks and breaks in the earth. By the time Izuku reached the roof, the towering robot had reached its full height of 4 stories. Not to worry, the building matched that height. With no time to think, Izuku leapt off the edge of the roof, aiming for the robot's neck. Just as he jumped, the 0-pointer's massive palm struck the side of the building with tremendous force, sending debris flying. Izuku felt a rush of adrenaline as he connected with the robot's body, landing on a small ledge at the bottom of its neck. The 0-pointer shook violently, trying to dislodge him, but he managed to find a secure grip. After a moment, the robot stopped its wild movements and began to walk with jarring steps. Izuku bounced against the cold metal, feeling the strain on his ribs. Reminded of the danger he was in, he quickly searched the robot's neck for a panel, hoping to find something that could help him. After a few moments of feeling around, his hands landed on a small area, and when he pressed down, the panel popped open. Inside was darkness, but as his eyes adjusted, he spotted a sign written in the president's handwriting, "Cut one of the wires out, do it." Below the sign were 2 wires, one red and one blue. With only 4 minutes left in the practical test and a significant number of robots still standing, Izuku had to make a choice. As he stared at the wires, he couldn't help but think about the challenge Nezu had set before him. Despite his frustration, he respected the principal too much to voice any complaints. The red wire glinted ominously, and the blue wire seemed equally foreboding. His instincts urged him to pull the red wire, but he hesitated. Wasn't blue the color of correctness? Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind from Present Mix's earlier speech in the auditorium. Each robot has a red chip that, when destroyed, will notify us who destroyed it and add points to your name. If you take a critical hit, your blue chip will alert us, and we will send help immediately. Without overthinking it, Izuku reached into the panel and yanked the red wire out. A wave of uncertainty washed over him. What if he had chosen wrong? But deep down, he felt confident that red was the right choice. The 0-pointer, which he was clinging to, suddenly froze in its rampage before beginning to topple backward. Realizing he was in danger of being crushed, Izuku scrambled to the side of the robot's neck, managing to reach a safe spot just in time. He stood up and leapt off the robot, narrowly escaping disaster. Mr. 0-pointer crashed into the ground, splintering the concrete, and there was a loud clattering as his metal armor slammed against the UA grounds. If Izuku had still been standing on the robot, he would have probably broken both his ankles from the force of the impact, if he hadn't launched himself off the robot at the right time. Izuku had relied on instincts and luck, which he had been lacking in other areas. His feet hurt from the impact of the jump and the landing, but it hurt less than being crushed under that giant robot or having both of his ankles broken. He had only lightly sprained his ankles and managed to stand up and walk it off. He had promised himself that he wouldn't get injured today, mainly to avoid a visit to Recovery Girl and to keep his scars hidden. With 10 seconds left on the clock for the practical exam, Izuku put as much distance as he could between himself and the 0-pointer. Just as the timer ticked down to 0, the robot behind him exploded in a bright flash, sending metal raining from the sky. Similar explosions followed, and soon it was raining debris, the atmosphere turning a fiery orange. Izuku guessed he had taken down about 20% of the total robots in this group. As pieces of the zero-pointer fell around him, he walked away from the scene, looking quite impressive against the backdrop of the bright sky. However, his cool demeanor was interrupted by a cheerful smile, masking the joy bubbling within him. With a loud announcement, Present Mike declared the practical exam over. Izuku had achieved what he came for, the highest score, which he couldn't wait to flaunt in front of the blue-haired boy at school. Yes, Izuku could be a bit spiteful. He had promised himself earlier that he would show the blue-haired boy what someone like him could do, someone who fought quirkless. Flashback. As Izuku walked toward the ground for the practical exam, Ida fell back to chat with him. I saw that you finished the written exam so fast. Ida exclaimed, causing Izuku to flinch. He had a history with loud people, All Might, Bakugo, so it was no surprise where his discomfort stemmed from. I admire you. You're so smart and heroic. Ida continued, completely ignoring Izuku's discomfort. What is your quirk? Izuku replied quietly, and Ida immediately quieted down, eager to hear what he had to say. I have an, analyzing quirk. An analyzing quirk? But you still want to become a hero. Why didn't you enroll in management instead? You'll be quirkless out there, and we both know that fighting quirkless is... Izuku spotted Uraraka and picked up his pace, but to his disappointment, Ida easily tagged along. Right, the other boy had a speed quirk. Ida continued to ramble about how Izuku shouldn't apply for the hero course and how unheroic it was to joke around with pro heroes by applying like this. Izuku felt his frustration rising but suppressed it, laughing along with the strict and slightly awkward boy. It was likely that Ida's perspective was shaped by his background. Quirk discrimination wasn't usually addressed in schools, especially not in wealthier families like Ida's, who came from a long line of pro heroes. Not to worry. Izuku would teach him later, after he got into UA. He would show Ida that having a quirk or fighting quirkless didn't change the outcome of a battle. He caught up with Uraraka, and they both rolled their eyes as they heard Ida continue his monologue. Izuku existed to prove to people like Ida, All Might, and Bakugo that quirkless individuals could become heroes. And a flashback. Right now, all Izuku wanted to do was write. Akari was here. But he couldn't. That would blow his cover and wouldn't be dramatic enough. Izuku lived for drama. As he walked toward the entrance of the grounds, he passed a group of students receiving congratulations from Recovery Girl. He navigated through the crowd, which parted to let him through. Everyone had probably heard the explosions and was curious if that was his quirk. With a tired mental roll of his eyes, Izuku started to exit the grounds. Moments later, he realized he had forgotten to pick up Uraraka. They had promised to walk home together. Hey Aoi! Her cheerful voice called from behind him, and he sighed with relief. He had been considering leaving her behind since he was too tired to go back for her. Great job on the entrance exam, she chattered as they walked out of the school together and back to their neighborhood. The day Izuku was told that he would get his results back from school, a wave of excitement and nervousness surged through him. That morning, he had rushed out of his room the moment he heard the mail truck and hurried to check his mailbox. His letter had arrived, and once he returned to his room, barely believing what was happening, he immediately texted Uraraka via his computer. She responded right away, inviting him to come over to her house to open their letters together. Uraraka lived in an apartment on the opposite side of the cafe, and it was quite a walk from his house. But that was no problem for Izuku. He was in high spirits. Before messaging Uraraka, he had placed down the letter, but now he picked it up with a pair of clippers and tucked it into his backpack. He slung the bag over his shoulder and started walking to her house, careful as if it were made of glass. The entire walk, he felt on high alert, as if some villain might attack him and take away his letter. By the time he reached Uraraka's house, his nerves were shot. He could honestly say that it was the most anxiety he had felt in a while, even more than when facing villains. Uraraka lived with her parents on the 4th floor of a large apartment complex. She hadn't said much about her situation, but Izuku understood a little. Still, he didn't want to assume, so he didn't ask. When he knocked on the door, she opened it with a wide smile, her cheeks glowing with excitement. My parents aren't home right now, she exclaimed as she led him inside. They're out working, but what I wanted to ask is if your parents were okay with you coming over here? Izuku paused, swallowing hard. I live alone, my parents are elsewhere. So yeah, they won't mind. Oh, Uraraka replied, her voice softening with understanding. They walked to her room in silence until Izuku broke it with a cheerful grin. I can't wait to see your acceptance letter. Uraraka noticed how Izuku hadn't mentioned his own letter and, knowing he struggled with self-confidence, hurried to reassure him. We'll see your acceptance letter too. Izuku shot her a grateful smile as they settled on the cushions around the low table in the center of Uraraka's room. Her room was simple, with bare walls and minimal furniture. A small bed, a closet, and a low table surrounded by cushions. He pulled out his letter from his backpack, still in its envelope. Uraraka laughed as she watched him, and he joined in, amused by his own nerdiness. As soon as both letters were placed on the table, they looked at the envelopes with curiosity before opening them in one swift motion. Inside was a small disc that activated, projecting a holographic image of All Might. Uraraka was momentarily distracted by thoughts of how much she could resell it for but quickly refocused. I am here, All Might declared, and Izuku's face lit up. His favorite hero had made an appearance. You have been accepted into you. Both devices announced simultaneously, and Izuku and Uraraka let out a high-pitched squeal, holding each other's arms as they watched the number 1 hero continue speaking. Congratulations, All Might said. I will now show you your score on the tests. Izuku's score for the written exam appeared on the screen, 100%. Uraraka managed to score 89%, and when she saw Izuku's score, she squealed again. You finished so fast I thought you flunked it, she exclaimed, nearly in tears from happiness. Next will be your score for the practical exam. Izuku's score was 85, while Uraraka's was. They squealed once more, and at this point, tears streamed down Uraraka's face as she fully felt the relief of being accepted into UA. And now your overall score. This is by class. These names are your new classmates. A long list of names appeared, but only a couple stood out to Izuku. His name, Nejima Aoi, was at the top number, but the name after that was Katsuki Bakugu. He was going to be in a hero class with Bakugu. Oh, Izuku couldn't wait to have fun. Ida was 6th and Uraraka was 4th. This was awesome. He couldn't wait to see Ida's reaction on Monday, the first day of school. With that, the overall scores and rankings flashed away and were replaced by All Might, who was smiling widely. Both his and Uraraka's holographs said the same thing. It's time to start your hero academia. Welcome to you. We're excited to have you and guide you on your path to becoming a hero. Oh, like I said before, welcome to your hero academia. Izuku thought, excited? All Might was too funny sometimes. Izuku couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. With that, the screen cut off and the holograph disappeared. Izuku smiled as he stared at the little device, glad that the hero was gone. Maybe he could recycle the parts later for one of Akari's little trinkets. Uraraka wondered if she could sell it to the collector of odd trinkets at the end of the street. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They had been accepted into UA, and both were excited for their own reasons. Izuku's face glowed with excitement, while Uraraka's expression radiated genuine enthusiasm. Indeed, their hero academia journey was about to begin. Things were going to get interesting. Things were going to get fun. Things were going to get messy. Oh, how Izuku was excited. Izuku's POV. Time skip, 3 days later. It was Monday, 3 days after that fateful Friday when Izuku got accepted into UA. On the first day of school, he decided to go to UA himself without tagging along with Uraraka. Now, standing in front of the classroom door to enter Class 1A, he felt like he should have brought her along. There were multiple reasons for this. He had gotten lost, he didn't want to talk to others if he didn't have to, and it had been 10 months since he'd seen Bakugu. But the most pressing thought was whether Bakugu would recognize him. It was a new class, new people, and new teachers. He felt kind of late. Well, not really. He was actually perfectly on time, but it felt late and he felt like a failure. This wasn't an unusual feeling for Izuku, but still. Uraraka would have been his backup. She was probably in class already, making friends. Izuku sighed at that thought. But he would open the door. Just as he raised his hand, trying to overcome his anxiety, the door slammed open. Who's been standing in front of this door for so long? I saw your shadow and wondered if you can't open the door or something, Ida announced in his loud, proper voice, but trailed off when he saw Izuku trembling at the door. Izuku immediately stiffened and gave a sheepish grin with a small wave. Was kind of scared of stuff, he mumbled, looking around. The class, which had been chattering loudly, fell silent as they noticed the small white-haired boy at the door. The students inside, a variety of sizes from a kid with purple hair to one with octopus arms, all stared at Izuku, and he shrank away from their gazes. Being Nejima Aoi wasn't too bad. It was like being Midoriya Izuku. As the blue-haired boy with glasses let Izuku walk by, he could feel the stares and whispers of his classmates. That's the kid who got the highest score on the entrance exam? He looked so small. He looked so cute. What did he do to get that high of a score? Wasn't he the kid who finished the written exam so fast? Aoi. Uraraka called his name, and he looked gratefully at her. She was conversing with a couple of girls in the class, and he immediately went over to her side, seeking protection from the voices. Sorry, he mumbled as he reached her. I should have accepted your. No matter, Aoi, she said cheerfully. All that matters is that you made it. Now let me introduce you to my friends. This is Azui Tsuyu, a frog-looking girl who gave Izuku an assessing look. This is Mina Ishido, a pink-haired girl who spun in a circle and bowed. This is Momo Yaoyorozu, a black-haired girl with an impressive motherly aura. This is Kyukajiru, a girl with purple hair and wires dangling from her ears who just raised her eyebrows. And this is Toru Hagakure. A pair of gloves floated in the air, and Izuku finally noticed the accessories around them. She gave him a thumbs up. These are all the girls in Class 1A, Uraraka said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Isn't it lame that there are only 6 of us? And there are 20 students in this class. We're the minority. We've got to show them. Sit down, Aizawa said as he entered the room without anyone noticing. The boys had been staring at Izuku, trying to figure him out. Ida had returned to his seat earlier and was urging the others to sit down before they got in trouble. So, nobody noticed as the underground hero entered the room and told them to sit down. Aizawa strode to his tiny podium as the rest of the students scurried back to their desks. Izuku was walking back to his seat, number 18, when he paused, frozen in his tracks. He was sitting behind Bakugu. The universe seemed to conspire against him. Is there a problem, Nejima? Aizawa asked from the podium. Izuku smiled brightly as he inched to his desk. No. The class was curious about him. How had he gotten the highest score in their class and still acted so pure? Tiki, Bakugu said as Izuku slid into his seat behind him. With a breath of relief, he realized that for now, Bakugu didn't recognize him yet. So, Aizawa started his lecture. Introduce yourself to the class, please. With that, he summoned a sleeping bag out of nowhere and curled up with his back facing the class. The students stared in shock, wondering what had just happened. Their teacher had fallen asleep? Sure enough, small rises and falls indicated that he was taking a brief nap. Ida stood up and announced that they must do what their teacher had ordered. Starting from the French student in seat number 1, every student would have to go to the podium, careful of the sleeping teacher, and introduce themselves. Mon ami, Aoyama declared, I am Yuga Aoyama. My quirk is navel laser. I can shoot lasers from my navel. But my stomach hurts if I do it too much. Next, Aizawa said from where he was lying on the floor. The class stared at the yellow blob again. Mina Ishido was up next. I'm Mina Ishido. My quirk is acid. I can produce acid from my body, but I can't make too much or else my body will lose its natural resistance to acid. Someone clamped the purple-haired kid's mouth before he could say anything. Izuku didn't know what that tiny guy's deal was. Next. I'm Tsuyu Azui. My quirk is frog. I can basically do anything a frog can do. Next. Tenya Ida is here. Ida declared, making his arm choppy movements. My quirk is engine. It can. Next, Aizawa said, and the class, minus Izuku, stared at him. Izuku was half daydreaming, noting everyone's quirks for further study but not really paying attention. Uraraka Achiko. Uraraka said with a cheery smile, her bob cut waving as she bounced up to the podium. My quirk is anti-gravity. It can. Next, Aizawa said, and this time the class burst into uproar. Let them finish, a spiky red-haired kid roared. It's not manly to stop someone's introduction. What? Some students screamed. And she's cute, the purple-haired kid chimed in. Izuku recognized that type. They were the odd ones. Next, Aizawa said before mumbling something along the lines of, the names themselves are self-explanatory. Mashireo Ojiro, a boy with a thick tail said, my quirk is tail. Next, Denki Kaminari, a yellow-haired kid said as he started to introduce his quirk. Next, your name explains everything. I'm Eijiro Kirishima, the red-haired boy from earlier said, I respect manly people, and my quirk is hardening. Someone clamped the purple-haired kid's mouth before he could say anything weird. Next, silence fell as a small boy with a triangle head stood there, petrified and scared of talking. Izuku understood that feeling. Sigh next. Rikido Sato. An older-looking kid said, my quirk is sugar rush. Next, please keep this moving. I don't have enough coffee to keep talking this much. My throat hurts. Izuku stared at his new teacher, wondering how the man at the cafe and the teacher were so different. I'm Mizo Shoji, the octopus kid said, my quirk is dupli arms. I'm Kyukajiru, quirk earphone jack. With that, she sat back down in her seat. I like that problem child, good at following instructions, Aizawa muttered. That I'm Hantasiro, quirk tape, I'm into girls like. Next. Fumikage Tokoyami. Quirk dark shadow. Revelry in the darkness. Sit down, child. Shoto Todoroki. Half and half. The class stayed silent, waiting for more of an explanation. Half and half of what? Ida asked. Why? The purple-haired kid muttered. Next. Aizawa said as the sleeping bag rustled. Toru Hagakure. Next, everyone already knows. We can't see you anyway. I'm Katsuki Bakugu. My quirk is explosions. I'm going to become the next number. Next. Bakugu stomped back to his desk, slapping his palms down in frustration. You break it, you buy it, Aizawa said, staring at Bakugu. The whole group stared nervously at their teacher. Next. Aizawa tried again. Bakugu grunted and turned around, shouting in a dazed Izuku's face. Why, you there. You extra. The teacher is asking for you to introduce yourself to use. Me. Izuku said innocently, pointing at himself. The whole class melted with AWS, mentally of course, except for Mineta and Bakugu. Yes you. Okay. Izuku says as he starts walking up to the podium. Aizawa was giving him interested looks, and Izuku pulled years of acting experience into this moment. From now on, he would have to pull himself together. If being a hero failed, Izuku would consider becoming an actor. He starts before pausing to think for a moment. I'm Nijima Aoi. Pleased to meet you. I have an analyzing quirk. What? Bakugu screeched. How did you beat all of US in the entrance exam? Why is your hair white? Someone asks. Izuku freezes. He wonders if Aizawa would stop them, but apparently, the teacher wanted to hear his answers too. My hair is white because... It's white? I just gave it my all during the entrance exam. TC. Bakugu says. Next, Aizawa declares, finally releasing Izuku from his awkward position. His classmates were all looking at him, except for Uraraka, who was giving him a thumbs up. He shot her a grateful smile as he settled back into his desk. I'm Minoru Mineta. My quirk is pop off, and I like to. Next, Aizawa interrupts as Shoji reaches forward and covers Mineta's mouth. Several others had also started to use their quirks before Mineta could say anything. I'm Momo Yayorozu. My quirk is creation, Momo says, still emanating her stern aura. She and Ida were alike, but Izuku liked Momo better. As Momo sat back down in her seat, Aizawa slid out of his sleeping bag and mumbled a thanks. Thank you guys for introducing yourselves. Now get your school uniforms on, we're doing an activity. We already are wearing our school uniforms. I'm sorry, Aizawa says with a tired roll of his eyes. I meant the P ones and then meet me at the school fields. The class shuffled away to their respective changing rooms, and most of the boys promised the 6 girls that they would keep an eye on Mineta, who was currently clinging to Yayorozu. Izuku started moving with the rest of the group when he realized that if he changed with the others, his scars and new injuries from last night's vigilante patrol would be seen. With no choice, and no way to unsuspiciously go use the restroom to change, Izuku waited until all the boys had left the changing room before he quickly changed into his pea clothes and headed toward the field. Because of this delay, he was the last one to show up, and he twiddled his thumbs nervously as the class waited for Aizawa to arrive. The rest of the class was chatting amongst themselves, and Izuku stood alone on the side. Not that he minded, it was better this way. Fewer chances for him to make a mistake. Aizawa soon came outside in his hero clothing and explained what they were doing. You guys are doing a quirk test. We're going to see how good your physical abilities and quirks are, and you will be scored on this. If you get too low, you're going to get expelled. Bakugu, can you come here real quick? The class was in shock as Bakugu stepped forward with a disgruntled look on his face. Throw this ball, please, with your quirk, Aizawa says, handing the spiky teen a tennis ball. With my quirk? Bakugu exclaimed. Yes. But before you do, can you tell us what your score is without your quirk? 67 meters, Bakugu says, and the class applauds. Izuku was dazing out, wondering how he was going to pass the test without a quirk. Or should he just not try at all? Okay, now do it with your quirk, Aizawa says, drawing Izuku back to the activity. Bakugo launches the ball with a small explosion, and Aizawa looks at his phone. 705.2 meters. The class gasps again and applauds the grumpy boy. That's why you guys are such extras, he trails off, seemingly lost in thought. The class slowly did the ball throwing test, and to everyone's surprise except Izuku's, Uraraka got an infinite score. Her quirk was anti-gravity. What did they think? That it would fall back down to earth eventually? Eventually, it was Izuku's turn, and the class parted slowly as he walked forward. Izuku had ordered his P uniform with longer sleeves, claiming he had a bad blood flow and got cold easily. What mattered was that unlike the other students, Izuku had a long sleeve and long breeds uniform. That drew more than enough curious looks from his classmates, but what was worse was when Izuku threw the ball. Everyone was waiting for some sort of scientific miracle, expecting the ball to fly and never fall down. They never expected Izuku to pick up the ball and throw it with his full strength. It flew about 40 meters and everyone stared at the boy, who was blushing like crazy. Did he really have to gamble his future on Aizawa's curiosity? The whole class stared at Izuku in shock as he quickly walked to the back of the group and refused to look at anyone. Aizawa said before introducing the next exercise. In each one, Izuku did about the worst he could without making it look like he wasn't trying at all. On the other hand, Bakugo and some of the kids with more athletic quirks were excelling. Alright, Aizawa says after the last test. Go get changed back into your school uniforms and meet me back in class. I'll have your ranks by then. Izuku waited for all the boys to change before he quickly changed himself. As usual, he was the last one to arrive in class, but this time, Aizawa was already there, and he received a lot of strange looks from his classmates. They were confused about the white-haired boy's presence. Here are the results, Aizawa announced, pulling everyone's attention away from Izuku and back to the board. Izuku stared out into the hallway, feeling a sharp intake of breath from his classmates as they turned to look at him. He already knew he had the lowest score in the class and that he was at risk of being expelled. Despite this, he continued to gaze out the window, finding the class dull. Nejima, Aizawa began. You got the lowest score in the class, Aizawa continued. And I said earlier that the lowest ranked student would get expelled. The class continued to stare at Izuku, who opened his eyes wide in surprise. He had been staring at a computer all morning, and now it hurt to look around. But that was just a joke that I made up. Haha, Aizawa finished awkwardly. The whole class breathed a sigh of relief they didn't know they were holding. Their new friend wouldn't be kicked out. But, Aizawa continued, I was wondering what happened back there. The class turned to Izuku, who was smiling awkwardly. Sir? What do you mean? Izuku asked. Well, you ranked first for the entrance exam, so for you to fail during the activity surprised me. That's all. Well, Izuku said, pausing and looking down at his hands, like I said, my quirk is an analyzing quirk, so. Aizawa sighed, looking at the boy. Please just tell me. We both know that you weren't giving it your all. Izuku looked up, his eyes wide, though mentally he felt narrowed and focused. That's true. Mineta interjected, eager to add his opinion. Sir? Izuku asked, confused. Aizawa sighed again, giving up. Fine. Go to lunch. Yes. I'll just be here sleeping. Bring me coffee? Or I don't actually care as long as you come back after eating. The class nodded and shuffled out one by one. Izuku was the last to leave, and Uraraka was waiting for him outside the classroom. He looked at her in surprise. I thought you were going to eat with your new friends, he started, but she lightly slapped his shoulder. You are my friend, she declared. Plus, I've known you longer and I like you better. Not in that way, of course. Izuku nodded in understanding, appreciating her support. Thanks, he muttered. I was going to eat by myself. Nijima Aoi. Ida's familiar voice shouted down the hall as the two friends headed to the lunch rush cafeteria. The motorized boy screeched to a halt, leaving a slight scratch on the floor. Before continuing, he pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the floor clean. I'm sorry for my earlier behavior during the entrance exam. I spoke too rashly. I don't truly believe that you, with your quirk, couldn't become a hero. I just didn't know any better, Ida explained. Don't worry about it. People told me I couldn't be a hero a lot, Izuku replied with a small smile, finishing Ida's sentence. Would you like to eat lunch with us? Uraraka cut in, breaking the awkward silence. Ida nodded, enthusiastically, giving them a thumbs up. Together, the three of them headed toward the cafeteria. Time skipped to the cafeteria. Wow! Uraraka exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. The UA cafeteria was truly a spectacular sight. There was the pro-hero lunch rush cooking in the kitchen, and a large menu displayed what was being served that day. They have so much food available and it looks so good, and it's so cheap, she said, gesturing from the menu to Izuku and Ida. Izuku almost told her to calm down, but Ida had already decided on his meal and lined up to get it. Not knowing what he wanted yet, Izuku joined Uraraka as they slowly read through the menu items. The variety was overwhelming, and Izuku wasn't even hungry. He just wanted to eat a little so nobody would worry. What are you going to get, Izuku? Uraraka asked, pointing at the list. I'm probably going to get some sort of rice dish. And probably mochi for dessert. I love mochi so much. Izuku paused, his eyes landing on katsudon. He freezes, petrified as he stares at that intimidating word, katsudon. He used to love it so much, but for the past 10 months, he hadn't even tried to eat it. Every time he went to a shop with a plan to buy katsudon, fear would settle deep into his bones, leaving him standing awkwardly at the entrance of a convenience store or restaurant. He couldn't help but be reminded of what had happened with the katsudon. Mrs. always made Izuku lunch for school. Sometimes simple onigiri, sometimes a sandwich, and occasionally a rice dish, but on special days, she would make katsudon. No matter where he tried it, he always decided that Mrs. made the best one. That night, when Izuku had come home late 10 months ago after a long and emotional day, Mrs. had been worried and set on making him katsudon. That was the smell he remembered before the fire overwhelmed his senses. Now, whenever he caught a whiff of katsudon, he couldn't help but shrink back in fear. The smell brought with it memories of the fire and the fear that accompanied it. Uraraka noticed his petrified look and waved her hand in front of his face. He snapped out of his fear for a moment and shot her a grateful look before saying, "I'll have a curry." "But," Uraraka started, "you always said that you liked katsudon." Izuku began, swallowing hard. "I don't really like katsudon anymore. I ate it too much anyway." "Haha." Uraraka nodded in understanding and didn't pressure him further. The two lined up to get their food, but Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was going to happen. He made jokes to relieve his mental stress. Izuku was handed a bowl of curry by Lunch Rush, quickly paid, and dashed away, catching a glimpse of katsudon lined up nicely at the kitchen. Uraraka walked ahead of him, carrying a small rice bowl with eggs and natto, and a big serving of mochi. Izuku smiled at her as they searched the crowd for Ida. They spotted him sitting in a booth, recognizable by his tall blue-haired head. They changed directions to head toward him. It wasn't Izuku's fault that he couldn't see what Ida was eating from this angle. Ida was on his phone, scrolling while chugging orange juice. On the table sat an untouched bowl of katsudon. Memories flooded back to Izuku, and he felt as if his head was underwater. His heart raced, and he could barely hear as Uraraka asked Ida if katsudon was his favorite food, to which he responded with something about beef stew. Both Ida and Uraraka were staring at Izuku, wondering what was going on with him. He felt paralyzed, unable to breathe, and his vision began to darken. The smell of fire and burning katsudon filled his senses. His curry plate slipped from his hands, but Uraraka dashed forward to catch it, using her quirk to keep it afloat until Ida pulled it down and placed it on the table. Both classmates stared at Izuku, trying to figure out what to do. He clutched his head, fighting back tears, his fluffy white hair covering his face and hiding his distress. Uraraka was at his side, desperately guiding him through a breathing exercise. Half the cafeteria was watching, but she focused on Izuku, who felt stuck, as if underwater. His vision darkened further, and he began to fall backward. Uraraka took decisive action, and a loud crack reverberated through the air, silencing the cafeteria. Everyone was watching them, one who had slapped and one who had been slapped. Izuku stood still for a moment before looking up. The shock of her slap brought him back to reality, allowing him to regain his senses and stabilize himself. Once Uraraka saw he had some control, she released her quirk and instructed him to breathe in and out with her. After several long moments, he finally managed to calm down and turned to his friend, thankful for her support. "Thanks," he started, trailing off, "for everything you know?" "No problem," she says. "Sorry for slapping you. Are you okay though?" Izuku nods and pauses before answering, trying to come up with a believable excuse. "Don't worry about slapping me, I'm glad you did it or else I would have fallen." But yeah, it's just my quirk. When I'm analyzing things, sometimes the data from the world overwhelms me, and my brain gets tired and confused. Usually, if there's no one there to help me, I'll just pass out and wake up normal and fine. Plus, I can never tell when they're going to happen since it happens at the weirdest times." "Oh," Uraraka says, "K." He felt proud of himself, that was one of his better lies. "Sorry about that," Izuku says, scratching the back of his head, addressing Ida, who was sitting there with a confused look on his face. Ida was holding down the curry, which kept trying to float back up because of its anti-gravity. Uraraka blushes and apologizes, saying she forgot about the curry. The curry gets its gravity back, and the trio returns to their booth, pretending as if nothing had happened. The students in the cafeteria continued to stare at them, waiting for more drama. Once it was obvious that there was no more drama, they returned to what they were doing before. Small mutterings filled the air as Izuku felt people's sidelong stares directed at him. Ida and Uraraka quickly finished their food while Izuku took maybe 10 small bites before declaring himself full. His friends shared the rest of his meal. It turned out he wasn't hungry at all and couldn't stomach any food. As they walked back to class, he had to use the restroom to throw up whatever he had eaten at lunch. Time skip. After lunch, they returned to class 1A to wait for Aizawa. He had sent his friends ahead of him while he took care of his stomach issues, and to no one's surprise, he was the last one to enter the room. For a moment, the class just stared at Izuku in silence before it broke into an uproar. "Bro, what happened at lunch?" Kirishima, the redhead, shouted. "What unmanly thing did you do to Uraraka that caused her to slap you like that?" Uraraka stood up from her seat, face flushed red, and started to say, "No, it's not like that." Kaminari grabbed her hands and started crying dramatically, saying, "Miss, you can tell us what happened. We'll preserve your honor and defend your dignity." Everyone laughed, and for a moment, the attention shifted away from Izuku and onto the electric boy. Izuku felt slightly dizzy from earlier and swayed lightly on his feet. It was a good thing nobody was paying attention to him, and he managed to slide into his seat without a problem. Unfortunately, his table squeaked. Just as he tried to sit down, making him the center of attention again. "Hey man." Mineta started saying something behind Izuku, but he ignored the great pervert's words. "Do you think you don't have to talk to us? Answer our questions. How superior do you think you are?" Bakogu demanded. Izuku began, and everyone fell silent. "Was passing out during lunch, and Uraraka slapped me to bring me back to my senses." "Huh? Why? What?" "My quirk," Izuku said, lying easily now. "It allows me to analyze things, but sometimes I get overwhelmed and freak out about the smallest things." The class accepted this answer, and everyone turned back to their seats just as Aizawa entered the classroom with a cup of coffee in his hand. "All right, open your books to page." Crusty Lips were furious. "How did we lose one boy? One quirkless boy? How? And where did he go? How did we lose all sight of him? What?" said the staple man. "Doctor." Crusty Lip roared, and a computer that was sitting to the side turned on, connecting to a video call with a doctor who was looking at the camera. "Yes, Shigaraki Tamura? Do you have any leads? It's been 10 months. Surely you would have found something by now?" Shigaraki asked. The doctor chuckled darkly. "Oh yes, quite the leads. Indeed. Izuku Midoriya isn't dead. We've narrowed it down to 2 possibilities. He could be the new Vigilante Akari or he could be the new UA student, Nijima Aoi. Shigaraki let out a small yelp of joy and did a childish pump fist. It's not game over yet. Izuku felt that something was amiss a week later. The deep sense of premonition that lay dormant within him was going crazy. He had learned to trust his instincts since they'd saved him many times during his night patrols as a vigilante. During this past week, Izuku didn't bother to buy the cafeteria lunch. He wasn't hungry and lied to his friends, saying he had a weird eating schedule and ate lunch after school. But occasionally, to keep his friends from worrying, Izuku brought a sandwich to school to eat for lunch. However, on those rare days he ate lunch, he mostly took a bite out of the sandwich and left the rest. Especially after that incident where Izuku almost passed out, Ida hadn't ordered katsudon again. Instead, he returned to ordering beef stew, which turned out to be his favorite food. However, today, after a lunch where everyone but him ate, Izuku started feeling extremely uneasy. Something bad was going to happen. He was on high alert as he entered Class 1A, but someone still managed to jump scare him. Jaya! Izuku shouted as he saw someone standing in the homeroom. Of course, there was someone in the homeroom, but it was who it was and the time that person was there that scared Izuku. Aizawa stood still with a satisfied look on his face. He'd scared every 19 students before Izuku. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku said, "You're here early and without a coffee in your hands?" Aizawa just looked at Izuku, who was rubbing the back of his neck nervously, before rolling his eyes and saying, "Sit down, kid." Izuku shuffled to his seat behind Bakugu. These days, whenever Bakugu saw Izuku, he'd turn the other way and mutter something under his breath. Something about Izuku thinking he was so high and mighty that he thought he was better than the others. Izuku couldn't really hear what the spiky blonde teen was saying. Once Izuku sat down, Aizawa cleared his throat to catch the class's attention. "Before I start, I'd like to wish you luck on your next assignment. I hope you all manage to have peaceful outcomes. Starting today, on top of my teachings, you'll be getting another teacher to help you with your hero training." The door burst open as someone raced into the classroom. "I am here." Entering through a door like a normal person, All Might shouted as he entered the classroom. Aizawa face-bombed, and the number 1 hero looked at the underground hero in confusion. "Were you not done talking? Did I mess you up?" Aizawa shrugged and gave up before exiting the classroom. All Might gave him 2 thumbs up and flashed his famous smile, assuring the tired teacher that the kids would be safe with him. The class stared in shocked silence as they saw the best hero in Japan appear before them. "All Might!" Izuku exclaimed, shooting up in his chair before correcting his expression from disgust to excitement. And then he sat back down just as quickly. All Might stared at Izuku for a moment before saying in a boisterous voice, "You remind me of someone, young man. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Actually, I met a young man a couple of months back. He was around your age. The only thing was that he had green hair and eyes and was shorter than you. His face was rounder too. Do you know that boy? Are you related?" "If you mean Deku, I mean Izuku, then yeah, I can see where you see those similarities from, old man," Bakugu said in a cold voice. "They have that same annoying innocent air around them. I saw it too, but again, you are right in the fact that they look completely different." Izuku tensed up during Bakugu's mini-speech but relaxed when he said they looked completely different. The rest of the class was lost and confused, shocked that Bakugu had spoken up in class. Normally, unless he was called on, Bakugu stayed silent, but here he was speaking without being addressed. Kirishima had tears in his eyes from the manliness. "Do you know that green-haired boy? His name was, what did you say? Izuku?" All Might asked, and Bakugu nodded. "Yes, I suppose so. This boy in this class does not look remotely like Izuku. What happened to Izuku? I thought he would have enrolled here at UA since his quirk." "Old man," Bakugu said with an annoyed look on his face. "Maybe we're talking about different people, but Izuku, didn't have a quirk. He was quirkless. That boy I talked to was quirkless." All Might said shocked. Bakugu nodded, and Izuku just sat there, feeling awkward as others talked about him. "Who's Izuku? What happened to him?" Kaminari asked. Bakugu paused, as if he was wondering if he should explain what had happened in the past. "Wait," Uraraka said softly, and all eyes turned to her. "Did Bakugu perhaps call Izuku, Deku?" Bakugu didn't respond. "Wah," Kirishima said. Everyone who wasn't talking was just there, watching the drama unfold. "Yes," Bakugu sighed. "This kid I knew a while ago, his name was Izuku. No, I called him Deku, he was my childhood friend. We went to the same class, lived in the same neighborhood, but when he was 4 he was diagnosed as quirkless. I bullied him ever since then. All throughout elementary school and middle school." The class was silent as Bakugu glanced up, his eyes slightly misty. "And then a few months ago my mother got a letter from my teacher. We were to attend a funeral." The class gasped, and Izuku could swear that he heard Mineta ask Momo to make him some popcorn. "This kid sitting behind me? Nijima Aoi. He can't be Izuku's cousin." Izuku had no cousins. He was an orphan since the age of 4. He was living in an orphanage that burned down 10 months ago. They could only find a small piece of his arm. That was all that remained. The class stared at Bakugu in silence. Bakugu said, struggling to explain himself. "I don't really have an excuse for what I did. I know it was wrong. But I know that now. Back then, I thought I was doing him a favor by showing him where he belonged." All Might was frozen, wondering if he shouldn't have said those things to the young boy. Izuku leaned back in his chair, almost falling off, on purpose, of course. Everyone looked at him strangely and he laughed awkwardly. "What are you laughing at?" Bakugu asked calmly. "Sorry," Izuku replied sweetly, "I almost fell off my chair. But I also wanted to say something. You want to be a hero, right? But didn't you just confess that you were bullying a kid at your old school? A quirkless kid you thought couldn't become a hero? I was just wondering how I can trust you won't bully me too. In a fight I'd be useless just like that kid. I mean, I've been bullied at my old school too, and I don't want to go through that again at a place where everyone is striving to become a hero. That would seem wrong. Plus, bullying while trying to become a hero would be very unheroic of you. Very un plus ultra." Bakugu stared at the strange white-haired boy who was smiling sweetly yet saying such harsh words. Izuku laughed awkwardly, righting his chair and sitting back down. I'll just shut up now, sorry about that. Why would you know about Izuku? Momo asked. Izuku paused. Well, when I get bored, I make it my job to analyze other people. About 10 months ago, I came across news about Izuku. It was about an orphanage burning down and a few lives lost. I was curious, so I did some searching on him. I found out a lot and tried to analyze that kid. Can you tell us? Mina asked excitedly. Did I say I know more about him than anyone here? I was just kidding, Bakugu knows more. You should ask him, Izuku said, glancing at Bakugu, who had turned away. Bakugu turned back and looked at Izuku. I won't bully you, you have my word. I knew it was wrong back then, but... It's fine. Izuku said, smiling brightly despite his discomfort. I'm used to it, and everyone has their reasons, right? The class stared at Izuku. Nobody should be that okay with being bullied. But then again, Izuku was just the odd kid in their class. Okay. All Might announced loudly, drawing the kids' attention back to him. Now that that's cleared up, I'd like to introduce the activity you guys will be doing. We'll be doing a hero versus villain workout. Izuku sighed as the class was dismissed to change into their P uniforms. His instincts warned him about this activity. What kind of premonition skills did he have? Did he have a secret quirk that could see into the future? Or something like Spider-Man's Spidey sense? Whatever it was, he felt something was off about Bakugu. Izuku watched the grumpy-turned-nice teen walk out of the class and frowned. There was something unsettling about Bakugu's change. Did he really change? No, Izuku knew how stubborn Bakugu was. There was no way he could change that much. Something else must have influenced him, but what? Meanwhile, most of the class was silent in shock as they headed to the locker rooms. Finally, Uraraka broke the silence. Aoi, she said, looking around for the white-haired boy. He was nowhere to be seen, and everyone stopped to look for him. Where did the precious child go? Momo exclaimed. He probably went to use the restroom or something, Uraraka said. Class 1A decided it wasn't too big of a deal and split into two groups, with the boys going to change in their room and the girls in theirs. Once safely inside their side of the locker rooms, Uraraka let out a breath. Can you believe Aoi was bullied at his old school? She asked the other girls. No, Karo, Tsuyu replied. Indeed, I really don't believe it, Momo said sadly, shaking her head. Who would want to hurt such an adorable child like him? Mina and Hagakure agreed, saying someone as sweet and pure shouldn't have been bullied. Jairu changed the fastest and had already left for ground beta. The others quickly followed her. Meanwhile, Izuku waited for everyone to change ahead of him so that no one would notice his scars, deciding it was safe to go in himself. He entered the changing rooms and quickly changed before racing to catch up with everyone else. All Might and the rest of the class were waiting in front of a tall, multi-story building. Izuku was again the last one to arrive, receiving glares from his classmates. Sorry, Izuku thought sarcastically, mentally rolling his eyes. Sorry if I don't want my cover to be blown. Plus, he didn't want to traumatize them with his scars. All right. All Might said as soon as everyone had gathered around him. It's time for me to explain how this exercise is going to work. You'll be split into teams and will face off against each other. There will be a villain team and a hero team, each with 2 players. The villain team will go into this 4-story building, and on the 4th floor, there is a bomb they must protect. Heroes, note that the bomb can be anywhere on the 4th floor. The heroes will stay on the ground floor, and once a 5-minute timer passes, they're allowed to go and capture the villains and disarm the bomb. To capture a villain, heroes will use this tape, and to defeat a hero, villains will also use this tape. Lastly, to defuse the bomb, heroes just need to touch it. Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine as he heard the details of the activity. What worried him was that he had to work with someone else. He was also concerned about getting injured and having to go to Recovery Girl, where his scars might be discovered. He would have to make sure he didn't get hurt. After explaining the instructions, All Might pulled out a holographic disc from his pocket and showed the pairings. Izuku was paired with Uraraka. That was actually the best outcome. He trusted her more than anyone else in the group. Izuku and Uraraka were on the hero team, facing off against Bakugu and Ida, who were the villains. Bakugu was acting strangely nice to Ida, which was unsettling. Oh, and they were the first match too. His gut instincts were warning him about something terrible. All right, what do you want to do? Izuku asked Uraraka after the rest of the class cleared out to watch the match elsewhere. Don't you have a plan? Aren't you the analytical guy? Uraraka asked, arching an eyebrow. Izuku blushed, realizing his oversight. Oh yeah. I do have a plan actually. Do you know how to float yourself? Can you use your quirk on yourself? Uraraka shook her head. No. Alright, I thought as much. So then and what about this? Izuku quickly explained his plan, and Uraraka's eyes widened. Can we do such a thing? She asked. Well, he never said we couldn't, Izuku replied, smiling widely. His plan was for Uraraka to enter the building and lead Bakugu astray. Knowing Bakugu, he'd likely leave Ida to guard the bomb while he chased after Uraraka. The villains would probably choose a room with the least windows, but since this was an office building, every room had at least one window and one entrance, and Ida would probably watch the door. Izuku's role was to race up the neighboring building and launch himself off the roof to the ledge that encircled the 4th floor. From there, he would rely on his arm's strength to maneuver around the building until he found the villains and the bomb. Sneaking through the window would require a lot of stealth, as Ida would likely be on the lookout for heroes. However, they could limit his hearing slightly. If Uraraka caused a commotion, it might distract Bakugu and impair Ida's hearing. Both teams had earpieces after all. If all went well, Izuku would secure the bomb, and they would win. He wondered how his classmates and teacher would react if he launched himself off the neighboring building like that. It was something he would have to find out. Uraraka nodded in understanding, and they prepared themselves. 3, 2, 1, go! All Might shouted, and the match began. Izuku dashed into the neighboring building and raced up the stairs. As he suspected, most of the buildings in ground beta were empty inside. Uraraka raced into the building where the villains were stationed. Based on Izuku's insights, Bakugo would be coming for her soon. She had a limited amount of time to scout the interior. She moved quickly, touching anything that wasn't attached to the walls or floors, ready to use them as traps or deterrents if needed. She could hear Bakugo approaching. The inside of the building was a maze, twisty and turny. Within moments, the explosive boy caught up with her, and she lifted her fists in a fighting position. Earlier, Aoi had asked her if she could fight. She stared at him in disbelief. "Do I know how to fight?" she asked. Aoi hung his head and began to mutter, "Of course, I guess that you wouldn't know how to fight, but I just had to make sure because that would affect the course of actions that would follow depending on your response. So if you don't know how to fight, then I have to find something else for our plan." Uraraka had heard enough of his muttering and placed a reassuring hand on his arm. Aoi looked up, eyes wide, as she tensed her muscles and judo flipped him onto the sidewalk. Aoi lay there breathless, pretending the wind was knocked out of him, while Uraraka looked down at him. "You think that I don't know how to fight? Do you even know what area of the city I come from? My mother makes me take lessons so I can protect myself. Of course I know how to fight. Except I'm not really too good." She let Aoi sit up and he stared at her, calculating something. The vibe around him felt different. He seemed older and harsher, but that was probably just Uraraka's perception. She would be ready for the fight that was coming. Bakugo raced down the 4 stories of stairs, searching for the heroes. Something felt off in his head. He felt like he was underwater but still managed to function. Where were they? He caught a flash of pink and white out of the corner of his eye and headed toward it. It was the girl on Aoi's team, Uraraka. No, Bakugo realized, something was really wrong with him. He'd never call her by her name. Normally, he wouldn't remember and would use a nickname. What was happening to him? The girl was in a fighting position, and Bakugo tried to push his problems away. He would fight her and then deal with the other kid on the hero team. He would show them who was better. His head tightened in pain, and he sighed, still feeling the ache. Class 1A and All Might watched as Uraraka and Aoi split up. Aoi was heading toward the building adjacent to the one they were supposed to enter together. So you said, is it okay for them to do that? All Might sighed, realizing he hadn't said anything against it. I'll have to let it slide for now. Kirishima watched as Bakugo ditched Ida and started his own solo hunt for the hero team. Is it just me, or does Bakubro look like he's in pain? No, you're right, I can totally see that, Kaminari replied. You guys are so stupid, Siro and Mineta said in unison. There's no way a man like Bakugo is in pain. He'll kill you if he hears you say that about him. Kirishima shrugged. Well, you saw how he was acting earlier, he won't kill me or Kaminari. He's so nice now. Yeah, but that can be temporary, Siro said, and Momo shushed the 4 loud boys. Everyone continued watching the screens before they all screamed in unison, I don't. Izuku had managed to run up all 4 stories of stairs and reach the roof. With a click, he pushed the roof door open and prepared to sprint off the rooftop. His classmates noticed him reaching the roof. Momo, recalling the poor boy's earlier words about being bullied, shouted, Don't do it. Her classmates soon realized and screamed at the top of their lungs. By then, Aoi was at the edge, and All Might, fumbling with the mouth speaker earlier, grabbed it. He raised it to his lips and started to say something to Izuku. Izuku was on the edge of the roof when All Might's voice came through his earpiece. He tried his best not to flinch as his ex-idol's voice filled his ears. Shonen, walk away please. Izuku smirked as he eyed the distance between him and the ledge on the next building. With a small roll of his eyes, he walked away from the edge. Don't try anything please, he heard his classmate say. Keep walking away please. He rolled his eyes again, almost grinning wickedly. Keep walking away like this? All right, he said aloud before he started sprinting. With a burst of speed, Izuku launched himself off the roof, doing a small neat flip for fun. After hearing his classmate scream, he laughed and grabbed the ledge of the opposite building. That, he thought satisfyingly before climbing around. Bakugo dashed toward Uraraka, explosions sparking from his hands. Like Aoi had said, he threw a small right hook first. Uraraka didn't question why Aoi knew this sort of thing. It was useful right now. She grabbed Bakugo's fist and flipped him like she did earlier with Aoi before dashing off. She was smaller, but he was faster. It kind of balanced out, and since Uraraka had a head start, she was able to hold off his advances. Hurry up, do what you need to do. I don't know how long I can hold this guy off. Uraraka shouted, glancing back at Bakugo, who was smirking with a villainous look in his eyes. She didn't want to resort to this, but they were currently standing under the trap of floating objects she'd laid earlier. Release. The objects fell toward Bakugo with startling speed, but his amazing reflexes allowed him to blow them all up. He recovered quickly and charged at her, throwing a right hook that was just a feint. An equally fast left hook aimed for Uraraka's stomach, and she struggled to decide what to do. It was against her morals, and she didn't want to hurt him. With a grunt, she dodged narrowly and tapped his fist as it flew past her waist. He immediately started to float. Before he could reach a high height, she released her quirk on him, and he fell back to the ground. She started to dash away, but Bakugo recovered faster than she expected. With minor scrapes on his body and frustration filling his eyes, he stood up and decided to pull out his ultimate move. With a simple click, he released his gauntlet and sent it toward the floating girl. It slammed into a surprised Uraraka with explosive force, sending her flying backward to crash into the wall behind her. Bakugo stared for a moment before moving closer, pulling tape from his pocket. He needed to tie her up to make her out. But before he reached Uraraka, he sank to one knee, then both knees. His head felt like it was splitting apart. Grabbing his head, he squeezed his eyes shut in pain before slumping forward, eyes closed, slowly blacking out. What just happened? Gyro asked cautiously. Did Bakugo just pass out? We'll check on him after the match is over, All Might replied, staring seriously at the screen. For now, I want to see what the others will do. Izuku had circled around the building and managed to find the room that held the bomb and Ida. Straining his arms, he pulled himself high enough to latch onto the window's ledge. As he prepared to slide through the open window, realized something. It had been oddly quiet in the building and through the comms. By now, Uraraka should have started shouting to distract Ida, but there was nothing. Silence. With that silence, Izuku abandoned his plan and slid through the window without a sound. He gently tapped the bomb but then realized he wanted to have fun too, though he guessed that couldn't be helped. With practiced expertise, Izuku stalked toward Ida and knocked him out neatly with a chop to the neck. He placed Ida on the floor and tied him up with tape. The match is over. All Might exclaimed through the comms. The heroes have won. Izuku sighed with relief. What happened to the other two? Ida was here on the floor, tied up, but what happened to Uraraka and Bakugo? He quickly walked down the stairs to the first floor and saw the destruction that had occurred. It looked like someone had completely razed the lobby. The maze-like first floor was blown apart, and droids were scurrying around, trying to repair it with varying degrees of success. The wall was dented and cracked, bearing a human-like imprint. As Izuku neared, he saw Uraraka lying on the floor, slightly bleeding from her head. Bakugo was also on the floor, curled up in a fetal position. From where Izuku stood, it looked like Bakugo was knocked out too. That was curious since there were only light scratches on his body. Izuku felt proud of Uraraka. She had managed to do so much damage. However, the fact that Bakugo had passed out from that small amount of damage was puzzling. The droids moved quickly, and within moments, they carted the unconscious students away. Izuku followed behind as Ida was recovered and taken down from the upper floors. Cementos appeared out of nowhere and started to fix the building. Unlike the earlier droids, Cementos was effective. The road outside was undamaged, and Izuku managed to make it out safely, walking around aimlessly before he heard All Might's voice in his ear. "Young man," the voice boomed. "The next match will be beginning soon, and I would like you to please exit and head to Recovery Girl's office." "I'm not injured," Izuku muttered as he walked out of Ground Beta and toward the nurse's office as directed. "But I'd like to know what happened to the other two." As Izuku leaves Ground Beta, he realizes that this means he won't be able to watch the others fight. It's frustrating since he wanted to observe their weaknesses in case he ever needed to defend himself. Izuku slammed open the door, causing his three classmates to flinch in surprise. He quickly noted that Recovery Girl was more effective at her job than he had expected. Closing the door gently behind him, he felt a sharp tap on his knee from her cane. Reflexively, he flinched without feeling any pain and bowed in apology. "I'm sorry everyone. I was in a rush to check on you, and I thought you were still resting," he mumbled, bowing repeatedly. While half of Izuku's mind was rambling, the other half focused on scanning the room. He might need to return later and wanted to identify potential escape routes. The room had a window next to the two beds where Bakugo and Uraraka were placed. Ida, however, was on the floor in the stretcher the droids had brought him in on, apparently not as injured as Izuku had thought. He almost laughed but managed to maintain his composure. There was a desk and chair with a small cabinet likely full of medications next to the door. Recovery Girl, a short, stout woman with graying hair, wore a serious yet cheerful expression. She was currently glaring at Izuku, prompting him to hurry over to his friend's sides to avoid another whack on the knee. Without looking at Bakugo, he rushed to Uraraka's side. "Are you alright?" he asked. She nodded. "What happened?" he pressed. Ida chimed in, eager to contribute. Uraraka began explaining. "Basically, what happened was that he shot his arm gauntlet towards me, and it hit me, causing me to fly backwards because it exploded." Izuku's interest peaked at the mention of Bakugo's gauntlets. The mechanism was likely simple, designed to store sweat related to Bakugo's quirk, which could lead to different sizes and strengths of explosions based on the amount of sweat. This was valuable information that Uraraka was sharing freely. He glanced at Bakugo, who had been unusually quiet since Izuku entered the room. Uraraka noticed where Izuku was staring and beckoned him closer, whispering, "Bakugo's been acting kind of weird. Earlier, after Recovery Girl healed us, he apologized to me for hurting me, saying he didn't mean it." Izuku was taken aback. There was no way Bakugo would ever do that. He might have become nicer, but for him to apologize was out of character. Recovery Girl, observing Izuku's reaction, turned to him. "You're Nejima Aoi, right? Any injuries?" Izuku shook his head. She sighed. "Do you know Bakugo well? Can you tell me if something is wrong with him?" Izuku hesitated. "I guess he's been acting weird lately. I mean, I don't know him that well, but yeah, I can say he's acting pretty strange." Recovery Girl nodded. "After I treated him and he woke up, I did some tests since he was acting. Well, nice. I've met him before during the entrance exam, and he definitely didn't act like this. In fact, today when he woke up, he thanked me." Izuku was torn between laughter and confusion. What was happening? Should he be concerned about Bakugo's sudden personality shift? "I thought he was on drags or something," Recovery Girl continued. "So I did some tests, and it turns out he's been drugged with a truth serum to force him to reveal truths." Izuku's mind raced. Bakugo, drugged with a truth serum? What could this mean for their future interactions? Yes, the Ovi. As far as we know, the doctor had known Izuku when he was about. Poor little Izuku was all like, "Everyone's my friend." And Bakugo was his friend. So they thought, if anyone's going to know if Nejima always really Izuku Midoriya, it would be his best friend, right? So it was Bakugo. They sent Himiko Toga with some random UA student's blood, and they drugged Bakugo. The drag was a truth serum, revealing the truth and causing side effects like naivety. Basically, it turned Bakugo into a version of Izuku. Himiko Toga was there to drag Bakugo and put a microphone on him to hear whatever he said. They were indeed surprised by what Bakugo did, and they realized their plan had failed, which meant the USJ arc was about to start. After all, what better way to find out about someone's secret identity than attacking their school? Izuku's POV, Bakugo was drugged by someone random? Who deserved an award for making him so nice? Using Ida's fancy language, whom did this to thy? What was going on? Izuku slowly sank onto the floor next to the unconscious Ida since you can't really heal someone who was knocked out. What was going? Oh, he hated it when his gut was right. Thanks, Recovery Girl said awkwardly, tapping her cane on the floor. I'm going to keep him quarantined in here until the drag wears off and we can assess the damage. Izuku was still sitting on the floor, and when he looked at Bakugo again, he felt sick. Bakugo was just smiling widely, and it looked so strange. He quickly stood up straight and managed to say to Recovery Girl, thanks, ha, yeah. It'll be smart to keep him here to make sure nothing's wrong with him. Ha, he's so nice that it's scary. Haha. Normally, Izuku would be thrilled about a nice Bakugo, but the circumstances were different and he felt grossed out. He glanced over at Uraraka, who was mostly healed. The moment their eyes met, they both narrowed their eyes in agreement, and Uraraka quickly stood up. I have to go somewhere after today's class. You know my parents wanted me to come home for something, she said awkwardly, and Izuku nodded vigorously. Yeah, me too. I mean no, I just have to go home. My friend needs me, I think? Haha. Recovery Girl stared at them as they awkwardly scratched the backs of their necks and then finally sighed. I would want to go too, but I have to wait for the blue-haired one to wake up. So go ahead and save yourselves. Izuku managed to pass by her without getting whacked on the knees with her cane, which he considered a win. However, Uraraka got a grip on his arm and force-fed him a couple of chocolate bars and handed him an energy bar. They did what they could to survive. After leaving the strange room with Bakugo and the nurse, the pair sprinted as far away as they could without leaving the school. Once they were a couple of hallways away, they realized they had forgotten something. Uraraka started, and Izuku's eyes widened as he screeched to a stop. We forgot Ida. Izuku exclaimed. He'll be fine, right? Uraraka said, and they chuckled nervously. Yeah, he'll totally be fine. He's a big boy. He can handle himself. Haha. The two said nervously before continuing towards their classroom and safety. Right? Time skip. As strange as it was to see Bakugo being all nice and friendly, that wasn't one of Izuku's priorities. It was 10 p.m. at night, and he was having another sleepless night. Izuku was worried about something very important to him. Earlier that day, he tried to visit Yuki at the metro station, but the fanfiction writing girl was nowhere to be found. Based on her coworkers, she'd never even appeared at work that day. It was odd. Yuki, who never missed a day to work on free Wi-Fi at her job at the metro, was missing? In Akari's line of work, Yuki was his source of information and gossip about the town and villains. Whatever illegal activity was going to occur that night usually circulated until it reached Yuki's ears and, therefore, Akari's. Seriously, what was going on today? Nothing felt normal. Gut instincts are the worst. They're almost always right and just laugh at your misfortune. Akari exited the apartment as stealthily as he could, realizing he would be going into his nightly patrols without any knowledge of what was happening. Time skip because I'm trying to get to the part where USJ begins. It's the next day at the school. Again, Izuku was eating in the cafeteria when he got another strong gut feeling that something was going to happen. What was it this time? And why was it always at the cafeteria? As Izuku had been eating, the alarm went off overhead. There was a loud, roaring, beeping sound as Nezu's small principal voice crackled overhead. Hello students of UA. How's your day going? Good? Well, now it's not going to be so good. Please listen carefully. UA's security has been breached. Please evacuate as instructed. This may be a villain attack, and you may be in danger. So like I said, please evacuate in an orderly manner and enjoy your not-so-good day. The students, frozen in shock, broke out screaming, and everyone started dashing to the one exit hall from the cafeteria that led to the rest of the school. Izuku listened to the snarky speech, wondering if he should break out into laughter. That would be weird though. Ida had disappeared from the lunch booth along with Uraraka, and Izuku spotted them evacuating like the others. With a sigh, he pulled on his "I'm panicking" act and started toward the only exit in a frenzied manner. If UA had that much money, why didn't they just build another exit? As he entered the wall of students, Izuku was immediately swallowed up by the crowd, squished against the wall. Neat and orderly, huh? He twisted his head around, trying not to get crushed, and saw a flash of dual-colored hair. That hair belonged to Shoto, the quiet kid in their class. His favorite saying was, "Are you so-and-so's love child?" But then that flash disappeared, and Izuku next saw Kirishima's spiky red hair. The other quirky kid in their class often shouted, "I'm so manly." That flash vanished, replaced by Tokoyami's bird-like silhouette. "Revelry in the dark," was his catchphrase. Izuku could see many of his classmates as he moved his head to avoid being squished. They were all unique in their own ways. At that moment, the most responsible and normal one, who was also a bit odd, had become a walking exit sign. Somehow, Ida had managed to float himself, probably with Uraraka's help, and was yelling in front of the exit sign with his animated gestures. The crowd of students was starting to evacuate in a more orderly way. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as the pressure from being squished against the window lessened. That is until he realized something. From where he was standing, he could see the damage to UA's barrier. There was a completely disintegrated wall, and a mob of reporters was gathered outside. Izuku squinted, trying to read their signs. They seemed to say, "All might." But what really caught his attention was the odd way the barrier was damaged. It felt familiar. It reminded him of the vigilante he had encountered the night before, Akari. What was that guy's name? Cigarette? No, it was Shigaraki Tamir. Yes, that strange guy he met during his patrol last night. As he recalled the name, Izuku felt a sense of unease. Like usual, Izuku was going to spend the night patrolling his corner of the city. Except tonight felt different. The vibe of the city was off. Everything was too silent. There were no villains lurking about, no calls for help, no sirens in the distance. It seemed that Akari was a bit too good at his job, cleaning the streets of crime. But that didn't make sense. In the past, no matter how many villains Akari caught, there were always more to replace them. It was like Hydras, take one out, and two more would take its place. So why was it so quiet tonight? Izuku hopped off the small house he was perched on and wandered the empty streets. No one was out and about, no cars zooming past. What was going on? Of all days, Yuki decided not to show up at work tonight? What illegal gathering could be taking place? This was infuriating, frustrating, and demoralizing, but at the same time, it was kind of fun. It was a true mystery. As Izuku continued searching for any signs of trouble, he turned into a darker alley and saw a large white van parked there. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad to see someone out and about. Sometimes, when it got really late, it felt like he was the last person alive, and that was depressing. The white van looked innocent, so he decided to perch on its roof for a break. But the moment he landed, the metal beneath his feet began to disintegrate. He watched in shock as a pale hand pressed against the roof, grunting in frustration as it continued to slap the metal. More and more of the roof crumbled away until a large hole was visible. From there, a man appeared. With gloves on his hands, the pale-haired man approached. He had a hand covering his face, which seemed a bit odd. Izuku relaxed on his side of the roof, thinking he could share his resting spot. However, the man soon pulled himself out of the hole he'd created and seated himself a couple of paces away from Izuku. Uncomfortable with facing his back to someone, Izuku turned around, and the two stared at each other. Hey, Izuku said, his voice wobbling even with the voice changer on. Fancy meeting you here? Come here often? Haha. You could say that, the man replied, his voice low and gravelly. I mean, it is my car. They both awkwardly laughed, and Izuku noticed how chapped the guy's lips were, though it was hard to see in the dark. You're Akari, right? The man asked, and Izuku nodded. Yeah, I am. Who are you? I'm Shigaraki. Shigaraki Tamura. Izuku nodded, immediately forgetting the name as he was only being polite. He was too busy coming up with nicknames for the guy, finding it amusing. Susu. Mr. Hand FTSH, as Izuku had dubbed him, continued. I heard from someone that you know a Midoriya Izuku or perhaps a Nijima Aoi? Izuku froze. Oh, never heard of that. What is it? Not a what, Shigaraki said. I heard from our mutual friend that you know Nijima Aoi, right? Or else how do you get your information on where all the villains are? Shigaraki was right. Izuku always asked Yuki for information on the villains, claiming he was helping their mutual friend Akari. What did you do to her? Izuku snapped, starting to get agitated. Tamura's POV. Yuki. That girl from earlier. The one he tracked down with the help of Jiren. She was useful, Tamura said slowly. She told me a lot of things that I wanted to know. Very useful. She told me that you knew Nijima Aoi because he was the one who told you the information about villains that he got from her. What did you do to her? Is she alive? Akari asked. Alive? Of course. Yeah, why wouldn't she be alive? Tamura replied, cackling. Okay, Akari said. What does this have to do with me knowing this Midoriya Izuku person? Oh, well, Nijima Aoi is Izuku Midoriya, am I wrong? Akari started coughing, and Tamura side-eyed him. Sorry, the vigilante said. I choked on air. A very realistic thing to do. Izuku's POV. This villain that had appeared before Izuku probably killed Yuki. You're not a bad villain, actually, Izuku said casually. You haven't attacked me yet, so at least you have manners. The other guy stiffened. Villain? I mean, you're not wrong, and I did kill Yuki, but come on. Villain? I'm just trying to change the world for the better. And of course, I have manners. I need you if I am to get Izuku. I mean what? You heard nothing. Izuku wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. If that's all, I have to go back on my patrol, he said, standing up. Yeah, I mean wait. If you ever see this Nijima Aoi person again, tell him that we know he's Midoriya Izuku, even if we can't prove it, and that we're looking for him. Izuku nodded, totally not planning to do that, and waved goodbye to the villain. What a respectful villain. Better than certain other villains he had encountered. The villain was probably either the leader of a large group controlling the streets tonight, or Izuku was really good at his job as a hero. Either way, that villain clearly needed something from him. Izuku just couldn't see what it was. Yuki, why did they have to kill you? Now Izuku had to find another informant. Ugh. Yuki, why did you die? Can't you see that I'm actually sad over here? It was tough that Izuku couldn't even grieve like a normal person anymore, having reached a point of cold-heartedness due to too many losses. He left the villain feeling a moment of mutual understanding, realizing that both had learned a little more and a little less. Izuku realized, that guy Shigaraki Tamura, he's the one who did this. The damage looked the exact same. Okay, well, truce over. Not that we had a truce in the first place. You think I wouldn't recognize you? Shigaraki Tamura. I would never forget you. Izuku sighed. He couldn't really do anything about it right now, could he? There was just no way he could go up to Nezu and the rest of the teachers and say, hey, I saw this villain. I didn't see the villain, but I saw his attack, and I only know what it looks like because I've seen it before, which is totally normal. Nope. Nezu would probably break into his horrific laughter and sip his tea as he cackled. And nothing would happen, and Izuku would be thrown under some sort of suspicion. As Izuku stared out the window of that fateful cafeteria hall, he wondered what was going to happen next and what he should do. Time skipped to tomorrow morning. Izuku was the first in his class. Yes, everyone was always surprised when they saw him in the classroom before anyone else. He was notoriously known among his classmates for being a cinnamon roll but being the last one to arrive for everything, except for arriving at class in the morning. As class 1A filed in one by one, Izuku calmly stared around blankly. If he had a window seat, he would be that one anime character who looked out the window for the entire class. However, being near the wall, he could only calmly stare at it. It was throwing off his "don't talk to me" vibe. Except Izuku knew he couldn't be like that. He had to increase drama and effects. So, whenever someone looked at him, he made sure to smile like they were the center of his world. Eventually, Ida arrived, and it started to get loud as he did his arm chop thing and formal speech. Aizawa was the last to show up. Unlike the rest of the class, the teacher entered with style. Like a boss, he inchwormed into the class still in a yellow sleeping bag. All right, the sleepy teacher said as he slipped out of the bag. We're doing something different today. Are we? Learning English? Kaminari asked in a horrified voice. It was true, the last time Aizawa had said something about doing something different, the class started learning English. Kaminari was still traumatized from that. No, Aizawa said with a dark smile. Even better, we're going on a field trip. Yes. The class, minus Izuku and Ida, screeched. Let sensei finish. Ida screeched in return. We're going to a field trip to USJ, the unforeseen simulation joint, where you will be disaster training. The class fell silent before some of the kids continued cheering. Kaminari was one of the silent ones, disappointed they weren't going to a water park or something fun. But time skipped to a couple of moments later. After the class has put on their hero costumes, Izuku stood behind Jairu and Kaminari next to Uraraka as Ida hustled his arms around, trying to get them to board the bus properly. Unbeknownst to them, there was actually a proper way to step into the bus. As the class settled into their seats, they started to chat among themselves. Oh hey, Nijaima, Kaminari said, turning in his seat to look back at Izuku. Huh, Izuku replied, quickly pasting on a big smile. Just curious about you. I mean, you're the mysterious kid of our class. Even if you smile like that and make me feel like the center of the universe, which, thanks by the way, I still feel like nobody knows a thing about you. Whenever someone was talking to Izuku, the class oddly stopped everything they were doing and looked over. It was really annoying. Right now, Izuku had a smile plastered on, and it was getting awkward to hold it that long, so he dropped it and, still grinning in a friendly way, started to draft up a lie. I'm sure that you know a lot about me. Haha. Izuku said. It wasn't his best work, but it would do for now. Really? Tsuyu said, I feel like I know nothing about you. Not even your favorite color. Karo. Huh? What do you mean? I'm sure you know about me, and even if you don't, you will eventually, right? So what's the big deal? Haha. Everyone just stared at him again, and Izuku quickly pretended to fall asleep. Finally, his classmates stopped staring and went back to their own things. Izuku reopened his eyes. As if Uraraka knew he was lying and needed her to move away to not blow his cover, she left her spot next to him and gathered near where Momo and Jairu were sitting. Aren't you going to get sick? He heard Momo ask faintly as he focused on the outside scenery. Nah, Uraraka replied, and Izuku finished that sentence mentally for her. I don't get sick that often since I've built up a natural immunity so that I'll only vomit when I use my quirk. Izuku lost interest in the girls' conversation as they turned to talking about the boys in their class and who was the hottest. He could faintly see the USJ building coming into view. It was a large dome-like structure with the letters, obviously, USJ hanging from the ceiling. Within moments, the bus screeched to a stop, and again Ida proceeded to lecture everyone on how to properly get off the bus. Once everyone had exited, the bus immediately drove away, and Aizawa appeared next to them along with a space suit. At first glance, Izuku thought it was just a space suit, but upon closer inspection he recognized the hero, 13. Hello, everyone. 13 says, welcome to USJ, where you will be practicing disaster drills. Izuku understood why USJ had hired 13. The hero was renowned for their bravery in rescuing civilians during disasters. Come with me. I'll show you around. The cheerful hero led the class, and out of the corner of Izuku's eye, he noticed Aizawa trailing behind. 13 pointed out the features outside the USJ building, proudly declaring it the best in Japan for disaster training. After a moment, they entered the large doors of the building, revealing an impressive array of disaster scenarios. There was a large red dome with flickering flames, a blue dome that simulated rain, a water area with a floating boat, and collapsed buildings. To some, it would have been a dream come true. But for this class, the site was overshadowed by a group of villains gathered in the center of the building. Izuku could see about 30 members from the elevated entrance, and just then, someone shouted, wow, this place is so cool. They even have fake villains. Izuku couldn't believe someone had the audacity to shout that. Aizawa, who had been momentarily frozen, blinked and began issuing orders. Those aren't fake villains, they're real. 13, get the kids out of here and call for backup. I'll handle the villains for now. With that, their teacher dashed toward the group of villains. As 13 tried to usher everyone out, a large black mist appeared behind them, blocking their exit. Izuku stood frozen, staring at Shigaraki Tamura, who had a hand covering his face. When he removed it, Izuku could read his lips. Nijaima Aoi, we're here for you. You all look pretty scared. Izuku sighed, taking in the chaos around him. Several classmates were teleported away by the black mist to different parts of the USJ facility. Finally, the mist enveloped Izuku, and before he knew it he was whisked away, hearing someone still going on about the fake villains and the teachers needing an Oscar for their acting. Izuku found himself in the black mist, then suddenly spat out onto a boat. Why couldn't he have been alone? If he were by himself, he could focus on the situation without worrying about others. But fate had placed him on a boat in the middle of a lake with Mineta and Tsuyu. Hey, Izuku said, leaning against the wall, rubbing his hands nervously. How's it going? The other two stared blankly at him. Mineta was clinging to Tsuyu's waist, trying to climb her body, while she calmly picked him off and placed him back on the ground. How's it going? Mineta exclaimed. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, realizing how odd his question sounded. Sorry, he said, blushing, I was just wondering if you had a plan to get out of our situation. Mineta was visibly shaken but still managed to look at Tsuyu with a goofy grin. Tsuyu, on the other hand, was assessing their surroundings, even peeking over the edge of the boat. Well, Tsuyu began, Karo, we're on a boat in the middle of an artificial lake. However, down in the water, there seems to be a group of about 20 villains. It looks like we're stuck. Izuku thought she was right. They were essentially on an island, and the villains were likely waiting for them to panic. However, Izuku remembered that Nezu had provided support gear for situations where they might be fighting quirkless. Using his understanding of physics and water waves, he began to formulate a plan to deal with the villains, and help the whole group escape so that Izuku could assist the others. He was here for the drama, and drama couldn't happen without the people who would make it more dramatic. With that in mind, Izuku began to share his plan with the girl and the boy. Alright you two, Mineta, please get off Tsuyu. Here's my plan. I've calculated our chances of survival, and I can say they're pretty high, about 15% that this will work. I've seen worse percentages, and since this is the only feasible plan I can see, we'll do it my way. Unless you have a better idea? They shook their heads. Anyway, I need to know one thing though. Tsuyu. Call me Tsu. Karo. Tsu, can you tell me how exactly your quirk works? My quirk, the frog girl said, pointing at herself. Izuku nodded, and she paused for a moment. Well, I can jump farther and higher, swim quite well, extend my tongue 20 feet, stick to walls, camouflage myself a little, and secrete a bit of not very toxic poison, Karo Karo. Izuku said before deciding to explain his plan. What, Tsu, can you catch me before I fall? How do I explain this? Okay, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to jump overboard and throw down a grenade that Nezu gifted me. The force from the grenade should be similar to one of All Might's punches, and that should create a whirlpool to SCK in all the villains. The moment the grenade goes off, I want you to jump over with my netta. I mean, you can leave him, but we kind of need him alive, or Aizawa will be upset. Can you hold on to my netta and then, after you jump, grab me too with your tongue? Your jump trajectory will be slightly off because of my weight, so make sure you get all the power you can before you jump. Does that sound okay? Tsuyu and Mineta stared at him as if they had seen some sort of genius. Eventually, they both nodded, and without another moment to spare, Izuku launched himself with a smile towards Tsuyu and Mineta. Don't worry, he promised as he fell and prepared to throw the grenade, which was sizzling in his hands. We're going to get out of here. With that, the white-haired boy, who sometimes seemed to have dual personalities, turned and threw the grenade with all his strength into the lake. The villains, who were just relaxing below, burst out laughing as they treaded the water. They actually tried to retaliate. This kid threw a bomb, but his aim was terrible. The grenade landed in the water and immediately exploded. The villains continued cackling until one of the smarter ones realized what would happen. Everyone get out of the water, it's going to whirlpool. The first part of the plan took only a couple of seconds to execute, and Izuku smirked as he too started to fall toward the water's surface. At that moment he felt a strong, rope-like substance wrap around his waist. It was Tsuyu's tongue, and she had leaped as Izuku had instructed. Now all three of them were flying through the air towards the far shore. Mineta, feeling a bit useless, decided to make two mature choices, not feel up Tsuyu, and come up with a plan to short-circuit the engines so that the ship wouldn't be able to move and would blow up. He also decided to toss the rest of his hairballs into the water so that if the ship did explode, the villains would be caught in the debris. All in all, the plan was executed to perfection, and Izuku couldn't have asked for a better team at that moment. Still, he had to prepare for the landing that was coming up soon. The two heroes in training, along with one underage vigilante, managed to land on the rocky banks of the lake zone and decided to lay there unmoving for a moment. Well, the two heroes in training did. By some miraculous feat of athletic flexibility, Izuku had somehow landed lightly on his feet. No, it wasn't a miracle. Training led to that, and Akari's experiences helped a bit. Izuku was up and ready to go and fight within moments. However, from his angle on the bank, Izuku could not see anything at all. After a while, Tsuyu and Mineta came to their senses and were able to move. Izuku gestured to them and started to lead them up the bank towards the water fountain center of the USJ area, where he had last seen Tamura standing and mouthing some strange messages to him. But when he crested the hill and covered the rest of the distance to the water fountain, he was not at all prepared for the sight in front of him. Aizawa had leaped down without thinking, and years of training had kicked in. Just seconds ago, Aizawa had ordered 13 to evacuate his students from this place. And then he jumped down to face off against the group of villains. Although Aizawa was typically an underground hero who avoided large confrontations, he was well accustomed to one-on-one battles against overwhelming odds. However, he was particularly concerned about two villains who seemed especially dangerous. While most of the group appeared weak, these two stood out as likely masterminds behind the chaos. One was a man with hands on his face, who had just removed one of the coverings. The other was a strange, misty figure that had appeared out of nowhere. Aizawa had witnessed this figure emerge from a black mist when he first entered the USJ building, suggesting it was some kind of teleportation quirk. When Aizawa blinked, just 2 seconds later, the mist was gone. Turning around, he saw the villain blocking his students from escaping and sending them to different areas of the building. This was trouble. What was it with this year? And what was up with Nijima Aoi? That kid was just standing around, looking bored as the mist enveloped him, even smiling. Aizawa finally reached the mob of villains and fought without much thought. He wondered where the mist had sent his students. It seemed random, and he questioned their purpose for being there. As he finished off the last villain, he turned to the man with the hands on his face, who laughed and said, "Eraserhead, you're so cool. You're so cool." Aizawa almost rolled his eyes but managed to hold back. Do you know where All Might is?" the villain asked. "He was supposed to be here with you guys." Aizawa frowned, trying to catch up with the situation. How did the villain know that All Might would be training his students today? Could it be related to the recent security breach? "Eraserhead, you're so cool. Tell me, do you think I can kill All Might?" Aizawa shrugged and finally decided to respond. "I mean, I guess you can try. I don't really know though. How good are you?" The villain giggled, and Aizawa sighed. "Look, you can dream about killing All Might all you want. I don't care. Just don't hurt my students. I haven't finished teaching them yet." The villain repeated himself for the 4th time, "Eraserhead, you're so cool." With that, the villain launched himself at Aizawa, slipping the hand back on his face. Aizawa prepared himself, straining to keep his eyes open to neutralize the other's quirk. His eyes were already stinging from earlier fights, but this time he focused. The villain threw a quick combination of punches as he fell toward Aizawa, who blocked them and sent out his capture weapon randomly. It usually worked on normal villains, but Aizawa realized this wasn't a typical opponent. The villain smirked and grabbed Aizawa's scarf, pulling him in a comical, almost anime-like manner. Aizawa found himself yanked and tangled in his own scarf. The villain then slammed Aizawa's face into the ground. He felt a sharp pain as blood dribbled down his face, obscuring his vision. This was not good. With his quirk no longer working and the villain's powers activated, Aizawa felt the grip on his elbow start to disintegrate. He hissed in pain as he lost all feeling in his arm. "Aizawa-sensei?" he heard a student's voice say, and his eyes widened. Everything was a blurry red from the blood, and he could barely see the shadow of someone approaching. "Aizawa-sensei?" Don't die on me yet, please. I need you for the finale. Someone was rambling. It had to be that Nejima Aoi boy. What was he doing? How did he get here? What was he planning to do? Don't, Aizawa started, but he was shocked into silence. Meanwhile, Izuku was dealing with a more pressing matter before he could save his teacher's life, his classmates. Let's go back and regroup with our classmates in 13. That way, if we have enough people, we can assist Aizawa-sensei, Tsuyu suggested. Izuku shook his head. Both students turned to the unusual kid standing before them and sighed. What? Mineta exclaimed. Come on, let's regroup with the rest of the class. Safety in numbers, am I right? Izuku nodded. It was indeed safer for them to regroup, but he wanted to confront Tamura about what he was doing there. You guys go ahead, he said aloud. Regroup with the class, and if there are enough people, come help me. I'll go help Aizawa-sensei. He might be in serious trouble. Tsuyu sighed in understanding and grabbed Mineta with one arm, preparing to jump away. Stay safe. I wouldn't want to have to save you too. Did the frog girl who was almost as serious as Ida just make a joke? Izuku nodded as Tsuyu and Mineta escaped toward 13 and the others. Once they were out of sight, Izuku rolled up his sleeves slightly, revealing multiple scars on his forearms. It was time for him to get to work. He walked the rest of the way to the water fountain, and the sight before him surprised him. His teacher, Aizawa, was fighting the villain Shigaraki Tamura. What was shocking was that Aizawa was struggling against the blue-haired man. Despite only meeting the villain once in his vigilante form, Izuku hadn't thought Tamura was that strong. But here was Aizawa, clearly in a difficult situation. Aizawa-sensei? Izuku called out, and both Tamura and Aizawa looked at him. Tamura was pinning Aizawa to the floor, and Izuku could see that his teacher was not in good shape. Aizawa's forehead was bleeding, obscuring his vision and affecting his quirk, which was why, moments later, his elbow began to disintegrate. Aizawa-sensei? Don't die on me yet, please. I need you for the finale. Izuku said, rambling as he glared at Tamura. They exchanged a silent conversation with their. So it was you at the wall. You broke it down, didn't you? Why would you do that? Tamura asked. I wanted to see if All Might was coming. Where is he anyway? I don't even know. You're here for me too, right? That's what Akari told me, that you would come looking for me. Not cool. Oh, you see. Yeah, I know he wants me to come back. But can you let my sensei go? No. I'm a villain. Why would I help you? Plus, what are you going to do? Kick me? Yes. Don't, Aizawa warned, and Izuku sighed. This was going to be a long day. He started showing off some kicks in the air to annoy Tamura, who merely smiled darkly beneath his mask. The two prepared to fight. Aizawa watched with wide eyes as the two determined boys began to clash. Izuku managed to block all of Tamura's attacks, and Tamura blocked all of Izuku's. They both smirked, redoubling their efforts to land a hit. Come on, Tamura taunted in a whiny voice. You got to try harder than that. Then why haven't you landed a hit on me yet? Izuku replied, smiling back. They looked like two deranged fools trying to outdo each other, both on the same level. Or so Tamura thought. Izuku was actually holding back. But once he saw Aizawa in his vulnerable state, Izuku finally decided to give it his all. He unleashed a rapid combo of punches, feinting and hooking at speeds Tamura couldn't dodge. Am I trying enough for you? Izuku asked as he knocked the hand covering Tamura's face away. The blue-haired villain froze, and Izuku landed a strong hit. Aizawa, tied up in his scarf, lay there with a shocked expression. He couldn't see well, which was fortunate for Izuku, who had forgotten that some of his scars were showing. Aoi. Aizawa began, but at that moment, the strange black mist returned. Kurojairi. Tamura said, is he here yet? Yes, young Mistar, Kurojairi replied. He has arrived. Perfect, Tamura grinned, having reattached the hand to his face, looking completely unhinged. Bring out the Nomu to kill All Might. Oh, and Nejima Aoi, we'll be back for you later. He sneered before stepping into Kurojairi's portal. What emerged from the mist was the strangest creature Izuku had ever seen. It resembled a bizarre bird, with a brain-like structure protruding from its head and a beak-like feature. The creature was tall, muscular, and a deep navy color. No wonder Tamura thought it could kill All Might. But Izuku knew how to deal with these things. He'd seen a lot of these before and knew how to defeat them. Just don't ask where he'd encountered them. Things were looking good for the heroes. Izuku's POV. Just a moment ago, Kurojairi and Tamura had left, teleporting away and leaving behind a group of knocked-out villains and one strong-looking Nomu. Not to mention the half-conscious Aizawa and a vigilante disguised as a hero. If Izuku recalled correctly, Kurojairi had mentioned to Tamura that All Might would arrive at USJ soon. Ideally, Izuku wouldn't have to engage the Nomu, but he knew he and Aizawa didn't have the luxury of waiting for the number one hero to save them. No, Izuku had to hold off or defeat the Nomu on his own. The Nomu bore a striking resemblance to All Might, which wasn't surprising considering Tamura's confidence that this creature could take down the hero. Luckily, Izuku had encountered similar creatures before, so he knew how to handle them. The Nomu, which had been idly observing, suddenly advanced toward Izuku and Aizawa, gaining momentum with a loud roar. Initially, Izuku thought it would attack Aizawa, and he was prepared to defend his day's teacher. When the Nomu lunged at him instead, he reacted instinctively, narrowly avoiding a powerful blow. The Nomu was both strong and fast, and unlike his previous encounter with Tamura, Izuku found himself getting hit more often than not. The barrage of fists, reminiscent of All Might's, forced Izuku to focus all his skills to survive. Aizawa, slightly unconscious and with a blurred vision, could only watch helplessly as his student was battered. He was in no condition to help, suffering from a head injury and unable to move. The way the Nomu fought revealed the years of training it had undergone. However, Izuku knew it hadn't trained for years. It was a creation of the villainous doctor, equipped with multiple quirks and skills. With determination, Izuku navigated through the flurry of attacks, searching for an opening. He always carried a knife for self-defense, and he knew he had one chance to strike. With lightning speed, he maneuvered through the Nomu's defenses and plunged the knife into its heart. Why the heart? Izuku had learned from experience that despite being a creation, the Nomu did indeed have a heart that was crucial for its survival. Unlike humans, the Nomu didn't have blood, but it circulated a unique fluid essential for its quirks. Damaging the heart would cause it to lose that fluid, leading to its demise. Izuku quickly calculated the best spot to pierce the Nomu's defenses. He ducked under a punch and moved his knife into the gap between its ribs, feeling it sink into the creature's flesh. He hoped it would be effective. But in that moment, the Nomu retaliated, landing a blow to Izuku's face that sent him flying backward. Hurry, please work. A reddish-brown substance began leaking from the Nomu's chest around the blade, and its movements slowed. It looked momentarily shocked but quickly turned to charge at Izuku again. Just as he prepared for the final blow, someone he despised arrived. The number 1 hero, bursting onto the scene with a loud, "I am here." The blonde hero quickly assessed the situation, and Izuku decided to feign unconsciousness. All Might, seeing that a student was about to be engulfed by the strange creature, quickly leaps into action. He manages to pull back his punches just enough to slowly knock the Nomu back. Despite being injured, the Nomu holds strong. Fortunately for Izuku's secret, All Might cannot see the knife sticking out of the Nomu's chest. However, in its weakened state, the Nomu stands no chance against All Might. After weathering multiple strong punches, it flies out of the USJ building's roof with a loud crash. All Might grabs Izuku, swinging the unconscious boy over his back, and then picks up Aizawa, preparing to leap back to where the other heroes are. While Izuku was fighting the Nomu, Ida had managed to escape from USJ and called the pro teachers for backup. The rest of the teachers were finishing off the remaining villains, and Recovery Girl was treating an injured 13. When All Might arrives with an unconscious Izuku and a barely conscious Aizawa, everyone rushes over to help. "Thanks for the ride here, All Might," Izuku says cheerfully, twisting himself to hop off All Might's shoulder. It was a lucky day for Aizawa, as he was placed on the floor just in time. All Might and the other teachers are shocked to see Izuku moving around. "Weren't you just unconscious from a head wound?" one of the teachers asks. "I was." Izuku replies, a confused expression on his face. "I was unconscious?" "Yes, young man. You were just unconscious," All Might explains. "You probably fought the Nomu and got hit in the face, which is why you were out. How are you moving right now?" "I was just chilling there, waiting for a ride back. I didn't really want to walk," Izuku says, smiling widely despite the clear imprint of a hit mark on his face. "Really? How did you do it? You're quirkless, aren't you?" Nezu asks, intrigued. "Of course not, I feel pain on a normal basis," Izuku responds. Why? Midnight starts, but Izuku realizes he needs to stop being dramatic. With a well-timed blush, he fluffs his hair and says, "Well, it's probably adrenaline. I'll feel the pain later." "Then come with me," Recovery Girl insists. "You should get a checkup." "Nope," Izuku exclaims, turning to walk towards his classmates. "I'm totally okay. I don't like doctors or nurses." Bakugo and Shoto appear to be the most unharmed besides Izuku. Nezu watches as Izuku leaves the teacher's conversation, curiosity piqued about who Nejima Aoi really is. Meanwhile, a blue-haired man with a hand over his face steps out of an inky portal. "You were right, Doc," he says. "Right about what?" the short, stubby man in a lab coat asks, turning to face the camera on his device. "Nejima Aoi is Midoriya Izuku," the blue-haired man replies. "Oh," the doctor says, intrigued. "And how would you know? Why would you agree with me now?" "He knew who I was and that I disintegrated the wall. He knew about my quirk and was aware I was coming. If you think about it, they look really similar, just one skinnier and without the freckles. As much as I'd like to say I'm right, I don't want to randomly kidnap someone again. I need 100% proof," the doctor states. "Fine," the blue-haired man shouts. "I'll find real proof next time that he is indeed Izuku Midoriya. Just you wait. Please bring me that proof." "I need that kid back," the doctor replies. Back at you, Nezu is curious about this intriguing student. Like any principal, he decides to look into Aoi's background online. It appears that Aoi's parents live in America but travel frequently, making it difficult to find concrete proof about his past. His quirk matched his appearance, height, weight, everything was immaculate, but the principal couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about his student. The student seemed oddly comfortable during villain attacks and had a peculiar way of interpreting pain. He could hold off a genetically engineered creature even while fighting quirkless, and he exhibited multiple personalities that shifted depending on the situation. It was very curious. Nezu had heard from the barely conscious Aizawa that Aoi displayed a snarky, sarcastic, and witty personality while battling villains. It struck Aizawa as familiar, but in his current state, he couldn't quite place it. Meanwhile, Nezu had also heard from teachers and students that when spoken to, Aoi was quite cheerful, always smiling and engaging in friendly conversation. This duality intrigued Nezu, and he considered calling in Tsukachi for further investigation. The next problem was the villain attack. Nezu's enhanced intelligence indicated that the villains were becoming smarter, and he finally had proof. They had used the media as a distraction to steal evidence related to All Might. They needed intelligence about All Might's schedule at UA to plan an attack. Nezu suspected that while the villains might be acting independently, there could be a mole within the school. Although there wasn't enough evidence to support that theory yet, the situation was certainly interesting. Izuku's POV. He managed to evade the teacher's questions, but he sensed that things were becoming increasingly complicated, a web of lies spun together by Izuku himself. Fragile alone but strong together, he was finally starting to catch some attention. This was going to be entertaining. During the following week after the USJ incident, Izuku felt the weight of many eyes on him. His classmates, teachers, and even the principal seemed to be watching him closely. It was bewildering. He had only saved Aizawa and fought off some villains. It wasn't that significant. Why were they staring? Human interactions and social dynamics were a mystery to Izuku. After the incident where his informant, Yuki, was killed by Shigaraki Tamura, Izuku struggled as Akari. Without crucial information about the villain's movements or plans, he was patrolling and fighting blind. Losing Yuki, who had been a valuable source of intelligence, left him at a disadvantage. To compensate for the lost information, Izuku often found himself scrolling through the dark web on his phone during class. He was checking villain platforms and any suspicious messages they posted. When Izuku was caught researching on his phone during class, his classmates were shocked. Perfectly innocent Izuku doing something against the rules? It was as unbelievable as Ida breaking the rules. Kaminari questioned him about the phone, curious why his parents had bought it. Izuku vaguely replied that he needed it for work, and Kaminari accepted that explanation. The first time he was caught by Present Mike, the English teacher, the class was surprised. Suyu, who had also asked about the phone, was equally taken aback. However, Izuku maintained a calm demeanor and nodded as Present Mike resumed teaching, allowing him to continue his information gathering. Thankfully, he had thought ahead and purchased a privacy screen protector, preventing Mineta from seeing what he was looking at, despite his persistent questions. A week after the USJ incident, Aizawa, who had been recovering, finally made an appearance in Class 1A. The class had been taught by Present Mike during his absence, and the students were surprised to see their sleep-deprived teacher return after lunch. Aizawa, sensei, Izuku exclaimed as soon as he spotted his teacher. You're better? I mean, obviously, or why else would you be standing here? Haha. Just, thanks to you, Aizawa responded, quickly cutting off Izuku as he tried to downplay his actions. No really. Some pro heroes would have hesitated in that situation. But you jumped right in, you seemed comfortable. Izuku laughed awkwardly, feeling the weight of the moment. The rest of the class was already seated, making it a bit awkward since they were having a one-on-one conversation. He quickly shuffled back to his seat, noticing Aizawa's mind worrying. Similar. Aizawa muttered to himself. Very similar. What was that about? Uraraka asked, and Izuku shrugged. Oh, haha, nothing too important. Apparently, I have no regard for my own safety. Haha. Izuku laughed nervously, questioning why he had saved Aizawa instead of letting the grumpy teacher face his fate. It was because he needed more drama, he realized. Aizawa looked around the classroom, clearly exhausted. Alright, since today is my first day back teaching, I'll do something simple. You'll be voting for a class president. Decide by the end of school today. I'll be napping if you need me. So don't. Class 1A watched in stunned silence as their teacher burrowed back into his yellow sleeping bag, returning to his usual state. Wow. Finally, something a normal school would do. Mina, Kaminari, Siro, Mineta, and Kirishima shouted in excitement. Meanwhile, Koda muttered quietly, and here we have Sensei in his natural form. It's very rare, please be careful. This is the caterpillar state. But he fell silent as the others continued their chatter. The class descended into chaos as Mineta struggled to focus, prompting Momo to step up. We should nominate a couple of people and vote on that. Most students agreed with Momo's suggestion. Izuku was distracted, and Mineta was being muffled to keep him from disrupting the class. Alright, let's write down some names on the board. Anyone have any ideas? Momo asked, standing next to the blackboard. Immediately, hands shot into the air. I nominate you, Momo. Kaminari shouted. You can do all the work. Heh. Momo shot him a disapproving look, and Kirishima gave Kaminari a quick lecture about being responsible and doing his own work. Momo wrote her name on the board with a hopeful expression. Well then you choose someone. Kaminari urged Kirishima. Mr. Shark-Teeth nodded vigorously. Yes, I will. I nominate Ida. I can see that, he's already kind of like that, Jairu said, fiddling with her ears and flushing as everyone turned to look at her. I mean no offense. Oh, what about Shoto Todoroki then? Shoji suggested. He was really strong during the incident, right? He defeated the whole group of villains by himself. A murmur of agreement spread through the room. Like Izuku and Bakuk, Shoto was different from the others, making him a unique candidate. That's not a bad choice either, Suyu added, her eyes narrowed in thought. Then she surprised everyone by saying, can I nominate Nejima Aoi? Mineta, who had been struggling to speak with Shoji's hand covering his mouth, nodded vigorously. The class looked shocked at the nomination. Nejima Aoi for class president? That's what I was trying to say. We were with him during the USJ festival. I know how great he is. Mineta exclaimed, trailing off as he mumbled, I don't only say weird things. The class was taken aback by his outburst. Was the great boy actually being rational? The shock was palpable, but they quickly recovered and accepted the nomination, turning their attention to the white-haired candidate. Izuku, however, had been lost in thought during the class and was still trying to piece together everything happening around him. He had already studied the entire high school curriculum and even some college material, so why did he need to pay attention now? He was more focused on uncovering the mysteries of the world outside. Izuku was no longer paying attention in class. Momo, who sat 2 seats behind him, buried her face in her hands, nearly bursting into tears. What had happened to her cinnamon roll? Why had he changed so much? It was overwhelming for the mother of Class 1A. She wasn't the only one feeling this way. After recovering from her shock, Uraraka slammed her hands down on her desk. Alright, I've had enough of this. This is too much. Aoi, look at me. Izuku, who had been lost in his thoughts, finally looked up to find the entire class staring at him with confused, concerned, or frustrated expressions. Uraraka looked pale and drawn with worry. What's going on? He wondered. I don't know what you're doing on your phone. It's probably important. But right now, in this class, we need your opinion and help. Could you at least participate? Look, even Shoto and Bakugu are listening and participating right now. You need to help us, okay? Uraraka pleaded, focusing her attention solely on him. Stunned out of his daze, Izuku felt caught off guard. Before he could respond, more classmates began to speak up, their voices overlapping as they tried to ask what was wrong with him. Yeah. Kirishima chimed in from his desk, agreeing with Uraraka. Why are you so dazed these days? You're not paying attention in class. It's not very manly. I don't know you that well, but I know you aren't like this. Something is wrong. We'll help you with that. But for now, can you help us? Like Uraraka said, can you tell us your opinion? Suyu and even Mineta believe in you and think you're manly enough that they nominated you for class president. The rest of the class nodded in agreement, urging him to pay attention. Izuku sighed and stood up in his chair, causing the room to fall silent. Nominate me for class president? He asked calmly, and people nodded. Fine, he said, and his classmates began to smile cheerfully, but he wasn't finished. Izuku's expression darkened. So you're saying that I need to help you guys with this, right? Give you my permission or whatever? More nods. I'm sorry, I don't have an opinion in this matter. You should probably give up on believing in me like that. You'll only be disappointed. You can decide everything without me, right? So yes, I have no opinion on this matter. Sorry that you had to waste time like that. Good luck. Some classmates were nodding, but then they realized what he had said. What? Aizawa, who had briefly awoken from his small nap, watched the drama unfold with a curious expression. Oi, he said sternly, there's no need to go that far. Izuku started but froze up. His teacher's reprimand reminded him of the past, sending him back to a time when he felt hunted. It hurt so much. His throat was dry, and he quickly stuffed his belongings into his bag. I got away from you guys, right? Wait, no, who was I kidding? I would never be free. I'm so sorry. Don't worry about me. I know what'll happen. Just please don't lock me up. Not this time, okay? I still need to protect her. She can have my food. Just let me protect her, okay? I won't do it again. I'm so sorry. Please. His frantic speech worried everyone. Izuku finished packing and headed toward the classroom door, shaking like a leaf. He barely managed to reach the door before turning back to face the class. His back was to the door, and he looked dazed, like someone who didn't want to turn their back on an enemy. With that, Izuku quickly scrambled out of the door. So sorry. Please don't do anything to her, and with that, he was gone. Aoi, Uraraka said softly. What happened to you? Especially after their classmates' outburst, everyone flinched, wondering if Uraraka would also have some sort of emotional breakdown. The atmosphere was tense as they all considered who else might be struggling internally. Aizawa, now fully awake, slid out of his sleeping bag and headed toward the classroom door. Aoi, he called, poking his head out. Izuku had hurriedly left moments before, and when Aizawa looked around he couldn't see the white-haired student anywhere. He re-entered the classroom, surveying his students' stunned expressions. Care to explain what just happened? Izuku sprinted through the corridors of UA, determined to get home without stopping for a bus or taxi. His backpack thumped heavily against his back as he ran, desperate to escape the harsh stares of his classmates. Tears of frustration, anger, and fear welled up in his eyes, but the wind helped him keep them at bay. After 10 months of maintaining control and playing his part perfectly, everything felt like it was falling apart. He needed to get away, to recalibrate. Why did Aizawa have to say what he did? The way he said it brought back painful memories. The suppression, the training, the isolation, the need to protect her. Even though he was free now, those memories haunted him. Izuku felt a deep connection to his pain and fear, and he had always thought it unfair that he had to continue suffering after everything that had happened. Back in the classroom, Aizawa looked at his class, who were all confused. Eventually, their gazes landed on Uraraka. You knew him the longest, right? Can you tell us anything? Kaminari asked hesitantly. Uraraka nodded slowly, unsure of what to say. Yeah, I do. He's a very closed-off person. I rarely see him express any emotion other than joy, but sometimes that joy feels fake, like he's suffering but smiling for us. That outburst was the most emotion I've seen from him. What do you know about him? Aizawa prompted, turning to Uraraka. I met him 10 months ago when he applied for a job at the cafe. That's where you saw us working, right, sensei? We became a little closer and I persuaded him to apply to UA. I don't really remember everything he said at first, but we both applied and got in. But that's what you all know? Tfuyu interjected. We're asking what else you know. Hobbies, favorite color, favorite movie, things that you would know about your friend. If you don't know that, then that's troubling. Uraraka flushed bright red. It's true, I don't know much about Aoi. Until he acted like that, I would have never thought about it. He has a way of making it seem like you know everything you need to know about him, but he's purposely keeping people at a distance. He's hiding something, Bakugo said calmly, his feet on the desk. He seemed the least affected by the earlier outburst. A lot of people snap like that when they're under too much pressure or having a panic attack. Ida, who didn't appreciate Bakugo's tone, narrowed his eyes. And how would you know that? Stay out of my business, Four Eyes, Bakugo snapped. Kaminari teased. Was it because you bullied that Izuku Midoriya kid and he had panic attacks around you? Bakugo stood up, slamming his hands on the table, which began to smolder. Shut up. I was drugged to tell you guys that, and we don't even know why. So shut up. Shoto Todoroki, who had been quiet, coughed awkwardly, drawing everyone's attention. That doesn't mean you didn't bully him, right? Bakugo fell silent. Ida then stepped up for Izuku, saying, let's leave it alone. Bakugo shared his perspective, and we shouldn't keep making fun of someone who isn't here to defend themselves. Throughout this conversation, Aizawa had slumped to the floor in shock. The name Izuku Midoriya was strangely familiar, and when he finally connected the dots, he felt a wave of despair. Did you say Izuku Midoriya was dead? Aizawa asked. Yeah, came the response. Aizawa sank to his knees. I assume it was in that fire that killed his mother? Yeah, how did you know? Mrs. was an undercover pro-hero. Her quirk could immobilize thoughts, but like my quirk, it was all in the eyes. 5 years ago, she lost her eyesight. How? Uraraka asked. She had a gut feeling this had to do with Aoi somehow. 5 years ago, the orphan Izuku Midoriya was fostered by a couple named Aubrey and Tom. They were part of a larger organization. Mrs. was undercover, trying to find the villain headquarters, and she used Izuku as bait. The villain group was attempting to neutralize quirks and find a way to transfer them. So, 5 years ago, Izuku was taken and experimented on for a week. That whole week, he spent in a chair being jabbed by countless needles while we heroes tried to capture the group. It wasn't easy, especially with the doctor there. In the small skirmish that followed our raid, Mrs. lost her eyesight. The boy was recovered, and I thought he was safe and happy. I can't believe he died like that in a fire. Aizawa trailed off, realizing he may have traumatized his students. Hagakure, Koda, Sato, and Mina were all holding each other's arms, trying not to cry. That poor kid, as everyone was saying, was indeed feeling very poor. He had that familiar feeling of not belonging, that something wasn't right, that he was on borrowed time. However, there was nothing Izuku could do about it. Merely shrugging it off, the white-haired boy headed home. Later that night, he went out on his patrols as normal. The next day, Izuku woke up after just 1 hour of sleep following his patrols. He knew today would be taxing and felt stressed already, a bad sign. As he headed toward UA, he realized something. After his outburst yesterday, he wasn't sure if he could face his classmates, especially during their usual chat before class. He was already antisocial, and now he had to go in after making such a scene? So, Izuku decided to arrive late. He knew it would make everyone worry more and pay attention, but he thought he could handle the attention. It was better to receive stares and glares than to have to engage in conversation. Social interactions were always worrisome, as he feared someone would see through his facade. As Izuku walked toward UA, he wasn't hurrying. He had left his apartment later than usual and, at his slow pace, took time to admire the passing buildings and shops. He hoped he would be late. Little did he know he would arrive perfectly on time, just moments after Aizawa. As the tired teacher made his way into class, Izuku was considered early. He should have just stayed home. His classmates stared at both him and the inchworming teacher, who finally stood at the front of the class. Aizawa was tired. He'd spent last night chasing a vigilante around town and wasn't in the mood to stare into his students' souls. He opted to keep his eyes closed and inchworm into the room. He was surprised to see that everyone was present, even Nijiima Aoi. Aizawa respected the boy for showing up after what had happened yesterday. As usual, the problem child was zoning out. Izuku could feel his teacher's eyes on him. He knew everyone was wondering how he managed to show his face. He could practically hear the comments everyone was thinking. So manly, was the loudest thought, likely belted out in Kirishima's mind. Izuku slid into his seat just before Aizawa opened his eyes, managing to pass the class without speaking to anyone. The whole day passed in a blur. Izuku stuck to his plan. No talking, no eye contact, and he tried to give off a stronger version of his usual, don't talk to me vibe. As soon as the bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, Izuku was ready to race out of there. However, Aizawa still had some big news to share with Class 1A. I know that class is ending soon, Aizawa started. Most of his students were paying attention, but he knew some weren't. But there is something I need to tell you. UA has a sports festival yearly, and this year, Nezu decided that the sports festival would still happen. So in a week you guys will be participating in the sports festival too. Good luck with your training. Any questions? Sir, is it safe to do something like this, especially right after the villain attack? Is it safe for us? Shoji asked. Aizawa nodded. It's not like we want to do it per se. It's sort of like we have to do it. Everyone's nervous after the villain attack, and this is our way of telling the civilians and the villains that we aren't phased. That we are still UA and all that great stuff. Any other questions? Satisfied, Shoji lowered his hands, and Kaminari asked the next question. I've seen the UA Sports Festival before on TV, but is this year going to be different? Can you tell us what activities we are going to do so we can prepare? No. Nobody else seemed to have any other questions, so Aizawa went back into his sleeping bag. Wrapped up in his yellow bag, he turned to face the wall and said one last thing. Don't leave the classroom just yet. Just chill out until the bell rings, and then you guys can leave. And don't bother me. Don't blow up the class, please. Good night. With that, Izuku's teacher fell asleep, and all the students immediately started chattering about the upcoming sports festival. Uraraka was side-eyeing Izuku. The entire day, Izuku could feel her gaze on him like she wanted to say something but couldn't summon the courage to approach him. During lunch, Ida tried to approach him, but Uraraka held him back. He would have to explain some things to her soon. She was one of his only friends at this school after all. Izuku managed to avoid all conversations with his classmates, and within moments, the bell rang. Bakugu, wanting to leave and being as antisocial as Izuku, was the first to make a beeline for the door and slam it open. Only the exit was blocked. On the other side of the door was a horde of students. A lilac-haired boy started monologuing about his declaration of war. Izuku heard about half of what the lilac-haired kid said before he got impatient and frustrated and decided to leave through one of the classroom windows. His classroom was on the second or third floor, and he managed to land on a tree branch he was aiming for before slowly climbing down. Without looking back at his classroom, Izuku left the campus and started heading back to his apartment building. Uraraka's POV. Bakugu had tried to leave after the bell rang, but he was met by a horde of students. Uraraka could identify none of her fellow students. Within moments of shocked silence, the lilac-haired boy started talking about how he would show the hero course how privileged they were. He began sharing his personal experiences. However, halfway through his speech, he stopped talking, his jaw unhinged in shock, along with every other student in that horde blocking Class 1A's exit. They were staring straight behind them, and when Uraraka and the rest of Class 1A looked back, they too were shocked. The window was slightly open, and from there, their white-haired classmate was throwing himself onto a tree branch. Aoi took a moment to collect himself, calmly standing on that tree branch before climbing back down. Everyone rushed to the windows to watch as Aoi left the campus without looking back. Izuku's POV. For the next week, the students ignored Izuku. Not that he minded. They kept their distance and didn't talk to him too much if they didn't have to. He liked the quiet. It was better than noise, especially loud ones. Ever since his outburst and escape through the window, his classmates in 1A realized that he was kind of unstable. His personality was always changing, bouncing around, never the same. Sometimes he was the sweetest person to ever exist, and sometimes he was the most violent and angry. But he didn't curse. Sometimes Izuku was the quietest kid around. Whatever it was, the class couldn't deal with all his emotions, so they just left him alone. Well, except for Uraraka and Ida, who tried to get him to talk to them and eat lunch with him. They were trying to become his friends. Izuku would have been fine with that, but both of them were social and he didn't want to socialize if he didn't have to. So he ended up avoiding his friends by hiding out in the bathroom because, why not? The bathroom understood him about as much as any living human out there understood him. But the bathroom was better. It didn't talk back. Like Izuku said earlier, he liked his silence. Izuku's late-night patrols as a vigilante had left the news, police, and pro-heroes stumped over his identity. Every time Izuku went out to secretly save the people of Tokyo, more heroes began chasing him down. These days he could barely save anyone with heroes on his tail, but he still managed to help as many as he could. Everyone was trying to figure out who he was, what he did, and what he was. But they were so wrong. His voice changer hidden in his mask had thrown everyone off his age by a couple of decades. Most thought he was anywhere from 20 to that was the only thing that amused Izuku these days. He was just so very tired. But today was the UA Sports Festival, and Izuku felt a spark of excitement again. He lived for the drama, after all. Last night, he had gone out on patrol as Akari and returned mildly concerned. Top heroes like Endeavor and Hawks were now after him. A new development, he supposed. He could barely shake them off before going home to prepare for the next day. If they kept this up, it would get harder and harder. He would have to be careful. Izuku exited his apartment and started heading toward school. His backpack was slung over one shoulder. It wasn't his trademark yellow backpack. It was black now. It would have been too easy for Bakugo to learn his identity if it had been yellow. Yesterday, during class, Aizawa had told his problem children to meet in his classroom as usual. So Izuku went through his daily motions. By the time he realized he was sitting in his chair, someone was talking to him. "Oh hey, Uraraka," Izuku said, smiling sweetly at the bob-haired girl. "Hey, Izuku." Uraraka replied cheerfully. Their classmates looked at them curiously. Today they thought, Izuku seemed quite mild. "Hey, Midobro," Kirishima called as he entered the classroom. Izuku shut his eyes in annoyance. Kirishima was the only other student, besides Uraraka and Ida, who tried to talk to him daily. He even came up with the annoying nickname Midobro, which Uraraka thought was adorable. "Hello, Kirishima," Izuku said evenly. It wasn't that he hated Kirishima, he was just too excited for the sports festival and was on the verge of snapping. Just kidding, of course. The rest of the class filed in along with their insomniac teacher, Aizawa. "Sit down, everyone," Aizawa said, and everyone dove for their seats. "All right, no missing seats, perfect attendance. Stand up now, grab your hero costumes, change into them, and then meet me in the field." "The field, sir?" Ujiro asked. "What's that?" "It looks like a stadium. Everyone will be around there. Just follow the crowd or ask someone else," Aizawa replied before leaving. Everyone sighed at their teacher's vague instructions and grabbed their costumes. Izuku knew that his teacher was really tired because Aizawa was trying to capture a vigilante called Akari every night. Izuku grabbed his costume, trying to suppress his excitement while keeping his head down. They hadn't worn their costumes in class yet. So far, they'd only worn their PE clothes for training, and he hadn't seen the others' costumes yet. As usual, Izuku was the last one to exit the changing rooms. His costume was simple, a gray hoodie and baggy jeans. Nobody really knew the purpose of his costume, but it was what it was. And nobody knew how many weapons he could strap onto his body, hidden by all his baggy clothes. Everyone's costumes looked cool, Izuku guessed. Fashion wasn't really his thing, although he was told he was good at it. However, he was just excited for the festival. So excited that he had to keep his head down or risk being discovered. As he headed toward the group, Bakugo spoke up. "Hey idiot, what's up with your costume? Why does it look so normal?" Izuku knew Bakugo wanted to say it looked quirkless, but seeing as Bakugo was trying to keep his promise of being nice in memory of the late Midoriya Izuku, the still very alive Izuku was kind of glad. However, Izuku instinctively looked up the moment someone started talking to him, and that wasn't good. Class 1A was waiting for Aoi again, and there he was, coming out of the changing rooms in a gray hoodie and baggy jeans, the most civilian-type costume they'd seen. "Hey idiot, what's up with your costume? Why does it look so normal?" Bakugo asked, echoing what the rest were wondering. Aoi looked up, and everyone took a step back in fear. His eyes were glowing a radioactive green. Izuku was excited for the upcoming festival, so excited that it wasn't good. Those villain experiments on him made his eyes glow when his emotions got out of control. Not that he knew if being this excited made his eyes glow, but seeing his classmates' reactions, he thought it probably was glowing that strange green. So he blinked and told himself that he wasn't excited for anything. That he would never be excited for anything. Which wasn't a lie because he didn't think he deserved to be happy. Izuku blinked at his classmates, his eyes returning to their usual dullness, a blankness that had settled in after his panic attack a couple of weeks ago. That incident had been triggered by Aizawa's reprimand, which had scared him deeply, echoing the way he used to be scolded. But that was in the past. Izuku tried to suppress his emotions. No fear, no excitement, no joy, believing it would help him stay under the radar. From Class 1A's perspective, Aoi's glowing eyes had startled them, but they quickly returned to normal. Most students dismissed it, thinking it was related to his analyzing quirk. As they approached the stadium, Bakugo interrupted Izuku's thoughts. "You idiot, you still haven't answered my question," he said. "We're curious, you know." Izuku froze mid-step, opening his mouth to respond. "I didn't want to draw unwanted attention to myself." He preferred to hide, feeling out of place among the other students. His voice sounded flat, and Uraraka shot him a concerned look, sensing the lifelessness in his tone. But for now, he decided not to worry about their opinions. Eventually, the class reached the field, gathering in a group on the grassy area where Midnight stood on an elevated stage with a microphone. "Hello everyone," Present Mike shouted, his voice booming despite Midnight's presence. The crowd cheered as Present Mike continued, "Listen up to Midnight." Midnight rolled her eyes and began explaining the event structure. Izuku only tuned in when he heard his name. And Nijima Aoi, ranking first during the entrance exams, shall come up on this stage to speak. Speak? He could feel Class 1A whispering among themselves, doubting his ability to engage the crowd. So, Izuku did what he did best. He put on a mask of happiness. He smiled and walked up to the podium, taking the microphone from Midnight. Standing there, he realized that his fear of being discovered was counterproductive. He needed to do what he did best, lie. With a bright smile, he addressed the crowd. I would like to thank everyone for their support so far and for the trust you've placed in UA. Today is a special day, a festival, and festivals are times of fun. So I believe everyone should enjoy themselves. I promise you that I'll be aiming for first place. After stepping off the podium, Bakugo was called up next, declaring his own ambitions for first place. Class 1A had mixed feelings about Izuku's performance. Earlier, his voice had been devoid of emotion, and his expression had been distant. Uraraka felt a sense of worry for her friend, sensing something was off. She hoped he wouldn't be criticized for his detached demeanor. As Bakugo took the stage for his loud speech, Izuku reflected on his own words, feeling like a hypocrite for promoting happiness. Once the speeches concluded, the first years were ushered into a waiting room. Class 1A turned to Izuku, who had entered last, maintaining a smile, albeit not constantly, as it might seem unsettling. The other first years were surprised to see the boy who had previously jumped out of a window. But when they looked at him, they felt a chill as his cheerful facade slipped back to an emotionless expression, somehow deeper than before. Except, well, he was still smiling occasionally at his fellow classmates. As he felt happy, the air around him started to become stifling. It felt dead. Nobody knew what to say, so everyone let the white-haired boy move to a corner in the back of the room, where he lowered his head and let his hair cover his face. Everyone was silent until they noticed he wasn't really looking at them anymore, and then they returned to their conversations. All right, we are ready, listeners. Present Mike announced, and all the first years rushed out to see the first stage. It was an obstacle course around the entire stadium. From where they were standing, they couldn't see much except a track, and everyone thought it would be a simple race, placing bets on who would win. However, Izuku's experienced eye spotted divots in the ground farther away. There were bombs and some sort of height obstacle, he guessed. Midnight explained that students would race each other through the course, and when someone asked her what place a student would need to be to pass, she didn't respond, saying it was a surprise. Izuku was bored. He felt exhausted, not sleepy, just bone-deep tired. So, instead of running, he walked. Uraraka looked back at him and shouted, "LOI, run!" He ignored her and continued walking. Most of the crowd was confused until they regained their wits and started booing him. "I thought you were going to place first," was the most common comment. Izuku just looked around, taking his time. Everyone had left him in their dust, and about 750 meters away from the start line, a group of robots appeared out of nowhere. From where Izuku stood, he could see that Shoto had managed to get past the robots easily with his ice, along with Bakugo. Shoto had actually managed to freeze most of the first years who weren't in Class 1A. Izuku was still bored. "Hurry up," someone yelled. Izuku waved the comment away, sighing as he looked at the person who had said it. He let a little bit of his damaged side show, causing the man to shudder in fear and back off. But Izuku understood. He would run. With an annoyed look sent toward the man, Izuku picked up the pace. One moment he was barely 100 meters from the start line, and the next he was standing next to Uraraka, who was held back by the robots. Then he started walking again. Uraraka was his friend, actually his only friend besides Bakugo, if he even counted him. She had saved him a couple of times, so Izuku felt the need to repay her. He didn't like to be in anyone's debt. Uraraka let out a surprised yelp as he appeared next to her. "Hey, you've helped me before," Izuku said. "Will you let me help you now?" Uraraka looked at him confused, then realized Izuku was trying to be kind, which was rare due to his mood swings. He felt like a brother to her, and she smiled brightly at him, relieved. "Okay." Izuku turned toward her with a small smile and then faced the robots. From inside his sleeves, long blades appeared, and he held them in his hands as he jumped up and started slicing the robots apart. With a net-like swinging movement, he diced the robots into pieces, and they crumbled into perfectly cubed shapes. The sword-like blades disappeared as quickly as they had appeared, and Izuku scooped up Uraraka in a bridle carry before he started to run. Unlike before when he had jogged to her side, now he really ran. Her weight wasn't much. He was used to carrying another person since he was a vigilante. Uraraka let out a surprised yelp as Izuku rushed the next 1,000 meters to the next obstacle. Shoto and Bakugo were still far ahead of them, with Bakugo now in front of Shoto, who was having trouble getting past the obstacle Izuku was currently facing, a canyon with small platforms to cross. Izuku was not impressed. They had small, almost tightrope bridges, but he ignored them and jumped smoothly over every canyon. Jumping over rooftops was harder. He landed smoothly and looked at Uraraka, whom he placed back down on the ground. She started and he shrugged. "You've helped me before, so now we're even." That was why he was helping her? Uraraka felt like crying. A brother to her. The next obstacle was a 2,000-meter minefield they would have to navigate. Izuku was determined not to leave Uraraka yet. He would get her through the first stage and they would be even. Actually, it wouldn't really be even since she had helped him out a lot. Uraraka said. "I'll do the last part." "Are you sure?" "I know you can do it, but I can do it for you," Izuku replied. "I know you can," Uraraka said, both staring at the minefield ahead. "What is it?" "A minefield." She flinched and he asked again, "I can help you. I owe you." "No, I'm a hero in training after all. What kind of hero would I be if I let you help me because you owe me? I can do this." He smiled. Uraraka was interesting, almost like a sister to him. "Cool," he says and leaves her side to start clearing the minefield. They had caught up with the pair ahead of them. Shoto and Bakugo were about 1,000 meters in front, one flying and the other sliding. Bakugo was getting tired, and Shoto was feeling the cold. Izuku felt confident he would win, but he was also bored. The jeering had stopped, replaced by stunned silence. Well, I'll see you at the end then, Izuku said with a flippant smile that looked sweet and innocent to the crowd but dark to Uraraka. Perhaps the festival would be interesting after all. At the start of the UA Sports Festival, everyone had high expectations. The staff, the audience, the students. They were prepared to be impressed. But as the obstacle course began, disappointment settled in. Many thought it was too easy, just a simple race. They expected more from the great UA. Then the race started, and the students were caught off guard. Within the first 750 meters, robots from their practical entrance exam appeared out of nowhere, blocking their paths. Class 1A quickly realized they were missing a classmate. The audience was confused and frustrated. What was Nejima Aoi doing? He was walking leisurely, looking into the crowd and smiling vaguely at those he made eye contact with. The crowd was displeased. Why wasn't he trying to be first? They began to yell at him, calling him a liar for not living up to his promise. Unfazed, Nejima Aoi continued to stroll, shaking his head slightly. The audience wondered if he would finally take action. Then, in a surprising move, he dashed from his spot, covering the distance to the robots in mere seconds. The crowd fell silent as Aoi approached Uraraka. They began chatting, and after he asked for her permission, she agreed. To the audience's shock, Aoi turned back to the robots, and in an instant, they crumbled into small pieces. Without anyone noticing his movement, Aoi picked up Uraraka and raced toward the canyon obstacle, effortlessly jumping from platform to platform. In just 5 minutes, he had cleared the first 2 obstacles. Bakugu and Shoto still held the lead, but Aoi ran with Uraraka to the start of the 3rd stage before setting her down. They chatted again, and the audience could see Shoto sliding across the minefield, confirming its danger. Aoi took his time talking to Uraraka, ensuring he didn't act against her will. Finally, Aoi grinned at Uraraka and bowed politely before turning to run toward the finish line. Both Bakugu and Shoto were still 1,000 meters ahead, already halfway across the minefield, but Aoi appeared unfazed. Izuku was expecting something big for the last obstacle. He suspected a minefield but secretly hoped for something more intense. He had just left Uraraka behind, respecting her wish to complete the last part on her own. It was easy for him. His contact lenses detected the bomb placements in the ground. He sprinted across the dangerous terrain, hopping lightly as he passed Shoto and Bakugu. Both were focused on winning, and when he raced past them, they looked at him in shock. Bakugu was flying with his explosions, but his hands were hurting, and Shoto was feeling the cold from producing so much ice. They were slowing down, not expecting the white-haired classmate to blow past them. Izuku stopped and looked back, concern etched on his face. He wasn't worried about them. He was anxious about Uraraka making it across safely. He knows that the bombs aren't life-threatening, but Izuku has lost too many people to care. He's just worried. But she's fine because Uraraka was smart. She managed to tag along on Shoto's ice. She had chipped a piece of ice large enough to stand on, and with a running start, she used her quirk on it, making progress across the minefield at a constant speed. Izuku refocuses his gaze on Bakugu and Shoto, who were still moving but looked paralyzed with shock. He shoots them a dark smile as he turns and walks towards the finish line. He crosses the line just before Shoto crashes next to him, and then Uraraka floats across, only to promptly feel unwell. Then came Bakugu. Midnight, who was watching the whole thing in shock along with the rest of the teachers, still needed to announce the placements. She could barely manage to speak as the words were clogged in her throat. And Nejima Aoi finishes first, she declared. And here comes Shoto sliding in, he's on fire, and Uraraka who's next, and look at that spiky young man coming in fourth. The crowd roared in approval, searching for the amazing white-haired boy from Class 1A, but Izuku had already moved. He headed for the waiting room, away from watching eyes, faster than he had moved during the entire race. Izuku felt bored again. Aizawa knew his student was skilled, but he didn't realize just how skilled. The UA staff watched in astonishment as they saw Nejima Aoi move expertly across the obstacle course and finish first, all while carrying Uraraka. What? It was as if the boy thought he had to help her. Did Aoi owe her something? Maybe. All Might was shocked. Just who was this kid? So lazy in class, rarely paying attention, always looking out the door or window, or sleeping, yet he had the skill to back that arrogance and attitude. All Might thought he could give all for one to him. A good man, after all, he wasn't quirkless. Nezu found things getting complicated. Something was going to happen. Nejima Aoi was quite interesting. The students slowly trickled into the waiting room. When they first entered, they always looked for him, but when their eyes met, every single one of them flinched as if burned. Bakugu and Shoto were in shock at what had just happened and slumped against the walls. Nobody approached Izuku in his corner except for Uraraka. Hey, she said happily. Uraraka had placed third after Shoto Todoroki. Izuku nodded. Hello. How did it go? I knew you were good, but I didn't know you were that good. Uraraka gushed. Remember when Aizawa-sensei tested us and you were last place? I thought you were actually terrible or something, but I guess not. Izuku liked Uraraka, she was like a sister to him. So straightforward, it was kind of relieving after so many people had lied to him. Izuku felt tired and a bit stifled, but no one needed to know that. Yeah, are you ready for the next stage? He asked her, and she nodded vigorously. I know you wanted to help me out, but for the next stage, I want to do it by myself. I mean, I know it would be easier if I let you help me, but like I said before, I wouldn't be a hero if I can't even do anything by myself, right? Uraraka said steadily. Plus, I want to know what I can do myself. I don't want to win and have you be the one who won for me. Do you get it? Totally, Izuku replied dully and she frowned worried. Are you okay? You've been down since earlier. Is it because people don't talk to you? I can make them talk to you. I can make them listen. Uraraka said seriously, and Izuku let out a surprised laugh. No, he said pausing. I'm okay, thanks. She waited for him to continue, and he sighed. Why are you so nice to me? What do you mean? She asked curiously. Well, nobody is ever nice out of the kindness of their hearts unless it's to their family or something. And even for family, some people aren't kind. So why are you so kind to me? What do you want from me? Izuku asked. He wasn't angry or frustrated, he was just curious. Whenever someone was nice to him, they always wanted something in return. Experience told him that. Well, it's probably because I do think of you like my family, Uraraka said, smiling softly. And not everyone is nice to others just because they want something. I hope you learn that someday. Izuku paused, intrigued. Wait, he said, looking up only to find that Uraraka had left his side to talk to another person. The first years were called back outside for Midnight's reveal of the second stage. Hi everyone. I'm so excited to see you all again. You're all so adorable and I've missed you so much. Midnight shouted, her energy infectious. Aizawa made a low comment into his mic, noting that she had just seen them 20 minutes ago. Don't listen to him. Midnight laughed. We transformed the court, and now I'll tell you about your second stage. You guys are so precious. But I have to be serious or Nezu will fire me. The second stage will be a cavalry battle. Based on your rank in the last stage, you'll be awarded points. 42 of you will be in groups of 4 and fight against each other. Your goal is to snatch the bandana with points off another team's head. The amount of points your bandana will have will be the highest point of your group. Make your groups now. Good luck, you have 20 minutes. Midnight began to drone on about the break the audience would have, mentioning a snack shack and a soda machine. Suddenly, a low voice interrupted. Wait, I have a question. The students parted to reveal Nejima Aoi, who asked, can we be solo? Solo? But sweetie, it'd be easier for you if you were in a group. Midnight started. I don't do groups, Aoi replied calmly. But you helped Uraraka-chan just now. Was that love for her? Midnight's excitement was palpable. I don't do love either, I owed her, Aoi stated. So can I be solo or not? Midnight felt a mix of frustration and admiration. Well, obviously you should try to get a group to work with you. That'll benefit you greatly. Nobody would want to group up with me. During this match, I'll be the most targeted one in the arena. Who would want to gamble that I'm that good? If people teamed up with me, they would have the highest chance of losing. So can I go solo? Aoi asked again. Midnight's eye twitched. He made a valid point. What do you want me to do then? There's going to be a group of 3. Just invite the 43rd place or something, I don't care, Aoi shrugged. But that'll be another team of 4 out for that headband of yours, Midnight protested. Fine. They can do whatever they want. Target me all they want. I don't really care. It'll be more interesting that way, Aoi said, yawning. Now all the students and the audience turned to look at him in surprise. I was getting bored anyways. Fine. Midnight declared. You're too cute and odd. Do it solo. I want to see how it turns out. She turned back to the audience and began discussing the snacks again. Aoi wandered off, leaving the other students in shock. Once he disappeared from sight, they hurried to form groups of 4. An extra player who placed 4-3 was called up to be the 4th member of someone's group. They had 20 minutes to strategize. Izuku was huddled up in a bathroom stall with a computer set up in front of him, multiple screens showing matchups. With headphones on, he focused on skimming through audio recordings of each group talking. He had bugged the whole school, planting microphones on each student's uniform. As he collected information and planned, he noted that while most students were wary of him, some were slightly terrified after witnessing his skills in the obstacle course. The groupings were interesting. Izuku sighed, hoping they would put up a fight. After all, he had enrolled in UA to stir up some drama. It was time for him to start planning. 20 minutes later. Does anybody know where Nejima Aoi is? He isn't here. Midnight asked, looking around as everyone gathered back up for the second stage of the UA Sports Festival. Here, Izuku said, sitting cross-legged on top of a light pole on stage. He wore a bored expression, but when he noticed everyone staring at him, he flushed and stuttered, sorry, present. Silence fell over the crowd as they stared at him in surprise. Present Mike, who had fatefully woken up for stage 2, had a lot to say. He screamed into his mic, Shota, what's wrong with your class? What are you teaching them? Aizawa didn't respond, and Midnight, concerned, managed to say, all right, all you little adorable babies are present, so we'll be starting soon. To your positions of choice. Izuku pondered the phrase, position of choice, as he observed everyone spreading out across the arena, each finding a spot they preferred. He remained still, wishing the light fixture were larger so he could lay down. Suddenly, Present Mix's voice boomed, why almost bursting the speakers, this prompted all 7 groups to dash toward each other. Tokoyami, Uraraka, Mei, and Ida formed a group that immediately targeted Izuku, who was absent-mindedly staring around. Unbeknownst to him, everyone had decided to go after him first. As Izuku contemplated how small he could curl up, he struggled to maintain his balance atop his light pole as attacks began to rain down. His eyes shot open, glowing a radioactive green, and clouds briefly covered the sun. In the temporary darkness, the light emanating from him was enough to intimidate some of the first years. With a dark smirk, he looked down at everyone. All of you have come after me? Izuku's pole shook violently under the relentless barrage of attacks from Kendo's large fist, Shoto's ice, and Bakuga's explosions. Cracks appeared all over the metal pole, and with a loud groan, it tipped over, crashing to the ground with startling force and creating a dust cloud. All the teams were after Izuku's points, and since he couldn't afford to show off by defeating all the first years, he focused on dodging their attacks. It was easier said than done, as Shoto and Bakuga launched ranged attacks while Kendo and Ojiro engaged in close combat. Through the dust cloud, a pair of glowing green eyes emerged, prompting the groups to intensify their attacks. As expected, a variety of ranged assaults aimed to wear him down while close combatants rushed at him. With a sigh, Izuku began to run. He was adept at it, having done so all his life, but it was still frustrating. He dodged, rolled, sprinted, jumped, and twisted through the maze of attacks. As Kendo's group closed in, he rolled under one of her hand claps and leaped over their group, using their arms and legs as a springboard. 10 minutes had passed in their 30-minute tournament, and as some teams realized they might never tag Izuku, they began targeting each other instead. This shift benefited Izuku, as the battle became more chaotic, with only 3 teams still focusing on him while others clashed amongst themselves. Each time he dodged an attack, he swallowed a mouthful of sand, leaving his throat dry. Shoto and Bakugo continued their pursuit, and Izuku found himself unable to curse them out, as there was no moisture left in his mouth. The audience was bewildered by the strange kid who had won first place in the previous challenge but was now causing confusion again. The question of the day seemed to be a simple, what? The teachers were a wreck, with many asking Aizawa what he was teaching his class while others watched in shocked astonishment. Nezu, deep in concentration, could be found napping in Cementos' collar. Present Mike continued to shout, though most of his words were indecipherable, filled with exclamations like, hey. Aizawa struggled to focus on his students while fending off the other teachers' inquiries about his teaching methods. He was just as shocked as everyone else at how well his problem child could evade attacks. By the 20-minute mark, all groups except Shoto and Bakugo had given up on attacking Izuku, leading to an all-out war among 5 groups while Shoto and Bakugo relentlessly pursued him. So far, none of the rankings had changed, and the group in last place was starting to panic. By 25 minutes in, Shoto and Bakugo had given up on finding Izuku and shifted their focus to each other. Meanwhile, Izuku was resting in a shaded area of the arena, unnoticed by the audience and teachers. Time! Present Mike and Midnight shouted simultaneously, bringing all fighting to a halt. A swarm of robots rushed into the arena to assist the injured students. Hey everyone! Great fight! You all did wonderfully! Here are the results. Midnight announced cheerfully, winking at the competitors. Surprisingly, Nijima Aoi held onto his 10 million points, placing him in first. Second is Shoto Todoroki, followed by Katsuki Bakugo, and in fourth is Uraraka's team. Hitoshi Shinso's team takes fifth. An additional student from the 6th place team will be called up for the next stage to ensure even numbers. Great job everyone! Alright everyone, go take a break in the waiting room. We'll call you back soon for the next activity. Most students who qualified trudged back to the waiting room, while those who didn't exited the field. Izuku was calmly heading back to rest when someone grabbed his arm. Nijima, can you come with me? Shoto asked, his gaze serious as he looked into Izuku's eyes. Curious about what the son of Endeavor had to say, Izuku allowed himself to be led to a hallway near the boys' bathroom, where they stood facing each other. What did you want to talk about? Izuku asked, summoning as much cheerfulness as he could muster. It didn't seem to affect Shoto, whose expression remained serious. After a moment of silence, Shoto finally spoke. I called you over here to talk. Izuku raised an eyebrow. That's why you called me over, right? You wanted to discuss something important? You don't just want to stare at each other, right? I mean, I know I'm interesting but… Shoto flinched but quickly regained his composure, smoothing down his clothes. You're weird. Another silence hung between them until Shoto cleared his throat. During the cavalry battle, there were many strong opponents, Bakugo, Uraraka, Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, Ida, Kaminari, and you. But you interested me the most. Izuku was taken aback. Why is that? I've seen the way the teachers look at you. They seem surprised and curious, and I've noticed the principal looks proud of you. Izuku paused, processing Shoto's words. Even if that's true, I don't see how that relates to me. I broke my pledge during that match, Shoto continued, seemingly ignoring Izuku's response. You all were so strong and I needed to win. I couldn't fall behind, I had too much to lose. In the heat of the battle, I broke my pledge without even realizing it. Your pledge? Izuku asked, intrigued. He had a faint idea of what Shoto meant but wanted to hear it directly from him. When I was little, all I can remember is that my mom was always crying. You know my father is Endeavor, right? He was always the number 2 hero, and he probably will be for the rest of his life. But he couldn't take the weight of loss so easily. So, he arranged a quirk marriage. My mother comes from a family line of ice quirks, but her family was struggling. My father promised them money and fame in exchange for my mother's hand in marriage. They had 4 children, but my older siblings didn't turn out the way he wanted. He paid them no heed until I was born. I was the perfect little baby, the thing he always wanted. I had half of my mother's quirk and half of my father's. He believed that with this combination, I would become even stronger than he was and become the number 1 hero, avenging his loss. But for my mother, it was too much strain to live like that. Her other children were neglected by her husband, while I was trained relentlessly. One day, she snapped, overwhelmed by the pressure, and in a moment of despair, she hurt me. That was when I truly understood how terrible my father was and how burdensome my quirk felt. I made a vow to never use my power as a hero. I would become the number 1 hero without using my father's quirk to infuriate him. I would reject him completely. So you made a vow to never use your left side, your fire from your father, to become a hero? Izuku asked. I'll win and become the number 1 hero without using my fire. I'll show him that my mother's quirk is just as powerful. And what does that have to do with me? Izuku asked curiously. Shoto Todoroki was an interesting classmate, and while Izuku knew of his situation, he never expected Todoroki to confront him like this. What did Todoroki want from him? I wanted to ask you a favor. You look like someone the teachers would dote on. Even the number 1 hero, All Might, pays special attention to you. If you learn anything, any tips or useful information to become the number 1 hero, I'd like it if you would share it with me. If we both know, then it's just a matter of whose strength will make them number 1, right? So I'm asking you to share anything useful that the teachers may tell you. And if I don't want to do it? Izuku asked. That's your decision too, Shoto replied coldly. It's a favor that I'll repay someday. But if you don't want to, that's fine. I'll be number 1 one day. And starting today, I'll crush you in the 1v1. Izuku nodded in understanding. Shoto wanted information, and he was willing to owe Izuku for any tips All Might would share. But if Izuku didn't share, it didn't really matter to Shoto. He would just train harder to become the number 1 hero anyway. Fine, Izuku said, but there are a couple of problems with that. I don't have any connections with the teachers whatsoever. In fact, I might have the unpopular opinion of sort of disliking All Might. I do have an analyzing quirk, however, and I may be able to analyze some useful information. It really isn't too big of a deal. And second, where are you getting the confidence from? You just said today in the 1v1s, you'll crush me and defeat me, but you're going to be using only half your quirk because of your vow. So where did you get the confidence that you could defeat me? They stood in silence for a moment as Shoto processed what Izuku had just said. Shoto didn't want to say this out loud. Aoi seemed confident in his own abilities, but Nejima Aoi was essentially fighting quirkless. The silence between them spoke volumes as Aoi's eyes clouded over, and he left the corridor. If that's all, then I'll be off getting lunch, Shoto said, feeling a mix of emotions. The petty side of him claimed that Aoi was lying, that he never ate lunch anyway. But the other side felt bad for thinking that Aoi was weak, even if he was essentially quirkless. The pain in Aoi's eyes just made things worse. But Shoto couldn't dwell on that. He had his own problems. He had to win. No matter what, no matter who was in the way, he had to become number and Aoi was just in the way. Lunch break is over. I repeat, all first years return to the arena. As the students gathered, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement for the upcoming 1v1 matches. Midnight began announcing the match details as Izuku noticed Uraraka approaching him. Trying to avoid her, he inched away, but she eventually gave up and he turned his attention back to Midnight. Here's how the matches will work. My coworker, Cementos, will build a small raised platform for the matches. Winning conditions include knocking out your opponent, making them surrender, or stepping out of bounds. Here are the matchups. A board was rolled in, displaying the round 1 matches. Izuku scanned for his opponent. Hitoshi Shinso. He muttered, recognizing the lilac-haired boy who had previously blocked his path, forcing him to climb out of a window to escape. As Midnight dismissed the students to their waiting rooms, a crowd formed around Shinso, while Izuku was joined only by Uraraka and a cautious Ida. Uraraka was his closest friend, while Ida seemed anxious around Izuku, likely due to his unpredictable mood swings. Izuku and Uraraka chatted, with her asking if he had a plan to defeat Shinso. He shrugged, admitting, without knowing his quirk, I can't really plan. I guess I'll just fight him. Just then, Ojiro poked his head into the room. I have some information for you, Nejima. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What about Shinso? Ojiro explained, I was supposed to fight him, but during the cavalry battle, he used his quirk on me. When I found out I would face him, I withdrew. How did you know you would fight him before Midnight announced it? Izuku asked, curious. Oh, they handed out slips before lunch in the waiting room, Ojiro replied. I realized it was Shinso and decided I couldn't face that again. And this concerns me how? Izuku pressed. I heard you would be fighting him, so I wanted to warn you about his quirk, Ojiro said nervously. He has a mind quirk. If he talks to you, don't respond. Once you do, he can control you. Thanks, Izuku said, his mind racing. Ojiro glanced around, unsure if Izuku had more to say before he left, followed by Ida, who reassured him, yes, Nejima Aoi is a normal student most of the time. Izuku rested his head on his arms, and Uraraka tapped him. Does that change your plans? Nope, he replied with a smile. I'll just fight him. If I don't talk, I win. It's not like I want to chat about the weather while trying to beat him. Uraraka laughed and Izuku teased, that's something only you would do. Midnight popped her head in. The matches are about to start, oh my gosh, you guys are so cute. Uraraka blushed, insisting, it's not like that, we're friends. Midnight smirked before announcing the matches again. Good luck, Izuku said, knowing that while Uraraka might have feelings for him, he saw her as the sister he never had. He had to focus on the fight ahead. Midnight retrieved her microphone and called out, first up is Nejima Aoi of Class 1A versus Hitoshi Shinso of General Ed. The audience gasped, surprised that a General Ed student had made it so far in the sports festival. Shinso had reached the edge of the concrete platform before Izuku even got out of his waiting room. There was a PRD of awkward waiting as Izuku walked out into the arena. The crowd cheered as they saw the two contestants size each other up. 3, 2, 1, fight! Midnight shouted, and the match finally began. Shinso didn't know what to think about the white-haired boy standing across from him. Nejima, who was in the hero course, acted strangely. He'd heard rumors about the boy's unusual behavior, and standing across from him, Shinso felt the rumors didn't do him justice. Nejima was odd. His clothing was baggy and almost civilian-like, and he slouched as he stood across from Shinso. Much to the audience's and Shinso's surprise, he yawned and then turned back towards Shinso. Shinso knew Nejima's quirk was some sort of analytical ability, which meant the boy had to be fighting almost quirkless. And Shinso knew that Nejima was aware of his quirk too. So, Shinso was shocked when, after Midnight announced the start of their fight, Nejima surprised him. Well, shall we start? Nejima said with a faint smirk. Izuku knew he shouldn't talk to Shinso. When asked by Uraraka earlier about his plan for the upcoming match, he had told her he wouldn't speak and would just focus on winning. But when the match actually began, Izuku couldn't resist the urge to provoke the lilac-haired student from General Edition. He wanted to see how far he could push Shinso before he snapped. Izuku had an unhealthy curiosity about others' secrets, and he was somewhat intrigued by their struggles. Knowing that Shinso was aware of his quirk, Izuku expected that Shinso would anticipate he wouldn't talk. With an analytical quirk, Shinso would know about Izuku's brainwashing ability. So, when the match started and Izuku began to speak, the first year just stared back in confusion, wondering what was happening. Izuku pressed on, believing he would be safe from the brainwash as long as he did the talking and didn't answer Shinso's questions. I'm taking your silence as a yes, Izuku said, pushing Shinso's boundaries. He could see his fellow classmate growing uncomfortable. Shinso quickly recovered from his shock. What is it like being in the hero course? He asked. Neither competitor moved from their starting positions. Shinso had to win the battle of words. Izuku shrugged. Shinso's expression hardened. Aren't you the privileged one? You and I are alike, you know that, right? Izuku remained silent, waiting for Shinso to continue. We both have quirks that are both useless and useful in battle. Yours was useful during the practical entrance exam. You do know that's the only reason I'm not in the hero course, right? Because we fought robots, not humans. So how does it feel to be privileged? To be born with a non-villainous quirk? Can you tell me what it feels like to be better than someone else? What did I do to not deserve being in the hero course? Right, my quirk. It's too villainous for a hero, isn't it? No one would want to be saved by a brainwashing hero. What a ridiculous notion. Izuku stayed silent, and Shinso's eyes narrowed. Answer me. What did Shinso deserve for not being in the hero course? Well, nothing. Sometimes those who didn't deserve punishment were the most punished. Izuku understood that better than anyone. Are my problems nothing to you? Do you just not care at all? Shinso asked desperately, frustration lighting up his eyes. Fine then, what about your problems? I have a lot of questions for you. That day, when we all went to declare war on the first-year classes, what was wrong with you? Did you really want to go home that badly? Yes, Izuku really did want to go home. Why did you jump out of the window? Were you scared of interacting with us? I may have a villainous quirk, but did yours rot your brain? Is that why you're so weird? The crowd hushed at the mention of jumping out of the window. The teachers looked at Izuku curiously while Hound Dog's eyes promised therapy sessions if he didn't answer correctly. Izuku couldn't respond, and realizing this would go nowhere, Shinso decided to attack. Izuku, who had turned to wave his arms in a rash manner to soothe the crowd, was unprepared for the rushing blur of lilac coming towards him. His eyes widened as Shinso hurtled towards him, arm raised to punch Izuku's face. If you won't talk. I don't need you to talk. Shinso shouted. Izuku ducked backward as the punch passed over his face, narrowly missing his nose. He retaliated with a strong, swift punch aimed at Shinso's stomach, but Shinso was expecting that and disengaged as soon as he felt his punch hadn't connected. Shinso was quite skilled in close combat, as his quirk only worked against living humans. After the practical entrance exam, he had trained in close combat. Now he smiled widely as he saw Izuku wince across the arena. He would be able to win this fight. From what he could tell, Izuku wasn't that strong. However, Izuku just waved at Shinso a couple of times and looked at him. Shinso smiled leisurely and waved back. Izuku raced across the arena faster than the naked eye could track, and as Shinso was in the motion of waving, Izuku slammed his fist into Shinso's stomach, launching his opponent out of the arena. Shinso landed on his back in the sand with a strangled grunt. Everything had happened so fast that he couldn't even feel the pain from the punch. His vision started to cloud over as he saw the Medroids hurry to his side and roll him onto a stretcher. The audience, teachers, and fellow students stared at Izuku in shock as they tried to process what had just happened. Izuku had moved too quickly for them to see, and that punch was shockingly fast. It was strange, it was a little too fast for someone fighting without a quirk. Izuku had no secrets or technological aids that had helped him. He had been patted down before entering the arena and had to leave behind any weapons or support items that could increase his power. So how did he do it? Izuku just smiled at everyone and said, "Thank you for this interesting fight. Izuku's the winner of the first match." Midnight's voice managed to declare. She too stared at the strange child in bewilderment. As Izuku headed toward his waiting room, a Medroid began a quick checkup. Uraraka flocked to his side and nudged him in a friendly way. "What was that?" she asked. "What was what?" "All of it, that speed, power, and you talking to Shinso." Izuku rolled his eyes as he sat down in his folding chair. "I know I said I wouldn't talk to him, but I felt like talking, okay? I don't even know where that speed and power came from." He kept part of the truth to himself. Uraraka smiled back at her friend and accepted his answer. "Whatever that was," she said with a bubbly smile, "that was pretty cool. Even if I'm your friend, I was scared watching you fight." "That?" Izuku shrugged. "Was that a fight?" "Of course it was," she laughed. "I don't think so," Izuku said, smiling. "It was over in 2 hits. I'm still surprised he managed to dodge that first punch though." "Oh come on, stop bragging so much," Uraraka said. "But it's true. You are very good. I may even need to ask you to train me in combat one day." Izuku laughed again, and they continued to bicker as Ida listened outside the door. Earlier, Ida had received a phone call from the hospital after his first match with Mei Hatsum, the strange support student. The call had caused him to withdraw from the festival. He had come to consult with his friends about what he should do. But for some reason, standing outside their door and listening to them laugh, he couldn't bring himself to walk in and burden them with his own problems. It was one of the rare times he'd heard Izuku laugh, as he only laughed when Uraraka was around. Class 1A had never heard Izuku laugh. He only smiled. He was Ingenium's brother. He should be able to deal with his own problems. Was that really what was holding him back from going in there and talking to them? Or was something else, like jealousy, holding him back? Since they were so happy, maybe they wouldn't understand. Whatever it was, Ida decided to leave unannounced and deal with it himself. His match was coming up soon. After getting drugged and spilling his secrets about his relationship with Izuku, Bakugu had felt slightly better. His classmates had understood, they hadn't ostracized him, and they wanted to help. Kirishima was trying to curb Bakugu's anger issues. But what he'd heard in that corridor between Nijima and Shoto couldn't leave his mind. Nijima always infuriated him. No matter that he declared he wouldn't bully his classmate, something about Nijima Aoi really annoyed Bakugu. He was glad that he wasn't drugged or that he hadn't spilled his embarrassing All Might secrets with everyone. The next person to fight after Izuku was Uraraka. As she prepared for her upcoming match against Bakugu, Izuku shot her a curious glance that she noticed. "Do you have a plan?" Izuku asked, leaving the other half of his question unasked. "Yeah, I have a plan," she said, knowing what he was thinking. Uraraka smiled and added, "And no, I don't want your help to plan. I want to do this myself." She didn't want his help to beat Bakugu. Izuku understood why Uraraka felt she relied too much on her white-haired friend. She wanted to prove herself, and that was admirable. However, Izuku also wanted to support his only friend, especially since she had brought joy into his life. As he watched her leave the waiting room to face her childhood bully, Bakugu, he cheered her on with all his might. During the match, Uraraka fought valiantly, but it was clear Bakugu had the upper hand. Still, Izuku saw a glimmer of hope for her victory, so he continued to encourage her. He noticed she was taking a lot of damage, and it dawned on him that without any close combat techniques, she was at a disadvantage. If she had learned those skills, she could have defended herself better and countered Bakuga's attacks. Unfortunately, he feared she would soon collapse from exhaustion, and that's exactly what happened. As the match progressed, Uraraka struggled to collect rubble from Bakuga's attacks, but ultimately she fell to the ground, drained. The crowd became restless, and Aizawa had to intervene, reminding everyone to keep their comments fair. Izuku sighed as he stood up from the stands, noticing his classmates scattered around but none choosing to sit near him. It stung more than he expected. Returning to the waiting room, he found Uraraka being comforted by a med droid offering her chocolate. He moved to congratulate her, but she raised her hands to stop him. "Don't. I know you're just trying to make me feel better," she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Izuku offered a small smile, trying to reassure her. "You were watching, right? Even with everyone screaming, I could still hear you cheering." "Whatever, I know you were watching," she replied, taking a deep breath. "Can you please tell me what I need to improve?" "Quite bold of you to assume I know," he joked, but she looked too tired to argue. "Please," she pleaded. Izuku nodded and sat next to her, wanting to help without overwhelming her. He shared his thoughts on her match and she listened intently. By the time he finished, her eyes were bright with understanding. "Thanks," she said with a slight smile. "I was really frustrated. I thought it would work." "It would have, if you knew a bit more about combat," he replied. "Speaking of combat, isn't your match coming up soon?" she asked. Izuku shrugged and just then, Midnight poked her head through the door. "You two are adorable." I couldn't help but listen in. "Nejima, your next match is coming up soon. Get ready, cutie. You're up against Shoto Todoroki." She winked at Izuku before leaving, her cheerful voice trailing off. Izuku leaned back against the wall, and Uraraka nudged him. "Are you ready for your match?" He nodded. "You have a plan?" "Yeah," he replied. "You know you're like a brother to me, right?" she said suddenly, curling up with her knees drawn to her chest. Surprised, he nodded. "Yeah, I know." "Okay," she said softly, "I was just worried because Midnight seemed to believe." "I know," he interrupted with a grin. "Don't worry. You're my best friend and like a sister to me too." Her face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you. I'm glad we agree. I was starting to worry because of Midnight." "You're my best friend, sister," he reassured her. With that settled, Izuku stood up to prepare for his match. "I'm not sure I can come watch you," Uraraka whispered. "I don't know if I have the energy to walk to the seats." Just then, Kirishima poked his head through the door, smiling at Uraraka. "Hey!" Kaminari chimed in, peeking out from behind Kirishima. "Hi. We came to see you," Kirishima said. "We thought your fight was very impressive." Kaminari grinned at Izuku. "We also heard that Aoi-chan would be fighting next, so we decided to come get you to watch his match. We're doing this because it's the manly thing to do," Kirishima added, winking at Kaminari. "Oh yeah, I thought I was going to miss his match because I was too exhausted to walk up there." "Thanks," Uraraka says gratefully. Izuku watches as the two friends help her to the chairs in the audience. He has something to ask Midnight personally, so he hurries out of his waiting room towards the arena, needing to ask before Shoto gets out of his. Midnight sees the white-haired boy approaching and raises her eyebrows. "Hey, Mrs. Midnight." Izuku says politely, "I have something to ask you." "Yes." Midnight replies, her earlier joking demeanor replaced by caution. Izuku's unpredictable actions make her wary. Some form of time skip. "All right." Midnight calls out. "We're entering the second round of the competition. Nejima Aoi versus Shoto Todoroki. You guys are up." The half-and-half Todoroki appears at the edge of the arena, facing Nejima Aoi. "You're going to be using only half your quirk because of your pledge. So where did you get the confidence to think you could defeat me?" Aoi's earlier words echo in Shoto's mind, and his eyes harden as he prepares to prove his classmate wrong. He must win without using his left side. 3, 2, 1, fight. Midnight calls out. In the audience, Aizawa wakes up from his nap, while present Mike, excited, grabs Aizawa's hand and points at the two students fighting. Aizawa rolls his eyes. Kirishima and Kaminari are busy at their makeshift MC station, updating the tired Uraraka on everything happening, even though the match hasn't started yet. Nezu watches the students closely. All Might is surrounded by a crowd of civilians asking for his signature, having been unable to reach the arena in time. Ida is on his way to the hospital to visit his brother, while Bakugo relaxes in the medbay with Chio looking after him. Izuku grins darkly. The long-awaited fight with Shoto is finally happening. His expression turns emotionless as he watches Shoto. Shoto stares at his classmate across from him, recalling their earlier meeting and Aoi's spiteful words. "Where did you get the confidence to think you could beat me?" Shoto contemplates the challenge. Despite Nejima's apparent disadvantage, he feels a sense of foreboding seeing Aoi's determined expression. Taking a deep breath, Shoto resolves to win and prove himself without using his left side. Izuku stands still, a predatory focus settling over his face. His eyes darken, surprising Class 1A, who are used to his cheerful demeanor. As Midnight begins the countdown, Shoto lowers his center of gravity while Izuku remains relaxed. 1. Fight. Midnight calls, and Shoto immediately sends small ice slides rushing towards Izuku. As they approach, they expand into towering walls of ice. Izuku watches the walls with indifference, recognizing Shoto's testing of his abilities. He relaxes and smoothly dodges the walls. Shoto sends another larger wall, which Izuku rolls away from just in time. Quirks are physical abilities, Izuku states simply, the tension palpable in the air. Eventually, you're going to run out of ice and have to use your fire side. Why are you so intent on me using my fire side? Didn't I tell you I wouldn't indulge in that? Shoto replies, frustration evident on his face. Izuku recalls a conversation with Endeavor, who had complimented his fighting but ultimately suggested that Shoto would surpass All Might, hoping Izuku would provide a good challenge. To counter this, Izuku had decided to push Shoto to use his fire quirk, determined to show that Shoto is his own person, not just a reflection of his father. He would wear Shoto down until he was forced to use his left side. Izuku aimed to show Shoto that he was an endeavor. Shoto kept firing ice walls, which were becoming harder to dodge as he adapted. Izuku could see Shoto nearing his physical limits, slowly freezing over. With a final push, Shoto launched a massive wall of ice that covered the entire arena, leaving no room to escape. Most spectators believed the match was over. After all, how could a quirkless kid like Izuku dodge that? But Izuku wasn't finished. Earlier, he had asked Midnight if he could use some weapons from the support course. As the wall of ice hurtled toward him, he slid a couple of long sword-like weapons from his sleeves and stood relaxed. With a clean, X-like slash, he carved out a small space to walk through. Shoto stared wide-eyed as Izuku emerged from the ice wall, brushing off invisible lint from his sweater. Izuku looked immaculate, while Shoto appeared exhausted, breathing from the cold that was creeping over his right side. Are you done yet? Izuku asked mildly. You look like you've reached your limits without your left side. Shoto gritted his teeth and ignited a small flame in his left hand. Oh, are you going to attack me with that? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow in interest. But Shoto didn't attack. Instead, he melted the ice on his right side. Finish him OFF, the crowd shouted, but their voices faded into the background for the two combatants. Shoto resumed his ice attacks, sending wall after wall toward Izuku with newfound seriousness. The walls were perfectly sized for the arena, forcing Izuku to cut through each one. He moved with precision, seamlessly advancing toward Shoto. In moments, he found himself behind Shoto, who was struggling to manage both of his quirks simultaneously and was beginning to freeze again. Izuku observed as Shoto sent more ice walls toward his last position. Eventually, Shoto hunched over from the cold. Izuku stepped in and tapped Shoto's shoulder from behind. Shoto turned, but he was rooted in place by ice, glaring at Izuku with a frosty expression. Frustrated, he attempted to gather his ice to strike back. You've reached your limits with ice. Why not use your fire? Izuku suggested, smirking. I could just warm myself back to normal with my fire, Shoto snarled. Izuku shrugged. You could, but do you think I would let you? I thought you wanted to be number one. To do that, you'd need to win this tournament and make a name for yourself. I want to be number one without using my father's quirk. Shoto shouted. What don't you understand about that? Oh, I don't know. A lot of things. But who am I to ask questions? Izuku replied. It's your trauma, not mine. But I do know one thing. Shoto had been smoldering under his ice, and he resumed launching ice walls at Izuku. The ground was slick with ice, making it difficult for an inexperienced fighter to move. Fortunately, Izuku had been well trained. Let me explain your situation, Izuku said calmly as he continued to slice through the walls. The swords were getting cold to the touch. From an outsider's perspective, here's what I understand. Your father, Endeavor, wanted to be number one. When he realized he couldn't, he wanted his children to be. He arranged a quirk marriage with your mother to create the perfect child, who turned out to be you. Your mother couldn't handle the pressure and saw too much of Endeavor in you, leading to a tragic incident. You realized your father's influence and thought that using your fire quirk would make you like him, which is what your mother despised. The crowd watched in silence as the fight unfolded. Izuku was tiring, but Shoto was taking a long pause. After waiting long enough, Izuku scrambled atop the last ice wall and sprinted toward Shoto, who was trying to reheat himself. With a swift slide, Izuku sheathed his weapons and punched Shoto in the stomach. The force of Izuku's fist, combined with the icy floor, sent Shoto sliding toward the boundary of the arena. In that moment, Shoto instinctively used his left side. He shot his hands back and thawed the ice to stop sliding. But the problem with your thinking, all I shouted, was that you thought using your quirk meant you were your father. But guess what? Newsflash. It's your quirk, Todoroki. You're not your father and he's not you. Shoto, pushed to the physical limits of his body, could barely understand what his opponent was saying, but Nejima's words pierced the fog in his mind. They whispered to him that Nejima was speaking the truth. So, tired beyond belief, Shoto started attacking on instinct. Izuku smiled triumphantly as Shoto began blindly shooting fire from the corner of the arena. He dodged the first hit, but as he slipped on the ice, his vision shifted to someone in the crowd. He saw the pale blue hair and cracked lips of Shigaraki Tamura. Izuku stopped in shock, staring as Shoto's fireball hit him square in the chest, launching him out of the ring and crashing into the ice walls behind him. He continued to stare at Shigaraki, who was smirking even as his vision clouded over with red. It was a shock that Nejima Aoi had lost. Everyone in Class 1A, and the audience, thought he would win. The boy who had been moving with feline smoothness had suddenly stopped, shock flashing across his face against the predatory stillness that had settled over him once the match began. He slammed into the ice wall with a sickening thunk, and blood began to trickle from his head. Midnight, who had been shouting throughout the match alongside President Mike, declared the win to Shoto Todoroki. Everyone was stunned. What had happened? Izuku woke up in a blindingly white room, still fully clothed, lying on a hospital cot. He had to control his breathing to keep steady, calm breaths as waking up like this again was not enjoyable. Chio rushed to his side and handed him a chocolate bar. Eat and then you can go, she told him. Izuku accepted the bar and opened it, noticing that Shoto was also sitting up on another cot, munching on his own chocolate bar. Ignoring the aching pain covering his body, Izuku got out of bed. His head throbbed, and the faint line of gauze reminded him of their earlier match. He wordlessly handed the chocolate bar to Shoto and moved to exit the room. Shoto said awkwardly, staring at the bar on his bed. Why did you try to provoke me during the match? Izuku sighed, his back to Shoto as he moved through the door. I don't know. Just felt like it. He left the befuddled Shoto behind him as he exited the nurse's office. Chio side-eyed him but, seeing how Shoto had accepted his chocolate bar earlier and Izuku had thrown his away, she couldn't tell that he hadn't eaten at all. With a small polite dip of his head, he continued walking, lost in thought. Earlier, he had seen Shigaraki Tamura in the stands, which had caused him to lose the match. But why was the villain here? He had met Shigaraki only twice before, once as Akari and once as Nejima Aoi. But when he was Izuku Midoriya, he had heard of the infamous Shigaraki Tamura. The more Izuku thought about it, the more he realized that Shigaraki's presence around him was likely to collect information, perhaps to convince the doctor that Nejima Aoi was Izuku Midoriya. The doctor could be persuaded to rally forces to come for Izuku. Izuku sighed, leaning against the wall as his muscles tightened in response. The students, the teachers, nobody was prepared if the doctor did indeed attack. That would be bad. Really bad. Izuku would find a way to be fine, but what about the others? They could be in danger. Cheering from the arena reminded him of the ongoing sport festival, prompting another internal debate. Should he go back and watch the rest of the matches, or should he just go home? This was a bad idea, he thought, as he returned to the benches overlooking the one-on-one matches. Scanning the crowd, he could hardly see anyone's features but felt in his gut that Shigaraki was already long gone. With a resigned sigh, he plopped down next to Kaminari, the only open spot left. The electric boy looked at him in surprise before shouting, "Hey guys! Look who came back." All the students in Class 1A present turned to see Izuku, who managed to plaster a small smile onto his face. "Welcome back," Kirishima shouted. "That was a very manly fight." "Yeah." Siro smirked. "What happened at the end?" "I couldn't really see your face, but based on the talk amongst the audience, it looked like you were frozen in shock." Izuku shrugged and said, "I got tired and my muscles stopped working." It was a lie, he was far from tired. "Oh," they said, sinking back into their chairs. "Of course he would get tired." Bakugo muttered, "He's not that great after all. He's the same age as us. He's only mediocre at best." Froppy lightly slapped his head. "He's the best in the class." "Not anymore," Bakugo replied. "He lost to Shoto." Everyone turned to see how Izuku would react, blinking in surprise as he scratched the back of his head and smiled brightly. "Well, don't worry. I'll train hard to beat all of you." He was playing into the naive character he was trying to build, though his control kept slipping, leaving him in a conflicted state. If he kept playing his cards right, people would eventually see him as naive and treat him better. Uraraka shot him a thumbs up, and with a big smile, he added, "After all, you're all such cool and powerful heroes." Everyone blushed and turned back to the match they were watching. "Oh, don't compliment us like that," someone said bashfully. With that, nobody paid him too much attention and resumed watching the match. That afternoon, Izuku returned to his apartment late. He was always busy these days. During the day, he would either be at school or at work, and at night he was out as Akari or studying until dawn. His body was tired as usual, but he couldn't sleep. Instead, as darkness settled, Izuku laid down on the tatami in his room. His window was covered by a thick black curtain, one of the first things he had bought. Numerous devices scattered around made his setup look like that of a MSDR hacker. He had been closely watching a couple of important figures in the political world who might be targeted by the League of Villains, but so far, the organization hadn't acted after the USJ incident. Quietly, he slipped into his vigilante costume of tight black long sleeves and breathes, topped with a black sweatshirt. His mask was the only intricate piece, equipped with a voice changer. He quietly slipped out of his room and scurried across rooftops, determined to have another successful patrol night. Days passed slowly as Izuku trudged through them. Bakugo had won the sports festival, and Izuku sensed that the event was more than just a festival. His instincts were confirmed when Aizawa entered the class with his usual grunt and said, "So, about the sports festival. It also has something to do with internships." The class stared in silence before bursting out with excitement. Aizawa explained UA's internship program. Based on their performance in the sports festival, they would receive requests from various pros and organizations. They could also apply to a specific hero. Izuku tapped his forehead as he received the internship paper. Who should he choose? Which hero would benefit him the most? Aizawa could feel that this class would be different from his previous ones. A migraine was building behind his eyes. He had received a call late last night after the excitement of the sports festival. Tsukachi informed him that Akari had made his move again. Akari was becoming increasingly popular with the citizens, and multiple heroes were out late at night searching for him. Yet, Akari always seemed to evade everyone, except for Aizawa, who often had to clean up after the vigilante's actions. There was a meticulous precision to how Akari went about his business, often leaving villains alive, but always with a trace of chaos. Something was off, and Aizawa didn't like the feeling of a migraine building up. His promising students had their heads down, except for one, Nejima Aoi. Aizawa could honestly say that Aoi unnerved him. During the USJ incident, Aizawa couldn't forget the image of the inexperienced student leaping forward to challenge the villains. His classmates would talk while Nejima was out of the room, and Aizawa gathered that the kid was strange. There was something stiff about him in class. Currently, Aoi's head was up, and while everyone else was furiously scribbling away, Aizawa could only stare at Aoi's face. Dark circles under his eyes seemed permanent, yet he smiled constantly when people talked to him. When he wasn't smiling, a stillness settled over him. Aizawa could only conclude that something was wrong with the boy, but he didn't know what. At the end of class, Aizawa reached for the one citizenship form that had been turned in on his desk and blinked in surprise. Izuku's POV. It was one of those late-night decisions that Izuku made when he scribbled down Aizawa-sensei's name. Unlike most of his impulsive choices, this one felt promising. Despite his mixed feelings about many heroes, Aizawa earned his respect. Their fighting styles were similar enough that Izuku believed he could learn a lot from him, and Aizawa's weapon intrigued him as a useful skill to acquire. The next day, as Izuku entered the classroom, he noticed Aizawa giving him some curious looks but said nothing. By the end of the week, Aizawa had reluctantly accepted Izuku's request to intern with him. Izuku suspected Aizawa's curiosity about him played a role in his decision, but he was grateful for the opportunity. On the day of the internship, Izuku arrived at UA and headed straight for ground beta. Aizawa was already there in his pro-hero costume. As Izuku approached, Aizawa gestured for him to come closer. "Good morning," Aizawa said. Good morning, Izuku replied respectfully. Aizawa pointed to a small table with machines that Izuku hadn't noticed before. It looked like a coffee machine. Alright, first things first, make me a coffee, Aizawa commanded, a smug look settling over his tired face. Izuku stood there in shock. Excuse me? Make me a coffee. You work at a cafe, right? It's my favorite cafe now, not just because you and Achiko work there, but your coffee is really good. Izuku's job at the cafe was where Aizawa got his daily coffee. It was Izuku's coffee that kept bringing the tired pro hero back. I like your coffee, it's really good. So first things first, make me a coffee. Izuku headed to the table and set about making a cup for both of them. Within a few minutes, he returned with the cups, steady hands delivering them to Aizawa. Aizawa puffed some air onto his drink before taking a sip and sighing contentedly. I told Hisashi how good your coffee was and he never believed it. Next time I go, I'll be dragging him along for sure. Izuku wondered if that meant a friendly outing. After a few moments of sipping their coffees in silence, Aizawa finished with a satisfied sigh, his tired eyes appearing clearer and more awake. Alright, let's get started, Aizawa said, moving away from the coffee table. Izuku followed, still feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. No matter how much coffee he brewed, he could rarely taste it these days, which was a shame. Fight me, Aizawa said suddenly from the middle of the gym, catching Izuku off guard. Fight you? Izuku gaped. Yes, problem child. Fight me. I'll even close my eyes if you want it to be easier for you. Izuku hesitated as Aizawa closed his eyes, seemingly at ease. He had come to train, not to fight his teacher. What could he do? He could easily defeat Aizawa, but that would raise suspicion. If he tried to hold back, Aizawa would likely sense it. It would be even stranger if a student without a combat quirk managed to win against a pro hero. With a resigned sigh, Izuku nodded. Okay, I understand. Aizawa stood relaxed in the middle of the gym, eyes closed. If one were to say he looked like he had fallen asleep upright, they wouldn't be far off. Aizawa didn't know what to expect from his student, but he planned to go easy on him. Izuku watched his teacher relax, imagining the thoughts running through Aizawa's mind. Oh, that guy looks weak, so I'll go easy on him, he thought. Izuku circled around Aizawa, debating his next move. Finally he asked, how do we know who wins? I don't really care, Aizawa replied. You can decide. You won't be moving, is that correct, Aizawa-sensei? Just, how about this, I'll decide since it's taking you so long to make up your mind. If you can get me to move an inch in any direction, you win, Aizawa said with a smirk. But if I don't move at all in an hour, you'll have to make coffee for me every morning for the next 2 months. Izuku bristled at the thought of making coffee for his teacher every morning for the next month. With his already packed schedule, it would be nearly impossible to manage. Aizawa's expression suggested he expected Izuku to fail against a pro hero like him. As much as Izuku wanted to surprise Aizawa and prove him wrong, he also feared the consequences of failure. With a resigned sigh, Izuku approached his teacher and attempted a quick leg sweep, which Aizawa easily withstood. Izuku sighed again and spent the next hour launching a series of half-hearted attacks and pushes at Aizawa. By the end of the hour, Izuku found himself in debt for 2 months of coffee duty. Finally, Aizawa began teaching him his fighting style and movement, signaling a challenging week ahead. The week passed in a blur, each day following a repetitive pattern of waking up early to prepare coffee for Aizawa, practicing his teacher's style, and string the binding cloth that Aizawa favored. It was a tough task, but Izuku's previous training had made him skilled with various weapons, allowing him to dedicate only a couple of hours each night to practice. However, those hours could mean the difference between life and death, leaving Izuku conflicted. Despite his efforts to keep his progress a secret from Aizawa, Izuku improved rapidly with the binding cloth. Each day, he trained diligently and brewed coffee for his sleep-deprived teacher. As the week of internships came to a close, Aizawa made an announcement. All right, Aoi, Aizawa said, blowing on his freshly brewed coffee. Yes, Aizawa-sensei? Izuku replied politely. Aizawa inhaled the aroma deeply before continuing. We'll be going to Hosu today to meet up with some pros for a patrol. Hosu? Izuku wondered. Isn't that where Ida is? Yes, your classmate Ida is there, and we'll be joining him and his mentor, Manuel, to patrol together. Izuku forced a bright smile, despite his mixed feelings. Of course. That sounds educational. I can't wait to see Ida-san again. Aizawa nodded. Yeah, okay, let's get going. Now? Izuku asked, his emotions creeping into his voice. We need to get there soon to start the patrol. With a glum mental sigh, Izuku packed his signature yellow backpack for the day trip. On the train, he turned to Aizawa, who was awkwardly perched next to him. Why are you so nervous? Aizawa stared out of the window for a moment before replying, I just have a bad feeling about this, that's all. Izuku studied his sensei curiously. It seemed they both sensed that something significant was about to happen. The rest of the train ride to Hosu was spent in silence. As soon as Izuku stepped off the train, he was greeted by Ida, the large blue-haired boy who was his class president. Ida-san. Izuku said politely. I didn't know I would see you so soon. Ida adjusted his glasses proudly. But of course. It wouldn't be very plus ultra of heroes if we didn't greet friends at the train station. Of course, Izuku replied meekly. Could you give me some space to move out of the way of the others? Oh, Ida exclaimed, stepping aside in a robotic manner. Aizawa rolled his eyes, muttering something about dealing with 2 problem children. Izuku couldn't help but think there was a deeper reason for Aizawa's unease. Just then Manuel, a young man who appeared somewhat unimpressive, emerged from the station, breathing. It seemed Ida had raced ahead to greet his teacher and classmate. Thank you for coming today, Manuel said, catching his breath. Ida-kun, why did you run ahead so fast? I told you to stick by me. I wanted to greet my classmate and teacher in a very plus ultra way. I'm sorry, Manuel-sensei, Ida replied, lowering his head. Manuel smiled gently and patted Ida's arm. It's alright. Now, care to introduce me to your classmate? Ida brightened immediately, gesturing animatedly between Izuku and himself, and it took a few minutes before he finished his enthusiastic introduction. The entire time, Izuku looked around the metro station, noting that Hosu City was almost as popular as Tokyo. The left side of Hosu has more crime, although a lot of it happens at night. We patrol to be prepared, Manuel explained, pulling Izuku's attention back to their surroundings. Right. Aizawa said, sipping his coffee. Let's get started then. The four heroes began walking around the left side of the city, stopping a couple of minor crimes like theft. As night fell, a familiar darkness enveloped the city. Manuel politely stifled a yawn and suggested a quick meal before continuing their patrol. Izuku was about to decline when Aizawa, surprisingly, agreed. They entered a ramen shop, where Manuel and Aizawa ordered ramen while Izuku, lacking an appetite, opted for tea. They received curious looks from other patrons. After finishing their meals, Manuel and Aizawa led their students back onto the patrol route. As they walked through a back alley, a collective shudder passed through the city. Everyone seemed to hold their breath, waiting for what would happen next. The heroes froze, and their students looked up at the sky. Izuku felt a sense of foreboding. Something was about to happen. Suddenly, the screaming began, and fire erupted around them. When the chaos started, time seemed to slow for Izuku. His mind raced as he analyzed the situation. The city was under attack, and the rapid spread of fire indicated something more than just a simple incident. The sheer volume of screams suggested a coordinated effort, not just a fire. Izuku realized this was no small villain causing trouble. The attack required meticulous planning, likely from a villain group he recognized, possibly the League of Villains. Aizawa, Manuel, Ida, and Izuku rushed out from the alley onto the main street, where the full extent of the attack became clear. Nomu were attacking civilians, and fires blazed throughout the city. It made sense for the villains to target Hosu. It was densely populated but lacked the protection of top heroes like in Tokyo. The big heroes were usually absent, leaving the city vulnerable. Let's move towards the center of the city, Manuel called to the team. There's a large concentration of fires there, which means the attack probably started there. Izuku nodded, and they sprinted towards the heart of Hosu. As they ran, the sky darkened further, filled with winged Nomu. Izuku noted that these were an improvement from the ones he had faced during the USJ incident. Aizawa and Manuel led the way, but as Izuku scanned the area he realized he couldn't see Ida anywhere. But as they were running towards the center, Ida caught a glimpse of a back alley similar to the one he had just exited with his mentor and classmates. Unlike Ida's previous alley, this one wasn't empty. He saw two figures in the shadows, one towering over another person who lay on the ground, looking drained. Alarm bells rang in Ida's mind as he recalled the report about his brother's injuries. Ingenium had been attacked by a villain known as Stain, the so-called hero killer. The doctors had told Ida it was a miracle Ingenium had survived the encounter. Ida remembered his mother's voice during the UA sports event when she called with the news. He rushed to Hosu, only to find his brother paralyzed from the waist down, no longer able to be the hero he once was. Determined to confront the villain he believed was still in Hosu, Ida chose to intern with Manuel. As he dashed into the alley he realized the incapacitated person was a hero, and the towering figure preparing to strike had to be Stain. Ida launched a roundhouse kick, surprising Stain and landing a solid hit. He positioned himself in front of the fallen hero, ready to protect him. However, his second kick missed, and the situation quickly deteriorated for Ida. Izuku felt Ida's absence before he even realized it. He retraced their steps until he faintly heard the sounds of a struggle in the distance. He faced a choice: rush in to help Ida without knowing the details or scale a building to observe the fight before intervening. Opting for the latter, Izuku climbed to the rooftop, hoping to assess the situation. Peering over the edge he spotted Ida, who was clearly struggling against the villain. Ida was out of breath and bleeding from several wounds, while a hero lay incapacitated nearby. Izuku watched with concern as a knife narrowly missed Ida's head, embedding itself in the wall. The villain, armed with bloodied knives, liked one clean, and Izuku's heart raced as he recalled that Ida's brother had been attacked by a villain named Stain. Was this the same villain? As another knife was thrown, Ida was unable to dodge, receiving only a shallow wound. Izuku continued to observe, noting how Ida hesitated, frozen in fear as the villain approached, pressing a knife to Ida's throat. For Ida, this was an unprecedented moment. He had always relied on his speed, but now he felt fear creeping in, replacing his anger. The cold metal pressed against his skin as Stain leaned in, whispering, "Is your brother the engine hero?" Ida remained silent, fear gripping him. Stain continued, taunting him about his brother and suggesting that even if Ida killed him, he would only disgrace his family and the heroes. Killing is something that heroes never do, Stain crooned, the pressure of the knife increasing as a thin line of blood trickled down Ida's throat. From his vantage point, Izuku watched the blood flow and suddenly understood the villain's quirk. The noises of the city slowly faded, leaving only silence as Izuku listened quietly to Stain's words. It was true, Ida shouldn't have rushed here. But enough was enough. Izuku prepared to drop down and confront Stain. Izuku's POV. What Stain had said to the class president was accurate. Ida had been careless. As Izuku peered over the edge of the roof, he finally understood the gravity of the situation. The clarity of it almost made him laugh, but he held back. He was now a seasoned vigilante, and he needed to stay focused. The small white-haired boy was glad he had gone on patrol armed with knives, small swords, and other tools. Not that Aizawa-sensei knew he was essentially a walking armory. Being a quirkless vigilante meant he had to be better prepared than others. As Izuku dropped into the alley, time seemed to slow as he processed everything. There were two people he needed to protect, the paralyzed hero and Ida, who was also incapacitated. Izuku estimated Stain's quirk and realized that, despite being quirkless, he had other methods to win the fight. The only concern was how Ida would perceive the situation. In that dim alley, as warm blood dripped onto the cool concrete, Izuku silently landed behind the villain. Stain was no amateur. The moment Izuku hit the ground, the villain turned to face him, carelessly tossing the injured Ida against the wall. Ida hit with a sickening thump before sliding down to the ground. Who might you be? Stain drawled, his tongue running over his knives. Someone. No one. Everyone. Izuku replied. Stain smirked. Perhaps you're a certain lost boy who fell from the sky. Or you're the someone I'm looking for. Huh. Stain sighed. Sorry, that didn't really make sense. Yeah, I guess, Izuku said, shifting his balance. He felt tense. Stain looked ready to attack at any moment. As their conversation continued, it felt increasingly like Izuku was a mouse and Stain was the cat. So, what are you guys doing, like attacking the city and all? Izuku asked, needing information to defeat Stain and save the city. Nothing. Everything. Stain replied, echoing Izuku's earlier words. Izuku's mind raced as he tried to figure out the villain's motives. There was nothing to steal here, only minor heroes. You're Stain, right? He asked, heart pounding. This was the missing link he needed. Perhaps, Stain said, amused by Izuku's curiosity. Stain had come to a city filled with heroes, some of whom were unknown. He was a hero killer, and Izuku recalled spending sleepless nights researching Stain's victims. They had all been involved in various crimes, things one wouldn't expect a hero to do. Izuku had concluded that Stain was like him, a vigilante with more extreme methods. There were heroes Stain wanted dead in this city, and if the Nomus were connected to Izuku, it meant that Stain had likely teamed up with the League of Villains. From what Izuku knew, the League was probably benefiting from this partnership. They might have approached Stain to team up, but he had likely refused, continuing his mission to eliminate corrupt heroes. This could have angered the League, prompting them to send out the Nomus to either kill Stain or assist him. They wouldn't mind taking out a few minor heroes. Izuku sighed. He had two options: continue talking to Stain and wait for backup, which might look suspicious, or disarm and incapacitate the villain himself, risking punishment for fighting without a hero license. He didn't want to be the one who conversed with villains, so with a long mental sigh, Izuku pulled out 2 daggers from his sleeves and smoothly flipped over Stain before the villain had time to react. Well, that's that, Izuku said. Stain's eyes hardened as he stared at the young boy with bright hair across from him. Move. I need to take care of those heroes. They're corrupt, they need to go. I mean, you can try, Izuku replied with a shrug. If you can. Arrogant, Stain breathed. Izuku smirked, recognizing Stain's vanity. He used makeup to cover his sleep-deprived eyes and some scars, altering the shape of his eyes and always wearing contacts. I'll take you down, Stain declared before lunging at Izuku. The boy positioned himself between Stain and his intended targets, Ida and a nearby pro-hero. Amidst the chaos, the screams of the crowd and the flapping wings of the Nomu faded into silence as Stain attacked. Both Stain and Izuku wielded daggers and had real-life fighting experience, both acting as vigilantes. The difference lay in Stain's skill with throwing knives and Izuku's agility. Stain had expected an easy victory over the cocky boy, but as the fight began, Izuku moved with unexpected precision and confidence, shedding his earlier uncertainty. Stain's overhead dagger attacks slammed against Izuku's block, but with a push, Izuku gained the advantage and spun low to sweep Stain's legs. Stain anticipated this and countered with a downward sweep of his daggers, but Izuku dodged just in time, Stain's knives clattering against the cement. Not bad, Stain smirked. Not bad, Izuku echoed, then launched into an offensive. From his low position he stabbed upward, but Stain leaned back to avoid the attack. Izuku used the moment to reposition himself. Stain threw a couple of daggers, which Izuku dodged while rushing forward. A swipe to Stain's side caught him off guard, drawing a small trickle of blood. Izuku knew he had to avoid getting hit. Stain's quirk paralyzed people after tasting their blood, likely varying by blood type. After connecting with Stain's side, Izuku aimed for the villain's throat, but Stain countered, moving his dagger toward Izuku's stomach. Izuku twisted to evade a serious injury, resulting in a small cut on his side. He couldn't back off, knowing Stain excelled at throwing knives, so he focused on the knife with his blood on it. Izuku attempted another strike to Stain's side, but the villain easily dodged. Leaping forward, he retrieved his knife and jumped off the wall, aiming for Stain's back. The knife struck true, and Stain grunted in pain before turning to face Izuku, had backed up slightly, shadowed eyes watching for the next move. Stain threw 6 knives at Izuku. Instinctively, Izuku knew he couldn't dodge them all, managing to evade 4 while 2 struck his upper arms. Stain expected to see pain on Izuku's face, but was surprised by his calm demeanor. Then, Izuku did something unexpected. Carefully avoiding major arteries, he cut a deep gash in his leg, blood gushing from the wound. Stain gaped in disbelief. What are you doing? Fight me, hero. I don't need to, Izuku replied simply, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes. The last attack I did was enough. The knife still embedded in Stain's back caused a numbness he hadn't noticed. Izuku watched as Stain's eyes widened in shock and then rage. You little, Stain began, but his words were cut short as his eyes rolled back, and he slumped unconscious to the ground. Izuku's plan seemed to have worked, and with that, the white-haired boy took one of the vials from his pocket and drank it. This poison would make him appear unconscious while he remained awake. As he rested against the wall, he heard pounding footsteps and distant sirens. Izuku woke up on the concrete ground, surrounded by the faces of paramedics. As much as he wanted to avoid going to the hospital, he knew it was necessary. He had to inflict more critical wounds on himself to explain how he had survived a fight with the hero killer. The paramedics were asking him questions, but he couldn't respond. The poison still had a grip on him, making it hard to move. He tried to shake his head, but all he could manage was a blink. One of the paramedics interpreted his blinks, and Izuku saw Aizawa looking down at him with a worried frown. As the last of the poison wore off, his vision cleared. Manuel was in another corner trying to help Ida, while Aizawa hovered nearby. The pro-hero who had been paralyzed was already in the ambulance, and Stain was handcuffed and unconscious. What am I going to do with you? Aizawa muttered. Izuku sighed and attempted to sit up despite the paramedics' protests. He then tried to stand, earning strange looks from everyone around him, but no one stopped him, knowing it could worsen his injuries. The paramedic spoke quietly to Aizawa, noting that his injuries weren't as bad as they appeared, but walking around could complicate things. Aizawa called out, "Hey, problem child, lay back down. The doctors need to do their thing." Izuku ignored him, focusing instead on the chaotic city around him. While he was knocked out, the paramedics had moved the injured into the main street for better treatment, and the sounds of screaming had lessened, indicating the attack might be over. Suddenly, a strange dark object dropped from the sky and scooped Izuku up. Panic erupted among the heroes and medics as Izuku closed his eyes. This was the League of Villains plan. They had asked Stain to join them, but he refused. In retaliation, Shigaraki sent the Nomus to eliminate Stain, but the Nomus had two missions, either kill Stain or capture Izuku. The doctor behind the Nomus would not have sent them unless he was certain Izuku was Nejima Aoi. Izuku pondered why they had decided to burn down his house. Was it to flush him out? Did they truly want him dead? The League of Villains had wanted him back, but with pro-heroes surrounding the orphanage, they couldn't smuggle him out. Izuku had always felt their watchful presence, ensuring his safety. The fire had been intended to injure him, knowing it wouldn't kill him. Even if it did, some part of him would remain, allowing them to recreate him. They had underestimated him, never expecting him to survive. He had gotten lucky that day. The fire could have killed him or sent him to the hospital, where they would have taken him back. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the steady pulsing of the Nomu's wing beats lifted him off the ground. Izuku accepted this as his fate until a knife whistled through the air, striking the Nomu's wing and causing it to lose momentum and crash. On the ground, Stain had managed to break free of his HNDFFS and was throwing knives toward Izuku. He is the true hero. Stain bellowed as the ground rushed toward Izuku. There are so many fake heroes. I will not be killed by any of them but this boy and All Might. The heroes out there, who are corrupt. We are after you. With that, the villain slumped back down unconscious onto the ground, and his mask slightly slid off his face. The last thing Izuku saw before he slammed into the ground with the Nomu on top of him was that Stain didn't have a nose, and he almost started laughing in delirium. Izuku hit the ground with a thump, his body arching from the impact. His vision slowly started to darken, but he tried to fight off unconsciousness as best he could. However, darkness overcame him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Izuku's eyes fluttered open quickly as he came to his senses. There was a soft, mattress-like feeling beneath him and a rocking, slightly bumpy movement. As he woke up, the light slowly chased away the inky blackness of sleep, and Izuku was able to see all around. The bright light of a hospital greeted him, and his eyes widened. How long had it been since he passed out? But as Izuku looked around, he realized that he was still in the ambulance. Aizawa sat at his side, and when he felt the boy shift, he quickly looked over. "Don't move," the teacher ordered. "We're moving you to a hospital to patch you up. I'm actually surprised that you're awake. The paramedics said your injuries were severe and that you would be asleep for a while." "That's true," a paramedic voiced from where he was sitting next to Izuku. "You shouldn't move around too much." "To the hospital?" Izuku asked, shocked. "To the hospital," the two sitting next to him confirmed. "We're taking your classmate there too." "The hospital?" Izuku shouldn't have been surprised, but he didn't have his bearings yet and was still shocked by everything. He knew that the injuries he inflicted on himself were somewhat severe, but he couldn't remember how severe. It was only on his leg, so he should be fine. Anywhere else would have been a little risky. "Speaking of which, we saw your leg wound, but are you injured anywhere else by any chance?" the paramedic asked, and Izuku immediately relaxed. "No, I'm fine. And if I could ask, can you treat just my leg for me?" Izuku requested. "Like, even if I have any other injuries, can you not treat them? Is that weird?" "Sure. Why would you want that, though?" the paramedic asked, and Izuku plastered on a flustered smile. "I just don't want my parents to pay too much for the medical bills, and since I'm a student and not a worker, I probably won't get that much of workers' compensation, right?" Izuku leaned back down and relaxed on the hospital gurney, and after a couple more minutes, they arrived at the hospital. He was carried inside, and the doctors checked over his leg before stitching it up. He was allowed to change into a hospital gown himself, and he requested one with longer sleeves. Aizawa kept giving him the side eye, and Izuku wondered if his teacher was catching on. After his stitches, Izuku was hospitalized in a cot for the rest of the night. That night, Ito was also wheeled in after his stitches and checkup. During that time, while his students were asleep in the hospital, one out and the other trying to figure out an escape route, Aizawa returned to UA to talk to Nezu. "I heard there was an attack at Hosu," the bear rat-like principal said. Folding his paws neatly, Aizawa shifted in his seat and muttered tiredly, "Yeah, there was, and Nejima and Ida got the worst of the attack." "Ah," Nezu said, gripping his cup of tea. "Tell me about it." "Well, today Manuel and I planned to patrol Hosu together, and for most of the day, that went by without any issues. The only problem was during the attack, our two interns split from us and ran toward a back alley. We probably would have never found them if not for the text message Nejima sent out calling for help. Our tracking and GPS managed to pin them down in that alley. While we were trying to track them down, the two students encountered Stain and had a fight. From what it appears, Nejima was still fighting after Ida was knocked out, but somehow the student managed to incapacitate the villain. By the time we arrived on the scene, both students were out, and Stain was injured and couldn't move that easily. Everything else followed procedure." Nezu hummed softly as he closed his eyes. "So you are telling me that Aoi-kun was with this so-called hero killer for the time PRD after Ida-kun was knocked out and before you showed up?" "Yes. And do you roughly know how long Aoi-kun had to fight Stain before you showed up?" "It was roughly 10 minutes based on the reports from the medical staff when they examined Ida's head wound." "And Aoi-kun was fighting Stain and managed to injure the hero killer critically, is that correct?" "Yes," Aizawa said, his eyes shuddering. He knew what Nezu was hinting at. Nezu said, his dark eyes flaring with unrestrained interest. For a quiet minute, the two heroes puzzled over the situation. Nezu and Aizawa both knew that Aoi had chosen to intern with Aizawa, and based on Aizawa's report about the boy's skills throughout the week, it didn't seem like the white-haired boy was particularly good at fighting. This left them both wondering how Aoi could confront a villain known as a hero killer. Perhaps, Aizawa thought, it was Ida who did all the work? But when the tired man turned towards Nezu, he realized that wouldn't be the case. What do you think of Nejima Aoi? The principal asked suddenly. Aizawa closed his eyes. A rather plain student, but a problem child. He doesn't seem like anything spectacular, although after an outburst a while ago, I do wonder what demons he hides. If he has any demons, he seems rather sweet and innocent most of the time. But considering all these villain attacks, I would say he is quite a problem child. Nezu had a curious look in his eyes. That is quite curious. We'll keep an eye on him. He seems very... The principal trailed off, and after a moment of silence, he randomly started again, muttering, strange. Strange times these days. There's a new vigilante around too. I heard that you're quite well acquainted with him. Aizawa shuddered at the memory of his sleepless nights chasing after the new vigilante, Akari, trying to capture him and bring him to justice. Not well acquainted. I just see him everywhere. He's slippery and hard to catch, and the reason why I drink so much more coffee these days. Nezu snorted. You always drank that much coffee. Nothing has changed. Aizawa glared at the principal, and Nezu laughed before waving Aizawa out. Leave me to my tea now. Thank you. Once Aizawa exited the office, he paused right outside the door, feeling a chill run through him. What was going on? What did Nejima Aoi have to do with it? His skin prickled as if unseen eyes were grasping at his fate, twisting it into a messy clump. Something big was going to happen. Aizawa could feel it as the hairs on the back of his neck raised. Izuku woke up that morning to the yapping of an animal, his bleary eyes widening as his vision slowly returned. The darkness faded as the bright light of the hospital filled his sight. His jaw almost dropped when he saw Ida sitting on his own cot, gesturing in his usual manner to a tall dog in a police suit. For a blissful moment, Izuku wondered if he had died. But as usual, his rational side rushed back as the last traces of sleep faded away. He wasn't dead. He had made sure when he injured himself that it wasn't fatal. His fingers twitched and he almost slapped himself. He had fallen asleep earlier, which was actually refreshing for his mind. Oh, right, asleep. He raised his hand to touch his face. Was there still makeup on? Did the nurses wipe it off? His concealer and foundation would save him a lot of questions from everyone around. His contacts should still be in too, he could feel them. Good, his guise was still intact. Sleeping was usually something Izuku never indulged in. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep, he just couldn't. Even the pills the doctors had advised him to take didn't work well for him. Maybe, just maybe he should get injured more during his patrols so he could get some sleep, albeit he would pass out. But as his steadfast mentality returned, he dismissed the idea. It was foolish. He closed his eyes quickly and locked away his thoughts and feelings deep inside his heart. He couldn't afford to act rashly. The police dog turned and looked at Izuku, who lay on the bed with his hand covering his face. Ida followed the dog's gaze and quickly dashed around to check on his classmate. Are you awake, Aoi? Ida whispered. If Izuku was still unconscious, Ida didn't want to be the cause of waking him up. Izuku pulled his hand away from his face and gazed at Ida. Yes. Oh, Ida said before chopping his hands randomly. A large shadow appeared behind Ida, blocking out the light and towering over the students. You're finally awake, the police dog said. Who are you? Izuku asked, blinking his eyes innocently. My name is Kenji Tsuragami. I'm the chief of the police force. Izuku tilted his head to the side and blankly said, Chief of the police force? Do you remember anything of what happened last night? Last night, the white-haired boy muttered, allowing understanding to cloud his eyes. Last night, he repeated with more force. Yes. Oh, the fight. Is everyone okay? Izuku asked as he sat up suddenly. Wait, hold on, the two others said at the same time. Chief Kenji glared at Ida before continuing in a soothing voice. Calm down. Don't move so fast, you're going to injure yourself. You got a lot of stitches yesterday on your leg wound. And yes, everyone is okay. In fact, I came to talk to you about yesterday. You were the ones who fought Stain, is that correct? Yes. Izuku muttered. Me and Ida fought Stain. But just not together, right? Kenji asked. Yeah. I arrived too late and Ida was knocked out. However, Stain looked slightly injured and I just finished up the fight for Ida, but I was injured in the process. Izuku said before his eyes widened. Oh right. Ida-san, are you okay? Yes. Thank you for asking, I-san, Ida replied. Kenji choked. Why were they so polite? They were just kids. What happened to Stain, Chief Kenji-san? Izuku asked, an innocent-looking frown gracing his features. Stain is injured but in our custody, the chief said. Izuku breathed out a sigh of relief and muttered, that's good. Inside, he was conflicted. The way Stain was going about his vigilante work was wrong. However, Izuku couldn't dispute that the villain vigilante was right about some heroes. There were certainly corrupted heroes out there. Kenji sighed. There's a problem. As you may know, the usage of quirks is strictly prohibited. Even if you're in the police force, you're prohibited from using your quirks due to the fear that they could be weaponized. This is specifically why there are heroes, people who go through training and DSPLN and have strict rules and morals to follow to protect innocent people against villains who use their quirks as weapons. Izuku and Ida nodded. This was something everyone was taught in school. Which means that even if you too used your quirks to defeat Stain, who is a villain and a danger to society, without the supervision of your superiors, that act is considered illegal. And since your guardians during that incident were Manuel and Aizawa, who were your mentors, the blame will fall on them. They will be punished for your actions. Ida gasped, anger coating his features, anger towards himself and anger towards the rule. But the law was the law, and it couldn't be broken. But, if I hadn't used my quirk, which isn't even a physical quirk. It isn't? Kenji asked curiously. Of course, Izuku said, acting affronted. Have you checked my files, sir? My quirk isn't a physical quirk, and if either Ida or I hadn't stepped into the fight, lives would have been lost. If I hadn't acted, Ida and that hero would have died. Doesn't that justify our reasoning for using our quirks? I just analyze people. If we hadn't acted and instead waited for backup, lives would have been lost. That is true, the police chief said. And even if someone were to be punished, why are our mentors going to be punished? I'm sure Ida and I would be fine accepting the punishment. Izuku said, his eyes blazing. You guys are minors. We can't do that to you. So you're just going to punish us just like that? Ida asked, his eyes widening. This is what I would say, but this is a special case. Since there weren't enough witnesses to the incident, we've decided to keep the situation secret. We will report that the villain was captured, but we will say that Endeavor, who was a hero in town, did it. However, you won't be getting the credit for catching Stain. That's fine. Thank you, Izuku said, his shoulders relaxing. You guys are bright heroes. You have a great future ahead of you, and you did us a great deed by capturing Stain, Kenji said, bowing deeply. Thank you for your time. The chief left the room silently, and Ida sat down in shock on the cot next to Izuku. Izuku looked at his class president and said carefully, Are you all right, Ida-san? Yes. Ida said, sighing. I got a head injury. But I just can't believe that everything could have been my fault. I could have ruined your future. Izuku mentally told himself, yes. It really would have been your fault. But he said aloud, no. No, Ida told him strictly. It's true. Everything Stain said was true. What I did was rash, it was unheroic. I was just so mad that my brother, who was such a great hero and saved so many people, would be injured like that. I was wrong. What I did was wrong. If I had killed Stain, I realize now that it would have made a lot of things worse. Of course, heroes try to avoid killing as much as they can, especially in public. Izuku thought about how he hadn't killed any villains yet. Who knows what would happen in the future during his patrols. But as a hero in training, it was especially crucial they didn't kill the villains. They had to remain as heroic as they could. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine, Izuku said, smiling brightly. After all, if you hadn't gone, lives would have been lost, and we would have never captured Stain. As long as you can understand what you did was wrong, I think everything turned out all right. Ida nodded, his face grim. Of course. I will work on bettering myself. I will not be swayed by such villainous actions. Izuku was surprised. Was it so villainous to feel anger, hurt, and sadness towards someone who had almost harmed a loved one? Wasn't that a natural human response? However, he didn't dare voice those thoughts. He was just glad that Ida had learned his lesson. At that moment, Aizawa and Manuel burst into the room. Seeing that they were fine, Manuel launched himself over and grabbed Ida's hand, shaking the poor boy while reprimanding him for his reckless actions. Aizawa looked at Izuku and solemnly said, Problem child. I'm glad you're all right. He turned and scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku replied brightly. Manuel turned to the white-haired boy and shook his arms enthusiastically. Aoi-kun, thank you for saving Ida-kun. Oh, no problem, Izuku stuttered, a bright flush covering his cheeks. Speaking of which, Aizawa said, turning back around, all awkwardness forgotten, how did you defeat Stain single-handedly? Oh, Ida did a lot of the work. Izuku said with a smile. Lie, Ida had landed one hit and then was promptly knocked out. Stain looked half-conscious when I appeared, and I managed to defeat him in his weakened state. I only kicked his head once though, Ida exclaimed shocked. Yes. And that was the reason I was able to defeat him. Without you, I couldn't have done it. Izuku said, laughing awkwardly. A doctor entered and discharged the two of them, and they moved to leave. Izuku quickly used the restroom, but in reality, he wanted to see what had been done to him. As he stood in his stall, he saw that his leg had been bandaged and wrapped up, and his arms were covered in bandages. From what he could see, his makeup had worked and concealed most of the scars along his arms from the experiments and the nails of Himiko Toga, who had drawn his blood. A long line of stitches lined both of his biceps, and Izuku sighed. Everything would scar. His face still had some makeup on, and his contacts were still in. He sighed in relief again and exited the bathroom, thanking the others for waiting. Later that night, Izuku lay flat on a rooftop, idly spinning a knife in circles while he stared at the sky. It was almost time for him to start his patrol, and he gazed at the white moon as a breeze ruffled his hair. The night sky was appealing. Izuku pushed himself up into a sitting position and looked over the city, which glittered with bright lights. He stared far away, a lost look in his eyes, before abruptly shaking his head. He raised his arm to check the time, and as it changed from 11:59 to 12 o'clock, Izuku began to move. His patrol had started. He hopped down from the rooftop of his building to another and dashed into the depths of the city. The clicking of the tiles beneath his feet echoed through the silent night as Izuku dashed swiftly, his dark silhouette piercing against the bright full moon behind him. The bustling city was alive beneath him, and Izuku's eyes scanned the dark alleyways where some villains lurked, while others didn't dare venture. The sounds of clicking tiles faded into the sounds of concrete as Izuku crouched down, lowering his center of gravity. He continued to race, slowing as he began to hear a disturbance. The main street hugged Izuku's side, and he turned away from the bustling lights and lively sounds of the city to the darker, quieter alleys where he heard the noise. There was a girl standing, partially hidden in the shadows, and Izuku's eyes widened as he saw a man with a mask and a stocky build, limping slightly as he approached her. The girl pressed herself as far into the wall as she could, trying to hide, but the man already knew she was there. With predatory intent, he moved towards her. Izuku had fought these types of villains before. He swiftly dropped into the dark alley adjacent to the villain and rounded the corner into the dead end where the girl was trapped. Her eyes were a luminescent yellow, widening in shock and fear as she saw him coming. She probably thought he was an accomplice to the villain. Izuku's smirk darkened as he reached out and gently tapped the villain's shoulder. The man whirled in surprise, and one look at Izuku told him everything he needed to know. You, the man shouted. Me, Izuku replied, smirking. The girl continued to tremble in the corner as the villain pulled out a knife from his pocket. With a dark snarl he rushed towards Izuku. With a wicked grin beneath his mask, Izuku blocked the first move from the man's knife, swiftly ducking under the man's exposed right arm and moving his own knife up into the villain's armpit. With smooth efficiency, he twisted the knife further in, and the villain almost shrieked in pain but managed to close his mouth tightly. Glaring at Izuku, he pulled out another pocket knife and moved it upwards. Izuku's left hand clasped around the villain's wrist, effectively blocking the strike, allowing him to shove his own knife in deeper. Instead of retreating, the villain lunged forward, surprising Izuku as the knife slammed into his shoulder. He winced as the cold metal bit into him, a thin trickle of blood running down his arm. Izuku's green eyes glowed a radioactive green as he twisted the knife deeper. Once the villain winced in pain, Izuku leaped back, the knife still lodged in his shoulder, clotting most of the blood that would have flowed freely. The villain smirked at him, and Izuku calmly smiled back, only to remember he was wearing a mask, so the villain couldn't see it. With a sigh, Izuku dashed toward the villain, lowering his center of gravity until he was almost parallel to the floor. He faked a sweep to the legs, and when the villain dodged, Izuku was already in his face, pressing a knife against his throat. "You?" the man asked, confused. "Probably me," Izuku reassured him. Normally, he didn't endanger anyone's life, but recent events had coated his vision with a small, uncertain anger as he faced the villain. The knife pressed harder against the villain's throat, a small line of red appearing. "Please, spare my life," the villain begged. "I heard you weren't this kind of person. I'll go peacefully, I'll repent. Please just spare my life." Izuku sighed. The villain was right. He wasn't this kind of person. He released his grip on the knife and rubbed his neck, preparing to knock the man out. But the villain seized the moment and lunged at a girl with a third pocket knife he produced from his pocket. Izuku's eyes burned a radioactive green again as he lunged forward, slamming his dagger into the back of the villain's head. The man's eyes widened as he slumped forward, his knife missing the girl by inches. Izuku immediately dropped down to check the villain's pulse, narrowing his eyes when he found nothing. This wasn't his first time dealing with something like this. A dark part of his brain whispered, "This time I'll handle it the civil way." He turned toward the girl and motioned for her to wait a moment. He needed to call the police first, then he would ask how she was feeling. "Police Department of Tokyo, Mustafu, what's your emergency?" "It's me. I'm at XXXX location," Izuku said. The voice on the other end paused before responding stiffly, "Of course." The call ended, and Izuku turned back to the man lying on the floor. He pulled out a pen and scribbled messily, "Akari" on a handkerchief before dropping it over the villain's head. That was his new signature he had been using for a couple of months. Finally, he turned to the girl and asked, "Are you okay?" The girl stepped away from the corner, and under the full moon's light, he could finally see her features. Her pink hair framed her round face, and horns protruded from them. She had black eyes with yellow pupils. As Izuku's shocked brain analyzed her features, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Mina Ishido?" "I'm so sorry," she said, her eyes damp. "I didn't want to do this. I actually don't think what you're doing is too bad. Although you did just kill this guy. But my teacher, he insisted that this would be better and safer for everyone if I just helped them figure something out about you." Suddenly, something whirled through the air, knocking the dagger out of Izuku's hand as soon as he saw Mina, his classmate. His mind raced. What was the meaning of this? What was Mina doing here? What did she mean? Who was the villain? He quickly dropped down and pulled off the mask of the villain, confirming it wasn't someone he recognized. His hands tightened into fists as he stared at Mina. What did this mean? A trap, his mind whispered, and Izuku almost laughed in disbelief. Mina was part of a trap that Aizawa had set up for him. A bright white strip of cloth rushed at him, and he instinctively dodged it, thanks to all the training he had done with Aizawa-sensei earlier that week. Trap, he told himself. A trap made to catch him. Aizawa leaned over the edge of the rooftop he was sitting on and peered down into the dark abyss below, watching as the scene unfolded. There was his student Mina, chosen for her quirk, which was perfect for the situation. He wanted someone easy to get along with but not overly arrogant. Mina was huddled in the corner as the man they had hired to act as a villain slowly approached her. Aizawa could faintly hear footsteps rushing toward their location. Aizawa shifts to another roof opposite the direction Akari was running. He ducks behind an AC unit, listening as light footsteps approach, soon fading into a predatory silence. "Start the mission," he whispers into his earpiece. At that moment, Akari stops and drops to his knees, peering over the edge of the roof into the alley below. Aizawa knows the vigilante can't fully see Mina, who is hiding in the corner, but he can see the vigilante's eyes burning a harsh green as he surveys the situation. The hired villain inches closer to Akari, prompting him to drop down. Once Aizawa sees he's down, he pops out from behind the AC unit to watch the scene unfold. The vigilante is stabbed in the shoulder but seems immune to the pain. In a rare display of anger, Akari presses his knife against the villain's throat. According to their script, the man blubbers about how Akari isn't normally like this, and the familiar low voice of the vigilante agrees before he tiredly releases the villain. In that moment, the man spins to attack and Aizawa feels a sudden surge of murderous intent in the air, not from the villain, but it quickly dissipates as Akari summons a dagger and slams it into the villain. With detached ease, the vigilante leans down to check if the man is dead, quickly cleaning up the situation before turning to Mina to ask if she's okay. Mina nods, moving away from the wall. "I'm so sorry," she says, her eyes damp. "I didn't want to do this. I actually don't think what you're doing is too bad. Although you did just kill this guy. But my teacher, he insisted that this would be better and safer for everyone if I helped them figure something out about you." Aizawa takes that moment to send his capture tape whirling out for the weapon that had appeared in Akari's hand. He then sends out the other end of the capture weapon, aiming to finally capture the vigilante, but to his surprise, Akari easily dodges it. From Izuku's perspective, it was a trap that his teacher and classmate had set to catch him. He wasn't surprised. Aizawa had been closely tailing him during his patrols, and Izuku always managed to evade capture. "If it isn't the consequences of my actions," he thinks dryly, laughing at himself out loud, startling both Aizawa and Mina. Aizawa drops down from the rooftop, positioning himself in front of Mina. Protecting the girl from the big scary vigilante, are we? Izuku asks, amusement and disappointment layered in his voice. That's so heroic of you, Eraserhead. But tell me, who's saving the innocent people of this city from the big bad? Duh. I knew you couldn't answer that, Izuku says smugly. Because it's people like me who are helping those you're supposed to save. Your kid's kind of cute, Izuku adds flippantly, knowing how to get on Aizawa's nerves. Aizawa's eyes briefly glow red, and Izuku flashes the quirk-canceling cuffs on his wrists, wanting to prove that a quirkless person could be just as heroic. You can't do anything, he cackles. So? Your girl is cute. Want to share your kid or something? He wonders how far he can push Aizawa before the man snaps. Aizawa's eyes glow red again as he tightly says, she's not my kid. Oh, I know who she is, Izuku continues, spinning a dagger he pulls from his sleeve. He puts the weapon away and bows before Mina with false sincerity. Mina Ishido, fair maiden. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. You know who I am? She asks, shocked and slightly concerned. Of course. I watched the UA Sports Festival, you know. Izuku replies, smiling even though she can't see it through his mask. The UA computer system is easy to hack into, but they don't need to know that. Don't talk to my student any more than that, Aizawa says curtly. You'll put corrupt ideas into her head. Izuku just laughs and mutters under his breath, if only you knew. What? Aizawa asks. Nothing. I just thought you hated your job, Izuku says innocently, smiling at the grumpy-looking man. Aizawa grimaces. I don't hate my job. They're my problem children. Wow. To think there would be a day when we hear the man that represents the I need a coffee community declare he loves something. I'm the vice president of that community, by the way. You could say we're being the best of friends, Izuku cackles. Mina watches in shock at the interaction between her teacher and the now famous vigilante, on the verge of breaking down hysterically or running away. Speaking of which, Izuku says, calming down, isn't this like cheating on your husband? At this point, you're so obsessed with me, I'm practically your love interest. If this were a manga, we'd be in a love triangle. And you don't even know how old I am. That's why we're doing this. I need more information about you, Aizawa tells him calmly, and Izuku laughs. That's so funny. OMG, Izuku says, laughing. You guys are so cute. Seen nothing of this world yet, have you? His ears pick up the sounds of multiple people coming down the alleyway, likely the reinforcements Aizawa brought to capture him. Izuku knows he has a good chance of escaping, but he wants to see what the man's MSTR plan is. It's not like anything bad could happen to him. I don't know what you think you can get out of me, Izuku continues, still cackling. His eyes glow a radioactive neon green in the dark alleyway. Aizawa and Mina shiver, and Aizawa takes a calming breath before saying, we'll see about that. Izuku bursts into laughter, feeling the arrival of the reinforcements. It's about time, he thinks. I've been so curious for so long. What does he plan to do? He continues laughing in his deranged manner as they arrive behind him, and something slams solidly against the back of his neck. His vision slowly darkens as an inky pool of black turns the world into a dark nightmare. Izuku's POV. The feeling of looking through a black and white lens greets Izuku as he groggily opens his eyes. He wakes up to the sensation of something rolling beneath him. As his vision returns and his mind settles, he looks at his situation through narrowly slitted eyes. He feels his mask still attached to his face, weighing heavily. He's in the back of a police car, with Aizawa sitting next to him, occasionally glancing over. As Izuku breathes deeply with his eyes almost closed, Aizawa assumes he's asleep and continues to look out the window. In the front seat, a chatty and likely sleep-deprived Mina Ishido is talking animatedly to the driver. Aizawa seems to come to a conclusion as he stares out the window, and suddenly he reaches over to tug at Izuku's mask. To Aizawa's surprise, a pair of green eyes filled with amusement stare back at him. What's that, Eraserhead? Izuku teases and the conversation halts. Still can't wait to get your hands on me? Aizawa glowers at the vigilante and asks, who are you? Like I would tell you. Izuku laughs. What was your plan with capturing me like this? I'm curious. You heard the men coming, and yet you still let them catch you, Aizawa states. Izuku nods, we're curious. Why are you here? I said I'm curious about what you want to do with me, Izuku replies. And don't think you can take my mask off. There's a digital lock on it. It's impossible to crack, maybe Nezu could do it. So I wish you good luck with that. Aizawa stares blankly at the person across from him, while Mina glances back curiously. There are cuffs around Izuku's wrists and ankles, but with a couple of quick twitches, he frees himself from his bonds. So? Ask away, Izuku says merrily. Who knows, maybe I'll even answer them. As they approach the police station, Aizawa still hasn't responded. A small army of police officers surrounds the car as the driver exits. Mina Ishido leaves next, and Aizawa follows, rough hands yanking Izuku out of the car and shoving him into the station. Oh, it's so cool in here, Izuku remarks, glancing at the worn chairs scattered around the room. Really techie and everything, you know? Totally something I'd expect from the government. Aizawa? A new voice asks, stepping out of an important-looking office in one of the long, narrow halls. What are you doing? The newcomer is a tall man in a trench coat and matching hat, resembling Sherlock Holmes. He has clean-cut hair and a square jaw, Naomasa Tsukachi. Whoa, Eraserhead, you've got so many good-looking men surrounding you. How will I ever compete? Izuku cackles. Mina slaps his shoulder. You should stop making such jokes. Sorry, he replies. Tsukachi takes a good look at Izuku's face. This is the vigilante that's been keeping you up so late at night? He asks Aizawa, who nods. He doesn't look like much. If he's so impressive, then how did he get captured? Tsukachi questions. I didn't, Izuku insists. I allowed myself to be captured. He proudly shows off his uncuffed wrists and ankles. It'd be really easy for me to run out of here right now. But you know I'm staying here out of the goodness of my heart and for good old Eraserhead. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'm not funny. Izuku laughs and Aizawa sighs. He just keeps teasing me for chasing after him so often. He makes it seem like I'm infatuated with him or something. I hate everyone, Izuku says, his voice suddenly flat, causing the group to shiver as they sense the seriousness behind his words. Sorry about that. Aizawa shrugs and smoothly asks Tsukachi to escort everyone into his office, as Akari kindly agrees to be questioned. Izuku quickly slid into his seat and leaned back with a contented sigh, his joking manner returning. You know, my back's been hurting from all that falling I do. It must be nice to have such a comfortable seat around always. Tsukachi and Aizawa took their seats across from him, while Mina stood guard at the door. What is this? Izuku joked. A quick checkup to see if I'm still sane or something? Tsukachi ignored him completely and asked, What's your name? Well, my kind sir, my name is Shoto Todoroki, Izuku replied, laughing as his voice modified to mimic Shoto's low tone. Lie. Tsukachi stated, and Izuku smirked, knowing from his previous research that the detective had a lie detector quirk. Next, Izuku said bashfully, sinking lower into his seat. How old are you? Aizawa asked. 35, Izuku answered. Truth, and if, it's a lie. Tsukachi said, looking confused. Izuku inwardly chuckled. He was quite the liar after all. Have you killed anyone before? Aizawa asked, his eyes dark. I saw you stab that man we hired to pretend to be a villain, and you looked quite unfazed. No, that was my first time, Izuku said, laughing as Tsukachi declared, truth and a lie, again. This continued for some time, with Izuku skillfully evading their questions. By the end, the heroes hadn't gained any useful information, while Izuku had enjoyed his fair share of entertainment. Aizawa stepped out of the room with Mina, and Tsukachi slumped heavily into his chair, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I wish this was easier. My quirk has never acted up like this, Tsukachi muttered. When the detective looked up, he noticed the chair across from his desk was empty. The office was devoid of any sign of the vigilante. Without windows, it seemed Akari had truly vanished into thin air. Izuku had slipped out of the office door and, sticking close to the shadows, quickly made his way through the long hallway and exited the police station through a couple of vents. He reappeared atop the roof, staring solemnly at the night sky twinkling with unknown stars. His goal was to see what Aizawa would do once they managed to capture the vigilante. It was surprisingly disappointing yet relieving to learn they had nothing on him. That was Izuku's main objective behind the night's events, to discover what the police, and by extension, the government, knew about his identity. As dawn approached, the sky brightened to a rosy pink with streaks of purple, signaling that a new day was on the horizon. The renegade vigilante returned to his room to plot his next moves. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but he hoped nothing too significant would happen soon. Izuku slowly opened the sliding door into the homeroom of Class 1A, offering an apologetic smile to Uraraka as he tried to maintain a low profile. Unfortunately for him, the entire class had heard about the events in Hosu from Ida, and they rushed to his side. I heard you were part of the people fighting the villains at Hosu, Kaminari exclaimed, eyes wide with awe. It isn't that cool, Bakuga muttered, but everyone ignored him. Yes, Izuku stuttered. I was there with Ida-kun. Whoa, that's so manly, Kirishima said, smiling at Izuku. Not that manly. Bakuga snapped, but again, everyone ignored him. My dad was there too. I saw on the news that he took all the credit for capturing the hero killer, Shoto added, his eyes burning with unspoken frustration. F bullshit this whole thing, Bakuga grumbled, still ignored. Why didn't you and Ida get the credit? Siu asked, and Momo gently patted her on the shoulder. It's because Aoi-kun and Ida-kun both use their quirks without a hero license, which would be considered illegal. Since our classmates are underage, the responsibility would fall on the mentors at the time, who were Manuel and Aizawa. The police department decided it was best to keep it under wraps, as no one else witnessed the situation, Momo explained. Izuku nodded, his hair bouncing. Shoji mused, while Tokoyami chimed in with, revelry in the dark. Mineta leaned over, practically shoving his face into Izuku's. What was it like fighting the hero killer, Stain? Well, you'll have to ask Ida-kun about that, Izuku replied. He was the one who fought Stain himself, Izuku said, his face flushing a bright red as he rubbed the back of his neck. Bakugo, who had been quiet, suddenly snapped his head up and stared deep into Izuku's eyes, contemplating something. Aoi-kun, I don't know why you keep insisting that I was the one who defeated Stain. I remember passing out after only being able to kick the villain once, Ida said as he joined Izuku's table. That's kind of strange, don't you think? Bakugo asked. Anyone would jump at the chance to claim they defeated the hero killer, yet you insist it was Ida who did it. That's pretty weird. Everyone had been thinking it, but nobody wanted to say it, so having Bakugo voice it was both relieving and awkward. No, it really was Ida, Izuku insisted, his mind racing. I'm sure Ida-kun did a lot, but he can't remember anything because of the hit he took to his head. He just wanted to lighten the mood with the class when Mina Ishido, who looked quite tired, suddenly spoke up. I met Akari last night. The whole class fell silent, turning to Mina in astonishment. A bombardment of questions ensued, and Izuku breathed a quick sigh of relief. Uraraka quickly made her way to his side and nudged him gently on the shoulder. How are you feeling? I heard you had to go to the hospital because of the attack. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, Izuku replied with a smile. Thank the gods that's the case. Be careful from now on, okay? I worry, Uraraka said, smirking. Of course, Izuku assured her as she drifted away, returning his attention to Mina's conversation. Surprisingly, Bakugo was the most interested. What did you just say? He asked, standing up from his desk. You met Akari? The new vigilante? Why? Hagakure tapped Mina's shoulder reassuringly and snapped at Bakugo. Leave her be. She's clearly stressed. No, it's okay. I want to tell you guys because I need your help. I don't know what to do, Mina said, rubbing her eyes. Izuku's ears perked up in interest. What do you need our help with, Mon Ami? Aoyama asked, smiling brightly. Maybe you need some of my sparkly cuddles? Or do you want me to bake you something to help you feel better? Sado offered. Aoyama pouted and declared, cheese. No, Mina said tiredly. Thanks, guys, but it's not that. It's about Akari. What happened? Gyra asked, wrapping her arm around Mina's shoulder. Siro cackled loudly. Let me guess. A hopeless infatuation with the ruggedly handsome vigilante? Goes to show that girls like the bad boys. I should be a vigilante. Izuku smirked. That was certainly not it. Mina sighed and explained, a couple of days ago, Aizawa-sensei came to me and asked if I would help him with something outside of school. I said it would depend on what it was, and he showed me this file about what the government and police knew about Akari. It was blank. I asked why he needed me, and he said my quirk was perfect for this scenario, borderline defensive and offensive, which I would need if the vigilante tried anything funny. So I agreed. Bakugu's hands crackled with energy as he muttered, our teacher was trying to capture the vigilante? Izuku growled mentally, I have a home, thank you very much, you little angry Pomeranian. Last night, we acted out the plan, which was to stage a small villain attack. When Akari showed up, he would capture the villain, and a small questioning would follow. Depending on what the guy answered, they would probably arrest him. Mina rubbed her eyes again, and the girls crowded around her to pat her shoulders and hug her occasionally. It was all going so smoothly at first. The plan was working perfectly. Mina paused to take a deep breath, and Gyra asked, what did Akari do? Nothing. That's the thing. He captured our villain actor, and the man was supposed to turn and endanger my life, she said, quoting with her fingers. The villain turned suddenly and acted like he was going to stab me and Akari. What did he do? Siro, Kaminari, and Kirishima asked, their eyes bright with anticipation. Izuku listened with dark amusement, aware of what was going to happen next. It was interesting that Aizawa thought Akari wouldn't kill the villain who could have been threatening an innocent girl's life. He stabbed the man and killed him, Mina said, breathing deeply again. What I don't understand is how he was so unfazed by the whole thing. He just looked emotionally detached and called the police before asking me if I was okay. We managed to catch him soon after that by knocking him out, but the vigilante is something else. He recovered so fast. He just popped up and started chatting like nothing was wrong. Everyone's expressions turned conflicted and concerned as Mina recounted last night's events. And then when the detective was asking him questions, he was able to half lie or half tell the truth throughout the entire investigation. And when Sensei and I stepped outside to catch our breaths, Detective Tsukachi swore he only closed his eyes for a second, and the vigilante was gone. That vigilante, Bakugo muttered, his eyes dark. He thinks he's the best. When I catch him, I'll blow him up. Bakugo-kun, that is very un-plus ultra of you, Ida reprimanded and Bakugo barked, shut up, for eyes. So what's your problem? Shoto asked. You're telling us this because you wanted our help with something, right? Mina nodded and Shoto continued, so what do you want help with? I know that Akari is a vigilante who saves a lot of people, and I truly respect him for that. But I can't help but wonder what sort of coldness lies in his heart that allowed him to just kill our man like that, Mina said, sighing. Aizawa-sensei is asking me to help him try to catch the vigilante again. We'll be using a different tactic, but I don't really want to do it. Then tell him no, Shoji said simply, his multiple arms crossed. Well, the thing is, Mina said, her face turning even pinker, I was kind of the one that brought it up when he first asked for my help. I told him that no matter what, I'd always try to help him figure out who Akari is. Except now I'm not too sure what I want to do. I feel so conflicted. It's not that I don't want to help Aizawa-sensei, I just got this really strong feeling yesterday that Akari is really unstable and shouldn't be messed with. I'm not scared of him, but I don't want to be the reason anyone dies like that poor man yesterday. We'll help you tell him no, the girls surrounding her reassured. At that moment, Aizawa stepped into the classroom and said, sit down now. Settle down. Mina, I heard the entire thing and I totally agree. Yesterday was my fault. I'll figure out new ways to track down the vigilante. I shouldn't have turned to you first. It was dangerous. Thank you for your help, and yes, don't help me anymore. Now sit down, Bakugo, you look like an idiot standing like that. Bakugo, who had been standing with an angry look on his face, sat down with a huff, and Izuku shut his eyes, sorting the information out in his head. Government's after you. His brain sang. Everyone's out for your head. Izuku smiled sadly. It was his fault he had so many names and faces. It couldn't be helped that he was being hunted down far and wide. For now, he would continue to run away while focusing on his class. Aizawa started lecturing about quirk discrimination, and Izuku almost laughed at the irony of the moment. Time skip. 7 days later. All right, class, sit down now, Aizawa said as he walked into the classroom with coffee in hand. The class, which had been loudly chatting, immediately fell silent as they shuffled back to their seats. Ahem, their teacher said, I have a big announcement to make. We'll be having a class field trip soon, one with class 1B2. We'll be going to a forest training camp with the wild pussycats. It's in 4 days and lasts 3 days. I expect you'll be ready by then. Here's the list of things you should get. Food and sleeping arrangements will be provided, but bring your own clothes and toiletries. Get your parents to sign this liability form along with a couple of other forms. Meet here at 6 a.m. sharp on Tuesday, and we'll be at the forest training camp until Friday morning when we'll come back around 10. Now on with my lesson. Izuku's eyes shot open at the announcement, and his eyebrows furrowed. A forest training camp? Forest training camp. Forest training camp. Forest training camp. Those were the only words rattling around in Izuku's brain as he bustled around inside the cafe. Minami was on shift with him, making coffee for a difficult customer Izuku had just dealt with, who demanded to know why the prices were so high. She had claimed to be a regular and insisted on a discount. Izuku patiently explained that he was very sorry, but they couldn't do that because it wouldn't be fair to other customers, and the cafe had to make money. He plastered on his sweetest smile while wanting to strangle the woman. With a huff, the woman paid full price and now stood in a corner of the shop, waiting impatiently for her coffee. A large bustle and the roaring laughter of a group approaching echoed through the street outside, and Izuku sighed as he mentally prepared himself to deal with the group of students that would soon flood into the cafe. When the students arrived, he was shocked to see his classmates from Class 1A. The rest of the students looked equally surprised, while Uraraka's face showed that she had tried to tell them not to come, but the others had insisted. Whoa oi! Kaminari said, pushing his way forward. I didn't know you worked here too. I heard that Achiko worked here, but I didn't know it was you too. That's so cool. Thanks. Izuku said, trying to hurry things along. What can I get you guys? We came here to discuss the forest training camp, actually, Momo said, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. We tried to find you, but you left so fast, Kirishima said, patting Izuku strongly on the shoulder. Oh, Izuku replied, not really caring at all. Well, this is awkward, Uraraka said, stepping forward. Let me take it from here. She quickly moved through the little swinging door to whisper in Izuku's ear about what was happening. With an expressionless face, he listened as she explained that the group had been planning to hang out at the cafe and discuss what they would buy for the forest training camp. Izuku nodded in understanding, and without prompting, Uraraka dodged around him and approached Minami, who was working merrily. Uraraka spoke to Minami in low tones, and once she was done, Minami turned to smile brightly at Izuku. You have a class thing to do? Well go. I have it from here. I wouldn't want you to miss out on life. Minami said, moving to shoo Izuku away from his position at the cashier. In a slow daze, Izuku moved to the employee room to change back into his everyday clothes. When he reappeared, he overheard Uraraka brightly say, instead of talking about what we're going to buy, why don't we go to the mall and shop around together? Everyone quickly agreed, and the shy, introverted Izuku was taken under the wings of Momo and Ida, who ushered him along with the rest of the class, apologizing profusely to Minami. Minami waved them out of her store, shoving a couple of pastries into the hands of Izuku and Uraraka. The class walked to the mall, munching contentedly on their pastries. Are you excited for the forest training camp? Izuku asked nervously, his eyes bright with silent excitement. The whole class immediately thought the same thing. He looked like a scared cat. Of course we are. Jairu told him. Just, it'll be quite the manly experience. Kirishima stated, and Shoji gently patted Izuku's shoulder. I'll be able to spread my message to more people, Tokoyami said seriously. Revelry in the dark. They soon reached the mall, and the class split into smaller groups. Uraraka, Izuku, Tsuyu, Mineta, and Shoto shopped together. Izuku bought just a couple of toiletries and a bag to pack everything in, feeling he should bring some extra supplies just in case. As the girls and Shoto used the restroom, Izuku sat on one side of a bench. A man slid into the other side, and Izuku didn't pay much attention until the man pressed against his back. Feeling tired that day and not in the mood for trouble, Izuku turned his head and barked, What do you want? Oh, it's you. It was none other than Shigaraki Tamura. I came to ask about the hero killer, Shigaraki said, and Izuku still just enough for him to continue. What's so great about Stain and not me? Why did he receive all the attention with his attack? We're the same, we destroy what we don't like. So why did he get all the attention? Well, you lack conviction and a goal, Izuku replied easily. Stain had something people could believe in. You're just causing chaos. That's why Stain gets so much attention. People can actually believe in his cause. Shigaraki smiled, his fingers winding around Izuku's throat. I see. Conviction, something to believe in. That makes sense, I suppose. Thank you for opening my eyes. You're welcome, Izuku said, feeling the pressure of Shigaraki's grip. He swallowed before asking, What's all for one planning? Shigaraki laughed. You already know, don't you? So why play dumb? I don't go by that name anymore, Izuku said, flinching. Maybe, but you're still that person at heart, aren't you? Are your classmates finding it strange how unstable your personality is? Shigaraki smirked. Izuku shook with unrestrained anger. Let me go. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his friends returning, and Shigaraki noticed them too. He released Izuku's throat and quickly vanished into the crowd. Izuku sat on the bench, closing his eyes and breathing deeply, trying to keep himself under control. Izuku. Tsuyu riveted. Are you okay? Who was that man? The others stood behind her, and Izuku smiled as he stood up. Just an old acquaintance. A friend. I'm fine. Are we ready to go? They nodded, and Izuku smiled, following wherever they were headed. All he could think about was what the League of Villains was planning and what All for One intended to do. They knew who he was now. 4 days later, on the day the forest training camp started, Izuku's POV shifted as Aizawa tiredly declared, All right, everyone's here. Ida, do my job for me while I go get another cup of coffee. Ida saluted quickly before ushering his classmates out of the classroom and toward the main gate of the school, where a bus awaited them. Class 1B had already left. It was just Class 1A left at the school. In the orderly, single-file line Ida had made them practice, everyone got onto the bus in a short amount of time, and true to his word, Aizawa reappeared with 2 cups of coffee in his hands. Izuku sat in the front, staring out the window at the passing scenery as the bus started to move. Everyone had chosen to sit together, and while he could have sat next to someone, the girls were all together, and none of the guys really liked him, so he was alone. He was certain that everyone but Uraraka was terrified of his mood swings. For the entire 2-hour bus ride, Izuku silently plotted what he would do in various scenarios. About an hour in, the bus driver suddenly stopped, and excited at the prospect of a break, the students all hopped off the bus. Aizawa stepped out, chuckled to himself, and hopped back onto the bus. Alright, let's go back in and hit the RO, Kaminari started, looking back at the bus but stopping mid-sentence when he saw that the bus had already left. What? The whole class shouted. Izuku heard a group of people climbing up the cliff where they were standing and instinctively tensed. However, he relaxed when he saw the hero group Wild Pussycats arrive. Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, and Tiger appeared, all decked out in their hero costumes. Welcome to the forest training camp, they shouted, startling the rest who were unaware of their arrival. We are the Wild Pussycats. What do you mean, welcome to the forest training camp? Ida asked. We haven't arrived yet. This is actually where your training starts. Your job is to make it to the camp where you'll be staying through this forest. Pixie Bob explained. Great, Izuku thought. A group of cat-themed heroes shows up and tells us we have to walk through the whole forest to reach the training camp. With that, the hero group quickly jumped onto a nearby bus that had been approaching in the distance, leaving the students of Class 1A with no choice but to trek through the forest to reach the training camp. Izuku immediately shifted closer to the group. He knew he could make it through in 30 minutes by himself, but to stay under the radar, he stuck with the group. Alright, let's get moving, Momo said, immediately building 20 pairs of headpieces so that if a group got lost, they could always find each other. Ida quickly split the 20 students into groups of 5, assigning Uraraka, Ida, Momo, Shoto, and Mina as leaders. Each leader was given a compass courtesy of Momo, and since Shoji could grow eyeballs on his arms, Momo had him scout out the direction of the base, which he confirmed was towards the north. With that, everyone wished each other good luck and set off. Izuku turned to his group, which consisted of Kirishima, Uraraka, and Tsuyu. They looked at Uraraka expectantly and she said, "Listen to Oikun first." Izuku glanced at her in surprise and then told his classmates, "Follow Uraraka's lead and don't stray from each other. My guess is that the wild pussycats have implemented some sort of challenge or obstacle we have to overcome throughout the forest. Whatever you do, don't get lost." Uraraka nodded and said, "Good work," before she ran and tapped everyone, making them lighter and their descent down the cliff slightly safer. Izuku ran to the cliff's fence and jumped over with a neat flip before descending down the rocky face. Indeed, Izuku's guess had been correct, and several earth monsters, courtesy of Pixie Bob, arose from the ground the moment the team stepped onto the marshy forest floor. Izuku watched from the back as he studied how his classmates quickly disposed of the monsters. Uraraka tapped the monsters' different parts, and pieces of rock, earth, and stone slowly started to fly up into the air. Kirishima punched the rest into pieces, and Tsuyu delivered some kicks to the monsters. Overall, without Izuku's help, the group managed to get rid of the obstacles pretty easily, and as they continued along the forest floor, Izuku helped out a little here and there, just enough to avoid suspicion. In just under 2 hours, the team reached the camp and were pleasantly surprised to find they were the first group from both Class 1A and 1B to arrive. They spent the time waiting for the rest of the class by relaxing outside, as they weren't allowed inside, and no one came out to get them. They briefly ventured back into the forest to look for others, but no one had yet to arrive. By the time the 4-hour mark had passed, Uraraka had gotten so bored that she had Kirishima teach her and Tsuyu some combat moves. 30 minutes later, as Izuku sat in a tree like a shadow, he saw the next couple of groups coming in. He rushed to tap Uraraka on the shoulder and excitedly told her, "They're here." Everyone smiled happily, and Kirishima shouted, "It's all so manly." With joyful shouts, the team greeted the rest of their class, and Mandalay finally stepped out of the camp to greet everyone. "We had an amazing group that showed up in just under 2 hours." There was a little cheer for Uraraka's team before Mandalay continued, "And the rest of you arrived right now. Congratulations." Everyone finished faster than Aizawa thought. "Come to the mess hall, we'll feed you your dinner." As Izuku made his way through the front doors, he noticed a little boy wearing a red spiky hat standing next to Mandalay with a sour expression on his face. He moved closer in interest, and before he could say anything, the boy punched him. Izuku doubled over in surprise and pain as the little boy ran back into the camp in front of everyone. Some of the girls burst into surprised giggles while the guys winced in understanding. "I'm so sorry about that, Mandalay said, and Izuku smiled. The pain had faded, and he managed to squeeze out, "Nijima aoi. I'm so sorry about that, Glenn. Koda just really doesn't like heroes. His parents were heroes, and they were killed in service, so he thinks all heroes are bad," Mandalay explained, nodding. Izuku smiled in understanding. "It's no problem. Thank you for having us," he said politely before moving through the front doors. Kirishima slapped his back and said, "Bro, that kid was manly. Are you okay?" Izuku nodded and forced another smile onto his face. "I'm fine." He was getting tired of smiling. He had to smile so much these days, even though there was no one left for him to smile for. Everyone bustled into the mess hall, and they were all served a portion of curry, which was currently Izuku's new favorite food. He ate his meal in silence, sitting to the side and contemplating his plans for the future. "I have to make sure everything doesn't unfold at a rate that's too fast," he thought. "It's hard when I have so many personalities stacked up: Izuku, Aoi, Akari, Usagi. Things are getting complicated now." Uraraka slid into a seat next to him and shot the white-haired boy a quick smile before leaning over with a chuckle and stealing Ida's potato, which he'd been leaving. "The audacity," the engine boy gasped. "I'm just kidding, I don't really like potatoes too much," Uraraka said with a shrug. "I know. So," she continued, turning towards Izuku, "how are you doing? These days you've been obnoxiously silent. I know you don't like talking to others, but you usually try, and whenever you do, you have the whole class falling over at how adorable you are." "Oh, I just have a lot to think about," he smiled softly as he continued to scoop up the curry. Free food was free food. "As long as you are okay," she stated, patting his shoulder before moving on to talk to others. Momo slid into the seat Uraraka had vacated and patted Izuku's forehead worriedly. "Are you okay? You look a little pale. What is it with people asking me if I'm okay?" Izuku thought bitterly. "I'm fine," he replied. He always looked pale because of the makeup he had to put on, and he generally looked like he never slept. "All right." Mandalay called out loudly from the center, and both classes stopped chatting and paid attention like the little heroes in training they were. "Dinner's over. Wash your dishes and do whatever your generation does." "Huh." Everyone rolled their eyes at the joke and followed orders, cleaning plates and the table. Within 10 minutes, everything was cleaned up and the classes started to dissipate. Class 1A had the hot baths first, and the girls and guys rushed toward their respective sides. Izuku faced a dilemma. He couldn't go into the baths with the others for multiple reasons, including his scars and the makeup he wore to cover them. But at the same time, he couldn't not go to the bath with the others. He sighed, uncertain what to do. In the end, he decided to risk it all and go to the bath but try to avoid everyone else. He quickly shuffled through the cloth flaps of the onsen and started undressing. He took off his shirt and replaced it with a towel, changing quickly before wrapping himself firmly. It was customary to wash your body before entering a hot bath in Japan, so he made sure to do a proper shower, and his makeup fell off. Immediately after, he pulled up the towel around his body, lowered his eyes, and arranged his hair to create the illusion of natural shading under his eyes. With that, he sank into the warm waters of the onsen, desperately hoping that no one would come and talk to him. To his luck, however, someone did come to talk to him. "Hey Aoi, how are you doing?" Kaminari asked, settling next to him in the pool, and soon the rest of the male students of Class 1A entered the pool. Izuku scooted away, and Kaminari laughed amiably. "Guys, we have another one of those." "Oh, that's so funny," Kirishima shouted. "There's always one of those really manly ones, aren't there?" Izuku continued to scoot away to his own corner as Ida and Bakugo both shouted, "Shut up, no talking in public hot baths." "And there's always one of those too," Siro observed. Mineta practically drooled as he started to ramble about how his quirk was made for this moment. "I want to see the girls." "And there's always one of those," Tokoyami and Shoto noted. Sato and Koda had been quiet since the beginning, and they noticed that Izuku had scooted quite far away and looked a little different. His black eyes seemed darker, and his skin appeared whiter than before. Mineta started climbing up the wall that separated the boys' and girls' baths, and within moments, he seemed like he was going to make it when a small, angry Koda appeared and kicked Mineta down. "Down you mangy dog," Koda said angrily. "Shameless." Mineta fell with a thump, and the guys could hear the girls cheer for Koda, thanking him for saving them. And after a couple of silent moments, Koda fell off his perch. Ida dashed forward and caught him, then left the baths to return him to Mandalay. Another 30 minutes passed with everyone chatting, except for Izuku, who scooted slowly farther away, head down. They thought it was innocent and sweet of him, but he just didn't want anyone to see his scars. "What do you think of the girls in our class?" Kaminari finally asked, prompting the boys to think. "I think they're all very good at their job." Izuku mumbled shyly, a small smile on his face, and the group practically awed at his cuteness. With that interaction, the bath was finally over, and Izuku was the last to leave. He dressed quickly, leaving his hair slightly wet and fluffy, hanging over his eyes to keep them naturally shadowed. The moment he got the chance, the stressed-out white-haired boy reapplied his makeup. The next day, following the start of the forest training camp, Mandalay woke all the students of UA attending the camp with a loud shout to wake up. Izuku had been awake the entire night, contemplating how Aizawa would react to the fact that Akari wouldn't appear while he was away on his field trip. He debated whether to run back to the city to maintain the facade, but ultimately decided it would take too much time. Instead, he stayed awake, spending half the night on the roof, watching for enemies, feeling that something significant was about to happen. As Mandalay called the students to the mess hall, it was a chaotic scene of half-awake students trying to feed themselves. Izuku ate a little, his appetite as usual non-existent. Aizawa kept glancing at him from the corner of his eye, which began to annoy Izuku. After breakfast, Pixie Bob called the group outside. Tiger, Mandalay, and Pixie Bob lined up facing the 40 students, while Ragdoll patrolled their encampment. "All right, listen up," Tiger said, stepping forward. "We're going to train your quirks today. You'll learn the boundaries of your quirk and how to push it to be more effective in battle. It will be hard, but when you're done, you'll be able to use your quirk better than ever." Everyone groaned as Tiger directed them to their assignments based on their quirks. Momo was tasked with making her bomb creations, Shoto had to create fire and ice simultaneously while in a bucket of lukewarm water, and Suyu was to climb the mountain repeatedly. Kaminari needed to increase his voltage and duration, while Ida had to work on his reciprocal burst. Shoji was to create more arms, Uraraka had to maintain her anti-gravity quirk longer, and Kirishima focused on improving his hardening technique. Mineta was ordered to keep pulling out his great ball, Siro to direct his tape, and Aoyama to shoot his laser despite any discomfort. Mina was to generate acid, Sato aimed to increase his strength through sugar, and Koda worked on summoning animals. Tokoyami had to control Dark Shadow in a cave, and Bakugo focused on perfecting his technique. Izuku, Hagakure, Ojiro, and Jiro were all trained to increase their strength and combat skills, with a grueling workout that included push-ups, laps up the mountain, sit-ups, and more. Izuku cracked his neck and set to work. He finished his assignment in 2.5 hours and approached the surprised Tiger. "You're finished?" Tiger asked, and Izuku nodded, sweat dripping from his hair. He had applied sweat-proof makeup that morning, anticipating the workout. "Wow, but let's wait for the others before we start the workout," Tiger said, watching Jiro, Ojiro, and Hagakure struggle to finish. By the time everyone completed their tasks, it was lunchtime, and Izuku was forced to eat a little food under Aizawa's watchful eye. "Does he know that I know that he's watching me?" Izuku wondered as he scooped a bite of something into his mouth without tasting anything. It felt kind of rude, not going to lie. Aizawa was still staring at him, and Izuku turned his head to look behind him to talk to Uraraka about how her training was going. That broke Aizawa out of his trance, and he shook his head before returning to his own meal. Finally, Izuku, Ojiro, Jiro, and Hagakure were shown the basics of punches: a cross, hook, jab. Izuku knew all of these already and made sure to throw in mistakes, like a lowered elbow, so that it wouldn't look like he had the perfect form of the Vigilante Akari. Tiger watched the white-haired boy punch the trunk of a tree repeatedly, eyebrows furrowed. There was something off about the boy, something that he always felt when he was around him. It was like there was a monster prowling under his skin, caged and not free. The next day passed in a similar pattern, and Izuku slowly fell into the repetition of not really doing too much during the day. Sure, his classmates were complaining about the work, but he didn't think too much of it. But it was also true that they didn't go through what he did. His brain argued as Izuku lay awake, eyes wide open, staring at the stars from the roof of his shared cabin with the others. "That's true," Izuku agreed, "but I mean, was." His brain laughed darkly, and Izuku just sighed. Tomorrow was the last day, and he had to prepare himself. His gut feeling of danger was growing stronger with every passing day. The last day was the same as every other day, but to celebrate the end of the students' grueling training, the teachers had coordinated a fun activity. We'll be seeing which class can scare the other class the most. Mandalay announced at dinner, and a cheer rose between the classes. Obviously, we can beat your quirkless class, Monoma said, smirking. You guys are like the extras to my class. Kendo quickly came to the rescue, knocking the blonde boy out with a quick chop of her hands. She caught his falling body and said, sorry, as she dragged him away. But he's right, we'll win. Our class is clearly better. Kirishima fumed in anger, and Bakugo outright said, we'll show you who's better. I'll scare you so bad that you'll never want to be a hero again. Come quick, the girls called to their male classmates. Mandalay is making us draw out the name of our pairs. Izuku shuffled over and pulled out Bakugo's name and the number they'd be going first into the forest, where Class 1B awaited to scare them. He sighed deeply and turned to glare at the wild pussycats before Aizawa blew a whistle practically in his ear and jerked his head toward the forest, signaling the start of the activity. Izuku sighed again as he stepped into the forest. Hey! Bakugo called as the explosive boy raced ahead. You wait for me. I bet you'll be scared. Izuku rolled his eyes as the two traveled along the forest path. Nothing had happened yet, but soon a smoky film of gas surrounded the pair, and they started stepping on a strange, carpet-like sensation. When Izuku looked down, he saw that mushrooms were blanketing the floor. Suddenly, someone popped out in front of them. Kurwara was staring at them, white teeth gleaming, and Bakugo screamed. He shouted before smashing his palm into the face of the student. Kurwara managed to dodge, but when Bakugo turned back to face Izuku, expecting praise, he only saw the white-haired boy striding ahead, completely unaffected by the jump scares. Why the heck aren't you scared? Bakugo asked. I don't get scared that easily anymore, Izuku replied with a sigh. Throughout the whole activity, Bakugo was the one consistently screaming, every time someone jumped out at him, while most of Class 1B was annoyed at how their lives were being endangered, and one appeared to want to kill them while the other just looked like he was taking a stroll in the park. Behind them, however, Izuku could hear the shocked screams of their classmates, and he sighed again. His brain reminded him, they didn't go through the same things you did when you were a kid. You're right, he told his brain. They didn't. Izuku dragged Bakugo away from Monoma, who had copied Kurwaro's quirk to jump scare the explosive boy. They reappeared at the edge of the forest and made their way to stand next to Aizawa. What did you think? How scary was it? Aizawa asked, his eyes scanning both of them. Bakugo was shaking slightly, his face paler than normal, making his red eyes look even more vibrant. Izuku, on the other hand, looked just fine. It wasn't scary at all, Izuku said as the forest behind him burst into blue flames. Bakugo screamed in shock, falling backward. Do not panic, this is a villain attack. All students in the forest, please make your way back to the center of the camp. Pixie Bob, Tiger, and I will protect you. Vlad King, I trust you to look after all the students who make it back. With that, the connection cut off, and Aizawa froze before rushing to Mandalay, who had stepped out of the camp. The two began running into the forest. Already, about 20 students had made it back to the camp, and Izuku's heart sank as he saw that most of them were from Class 1B. Go inside to Vlad King and stay there. Don't move, Aizawa ordered as he sprinted away. I'll get the others. This is not a joke, okay? Mandalay's look of panic struck him as odd as he headed toward the room where Vlad King was tutoring students who had failed their midterms. He kept turning it over in his mind, wondering what could be bothering her so much. Sure, there was a villain attack, but heroes were trained to remain calm and collected to avoid scaring civilians further. So what had Mandalay so twisted up that she looked terrified? As soon as Izuku and Bakugo arrived in the classroom, Izuku understood. Everyone inside was from UA, but there was another kid there, a much younger boy who had punched Izuku earlier. Koda. Flashback to last night. Izuku had been awake at an ungodly hour, unable to sleep. Instead of staring at the dark sky from his cabin, he decided to explore. Leaving the campus, he wandered into the neighboring mountains and, to his surprise, found a cave with light coming from it. Thinking there might be someone else awake, he felt a spark of excitement as he approached. To his astonishment, he found Koda sitting there, arms wrapped around his legs, staring blankly into the air. Izuku dropped into a squatting position next to him, surprising the boy. What? Koda screeched, his voice rising even higher when he recognized Izuku. Go away. He turned his body away, but Izuku scooted closer, curious. Koda reminded him of someone else, someone he couldn't think about right now. Go away, you hero, Koda spat, the word dripping with disdain. Izuku tilted his head, intrigued. What do you have against heroes? Why do you hate them so much? My parents were heroes. Koda said, closing his eyes tightly. Why do I bother? I hate you, go away. No matter what I say, you'll just tell me you want to be a hero anyway. Izuku sighed and wrapped his arms around his legs. I know what happened. Mandalay told me. I just wanted to hear it from you. I'm sorry for your loss. Koda's eyes glistened with tears as he continued to stare at the starry sky. Shut up. The words came out weaker as he sniffled. Izuku swallowed. If it counts for anything, sometimes I don't want to be a hero too. Really? Koda asked, turning to look at Izuku despite his earlier resolve not to meet his gaze. Yes, Izuku nodded. It's hard to be a hero. Sometimes, when it gets really tough, I want to quit, especially when I think about the people I'll hurt if I fail. Then why do you keep going? Koda asked, his eyes clear and teary. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He had taken his contacts out earlier and hoped Koda wouldn't notice. It was dark, and the colors were hard to distinguish. He reopened his eyes, glancing around the cave, which had a small lamp, a table, a few books, and a pillow, Koda's little secret setup. I still want to be a hero because someone very important believed that I could be one. I was a hero to her. I want to be the hero she thought I could be. That's why, no matter how hard it gets, I brush off my tears and keep going. My mom believed I would be the best hero ever, no matter what. Koda stared at him, eyes wide, and raised a small hand to gently tap Izuku on the head. Fluffy, he thought, but he focused on comforting the saddened hero in training. It gets so hard to continue, Izuku said, trailing off before speaking clearly. Thanks for listening. Do you still hate me and heroes? Kota stopped petting his head and turned away with a huff. I hate heroes. But I don't hate you as much. Izuku sighed, wiping his tears with the back of his hand. He patted Kota's shoulder. One day you'll have a hero. I just hope yours will be better than mine. With that cryptic message, Izuku almost left but then looked back at the boy. And why are you up so late? Go to sleep. Why are you up so late? Kota muttered under his breath. With a dark chuckle, Izuku leaped back down the mountain to his cabin, where he spent the rest of the night staring at the stars, deep in thought. I'm so tired. So tired of everything. Villains POV. Shigaraki had bothered to socialize for once, and in doing so, he managed to gather a team of misfits. But these misfits were tasked with retrieving what they needed. Izuku Midoriya, Nejima Aoi, Usagi, and maybe even Akari. All for one, and the doctor had requested it personally. They couldn't fail. Shigaraki stood before his team, staring into their eyes. Don't fail me, he commanded, handing each of them a picture of a white-haired boy. This is your target. No matter what it takes, I want you to go to this location and bring him back. How do you know that's where he is? A girl with long canines asked. He looks so cute and yummy. I bet his blood tastes amazing. Hacking. Video games. Staring at your dead mom, Shigaraki replied cryptically. Do it, and you'll be on the team and rewarded by the boss himself. We can use any method we want, one of his subordinates, who had purple skin and staples covering his face, asked. Any method, Shigaraki agreed, but make sure you don't fail like you did last time, Dabi. Last time, when Izuku had escaped their grasp, they had finally tracked him down to a place they least expected. Shigaraki had sent Dabi to recapture him, a mistake. Dabi was supposed to drive Izuku out and eliminate his mother, leaving Izuku alone in the world. But Dabi, being Dabi, had almost killed Izuku instead. The assortment of villains nodded in agreement. Any method. Go to the forest. Retrieve the boy. Get on the League of Villains. Get a paycheck or something from the big boss. Easy, right? Muscular, Toga, Twice, Compress, Spinner, Dabi, Moonfish, Magna, and Mustard all smiled their signature creepy smiles, which made Shigaraki roll his eyes. They continued to smile as Kurogiri's warp transported them to their designated location. Dabi already planned to set fire to the forest as they were warped. The team had spent 30 quick minutes planning, hearing the terrified screams of the students below, which they deemed perfect for their attack. Dabi would confront the students who would likely run to the facilities in the center of the forest once the attack began. Everyone else would spread out and prey on the students one by one until they found Izuku. Toga awed again before liking the blood remaining on her nails and ordering, "Let's go." Muscular turned toward the mountain, focusing his attention as his muscles bulged, and he jumped, heading straight toward Kota. Izuku burst through the front door of the building and back out into the clearing of the forest in a haze of panic. Kota, where was he? The forest was still burning brightly with blue fire spreading at alarming speeds. Izuku tried to block out the excess information and destimulten as he drew in deep gulps of air to calm himself. The ash from the surrounding fire made its way into his throat as he struggled to regain his composure. I need to stay calm. But he knew he had to figure this out. Where would Kota be? He wasn't within the facility's parameters, as he hadn't reported to Vlad King when Mandalay sent her message. He was somewhere near the campgrounds but far enough that Mandalay's message wouldn't have reached him. Izuku closed his eyes, trying to think quickly. Students from UA streamed around him, dashing to safety. Someone tried to grab his arm to pull him away, but despite their screams and tugging, everything fell on deaf ears as Izuku's eyes snapped open, filled with determination. He knew where Kota was. With focused eyes, he dashed toward the mountain, stumbling a couple of times before forcing his body to concentrate. By the time he reached the base of the mountain, he was moving at his normal swift speed, scaling the mountain from ledge to ledge to make it on time. When he finally reached the top of the cliff, he grabbed the rocky ledge of the cave where he had found Kota sitting alone the night before. The rough surface of the rock dug into his palms as he pulled himself up. Up here, high above the chaos and the smell of fear from the villain attack, it was quiet. The silence felt like the calm before a storm, and it was the scariest thing Izuku had felt all night. Please, please, please don't let me be too late. Izuku popped his head over and saw Kota standing there, trembling with arms outstretched. With wide eyes, Izuku feels a strong stream of water hit his face, nearly losing his grip on the sandy cliff edge. Falling now would not be an option. He shakes off the shock and climbs over the edge after Kota recognizes him. What's happening down there? Kota asks, his voice trembling. Why is everyone screaming? Why is the forest on fire? There's a villain attack. We have to get away from here, Izuku replies urgently, noticing Kota's eyes widen in fear. A villain attack? Is Aunt Mandalay okay? Kota's concern is palpable. She's fine. Get on my back. We have to go, okay? We can't stay here any longer. Please, Izuku urges, his voice filled with urgency. Go where? Kota asks softly as he climbs onto Izuku's back. I want my Aunt Mandalay. I'll get you to her, Izuku reassures him. Just please let's go. Any moment now. A villain, a voice interrupts from the shadows of the cave behind Kota. A hulking, tall blonde man steps forward, and Kota screams. Izuku hisses as the boy rides in panic on his back. Who are you? Izuku demands. I'm Muscular. Pleased to meet you. I'm like the villain of the year. Not that you'll be alive when I get appointed. Because, you know, I'm going to kill you, Muscular smirks, bowing mockingly. Kota shivers on Izuku's back, and Izuku's mind races to connect the dots. He has a gut feeling that this man's name is significant. It's you, he snarls. You're the one that killed his parents, aren't you? Muscular's interest peaks as he turns to Kota. Oh, that means you're the last one left. The final piece I need to eliminate your whole family line. Your parents were those heroes I took care of. Good riddance to them. They would have been a thorn in both our sides. Kota whimpers softly against Izuku's back, and Izuku whispers urgently, get ready. I need you to make a run for it. You know how to get down this mountain, right? I hope so, since you come up here often. Just get down and find Vlad King. He looks like a cat kind of. Can you do that for me? Kota nods, pressing his face against Izuku's back, managing a wobbly smile. As Izuku prepares to confront Muscular, Kota slowly slides off his back. Just as his feet touch the ground, Muscular blurs and appears behind Izuku. Planning to run away, I see. Muscular taunts, blocking Kota's escape route. The boy starts shaking again. Izuku's mind races as he searches for a way out. Before he can act, Muscular's arm bulges with muscle, and he easily grabs Kota by the neck. Izuku's heart races as he watches in horror. Muscular laughs, holding Kota higher, his grip tightening. Kota's horned hat falls down the mountain, and Izuku feels a surge of dread for the boy's safety. So interesting, Muscular muses, so scared. I can taste your fear. Izuku lunges forward, heart pounding, reaching to snatch Kota back, but Muscular blurs again, retreating deeper into the cave with Kota in his grasp. Ah, I didn't say you could do that, Muscular warns darkly, twisting away as Izuku's fingers brush against Kota's back. With a swift motion, Muscular snaps Kota's fingers like twigs. Kota barely has time to react before Izuku desperately wraps an arm around him, trying to pull him to safety. But Muscular's eyes gleam in the dim light, and Izuku is punched in the gut, launching him out of the cave. He flies through the air, fighting to avoid falling down the mountain to his doom. He had to get to Kota. He managed to land feet first before rushing back into the cave, desperation fueling his every step. As soon as Izuku dashed into the darkness, the sharp tang of metallic blood hit his nose, telling him all he needed to know. Not Kota. His body pulsed with energy as he stared at the horrific sight before him. No matter the gruesome childhood Izuku had endured, nothing could prepare him for what awaited him in that cave. He had seen his share of violence, but witnessing it happen to someone he genuinely cared for felt different. The inside of the cave was splattered with Kota's blood. In the brief moments it took for Izuku to recover from a previous blow, Muscular had ended Kota's life. The boy's head lay at an unnatural angle, his bright brown eyes faded and unseen. His clothes were soaked with blood, and Muscular stood nearby, a satisfied look on his face. Kota's fingers were bent at unnatural angles, broken by Muscular. Other parts of his body showed signs of severe trauma. The image of Kota's terrified face was seared into Izuku's mind. Muscular had even gone so far as to inflict a devastating wound, leaving Kota hanging from a rock, his internal organs spilling out. Izuku's eyes burned with unshed tears, and his body hummed with energy. He wanted to act, but a voice inside him warned against it. He had ignored that voice before, and he could do so again. With that thought, Izuku launched himself at Muscular. His mind flashed white for a moment before snapping back into focus as Muscular cackled, underestimating him. As Izuku flew toward the villain, Muscular threw a punch with enough force to crush him. But Izuku twisted midair, new strength coursing through him. He landed and jumped again, his dagger a streak of silver aimed at Muscular's heart. Muscular's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly created more muscle to protect himself. When Izuku's knife connected, it tore through the muscle, shattering upon impact. A voice warned him again, urging him to stop, but he had to act quickly. Drawing both of his knives, Izuku dodged a punch from Muscular by leaping onto the wall. With a powerful kick, he launched himself forward, aiming for the villain. Muscular attempted a counterattack, but Izuku used the man's bulk to navigate through the chaos, finally moving his dagger toward Muscular's vulnerable heart. Muscular dodged, but Izuku cleverly threw one knife underhand, landing it on the villain's exposed skin. The force of the throw created a gaping hole in Muscular's heart, and the villain staggered back in shock. But Muscular stuttered, collapsing with a heavy thud as his quirk dissipated. The pool of blood around him grew, intensifying the metallic smell in the air. As Muscular's breathing slowed, Izuku felt a surge of anger. Too easy. He tapped Muscular's chest, and the man's flesh began to knit back together. Muscular's eyes fluttered open, confusion etched on his face. What? He gasped, looking at Izuku. Izuku smiled darkly. Again. Without giving Muscular time to recover, he sent out strands of black rope to restrain the villain and drew another dagger, preparing to carve into him. Muscular screamed, but Izuku silenced him by shoving a piece of his own shirt into his mouth. Disgusted, Izuku threw the piece of flesh at Muscular's face with a wet slap. He searched Muscular's pockets and found a photo of himself, accepting the information coldly. With his search complete, Izuku turned back, knife in hand, and began to carve words into Muscular's chest. Useless. Failure. Words that should have been directed at himself. Muscular twitched, struggling to stay conscious, his muffled screams only fueling Izuku's frustration. With tears clouding his vision, Izuku plunged the knife into Muscular's heart, carving out the organ. Izuku held the weight in his hand, feeling its warmth, until he hurled it across the cave in frustration, clutching his hair in despair. Why did this always happen? Muscular lay still, the pool of blood trickling out of the cave and down the cliffside in angry streaks. Again Izuku thought, his eyes glowing a fierce green. He reached out to Muscular once more, but the weight of failure pressed down on him. He had failed to protect Kota, and that realization cut deeper than any blade. He carved into his own leg, not flinching as he bled, reminding himself that emotions had led to this moment. The scar would serve as a reminder of his failure. Finally, he stood up and carefully lifted Kota's body from where it had been propped against the cave wall. Wrapping the boy in Muscular's clothes, he activated One for All and began to make his way down the mountain, carrying Kota gently. I'm sorry I failed, he whispered, tears running down his face as he moved. The weight of his guilt felt unbearable. Izuku raced back toward the camp where the villains were concentrated, his eyes burning with determination. He sprinted through the burning forest, the image of Kota hanging on the wall haunting him. His mind echoed with apologies as he held Kota's body close. The ground squelched beneath him, stained red, a painful reminder of his failures. He fought to regain control as he sprinted toward safety. He skidded to a stop at the edge of the clearing, where students were streaming away from the chaos. They were focused on their escape, oblivious to his presence. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted toward the front door, momentarily blocking everyone's way before rushing inside to find Vlad King. Bursting through the door, he ignored the surprised exclamations of his classmates and placed Koda's body on an unoccupied table. What's that? Kaminari asked, his curiosity evident. Don't get close to us, Izuku replied harshly. The room fell silent as they realized the implications of his words. He scanned the room for Bakugo, but it seemed he was outside, likely fighting the villains. Vlad King appeared from a back room, surprised to see Izuku with a body in his arms. What's going on? He asked, concern etched on his face. Izuku struggled to speak, his throat tight with emotion. Here, he said, extending his arms with Koda still in them. Vlad King gingerly took the boy, his expression shifting as he peeled back the clothes covering Koda's face. Izuku felt the weight of carrying someone else's burden for so long. Without waiting for an explanation, he turned and left the room, knowing the villains were after him. He considered the situation carefully. If he allowed himself to be captured, it might draw Yue's attention and lead them to All for One and Shigaraki. As he pushed deeper into the burning forest, he weighed the personalities of his classmates and teachers against the villains attacking. He was determined to make this work. Hearing a disturbance to his left, he dodged the main road, dashing toward the sound of struggle. There was a large, loose dark shadow that Tokoyami had no control over, and Izuku could see Shoji standing to the side, trying to avoid the rogue quirk. Another crashing sound echoed as Izuku looked from his perch in the tree, watching a villain with knives for teeth barreling towards Tokoyami. Dark Shadow laughed at the villain, swiftly chomping down on it and seemingly devouring it. Tokoyami, why do you always cage me up? This is so cool, the shadow exclaimed, writhing with excitement. At that moment, Shoji made a move towards Tokoyami, as if to wrestle him away from his quirk. Tokoyami's beak opened in warning, but before he could say anything, Izuku leaped off the tree, launching himself at Shoji. He slammed into Shoji just as a tendril of shadow struck the ground where Shoji had been standing. Aoi! Shoji exclaimed in surprise, while Dark Shadow laughed. A new contender? Listen up, okay? Don't move. Go find someone with a light quirk. I'll deal with this, Izuku instructed, his expression serious. But, Shoji stuttered. Just go! Izuku shouted. I've got this. Dark Shadow laughed as Shoji ran off into the woods, hoping to find Bakugo or Shoto, anyone with a light quirk. Izuku knew that without using his quirks, he wouldn't be able to defeat Dark Shadow. But he couldn't risk that while Tokoyami was still conscious. Now that it was only him in danger, he didn't care if he got hurt. Dark Shadow attacked, shooting out two black tendrils towards Izuku. He jumped up, dodging the third and fourth tendrils. Dark Shadow grew in size, forming arms and launching a series of punches at Izuku. He focused on dodging until help arrived, flipping backwards and using the trunks of trees to launch himself at varying speeds, making it harder to predict his movements. He threw a few punches and even unleashed some knives into the inky depths of the quirk, but as he suspected, it didn't do much. Then he remembered the black flashlight he had snatched from Aizawa's desk, thinking it might be useful. It probably wouldn't harm Dark Shadow, but it could annoy it. With his arms still sticky from the previous battle, Izuku reached up to break the string wrapping around the flashlight and flicked it on. Dark Shadow twisted to dodge the small concentrated light, but Izuku gradually closed in, managing to strike the shadow once or twice, leaving a strange mark before it repaired itself. Realizing the flashlight didn't harm him much, Dark Shadow returned to attack, and Izuku's exhausted body barely complied, dodging the relentless strikes. Throughout the fight, Tokoyami had been shouting, "Move! Back away! I'll kill you!" But he gradually quieted down, watching Izuku fight and thinking, wow, so that's what the number one in our class can do. Suddenly, Izuku heard rustling in the bushes and breathed a sigh of relief as he recognized Bakugo's voice. Why did I ever decide to follow you? Bakugo muttered, and Izuku thought, it's because you couldn't pass up the chance to help the number one in your class. Shoji remained silent as they broke through the foliage, revealing a sight that would amaze them for years. Izuku faced them directly, his eyes practically saying, took you long enough. It was impressive that he had managed to hold his ground against Dark Shadow while multitasking. He spoke to Tokoyami, relax your body. The more panic you feel, the more energy Dark Shadow will have to feed off of. Can you relax for me? Tokoyami closed his eyes, and Izuku continued, Bakugo and Shoji are back. With their help, we can defeat Dark Shadow and get you back. So we need you to relax, okay? Shoji and Bakugo watched in surprise as Izuku instinctively dodged all of Dark Shadow's attacks, both close and ranged. And you too, can you please help me out here? Izuku called, annoyance creeping into his voice. Shoji stepped in front of Bakugo, arms outstretched to protect him as Bakugo readied his quirk, shooting it towards Dark Shadow. Within minutes, Dark Shadow was forced into a tiny, wispy creature, and Tokoyami regained control. Izuku observed as Tokoyami profusely thanked everyone and finally spoke up, if you have difficulty controlling Dark Shadow when it gets dark, what if you don't? Tokoyami turned to stare at Izuku in surprise. You could use Dark Shadow's wildness as a shield for yourself and your teammates. Instead of trying to tame the shadow, you should use it to your advantage. Redirect its energy to create a shield, a cage, or something large to attack with, rather than just trying to control it. Tokoyami stared, gaping, until Shoji gently tapped him on the shoulder. The bird boy snapped his mouth shut and muttered faintly, I hadn't thought of it like that. Izuku shrugged and redirected his attention toward the forest again. Let's get moving and find the others. Bakugo grunted, who said you could be the leader? But he complied, following the group of 4 into the forest, heading toward the sounds of struggle and fighting they could hear to their right. Izuku felt his vision swim, blinking black and white. He was getting close to his limit. He had pushed himself too far earlier. The group arrived at their next location just in time to see Toga Himiko attacking Achiko and Froppy, who was trapped beneath a branch that Toga had dropped. Achiko barely managed to flip Toga, thanks to her training at gunhead martial arts. The moment Toga saw Izuku arrive with Bakugo, Shoji, and Tokoyami, her eyes widened in excitement. Oh, it's been so long. Shoto arrived just in time, and Toga turned in a circle to stare at all of them. She sighed in disappointment when she realized she couldn't fight all of them and win. She skipped off into the distance, and Izuku rushed over to Froppy's side to lift the branch off her stomach. His heart raced. If Shoto hadn't shown up at that moment, his identity might have been revealed, which would have been disastrous. Once they freed Froppy, Shoji carried her on his back, and they all gathered around Izuku, who was deep in thought about how to proceed. When he felt their gazes on him, he awkwardly lifted his gaze from the ground. "What? Why are you looking at me?" "Well, you're number 1 in our class, so what do we do?" Shoto asked, his gaze as frosty as his quirk. "Oh yeah, about that. The villains are after Bakugo." Izuku said, his brain throbbing in pain as he accepted that this was the best he could do in this situation. "They're after Bakugo?" Everyone exclaimed, shocked, including Bakugo himself. Izuku nodded seriously, and their faces quickly cycled through the stages of grief before settling into acceptance. Izuku sighed. "Based on that information, since you all have dubbed me the unofficial leader, I want everyone to circle around Bakugo. Shoto, you'll be in the front with Shoji and Froppy on his back to the left of Bakugo. Uraraka, you'll be next to Shoji, and Tokoyami, you'll be to the right of Bakugo. I'll be in the back. If anything happens, Uraraka, use your quirk on Shoji and Froppy since he's carrying her, and they'll have the hardest time running away. Just scatter if the villains attack. Tokoyami and Shoto, stick close to Bakugo, okay? I'll go with Uraraka's group." Everyone nodded seriously, and Bakugo looked blankly around as they fell into formation. "All right, let's get him back to the base," Izuku said, and they swiftly started marching back toward the complex of buildings. As they walked, they began to hear sounds of battle, and Izuku quickly realized it was the clearing where Mandalay was fighting villains. Suddenly, a man appeared wearing a mask with an eternally smiling face painted on it. "Welcome to the show," he said graciously bowing. Izuku felt the man searching their faces until his eyes landed on Izuku, and those crescent, smiling eyes curved even further. "Oh great. Another villain." Izuku hardened his gaze, preparing for an attack. "Well, I don't feel like doing anything right now, since the audience is so small," the man said before teleporting into some bushes. Based on the rustling foliage, Izuku pinpointed that the villain was behind him, but his classmates didn't need to know that. The group emerged into a clearing, and Tokoyami sighed in gratitude. "I'm so thankful we didn't have to fight that guy. I don't even know how my quirk would react." Izuku snapped quickly, "Pay attention around you." Indeed, they needed to pay attention. All around them, the wild pussycats and Aizawa were fighting the villains and some Nomus from the villain group. "It's the LOV again." Bakugo barked. "Where's that villain from last time?" The showman reappeared in front of everyone, and Izuku groaned at the sight of a bigger audience. He finally remembered the villain's name, Mr. Compress. As Mr. Compress slowly approached the group, Mandalay turned her eyes away from fighting Magna, Spinner, and twice to see the students preparing for battle. They had been expecting the villain to target Bakugo, tightening their stances around their classmates. They were caught off guard when Compress blurred and reappeared behind them, snatching Izuku in his marble. To his credit, Izuku wasn't too surprised. He had long known he was the target of this mission, especially after Muscular had that photo of him. Inside the orb, he found himself in a small room with a little girl in the corner, her bright red eyes and silver hair framed by a golden horn. He smiled sadly and reached out a hand, mirroring her movement as she pressed her hand against his. But Aries' reflection rippled until he was left staring at the empty small room with 2 tiny bunk beds pushed against the corner. With a sigh, he lowered himself onto the lower one and stared at the underside of the upper bed. The wooden planks were scratched with drawings of a little girl and an older boy holding hands, surrounded by a loving adult figure. They had nothing to do between their sessions and dreamed of a world beyond their cell. Izuku raised his hands to cover the dream and block everything out. Compress's quirk was complex. It allowed him to trap people in tiny marbles and perform slight leaps of teleportation using reflective objects. The marbles could show someone their nightmares or hopes and dreams, depending on the person captured. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to stabilize the turmoil of emotions since Koda's death. After calming down a little, the room faded away to a reflective surface that allowed him to view the fight outside. Bakugo was desperately trying to reach Compress, who seemed to be retreating to the protective radius of Spinner, Magna, and Twice. He could see Toga and Dabi appearing from the forest edge, and the 6 of them stepped into their respective warp ports as Mandalay, Tiger, Pixie Bob, Aizawa, and his classmates tried to get him back. Izuku pressed a cool hand against the glass and stared at them. He would see them soon, no matter how the next few days would unfold. Suddenly, he felt a violent lurch, and was essayed back out of the marble onto the grassy fields of the forest. "Owie!" Uraraka screamed the moment she saw him appear. Bakugo began shooting explosions at the villains on either side of Compress to scare them off. But at that point, Compress had released his hold on Izuku, and now Shigaraki had a hand around his neck. "You're all so weak," Shigaraki said. "You thought you were safe. That UA would protect you from us. Well, think again. We'll be borrowing him now. You won't be seeing him for a while." Izuku's heart sank as he saw the look of pure terror cross Uraraka and Aizawa's faces. He felt a pang of guilt at the panic his disappearance would cause throughout the school, maybe even all of Japan. But he reminded himself that this was part of a plan that could lead to victory for the heroes in the future. "Don't come after us," Shigaraki smirked, "or I'll make sure he decomposes into a pile of ash." "Nice talk, see you later. Tell All Might we're coming for him next." With that, Izuku was yanked into the muddy whirl of the warp device courtesy of Kurojiri. He knew that the LOV didn't have to hide their intentions. Even if the heroes knew, they wouldn't be able to stop the villains from achieving their goals. Given time, change, and death would always happen. So, Izuku closed his eyes as he was dragged toward his capture, for what was probably the 3rd time if he was counting nicely. The world reopened in a rippling flash of color as Izuku opened his eyes. He had been getting so much shut-eye lately that it was actually quite amazing. He knew instinctively that he'd been unconscious for some time, the incident occurring during the warp trip. Now, he found himself tied to a throne-like chair in a rundown but surprisingly clean bar, surrounded by members of the LOV, all staring at him as if waiting for him to wake up. Seated around him were Twice, Magna, Spinner, Compress, Dabi, Toga, Kurogiri, and Shigaraki. Hey! Izuku said, his eyes wide as he looked back at them. He gestured for them to remove his shackles, and Shigaraki spoke up. Welcome back again, he sneered. With a snap of his fingers, he motioned for Kurogiri to untie Izuku. Sorry about that. We didn't know how you would react after everything. We thought it wouldn't be like before. As the shackles were removed, Izuku stood up and stretched, then sighed. Can I please use the restroom? I want to wash off some of my makeup and take out my contacts. Spinner choked on a laugh. Makeup? But Shigaraki nodded. I know you won't try anything funny. For whatever reason, it seems like you have some sort of plan. This is what, your 20th time getting caught? How did All for One punish you for running away again? Izuku rolled his shoulders and his eyes before heading toward the hallway, where Kurogiri helpfully informed him that the restroom was the first room to his right. He entered and stared at the cracked mirror, noting Shigaraki's messy scrawl across the reflective surface. He rolled his eyes and began taking out his contacts, placing them in a case to save for another day. He had bought expensive ones that he could reuse, not wanting to waste his hard-earned money. As he washed the layer of makeup down the sink, he also cleaned the dried blood off his forearms from his previous encounters. Moving over to the toilet, he vomited, but to his surprise, nothing much came out. After a few dry heaves, he quickly changed into a clean t-shirt and breathes before exiting the restroom. Everyone who hadn't seen him before he ran away stared in surprise as he took his seat in the throne-like chair. It's so nice of you to give me such a nice chair. Fitting that I'm on a throne, considering I'm out to destroy your little group, Izuku said, leaning forward. His eyes glowed a radioactive green, sending shivers down the spines of the newer villains. Izuku's face was sharp, and his hair flickered between dark green and white. He had been trying to figure out his hair for a while, suspecting that when he had been kidnapped at a young age, the doctor had dyed it to confuse him. The years of testing had altered the gene the doctor had tampered with, causing his hair to change colors when he was stressed or in danger. He had washed off the makeup, revealing dark circles under his bright eyes and red lips, making him appear as if he hadn't seen the sun in years. A diamond of freckles under his eyes made him easily identifiable, something he wanted to hide. He planned to use the restroom again before the heroes arrived, perhaps in a couple of hours after they finished talking, and reapply his makeup. So far, everything was going according to plan. In a corner of the bar was Shigaraki's gaming desktop, likely moved from All for One's base, with a call to the doctor that was going unanswered. So, Shigaraki said, breaking the silence. What's your response? Response to what? Izuku replied sweetly. Shigaraki smirked. Response to my question earlier. Izuku tapped his chin thoughtfully. Well, I recall you called me less intelligent, and if that's true, then I wouldn't remember what you said, would I? What did you ask me? Dabi's smile was starting to look strained, and Izuku almost laughed. How did dear old All for One punish you for running away? Mind telling everyone here? Shigaraki asked sweetly. Sure. Izuku said, eager to play along. But why are you referring to our father in such sarcastic ways? Wouldn't it be a shame if you were reported to him and demoted? Father. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow. You still refer to him as such? Of course, Izuku replied with a wide smile. Why wouldn't I, to the man who rebirthed me? Shigaraki nodded in interest. I'm not worried about this group telling our dear father what I'm saying. They know what will happen to them if they do. So if you're thinking about dividing our group, that won't happen. Izuku sighed. All right, let me answer your question. I recall that when I used to run away, father would always catch me and bring me back, punishing me severely to ensure I wouldn't try again. On top of all that, I would have to eliminate whoever he presented to me the next day and consume their energy to reset my timer. I thought I could escape each time, but it only ever made things worse. I expected this time would be no different. Of course, Shigaraki said, smiling. How silly of me to forget about Sweet Eri and your timer. The League of Villains watched the interaction, their heads turning as each spoke. Mentioning the past punishments Izuku endured brought back memories. He had indeed been kidnapped at the age of 4 and managed to escape after 7 days. However, a couple of months later, he was taken again. The villains had become smarter, sending Toga and her mother, Aubrey, his first abductor, to take his place. During his time in their custody, they provided an unlimited supply of blood, with Toga as the backup. They wanted to keep the girl in her mother's company. From that time until he was 15, Izuku was stuck with the League of Villains. He was experimented on until the doctor discovered he could add quirks to a quirkless person. This led to the creation of several prototype Nomus based on him, and his intensive training began. Izuku was trained to fight, to kill, to become the ultimate weapon. He often spent time with Eri, who was undergoing tests at a young age, and he practically raised her despite being a child himself. He faced punishments for trying to escape, as he had mentioned before. During his training, he fought against Dabi, Shigaraki, Toga, and some of the other younger villains, and he could proudly say he was the best of the group. However, the doctor discovered a problem. The quirks they had given him were prototypes, slowly draining his energy every time he used them. So, All for One went on a specific hunt to find a quirk that would allow him to recover energy from those he eliminated. When Izuku received that quirk, his training intensified, and he didn't have a chance to escape until recently when he turned 15 and was sent out on his first mission. He had managed to stay clean for 3 years, earning All for One's trust to be sent out to eliminate someone. And eliminate someone he did. He returned to his orphanage, where Toga and her mother had been impersonating him, and he eliminated Aubrey, taking her place. For a couple of months, the League of Villains couldn't find Izuku, not expecting him to be hiding as himself. However, Toga slowly noticed something was off and reported it. By that point, Izuku had been attending school, and somehow his classmates, including his friend Bakugo, noticed that this version of Izuku seemed socially inadequate. Since little Izuku had announced he was quirkless, he faced bullying during the months he was clean. Eventually, Dabi was sent out to find Izuku, but once again, Izuku managed to escape, leading to his current situation. He had slowly learned how to interact with others in society, and it took him a while to make his first friend, Yuki, who Shigaraki had killed. He still had a few things to accomplish in life, and the stakes were rising. He had also recently learned that the doctor had sent someone to eliminate his mother to isolate him further, as Izuku was one of the few remaining quirkless individuals in Japan. Shigaraki slid a deck of cards toward Izuku, who shrugged, narrowing his eyes with dark humor. Why not pass the time? Playing cards with the people who had harmed his family? So, Izuku spent the next couple of hours playing a silent game of poker with the villains, silent for him, at least, as he had nothing to say. It seemed like no one had a limit to what they wanted to express. Twice babbled in his usual strange way, and growing up with Shigaraki, Dabi, and Toga allowed Izuku to understand their peculiar expressions of affection. The newer villains, like Compress, Spinner, and Magna, were unfamiliar to him, and they mostly avoided socializing. Kurogiri served non-alcoholic drinks, claiming they were all underage, and then took a nap behind the bar, which amazed Izuku given the noise in the room. Eventually, he sensed something was about to happen. He rose to use the restroom and, from a pocket containing his makeup products, reapplied everything before sliding his black contacts back in. When he stepped back out, Shigaraki remarked, "You're practically a whole different person now. No wonder we couldn't find you for so long. All we have to do is wait for the doctor to pick up the call, and we'll take you back again." Izuku smiled tightly at first, then widely as a sudden knocking at the door erupted. "Kamino pizza DLVY? 3 large cheese pizzas and 2 pepperoni." Shigaraki flinched at first. "We didn't order any pizza, and if we did, who would order only those 2 flavors? Why didn't you get something else or consult me or Kurogiri first? Who ordered it? Go grab your own pizza." Twice, looking quite confused, stood up muttering that he'd pre-ordered pizza for tomorrow and probably misclicked the date to today. Izuku rolled his eyes as the villain neared the door, twisting it open to let in the bright sunlight, only shadowed by the large figure standing in the doorway. "I am here." Uraraka let out a strangled scream as Aoi was essing into the warp hole with Compress and the other villains flanking his side to prevent his escape. Everyone else stood and stared in stunned silence before pure panic broke out. Aizawa paced back and forth furiously in front of the students, trying to figure out what had happened. "He said that they were after Bakugo," Shoto said. Shoji continued, "So we all formed up around Bakugo, but now that I think about it, we never questioned why he knew. We just trusted him in the moment, but they never even made a move against Bakugo. They went straight for him," Uraraka said, her eyes brimming with tears. "How did he know they were after Bakugo in the first place?" Mandalay had to look away from the group of grieving students, busying her hands with helping Froppy down from Shoji's back and moving her to lay down on a makeshift cot Tiger had made. Pixie Bob left to search for the missing ragdoll and returned a couple of minutes later with empty hands. Aizawa tugged at his hair furiously before snapping at his students, "Help Mandalay and Tiger move Froppy back to the campsite. We'll meet up with Vlad King and see what we can learn." Everyone shuffled to the injured Froppy's side, and Pixie Bob alerted them that she'd fractured a couple of her ribs from the fall of the branch that had trapped her underneath. Shoji helped them lift and move her back through the forest. Several students who hadn't had a chance to run back to the main encampment and had chosen to hide in the forest decided to come back out and fight the fires still smoldering around them. Kendo and Tetsutetsu arrived, ragged from some other place, towing a cuffed villain, and Aizawa ordered everyone around before rushing back to the main facility. There, the doors opened, and Vlad King ushered everyone out of the room. Once his gaze landed on Mandalay, his face fell. She noticed his expression, and her worry grew. All the students and kids were streaming out from the room they were trapped in to help the pros fight fires and clean up the mess, and none of them included a certain little boy with a horned hat. "Where's Kota?" she asked, her voice caught in her throat. "Can you come with me?" Vlad King asked quietly. "All of the pros, can you come?" "Aizawa, can you pick a couple to organize everything and then come real quick?" Aizawa nodded and turned to pick out Momo and Ida to instruct his class. From Vlad King, he told Kendo to inform their class president to organize everything. The students nodded and scooted the stunned 1A students to sit down and rest. The adults rushed into the facility, and Vlad King led them to a room with a singular table that housed a figure on it. Mandalay broke out into a sob. Pixie Bob clutched her hand fiercely, and Tiger looked choked with emotion. "Is that?" Aizawa asked, and Vlad King nodded, moving to unwrap the body. They saw the body of the 6-year-old Kota, and Mandalay rushed to his side to pat his face. Vlad King had cleared most of the blood off, and Izuku had used some of his precious energy to position the body so they wouldn't have to see the gruesome break of his neck. "What happened?" Pixie Bob asked, moving to clutch Kota's cold and limp hands. Vlad King swallowed. "I was waiting for all the kids to come like you all told me to. I had Aoi and Bakugo with me, but Aoi looked distracted and his eyes were dazed before they cleared in a moment's notice, and he dashed out of the room. He was too fast for me to stop and started running towards the mountain." "The mountain?" Tiger asked, sighing in regret. "That was probably where Kota was. He always went there when he wanted to hide. We tried to tell him it was dangerous, but he didn't listen. I tried to stop Aoi from running there," Vlad King explained, "but he was too fast, and by the time I took a step out of the room, he was already halfway to the mountain. While I had stepped away from the room, Bakugo had run away too. Aoi was gone for 30 minutes, and by the time he returned, he carried the bloodied body of Kota. He'd been crying the whole run back and had carried Kota gingerly before setting him down on a table and then dashing back out." Aizawa frowned. "What did he do after that?" "I don't know, I was stuck in this room. You'll have to ask the students." Aizawa stepped back outside to call in the Bakugo protection squad, and Shoto, Shoji, Uraraka, and Tokoyami appeared in the room. They all took a look at Kota's body, and Uraraka broke into fresh rounds of sobs, with Tokoyami kindly patting her back. "Can you tell us what Aoi was doing during the attack? We already have reports that he tried to save Kota from what appears to be a villain attack on the mountain and he briefly returned to the facility," Aizawa instructs. "So can you tell us what he did after he left?" Shoji nods. "We were the first ones he saw. He appeared out of the forest and helped save me from getting hit by one of Dark Shadow's tentacles. Then he told me to find someone with a light quirk and promised he could handle Dark Shadow on his own. And you just trusted him? Just like that? Aizawa asks. Tokoyami interjects. I think he did because Aoi said it with so much conviction that there was no room to doubt him. He handled himself really well. He had a little flashlight around his neck and was using it to shine on Dark Shadow to distract my quirk. After Shoji showed up with Bakugu, Dark Shadow was defeated, and Aoi even gave me some tips on how to use my quirk. And then what happened? Aizawa says, nodding. His in turn never failed to surprise him. Aoi's actions always twisted their minds in knots, as if he were playing a bigger game than they could imagine. Then the four of us proceeded through the forest until we heard more fighting and found Uraraka and Froppy battling a villain, Bakugu barks. The girl said something like, it's been so long, and then she left. We got Froppy out from under the log that the girl dropped on her when she first attacked, Uraraka adds. And then Shoto showed up. From there, we asked him what he wanted to do, Shoto says softly, brushing his white and red hair. Aoi told us the villains were after Bakugu and instructed us where to stand. And where did Aoi stand? Aizawa asks, raising an eyebrow. He stood in the back, Shoto replies slowly. Aizawa thinks this is strange. To stand in the back? It was almost as if he knew he would get kidnapped and wanted it to happen. But that seemed far-fetched. No one wants to get kidnapped. It's probably nothing. Then a strange villain appeared out of nowhere, said hi, and then left, Bakugu shouts. I didn't even get a chance to fight him, and once we reached the clearing where you guys were, that weird villain reappeared and took Aoi away. Aizawa sighs and tells them to go back outside and help with the cleanup. Once his students leave, the adults turn to one another to discuss the situation. This is all so strange. When the students of Class 1A and Class 1B returned with their teachers, the school escorted them to their classrooms and instructed them to stay there. Some of the other 1A students who weren't present during the attack were sniffling in distress. Aizawa and Vlad King went to see Nezu to discuss the situation. As Nezu learned of the events, he found it quite odd but knew he had to prioritize saving the student first and ask questions later. Most of the students who witnessed Aoi's abduction were sent to the hospital. Nezu requested the police and pro-heroes to increase surveillance and ask the civilian population for any hints about the missing students' whereabouts. Bakugo was hospitalized for burns he sustained during his trek through the forest, Tokoyami and Shoji had some bruising, Froppy suffered a couple of fractured ribs, Shoto was exhausted and hospitalized out of concern, and Uraraka required blood transfusions. Momo approached them late that night when most had been discharged. About Aoi, she says timidly. I built a little tracking device and during the attack, I stuck it on one of the Nomu's backs. We might be able to track their location with this. Shoji had already left, leaving Bakugo, Shoto, and Uraraka. You might be able to track down Aoi? Uraraka asks, her eyes widening in disbelief. Why didn't you tell the teachers this? I did, Momo reassures her. And I built a separate device. The pros are moving slowly, and since you were there when he was kidnapped, I wondered if you wanted to go yourselves to get him back. Just remember not to use your quirk. Bakugo agrees immediately, followed by Uraraka, but Shoto is a little slow to respond. After a few moments of awkward silence, he finally says yes, and the group heads out. As they leave the hospital, they hear footsteps behind them and turn to face Ida. I overheard your conversation, he says stiffly, and I am here to reprimand you on your choices. Uraraka opens her mouth to protest, but Ida continues, you know that if you are caught doing this, you may be expelled from the school. Using even a bit of your quirk to attack the villains could ruin your future. Are you really going to do this? Take my advice, I have experience with this sort of feeling to help someone in need. A silence falls over everyone until Uraraka says firmly, yes. I want to help him. He's my friend and I know he trusts me. I won't leave him behind, I have a feeling that's happened too many times in his life. I don't care what happens to me. The heroes have the information, but they take too long to organize as a large group. Who knows where Aoi might be taken? You don't have to come with me. In fact, Momo-chan, if you give me the tracker, I'll get him out myself. She raises her chin, staring down her classmates with determination in her large brown eyes. Bakugo and Shoto quickly agree, and Momo does too. Ida smiles sadly. Well, if that's the case, I'll have no choice but to tell Aizawa-sensei. Everyone gasps, but Ida continues, is what I would say if I wasn't actually going to go with you. What do you mean? Uraraka asks, confused. If you're going to jump headfirst into danger, as your class president, it's my responsibility to keep you guys safe, Ida says, his face set and grim. Let's get our classmate back together. Izuku's POV. Kamino pizza DLVY? 3 large cheese pizzas and 2 pepperoni. A villain sits up to answer the door, twisting it open to let in the bright sunlight, revealing the large figure of All Might. I am here, he announces loudly before charging in to attack the shocked villains. Behind him are swarms of pro-heroes, all there to get Izuku back to safety. They rush in, and Kamui Woods grabs Kurojiri by his metal insides, while Shigaraki grabs Izuku with one hand to prevent him from escaping. The call to the doctor continues, coded to allow one side to call for hours until the other side picks up. Izuku feels that any moment now, the doctor will come back to help the villains. All Might rushes in, swinging punches at the remaining villains. Toga, Dabi, Twice, and Compress have gotten outside, fighting with the heroes. Kamui grabs Kurojiri and then snags Shigaraki while Edge Shot incapacitates other villains that appear from a bar Izuku didn't know was there. Shigaraki dashes to the computer with Izuku in tow and slams a few keys before the doctor picks up. What? The familiar. Annoyed voice says. This better be important, not like last time when you called because someone couldn't use the restroom. The doctor's shape comes into view, shaded to keep him anonymous from the heroes. They found you, he screeches, turning to someone who has appeared behind him. The kids are in trouble and from what I see, they got your boy back. Make a portal, All for One says, and All Might, overhearing, shouts to Edge Shot or Kamui Woods to stop Shigaraki from moving any further. Shigaraki disintegrates the wood shot at him and, dragging Izuku by the collar, calls for his gang to escape the building. The whole time, Izuku stays as limp as possible, hoping the pros realize there are bigger forces at play than just Shigaraki. Shigaraki burns a hole through the wall before snapping at Izuku. Can you be a little less heavy? Izuku relaxes his body even further, and Shigaraki growls. It seems he forgets that Izuku is a hero in training and remembers him as the little brother he is. The team makes it outside, and Spinner helps Toga get free before everyone is alerted by the loud screeching of the doctor that he has the warp ready. What does he mean? All Might shouts. We have their teleporter. They soon realize what the doctor means as a new, brownish warp appears behind the villains, and they leap inside. Izuku tries to weigh a little heavier, but since he hasn't eaten much lately he's quite light, and Toga easily throws him inside after Shigaraki. Another warp appears, and All for One steps out, moving toward their warp. The pro heroes rush toward the villains to get Izuku back to safety. Fat boss. Shigaraki screams, what are you doing here? You're not healed yet. Stay home and rest. Did the doctor let you come out? It's fine. I'm healthy enough to fight the heroes trying to hurt my kids, All for One says, turning to smile fondly at Shigaraki. Look, it's okay. We're running away, see? This portal. Come with us, or you'll get killed or captured. Toga insists. All for One chuckles and pats their heads. Do you seriously doubt my abilities? I'm here to buy you time. The doctor's pet cannot warp you as far as dear Kurogiri can, so you'll have to go the rest of the way on foot. Can you do that? The team nods, and All for One turns to Izuku, sternly saying, my boy, what were you thinking? Oh, I don't know, just my usual thoughts, Izuku replies, thinking about the villains. He adds mentally, although he doesn't need to say it aloud as All for One understands. It's such a shame we all turned out like this, he says with a sigh. We were such a happy family. Izuku smirks. Maybe for you. But what about me and Eri? Were we ever happy? Our happiness was sacrificed for your happiness. That may be what you think, All for One replies sadly, but one day I hope you think differently. What? After everything you did to me, you hope that I would think differently? Nope, never. All for One must see the look on his face because he quickly amends, by forgiving me. He then ushers the red-eyed villains into their warp before it closes, and the last thing they see is All for One moving away to confront All Might, who was charging at them with a fist raised. The warp reappears a while later at a strange warehouse, and they land in a desolate front yard surrounded by complete destruction. While UA had the police and pro-hero forces looking for strange behaviors, they also took the tracker from Momo and attacked the warehouse at the same time they attacked the bar. They only knew the location because someone reported a man with staples walking around with a girl who had a lot of ketchup or blood on her face. That seemed to match the commission's description of the villains, and so they checked it out. Izuku stumbles out of the warp with Shigaraki's hand on his shoulder, one finger lifted. Walk, we have to go back to base, Shigaraki snaps, his eyes warily darting around. Mount Lady was still stomping everywhere, and the Nomu warehouse was breaking apart, with containers holding the mutated monsters spilling liquid everywhere. The walls were shattering, and the moment they emerged from the warp, Mount Lady turned her attention towards the villains. Give him back, she roars as she stomps over. Class 1A's POV. Ida, Shoto, Bakugo, Momo, and Uraraka stared over the fence separating them from the warehouse in horror. They turned to look at each other before Uraraka sank down to her knees, gagging in disgust. Just moments earlier, Bakugo had climbed as high as he could over the brick wall and stared into the window of the warehouse where Momo's tracker had led them. Inside were rows of test tubes, each containing a Nomu. There was a strong acidic smell of chlorine and bleach, along with several other chemicals he couldn't identify, and he saw a small surgical table in the corner. With the binoculars Momo had constructed for him, he could see the stitching on the Nomu's rough, patchy skin. He fell back down to the dusty ground in shock. There's a lot of Nomus here. I don't see Aoi anywhere. Uraraka frowned. Nomus? Like those monsters that attacked us. Oh, Momo said slowly, realization dawning upon her. I attached the tracker to a Nomu, so logically it would go back to a warehouse where other Nomus were. I'm glad that Aoi isn't here if that's the case, Shoto said slowly. Because if he was, it would be impossible to get him out. We don't know how the villains control the Nomu, and if he was here, it would be like trying to break him out of Tartarus. Uraraka set her face and climbed up the fence, taking a quick look. Her arms shook, and she dropped back down, her face pale. She crouched, and Momo rubbed her back, whispering soothing words. That bad? Momo asked mournfully. I could never imagine being a Nomu. How horrible that must be. Of course, Bakugo muttered. There was a large crash, and the group of 5 turned to see the pro-hero Mount Lady stomping her way over before she completely wrecked the warehouse. Everyone took a moment to breathe a sigh of relief. If the Nomus were destroyed, maybe wherever Aoi was, they could save him easier. The stomping continued, and then a piece of the wall broke. And then another. In between all the stomping, an inky black puddle formed in the air, and out of it emerged the person they were after, Amai Najima. Izuku's POV. Izuku dropped onto the gravelly ground. There was a crackling sound as he stepped on solid concrete that had been recently broken. He took a quick look around him to see Mount Lady nearing the League of Villains with a roar. He continued to glance around and realized where they were. The doctor still sought to play mind games with him, and his little Nomu had warped the group to the warehouse where Izuku had first been kidnapped when he was 4 years old. He felt bile surging up in his throat and carefully turned before he threw up on the ground. Oh you, Shigaraki said, scrunching his nose before turning back to deal with the charging Mount Lady. Alright, this is going to be a problem. Toga, attack her with your knives. Spinner, try to get her off our tail, and Compress, I want you to stay behind to teleport them out if they're in danger. Shigaraki turned and tugged the rest of the group after him, moving to step over the rubble to start to leave. Class 1A watched as Aoi appeared, and Uraraka covered her mouth to silence her gasp of surprise. But the puddle spat out villain after villain, and within moments, the whole group of villains had been summoned. Aoi turned green as he surveyed his surroundings and threw up to the side. Poor Aoi, Uraraka thinks, I can't imagine what they did to him to make him like this. What kind of torment did he endure? The leader, a rough-looking man, ordered his friends to attack Mount Lady. Just when it seemed like she would win and rescue Aoi, she was pushed back by a blonde girl with buns on the sides of her head and a lizard man. With that distraction dealt with, the villain began to walk away, and Uraraka turned to her classmates. They all shared the same thought. If they didn't get Aoi back now, they might never see him again. Uraraka quickly crouched down, and Bakugo, Shoto, Momo, and Ida followed her lead. She whispered her plan, and they nodded in agreement. Izuku's POV. His shocked, weakened body was dragged easily by Shigaraki as they moved away from the destroyed warehouse, the ground covered in Nomu slime. Maybe his gamble wouldn't pay off. But just then he saw a brilliant ice blue sheen appear from the side of the wall. On a sled, Bakugo and Ida were ready. Bakugo, under the effects of Uraraka's quirk, propelled the sled forward. With a swift motion, Bakugo reached his hand over the edge of the gray sled, desperately stretching toward Izuku. This could work. Izuku twisted away from Shigaraki's grasp and reached for Bakugo's hand, but he passed by just too fast. Bakugo's fingers brushed against Izuku's before the cold, harsh air separated them. Everyone paused in shock before Shigaraki lunged forward and red-ripped Izuku's arm. Just a little more, Izuku thought. He violently twisted his shoulders and shook free of Shigaraki's hold. Magna attempted to pull Izuku back to the League of Villains, but without any metal on him, it didn't work. Compress darted forward to recapture him, but Izuku anticipated the attack and rolled away easily. Twice began throwing his knives wildly, even creating a duplicate of Compress to recapture Izuku. Just a little more time. Until he arrives. I am here, a voice exclaimed, followed by a dark figure in the sky. Izuku stretched his hands out further, fingertips brushing against Bakugo's. If only he acted just a little faster. The sound of wind rushed past his ear, and the distinct smell of fresh air filled his senses as a familiar figure with golden hair and a booming voice called out, I am here. All Might appeared, his hair still parted in that distinctive V-shape. He was followed by a tall man with a featureless face, only an oval spread of flesh with indents where his eyes would be. Shigaraki froze, his grip on Izuku tightening in shock. Dad, he screamed. What are you doing here? All for One winced slightly as he landed from a super jump. The doctor informed me that there might be trouble on your side when he saw the warehouse get destroyed, he replied. All Might landed behind him, and Bakugo began his descent toward a distant apartment roof. All Might turned to All for One and said, let my student go, and I promise I will let you go. I believe that is a fair deal. He was determined to get Aoi back. He saw great potential in him. Don't do it. Shigaraki urged, and Toga stood next to Izuku. Can I just kill him and we run? It seems like such a hassle to do all this. All for One's expression darkened as he turned to All Might. No. We'll do this the hard way, I guess, All Might said with a shrug before launching himself into a United States smash. All for One began shooting small projectiles while his energy surged, multiple quirks activated to attack All Might. Shigaraki, All for One said calmly, deflecting All Might's punches, get ready to execute Plan I. Shigaraki tensed, his grip on Izuku's arms tightening. Everyone go. The doctor is opening a warp for you right now. It should lead you back to the base directly. True to his word, many puddles appeared behind them, and with torn expressions, most members of the League of Villains stepped into them. Only All for One, All Might, Izuku, Shigaraki, and Izuku's classmates remained. Izuku's head began to spin from the effects of whatever the League had injected into him during his kidnapping. Shigaraki's grip tightened, and Izuku felt the familiar burning sensation as his skin began to degrade. All Might's eyes widened as he spun around from his recent punch toward All for One, who dodged and exposed Izuku's skin slowly peeling away. What are you doing? All Might shouted, charging toward Shigaraki, but All for One slid in front of him, blocking his path. I'll have to refuse your nice little deal, All for One said with a dark smile. But I'll propose another. You leave us alone, and we won't harm your little student. I'm just saying, it would be really unfortunate if Shigaraki increased his output and your student ended up collapsing. A voice echoed, but the words faded as another wave of pain surged through Izuku's body, causing him to double over. He could hear gasps of horror from his classmates behind him. Through the haze of pain and as his vision began to dim, he saw All Might desperately trying to reach him, while Ida and Uraraka rushed toward him. Pushing through the pain in his chest, Izuku took a deep breath, pulling air into his lungs as his vision slowly stabilized. He noticed that a significant portion of the skin on his arms had peeled away. With a sudden jig, he freed himself from Shigaraki's grip and inhaled sharply as the pain subsided. Seizing the moment, he twisted his arm and elbowed Shigaraki in the face, causing his captor to stagger. Izuku dashed away toward Bakugo and his classmates, hoping their presence would provide safety. All Might let out a sigh of relief as he regained his composure and prepared to confront All for One. With their hostage gone, All for One communicated with the doctor using his telepathic quirk, and a small puddle of mud appeared for them to escape. All Might was left swinging at empty air. A moment of silence fell over the area as the villains vanished, and no one dared to breathe deeply. Izuku felt his arm beginning to heal, his flesh knitting back together just as All Might rushed to his side to assess his injury. Oh? All Might said, confused. There was nothing? Yeah. Izuku replied, trailing off. I couldn't say anything because he was twisting my arm, and it felt like it was going to break. Despite the close call, he couldn't risk revealing his secret by going to the hospital. Are you all right? Ida asked, while Momo hurried to check on the unconscious Mount Lady. I'm fine, Izuku said quickly, his mind still racing. Just a little dizzy, that's all. You can use my shoulder to walk, Ida and Shoto offered simultaneously, but Izuku shook his head. Thanks, but no. I'm okay. I think I'm going to go home now. You can't go home, a voice said as a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. Aizawa's piercing gaze met him. You still need to be checked by the medics. Aizawa had arrived with a group of medics who immediately tended to All Might and Mount Lady. Several approached Izuku, but after a quick examination, they deemed him fine. Aizawa turned sharply toward Izuku as he attempted to leave. Where do you think you're going? Home. Izuku replied. Aizawa's expression softened. If the doctors clear you, then you can go home. Get some rest and stay safe. Izuku nodded in understanding, but as he started to leave, a choked voice said, "And hey, some of us were worried, okay?" Izuku smiled sadly as he made his way back to his apartment. His body ached despite the healing and old memories crowded his mind, causing his vision to darken. He reached home just in time to collapse on the floor, disrupting his monitor setup as he stared at the ceiling. The next day, he stepped into school and immediately regretted it as he often did. All the teachers were waiting to see him somewhere. Nezu approached slowly and climbed onto his shoulder. You're quite bony. It's uncomfortable to sit up here. But we have news. Due to the danger facing this year's students, UA has decided to move everyone to dorms where we can better protect you. Dorms? Izuku asked slowly. Dorms? Nezu confirmed. Aizawa will escort you back home. I understand you live alone, so I want you to pack some things. It doesn't have to be everything, we can handle that later. Your classmates have already started to settle in. I've called your parents, and they agreed. So that was the notification Izuku had seen blinking on his computer yesterday when he returned home to stare blankly at the ceiling. He had created a program that acted as his fake AI parents, using a number that connected to the program instead of his real parents. Okay, he said, and Nezu hopped down, waving his paws cheerfully. Perfect. Let's move out. Teachers, to your dorms. Students will not have classes today as they transition to dorm living. Thank you for your help, and you are all dismissed. Their voices faded as the staff dispersed, leaving only Aizawa and Izuku standing awkwardly. Shall we get going? Aizawa asked. Izuku nodded, and they began the walk back to his apartment. Aizawa was familiar with the area, often stopping for coffee at the cafe, regardless of whether Izuku worked there or not. He believed that his patronage was one of the reasons why the cafe was able to staff his students, although he wasn't the only daily patron. Izuku led Aizawa up to his apartment and into his room. He didn't have a mattress, but it seemed okay since he lived in a one-room space with tatami mats and drawers everywhere. Aizawa probably thought he had a futon somewhere, but just in case he asked, "Do I need to bring any furniture?" "No. We'll provide the basic bed, table and chair. Anything more than that, and I will need you to bring those things yourself," Aizawa replied as his eyes surveyed the room. Izuku moved a case with a thin computer, hiding his vigilante clothes behind it before he began the painstaking task of packing up his numerous computers and clothes. After 3 hours of packing, his room was emptied of all its contents and everything was placed onto a truck to be shipped to UA, where it would be unloaded into his new room. Izuku explained his situation to Makoto-san, his landlord, who nodded and wished him luck and safety. Just like that, Izuku had successfully moved out of one house and into another without his vigilante activities being discovered. Later, Izuku walked through the front hall of his new living area and reached his room without bumping into anyone, as everyone was also unpacking. He had a nice bed pushed into a corner and an open balcony he would use to escape the school for his vigilante work. He also had a couple of shelves, a cabinet, and his own personal restroom with a shower, special privileges he rarely had in life. However, the moment he stepped out of his room, all 18 of his classmates were standing there with worried looks on their faces. Aizawa-sensei told us that you were unpacking, Kaminari started. Kirishima nodded, so we came to see if you needed any help, but it was so quiet inside we thought you might be in trouble. That must have been why he heard the doorknob turning. He thought he was hallucinating again. They all squished him into a hug, except for Mineta, who opted to say, "I'm glad you're back safe with everyone else," and Bakugu, who had yet to stop sleeping. "You're so bony. Do you not eat anything?" Sato remarked. "Here, eat this cake," the Rockman said, shoving a chocolate cake into Izuku's hands. He meekly smiled and tried to claim that he'd eat it later, but once he saw his classmates' worried glances, he slowly cut himself a slice and took a bite. "It's really good," he exclaimed, even though it tasted a bit off. Do you guys want some?" Everyone initially refused, urging him to eat it, but after he convinced them with a few well-timed smiles, everyone dug in and agreed heartily. "All right," Mina said. "Let's head downstairs real quick, and can someone wake Bakugo up? I want to do something as a class." Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro were sent to wake Bakugo because they were too scared to do it alone, while the rest of the students headed downstairs to listen to what Mina had to say. Once a tired and grumpy Bakugo was summoned, Mina started her pitch. "I feel like with all the attacks and chaos going on, we haven't really done anything together as a class, and we don't really know each other. So, I propose that since we have a day off, we'll spend it playing a series of games together." "And I assume you have that all planned out?" Hagakure asked. "Indeed I do. Starting with a room tour," she exclaimed. The girls screeched in excitement while the guys rolled their eyes. Izuku was dragged along by Uraraka to participate, and when he saw Bakugo's room, his eye twitched. There was a lot of hero merchandise scattered all over the room, and it was very un-Bakugo-like. True to his explosive exterior, there were already a ton of destroyed alarm clocks piling up in a corner. They quickly flashed through all the rooms, and finally, Izuku found himself face to face with his door. "I'm so excited for this one," Momo muttered. "I know, right?" Mina said. "I can't wait to see what will be on the inside. I bet it'll be all cute and fluffy and adorable, just like little Aoi himself," Froppy said with a cheerful tone. Izuku sighed and opened his room door, and his classmates rushed inside to look around. Everyone spontaneously said. It was dark inside. Izuku had closed the curtains and unscrewed the light bulbs so that no matter how much Kaminari flicked the SW, it wouldn't turn on. He had bought dark paint and painted his walls black. The supply table was covered with laptops, monitors, and keyboards, all eerily glowing blue. His bed was pushed to the side, piled high with books and notebooks. The floor was covered with a mat that seemed to be inflated to cushion something. "It's not what I was expecting," Uraraka said slowly. Izuku groaned and slapped his face before dragging his hand down. "I like to play video games a lot," he lied. "WWW," everyone cooed, immediately surrounding him. "Personally, I think your room is the coolest," Siro said nicely, and everyone quickly agreed. "Tisish, Bakugu spat, what's so nice about it?" It's dark and edgy, it makes him seem like such a fake person. Well, your opinion is 1 against 18, so he has the best room. Don't be jealous, okay? Mina says before Momo ushers everyone out and Izuku shuts the door, breathing a sigh of relief. He had kept an eye on his notebooks to make sure nothing was taken, and luckily, no one tried anything funny. Alright, moving on. Hagakure says cheerfully, and almost everyone agrees. We're playing Never Have I Ever. Mina announces and Izuku groans along with the others. Alright, gather around quickly now, she says with a laugh. Within moments, they are all sitting in a circle, and Mina starts, Never have I ever broken a law. Izuku's mental finger raises itself while his physical one stays still. A couple of people's hands shoot up, and Mina asks them what they did. It was all minor things like shoplifting or skipping school, unlike Izuku, who had broken the quirk law and faced much more serious consequences. Never have I ever done drags. Izuku's mental hand raises again. He hadn't done drags per se, he had been forced to take them while in captivity. Never have I ever dated anyone. This time, both his physical and mental fingers stay down, and the game quickly moves on. OMG! Jairu screeches, Aoi, you're so innocent. I never saw your hand go up once. That's adorable, all the girls gush. They spend a few moments fawning over the youngest member of the group before Mina continues with her enthusiastic games. Truth or dare? Bakugu, truth or dare? Truth. Have you ever had a really close friend that trusted you? Because I feel like you're too prickly and scary to be around, Mina says with a laugh. Bakugu's expression darkens and he replies quietly, once. Oh really? Jairu says, taken aback. That's a shock. She mutters to Kaminari, and they both break out laughing. It's your turn to ask someone, truth or dare now, Momo says, ignoring the cackling pair. Bakugu narrows his eyes angrily. I know that. Aoi. Aoi, truth or dare? Me. Izuku says, shocked, pointing at himself. Yes, you, Bakugu replies, rolling his eyes. Is there another Aoi? Izuku tilts his head. No. Can you answer the question? Mina asks politely, making cooing faces at Izuku. Sure, he says, smiling warmly. Truth. Tell us a little about yourself, please, Bakugu says awkwardly. Izuku had been expecting this question and smiles widely before saying, of course. I'm sorry that I haven't really said much about myself personally. It's okay, Aoi, everyone says quickly, and Momo pats his cheek. I'm Aoi Najima, I'm 15 years old, and I've lived a normal life so far. There's not much to say about me. I grew up in the urban city of Shibuya, and I was homeschooled. In fact, UA is the first school I've ever attended. My parents moved to America right before I started high school and let me stay behind to attend UA. Izuku says, a light blush dusting his face. Oh, everyone exclaims and Bakugu frowns. You were homeschooled? Yes. Izuku replies brightly. That's why I'm a little awkward socially and don't have too many friends. Oh okay, Bakugu says slowly. May I ask why you asked me that? I just felt that something was off these days and I didn't know what it was. Oh okay then. Izuku says, smiling cheerfully. After a week of rest for the school and students, everyone returns to class and studying. The class shuffles in at the same time since they came from the same dorm building. Every morning, if someone didn't wake up on time, Ito would have the job of getting everyone up. It surprised everyone when Bakugu and Sato turned out to be the cooks of the class. Every morning, when Ito woke up early he would drag Bakugu and Sato up to make breakfast, which made Bakugu crankier than usual. However, after Ida trained Bakugu for days, the class managed to lower his crankiness, resulting in a little party for Bakugu and Ida. As usual, Izuku had been figuring out how to get back to the city for his vigilante job during the night. He managed to go out consistently by escaping through his balcony and climbing to the roof, hopping from rooftop to rooftop until he got over the UA barrier and into the city. Leaving the campus was enough of a workout, and Izuku often took a quick break once he left UA. After many days of this routine, his stamina improved significantly. Izuku shuffled into his desk, pulled out his notebook and pencil case from his backpack, and rested his head on his arms, closing his eyes. Aoi, are you okay? Jairu asks worriedly, patting his head. You've been looking more exhausted than normal. I'm fine, Izuku replies with a gentle smile. Alright then, Jairu says before leaving to talk to Kaminari. Aizawa slowly enters, still covered by his yellow sleeping bag. Alright class, he grunts, pulling himself out of his bag with a coffee in hand. Ida kindly grabs the papers and places them on the table for Aizawa, who mutters a thanks. Thank you, Ida. He stands behind his platform, shuffles his papers, and clears his throat. Here's what's happening this time around. There will be another internship. But unlike last time, it is not mandatory, and you can choose where you want to intern. Instead of interning with a singular hero, you will pick an interning company. It's optional? Ida asks. Does that mean we get extra credit for doing it? No, this is just for you to gain experience out in the field. I cannot personally tell you what to expect during your internship. This internship will last for the rest of the school year, Aizawa explains, rubbing his eyes. Oh yeah, speaking of which, there was something else I need to introduce you to. Aizawa briefly steps out of the classroom before re-entering with a blue-haired girl and a blonde boy with a big smile. The girl looks around quickly before chuckling and stepping back outside, dragging in a blue-haired boy who turns to face the wall immediately. Aizawa says slowly, meet your seniors from the third year. This is Mirio, Nijire, and Amajiki. They're known as the Big Three of UA. They're here to tell you a little about their internships they've been doing since they were first years. With that, Aizawa moves out of the way, and the chattier two, Nijire and Mirio, step forward. Hello, my name is Mirio Togata, and I am the strongest student at UA. I'm here to tell you that you should definitely do the internship. I personally really love it. My mentor helped me grow so much. Nijire introduces herself, and Mineta, as usual, tries to flirt with her while the other girls in the class obsess over her cuteness. Then comes the hard part for Amajiki to introduce himself. The boy stammers, hello, my name is Tamaki Amajiki. After that, he turns his face back to the wall, and Nijire laughs before tugging him to face the class again. Don't you want to say anything about your experience with the internship? Amajiki covers his face and says, you should do it. With that, he breaks free and stares at the wall again. Someone in the class mutters, he's so awkward, just like Aoi, which earns him a gentle reprimand from Momo. Now that the big three of UA have introduced themselves, I'll be passing out the forms. If you want to do the internships, please fill this form out and turn it in, Aizawa says as he walks around the class to distribute the papers. I have a question, Izuku says, raising his hand and leveling his gaze at Mirio. Mirio almost shudders at the intensity of Izuku's stare. Yes, Aoi? If they're the big three of UA, how strong are they actually? Izuku asks with a smile. Because they don't actually look that strong. Mirio smiles widely in return. I'm glad you asked. I've been wanting to challenge Class 1A to a fight against me. Everyone falls silent, and Izuku tilts his head in interest. Of course, I would love to. If that's the case, Aizawa says slowly, let's go to ground gamma. Class, I want you to get changed into your PE clothes and head there. The big three and Aizawa leave the classroom, and all the students stare at Izuku. Why did you have to say that? Kirishima asks. Bakugo turns to shoot Izuku a confused glance. Well, I'm sort of glad he did because now we have the chance to fight the strongest heroes in training and see how strong we are, Uraraka defends him. We're probably stronger than they think because of all we've been through this year. From Izuku's perspective, with what he's seen this year, he probably thinks they are not that strong compared to the villains he's fought. Everyone stills for a moment before Hagakure slowly says, I suppose that's true. Alright class, now that we've sorted ourselves out, let's go get ready like Aizawa-sensei instructed us to do. Ida orders, and everyone shuffles to the changing rooms. As usual, Izuku times his changing so that no one will see his hollow and skinny frame or the scars he didn't cover much today. After he finishes changing quickly, he heads out to ground gamma with the rest of his class. They step into the gym to see the big three awaiting them along with their teacher. Nijire, Amajiki, and Mirio greet them warmly. Alright, Aizawa says, sipping the cup of coffee he conjured. Mirio has kindly volunteered to fight all 20 of you. Just him? Bakugo asks, sking. That's so easy. You look down on us so much. Nijire stifles her laughter, and Mirio smiles kindly. Well, let's begin if you're that confident. Nijire, Amajiki, who still hasn't said much, and Aizawa move to stand by the wall to watch the match closely. Momo organizes everyone and sends Izuku to the back, instructing him to analyze Mirio's quirk and give orders to his classmates. Izuku tilts his head and asks her, what if I already know his quirk? Everyone freezes and stares at him in surprise. From the other side of the gym, Mirio calls to ask if they're ready. Not yet. A little more time to strategize please, Mina shouts back. Mirio responds with an okay, and everyone turns to face Izuku, surprise evident on their faces. You already know? Shoto asks. We saw him for like 20 minutes in class. Izuku, lacking an analyzing quirk, had hacked into UA's database and discovered files about student quirks. He has a permeation quirk, Izuku explains slowly. Shoji quickly covers Mineta's mouth to prevent him from saying anything inappropriate. Permeation? Karo? Froppy asks. What kind of quirk is that? It's basically a phasing quirk, Izuku continues. He can phase through attacks, which is one reason why he's so strong. No one can land an attack if he can phase through it. There are likely other reasons for his strength, but for now, we might have a slight edge since we know the basics of his quirk. Oh, Momo exclaims, then furrows her eyebrows. Then how are we going to land a hit on him if he can just phase through? It's not like any of us have a quirk that cancels quirks like Aizawa-sensei. So what do we do? Ida taps his chin thoughtfully before asking Izuku, how much of his body can he permeate? Someone slaps a hand over Mineta's mouth again, and Izuku says, instead of expecting the limits of his quirk, we should calculate for his full potential. That way, even if we overshoot, we won't be undershooting. That's so smart, Uraraka says, gently tapping Izuku on the back before frowning. What the heck? You feel so frail. Hee hee. Izuku laughs awkwardly. Bakugo finally interrupts the planning, saying, alright, this is taking too long. Since none of our attacks can work against him, instead of trying to coordinate a plan for all of us and increasing our risks of failure, we should each be on our own. That was actually what Izuku was going to suggest. Simpler plans often succeeded more than complex ones, which could falter due to unexpected difficulties. If everyone acted independently, they could plan accordingly. Izuku's own plan was as straightforward as possible. Alright. Mina calls over the communicator. We're all ready. Perfect. Mirio replies. Prepare yourself. All the students spread out, and Aizawa counts down. 3, 2, 1. Start. Mirio dashes toward Class 1A, and Izuku closely monitors his movements as Mirio dips under the surface and reappears, almost losing his clothes but quickly grabbing them. The distance he covered and the power and speed boost he gained from shooting out of the ground surprised the students of Class 1A, and Mirio easily dispatches 10 of them in just 3 minutes. The remaining students are Izuku, Shoto, Bakugo, Momo, Ida, Uraraka, Froppy, Tokoyami, Kirishima, and Kaminari. Froppy, now invisible, crawls along the walls and occasionally delivers sudden kicks to Mirio, but her weaker strength barely phases him. Shoto shoots ice walls that do nothing against Mirio, who phases through them. However, he manages to dodge all the attacks launched at him. Bakugo fires AP shots, trying to time his attacks with Shoto's to make it harder for Mirio to phase through. Yet Mirio successfully dodges their attacks, gradually picking off the rest until only the calm Izuku remains. Izuku hasn't attacked yet, choosing instead to observe Mirio's tactics. What's wrong? Mirio taunts. Scared because you realized how good I am? Izuku shrugs. He knows that Mirio not only has his own permeation quirk but also the one for all quirk he received from All Might. Not really. I just thought you were weaker than expected, Izuku smirks. Mirio dips into the ground and reappears behind Izuku, throwing a swift punch aimed at his head. Izuku ducks quickly and spins around to grab Mirio's hand, but Mirio phases through and charges up his one-for-all quirk. Izuku notices the yellow electric energy spreading around as Mirio dashes away. He has a pattern, Izuku realizes. Watching the angle at which Mirio dips, he estimates where Mirio will end up. Turning to his left, Izuku punches straight forward, delivering a swift blow to Mirio as he appears. Mirio doubles over in surprise from the strength of the punch and the sharp sting of the knife Izuku had slid out to graze his skin lightly. No dealing any fatal damage. Aizawa calls out upon seeing the thin line of blood. Of course, Izuku replies, smiling sweetly. I would never want to hurt the number one of our school. Mirio gapes in shock at Izuku, realizing that despite Izuku's quirk being limited to analysis, he managed to predict where Mirio would appear. Mirio charges up one for all and swiftly dashes toward Izuku, who calculates the speed at which Mirio will reach him. Mirio ends his jump and shoots back towards Izuku with a fist prepared to punch. Izuku bends backward, grabbing Mirio's fist and absorbing the impact before turning and throwing Mirio. Mirio permeates the ground and shoots back up, kicking Izuku, but Izuku blocks it. Once he stuns Mirio, he unleashes a quick blur of punches, dazing him further. Mirio stumbles backward, and Izuku launches himself forward, quickly clasping Mirio's hands into a pair of quirk-canceling cuffs he had on him. He then presses a knife to Mirio's throat, and Mirio's eyes widen. Yield? Izuku asks, smiling softly. Yes. I yield, Mirio replies with a sigh. Nijire, half lifted off the ground with her quirk, watches in shock as Izuku easily defeats Mirio. Aizawa moves away from the corner where he was standing and claps Izuku on the back. Good job. All right, everyone back to class. Izuku's classmates rush over, gasping in amazement and showering him with compliments. That was really good, Mirio says. You're probably the first one to defeat me in a match since my first year. Thanks, Izuku replies, blushing. I try to work my hardest. You should join my mentor's interning agency, Mirio suggests. I'll think about it. What's it called? My mentor is Sir Night Eye, and his agency is Night Eye Agency, Mirio answers. Izuku thinks for a moment before asking, what are you guys currently working on? Mirio frowns for a moment before sighing. I suppose I can tell you this much. We're trying to find leads on a gang called Chisaki, and we're researching a new drag going around the market. Chisaki? Izuku's eyes widen. Yes. Chisaki. Do you know him? Yes, I've heard of him, Izuku replies slowly. I'll come to your interning company. As he heads off to change and return to class, the names Chisaki and Eri echo in Izuku's mind. Later that night, Izuku lies in bed, recalling his time with Chisaki and Eri, when the League of Villains and All for One were always watching. He remembers a time when he felt fully alive, until his 10th birthday when he attempted to escape. All for One realized that the punishments weren't enough, so he recreated Izuku. Shigaraki dissolved his skin, and with Chisaki and the doctor's help, they rebuilt him into a Nomu-like creature. Though he retained his internal organs and bodily functions, he no longer needed to eat, getting all his nutrients from recycling within his body. Izuku's back twinges in pain as he sits up, staring at his computer before flopping back down. He feels exhausted, his bones sore, and everything is getting blurry. It's becoming harder to distinguish friend from foe. He moves to throw out the trash when Mirio's head suddenly pops out from the wall. Hey Aoi! Mirio cheerfully calls, startling Izuku. Hello, Mirio-senpai, he replies. What can I do for you? Mirio extends a hand. I talked to my mentor, Sir Night Eye, and he agreed to meet you tomorrow afternoon if you're up for it. I'm available, yeah? Izuku responds. Perfect. Mirio exclaims. You filled out the forms, right? Yes. Okay, bring them. Mirio blends back into the wall, and Izuku stands for a moment, staring at the spot where Mirio's head was. See you tomorrow. Mirio's voice calls as Izuku waves. Today is the internship interview, and thoughts of Chisaki and Eri swirl in his mind. He quickly gathers his thoughts and heads to the dumpster, tossing the trash in and dusting off his hands. Later that night, as darkness falls, Izuku sneaks out of his bedroom and vaults his way across the city. He reaches a traditional house in a suburban area and slides through the gates. Entering Chisaki's house through a secret entrance, he navigates the underground maze until he arrives at a small bedroom. He knocks softly, hoping the person inside will hear him. Silence follows, and Izuku tenses before announcing that he brought a little dessert for the girl inside. Put it there, she'll be able to eat it in a little bit, Chisaki's cold voice replies from within. Eri and Izuku had devised a secret knocking drill. If Eri returned the pattern, it was safe to enter. If not, it meant someone else was with her. Izuku made sure to change his approach every time. He knew the guard schedule and that many of them brought sweets for Eri under Chisaki's orders, hoping to keep her as happy as possible. Chisaki claimed it was to make her more cooperative, but Izuku suspected the sweets were laced with something that made Eri constantly unwell. He held his hands out in a cup and produced the candy he always carried with him for situations like this. Chisaki exited the room, twirling a vial of blood in his fingers. Izuku ducked his head to avoid being seen. Before entering the maze, he had donned a white coat like the scientists who worked there, combing his hair to obscure his face. His other clothes were hidden in a backpack stashed in a drainage hole outside. Chisaki nodded at him, and Izuku politely bowed in return. With no one else around, he entered the room carefully and closed the door behind him. Earlier, when he announced he had brought sweets, he had deepened his voice to disguise himself further. He quickly shut the door and breathed a sigh of relief before surveying the room. It looked the same as every night, with a small desk, a chair, and a bookcase filled with picture books about princesses and knights. On the pink, fluffy bed covered with stuffed animals sat a little girl with horns and bright red eyes. She wore a simple shift, and a small band-aid adorned her arm, likely from a needle earlier when Chisaki had been in the room. Izuku strode over and handed her the candy, positioning himself so his back was to the camera. He slid his phone out and silently hacked into Chisaki's computer system, looping the video feed of Eri going to sleep until only her nightlights and glow-in-the-dark stars remained visible. In the real room, he turned off the lights, filling the space with the sounds of Eri snoring. He then updated the camera outside to erase any footage of his presence, knowing Chisaki rarely checked the security feeds. After finishing, he sank onto the floor and stared at Eri as she gazed back at him, wide-eyed and nibbling the chocolate he had brought. She looked a bit healthier than before. Since escaping from the League of Villains, Izuku had made it a nightly routine to visit Eri, bringing her food from the outside world that wasn't tainted, ensuring she wouldn't be weak when the time came to rescue her. Alright, I finished, he said, and Eri broke her silence, launching herself into his arms. Yay! I missed you, she whispered, smiling brightly. I saw you just last night, silly, he replied gently, pinching her cheeks. I know, but I missed you, Onaikan. A day is so long to wait. After all, you're my favorite person in the whole wide world, she exclaimed. He reached into his pocket and pulled out sandwiches and a meat bun he had bought from a convenience store, handing them to her. As she munched happily, he updated her on their situation. Alright Eri, you know how I've been training you for an escape. Yeah, she said, her mouth full, and Izuku smiled fondly. He had wanted to take Eri with him when he escaped, but he knew that attempting to run away with her could lead to disaster if they were caught. Until now, he had never successfully plotted an escape, but he had vowed to return for her once he was free. She had waited day after day for him to come back and tell her he was working with the heroes to get her out soon. Okay, she said, finishing her food before pouting. I finished. Tell me the plan, please. Izuku handed her a small candied apple, and she began to munch on that too. There's a hero agency looking into Chisaki. They suspect he's making some sort of illegal drags, he explained, and Eri nodded, her eyes narrowing as she absorbed the information. I have the opportunity to intern there, and I want you to prepare for an escape. I'll let you know when, okay? I want you to run, and I need you to tell me your side of the plan so I can direct my patrol to you. And then when we run into each other, Chisaki will come after me to take me back to this stinky place, Eri said, her eyes shining with understanding. And then the heroes will notice something is off and try to save me? Yes, that's the plan, Izuku confirmed slowly. I really hope it works. But it depends on how well you can show your fear of Chisaki. Eri nodded seriously. I don't like him. I know, Izuku said softly. But you need to show the heroes that you're scared of him so they'll come to help. On my side, I'll try to increase their suspicion. But when you run away, it might be a while until the heroes can organize an attack. I'll sneak back to tell you the date of the raid if it happens. Eri nods, and Izuku grabs her small hands seriously. I need you to promise me that you'll stay safe. She nods. And that you understand the consequences if this fails. Izuku's eyes sparkle with unshed tears. This is the first time she's seen him cry, and she finally says, whatever it takes for me to be with Onaikan and away from here, I'll do it. I'll try my hardest, okay? So don't worry about me. Izuku buries his face in his arms and breathes deeply. They have been through so much together, and it isn't the first time the young girl has reassured him. Okay, he says. One more time. I'll get the internship and then I'll ask you when and where you'll try to run to. I'll meet you there with my patrol. From there, you have to wait for the rest of my instructions when I tell you the date the heroes may raid Chisaki's house. When we're raiding, I need you to try to stall him to the best of your ability. If you can't, he may just grab you and run away. Is that okay? She smiles sweetly, her face flushing pink. Yes. Alright, I'll be back tomorrow with more news. Tomorrow's my interview. Izuku says before he straightens his back and hugs Eri tightly once more, then leaves the maze of prisons. Once he's back outside, with the breeze brushing his face, he perches on the roof and lets out a strangled scream. Being back there, no matter how often he visits, always brings back memories. Eri's room, despite being the perfect children's room, feels stifling, like a pretty prison. He wipes the remnants of tears and pulls out his phone to restart the cameras in Eri's room. Izuku is determined to get that internship, and from there, he will plan and plot. They will succeed, even if it costs him everything. He will guarantee Eri's safety with his life. Izuku stood outside the internship agency with Mirio awkwardly fidgeting next to him. Hey, the blonde boy finally says, stilling. Izuku turns towards Mirio, his eyes a deeper stormy depth than normal. His stress levels are off the charts today. A lot relies on whether or not he is able to get into this agency. Most importantly, Eri's freedom rests upon his shoulders. Yes, he replies stiffly. Mirio says, I know you're kind of nervous, but I just wanted to tell you that Sir Night Eye is a good guy. Of course, Izuku says, smiling tightly. Mirio wrings his hands and pushes his hair back with a sigh. Alright, if that's the case, let's go. I'll introduce you. It'll probably help you get on his better side a little easier. Izuku blinks in surprise before smiling a genuine, thankful smile. Thank you so much. I hope this makes you feel better, Mirio tells him with a cheerful grin as he steps up to the automatic sliding doors. I'm nervous for you, and I'll be rooting for you. Mirio leads Izuku into the large reception area and takes him behind to the employee elevator. Mirio slides a badge he took from his pocket, and the elevator launches upwards until it stops on the 15th floor. Mirio walks off, greeting each staff member by name while introducing Izuku at the same time. Izuku shakes hands with so many people that by the end of it, his mind is fried from all the social interaction. But then they arrive in front of Sir Night Eye's door, and Izuku shakes away his confusion. Focus. Mirio stops and shifts on the soles of his feet as he stares at the door with Izuku. After we enter through this door, I can't do much to help you inside. You must do whatever you can to get on his good side. Alright, Izuku says carefully. Thank you. He raises his hand to rap on the door, and a sharp, dry voice from inside calls, Come in. Izuku opens the door and enters, with Mirio right behind him. There's a tall, lean man with glasses and green-yellow-black hair sitting behind a large oak desk. A blue-haired girl stands to his side, managing to shoot him a reassuring smile. The moment Izuku enters the room, he can feel the cold, calculating stare of Sir Night Eye. The hero says, Mirio, this is the boy you recommended for me to take as my new intern? Yes, sir. Mirio replies, moving away from Izuku's side to stride forward. I fought him at UA, and he managed to defeat me. Izuku feels Sir Nightai's interested gaze swing back to him. Oh really? This small boy managed to defeat you? You must jest. He doesn't jest, sir, Izuku says, stepping forward. I did manage to defeat him, but Mirio-senpai was extremely strong, and I only just barely managed to win. That's why I want to take tutelage under your name and grow stronger as Mirio did. Sir Nightai says, standing up from his chair to peer at Izuku better. A bold one you brought me, Mirio. Yes, sir. Mirio replies easily. But I was bold and desperate like my kohai here too. Alright, Sasaki and Mirio, can you step out of the room real quick? I must test the boy before I decide. The bubble girl to his side strides out of the room, and Mirio turns on his heel, his gaze connecting with Izuku. Good luck, Mirio mouths, and Izuku bows his head slightly in thanks. The soft click of the door behind him tells him that Mirio and the Sasaki girl had left, and it was just him and the pro hero left in the room. Sir Nightai flips through the sheets he was holding. Your name is Nijima Aoi? Yes. First year at UA? Yes. Age of 15 years? Yes, sir. Quirk is an analyzing quirk? Yes. Interesting that with such a quirk you were able to beat Mirio. Sir Nightai pauses. Can you tell me what my quirk is? Izuku nods, having prepared for this. Your quirk, sir, allows you to see the future by looking into a person's eyes and touching them. You see their future from a third-person perspective. Your intelligence is one of your key strengths, and you are quite strong, using a small projectile that deals a lot of damage. Interesting, Nightai says. How can you tell? Can you explain my quirk? My quirk shows me the quirks and physical strength of a person, like it would from a video game, Izuku explains simply. Nightai considers. Alright then, now that I've covered your question, all I need to do is sign that I would take you as my intern, is that correct? Izuku nods humbly. Yes. Okay, Nightai says. Then make me. Excuse me? Izuku looks up in shock. Are you deaf or something? Nightai's dark eyes spark with a challenging gleam. Make me sign your form, and I will take you as my intern. Fail and you can forget it. You want me to make you stamp my form? Izuku asks again, still wide-eyed. Yes, Nightai replies, rolling his eyes. In fact, I'll give you 30 seconds where I won't do anything against you. After that, I'll fight back. Izuku cheers mentally, this would be easier than he expected. Alright, he says steadily. Perfect. This is my stamp, Nightai says, showing Izuku an intricate stamp that looks light from afar, but he knows it is heavy and powerful. 30-second head start starting now. Nightai clicks the stopwatch he produced from nowhere. Izuku closes his eyes and charges up his one for all. He feels the energy pulse through him. It's for Eri, he thinks, determined. His blood crackles with green electricity as he shoots forward. Nightai's right hand flings hidden weights concealed within his sleeve towards Izuku. The head start runs out as he stands still, planning his moves. He ducks as the projectiles fly over his head. Interesting, Nightai observes. Izuku twists to the right, narrowly avoiding a kick. He blocks a punch aimed at his head. Another throw of projectiles comes from Nightai's left hand, the stamp poised between his fingers. Using a sudden boost in his one for all, Izuku dashes behind Nightai, seizing the sheet of paper on the desk that he needs stamped. Nightai throws 7 projectiles, one directly at his back, while the others surround him. If Izuku wasn't prepared, he would have been hit, but he jumps over the desk just as he feels the rough paper touch his fingertips. The projectiles hit the desk and walls. 2 projectiles come straight at him, but those are easy to dodge. He rolls to the side and sprints at Nightai. Nightai raises his left hand, the one holding the stamp, but Izuku doesn't go for that. Instead, he grabs Nightai's right arm, spinning quickly to use his body as an anchor, and slams Nightai into the ground. Good, Nightai manages to say as he stands back up, brushing off the dirt. But you didn't get the stamp. I didn't need to, Izuku replies simply. You stamped it for me already. He pointed at the paper he had slid on the floor, where Nightai's stamp was marked in fine red ink. Nightai's eyes widened, and he nodded begrudgingly. Well played. Izuku had fought with his eyes closed, ensuring Nightai couldn't read his future, planning everything within those quick 30 seconds. When the fight ended, he reopened his eyes, momentarily blinded by the bright light of the office. But nothing compared to his relief that he was one step closer to freeing Eri. Izuku was accepted into Sir Nightai's agency, and Nightai signed the remaining forms before sending Izuku back to school to rest for the day. He was instructed to return the next day for his internship. Later that night, Izuku snuck out of his dorm and made his way to Eri's bedroom in the basement of Chisaki's house. He slid through the secret entrance and maneuvered to her room. After visiting the night before to tell her about his plan, he had changed the secret knocking pattern and taught it to Eri. This time, when he knocked, he was relieved when Eri returned the knock easily, and he opened the door to slide through. He swiftly changed the cameras and microphones to ensure they could talk safely. Izuku sank into the comfy mattress of the bed and sighed. Okay, we can talk now. He turned to Eri, who had been waiting for his cue. Yay! She cheered, though her face looked a bit more gaunt than when he last saw her. He frowned with concern. Did Chisaki do anything to you? Eri turned her face away before smiling brightly. No, of course not. Izuku sighed. Eri. She remained silent for a moment before suddenly hugging him tightly. He's taking more of my blood, Onaikin, and I can hear his friends talking about using it to hurt people. I'm so scared, I don't want to hurt anyone. Izuku hugged her back, his vision flashing red. Don't worry, Eri. Soon, I'll get you out of here, and you won't have to worry about those bad men hurting you again. I'll make sure they won't hurt anyone ever again. Thank you, she said softly, sniffling. I'm just so tired of being scared all the time. Me too, Izuku replied quietly. They stayed curled up for a while until Eri's quiet sobs slowed. They had both learned to keep their tears to themselves, and when they cried, they didn't sob outright. Izuku remembered taking the punishment for her when she was a baby to keep her from crying. All right, he said at last, sitting up. Eri sniffled, her smaller hands gripping one of his fingers. I got into the internship at the agency. You did, she asked, her wide eyes meeting his triumphant gaze. Yes. So now we can move on to phase 2. Do you know what you're going to do? Eri half nodded, half shrugged. I thought a lot about it after you left. Chisaki told me I would be moving to another room tomorrow, and I thought about running then. Izuku frowned. That'd be difficult to pull off, she said, her eyes closing. But there's a new bad guy around, and I've been working on convincing him to help me. I'll ask to use the bathroom and request the nicer one, the one with the windows. From there, I don't really know what to do. She shrugged hopelessly. That's not actually that bad, Izuku said, surprised. He knew he shouldn't feel proud about how she was manipulating someone else's emotions to her advantage, but he didn't care. She was using someone who had been working with Chisaki for years. What should I do? She asked helplessly. I don't know. Can you help me, Onaikin? Okay, I'll give you a small knife to hide in your shift. With this, you can sneak out through the window. I've done this escape before. You step up onto the sink, balance as you wedge open the lock, then slide the window open before cutting the bug net and rolling out. The nicer bathroom you're using is above ground level, which is why it has windows. From there, it's not even a fall, you just roll onto the grass and can run from there. But what about the fence surrounding the house? She asked, tightening her grip on his fingers. The fence is the easiest part. Just run through one of the 6 gates. Most of them don't have guards. The main entrance has 4 guards, but the rest only have 1. If you can get past the 1 guard without being seen or dash past them, you'll be good to go. Okay, she said, her eyes hardening as she ducked her head. From there, I'll run to XXX by 5 o'clock, which is when I usually move. Do you think you can convince the heroes to find me there? I'll have to, Izuku said, setting his jaw. Just be careful, okay? She looks away briefly before hugging Izuku again. Okay, Onaikin. Izuku strode through the streets of Tokyo with Mirio by his side, both in their hero suits. He had finished his classes earlier and hurried to his internship agency. He ran into Mirio in the subway, and together they rushed to Night Eye's tower, where they greeted their mentor. Alright, I'm sure Mirio already told you this, but we are currently investigating a previous gang leader known as Kai Chisaki, Night Eye said once the students settled down. Izuku nodded seriously. I'm going to need you to patrol the city while Bubble Girl and I investigate Chisaki's house for any suspicious activity that could warrant a raid. We are particularly concerned about a new cork-canceling drag circulating in the black market. So far, there have been 5 victims who have lost their corks permanently. Izuku's eyes widened. How did Chisaki figure out such a thing? Do you understand your job? Night Eye asked again. Yes, sir, they replied quickly. Patrol the city. Perfect. Bubble Girl, come with me. We will continue our investigation, Night Eye instructed. Izuku and Mirio quickly changed into their hero costumes. After emerging from their individual stalls, Izuku plotted the best route to reach Eri's location on time. So where do you want to patrol first? Mirio asked, pondering over a map. Izuku said, here, and here. He made sure to sandwich the location he wanted to go, calculating the travel time based on his previous experience with Aizawa. Nice planning skills, Bubble Girl remarked from her computer area. That looks really effective. Sir Night Eye is still planning what we're doing. If you guys are ready, feel free to go. Thanks, Izuku said, flushing slightly. Izuku gently urged Mirio along their patrolling path, keeping an eye out for villains. He knew it was crucial to reach Eri and get her away from Chisaki. The thought of Chisaki developing a new cork-canceling drag troubled him, especially since he suspected Eri's rewind cork was involved. As they walked down the street Eri had mentioned, a small silver-haired girl with bright red eyes suddenly emerged from a narrow alley. She wore a simple shift, and bandages lined her arms. Her feet were scratched and blistered from running without footwear. She clutched Izuku's arm, pleading, please, please. Izuku's heart raced as he recognized the urgency in her voice. Are you okay? He asked, stammering. Eri's eyes brimmed with tears as she continued her desperate act. Izuku quickly scooped her up into his protective embrace, exchanging a glance with Mirio. Who is she? Mirio asked. It doesn't matter who she is, right? Izuku replied. Can't you see this girl has been through something horrible? It looks like human trafficking to me. You're right, Mirio said, dazed. I just haven't really encountered this before. Izuku felt a surge of determination. He had to stay level-headed for Eri. Mirio squatted next to him, concern etched on his face. Can you tell me who you are running from? Maybe then I can help you. Eri turned her head slightly, tears spilling from her eyes. Please, she repeated, and Mirio looked away, visibly pained. That's my daughter you have there, Chisaki's silky voice echoed from the shadows of the alley. Izuku instinctively tenses as Eri squeezes his hand for reassurance. His instincts scream at him to run, but he stays rooted in place as Mirio confronts Chisaki. Daughter? Mirio asks, confusion evident in his voice. Yes, Chisaki replies, his eyes narrowing into a crescent shape, indicating a smile. Thank you for looking after her. May I please have her back? I didn't know you had a daughter, Mirio says, puzzled. Oh. Chisaki's voice darkens. And you happen to know everything about me? Mirio shifts tactics. If she truly is your daughter, why does she look so scared? All children get scared of their parents sometimes, Chisaki responds smoothly. Today just happens to be one of those days for Eri. No child is ever this fearful, Mirio counters. Ever since she came running out of that alley, she's been clinging to Aoi like she's afraid someone will drag her away. I merely reprimanded her for something she did, and she wanted to run away, Chisaki says, still smiling. Come on, don't tell me you've never wanted to run away from your parents as a child. Then how come her arms are covered in bandages? Izuku interjects, trying to steer the conversation. She hurt herself a little, and I didn't want it to get worse, Chisaki replies, his eyes briefly glowing menacingly before he suppresses it. Explain her clothing and attire then, Mirio demands. Must you question me about my own daughter? Chisaki snaps, stepping forward. My parenting techniques are none of your concern. I didn't know heroes had to inspect parents and their family life. Mirio winces and steps closer to Chisaki, but Izuku reaches out, wrapping his hand around Mirio's wrist. Mirio looks back, and Izuku shakes his head. They can't afford to act rashly against Chisaki without proper backup. Izuku knows he could take Chisaki on his own, but Mirio's quirk wouldn't allow him to be knocked out easily. They need evidence of Eri's abuse before they can act. Mirio grits his teeth and steps back, turning to Eri and squatting down to meet her eye to eye. Don't go with this man if you're scared. Eri freezes, unsure of what to do. Chisaki's familiar warning tone cuts through the tension. Eri. Izuku recognizes that tone. It's a threat. Eri's instincts kick in, and she shakily stands to follow Chisaki, glancing back once to meet Izuku's tear-filled eyes. He shakes his head, overwhelmed with emotion. Mirio and Izuku stand shoulder to shoulder, watching as Chisaki and Eri fade into the shadows of the alley. Later, Mirio bursts into Sir Nightai's office, visibly upset. I can't believe that just happened, he exclaims, slamming the door behind him. Nightai looks up in surprise. What happened? I've never seen Mirio look this angry. Izuku sinks into a chair, weary. We saw a girl running out of an alley, covered in bandages and with bloody feet. But she's Chisaki's daughter. Chisaki's daughter? Nightai furrows his brow. I wasn't aware he had a daughter. How did he get out? We were watching the entrances. I don't know, but she's in danger, Mirio insists. We couldn't do anything. Because he kept insisting she was his daughter and claimed we had no proof of any wrongdoing, Izuku adds. Nightai frowns. As hard as it is to say, you did the right thing. Attacking Chisaki without evidence could have made things worse for the girl. Mirio slams his fist on the desk in frustration. This justice system. Nightai, about to reprimand him for damaging the desk, instead pats Mirio's back. We might be able to use this to investigate Chisaki more thoroughly. We caught one of his gang members and found quirk-canceling bullets on him. I'll bring this up to the commission and see what we can do. Izuku closes his eyes, praying desperately for a swift and effective raid to be planned. I hope Eri's punishment is not too severe. Nightai briefly left the room to call the commission office, and within 30 minutes, several agents arrived. Nightai urgently presented his evidence, and after a while, the commission department agreed to supply him with available heroes and authorize the raid. Something this strange and suspicious can't be overlooked, a bald agent said, and Mirio and Izuku moved to thank them profusely. The raid was going to happen in a week. Izuku's POV. Over the week, the heroes were slowly recruited, and meetings were arranged to plan their raid on Chisaki's gang. Mirio, Amajiki, Nijire, Kirishima, Froppy, and Uraraka were present along with their mentors. Night-Eye, Fat Gum, Ryukyu, Rocklock, Centipeder, Bubble Girl, and a couple of others. Izuku often stood in a corner of the room, brooding while the pros sorted out their crew and planned with a map of Chisaki's house. From what he could hear and see, everything they were doing was wrong. They didn't have an accurate map, and their plan lacked the right information. But what could Izuku do? He couldn't tell them they were wrong without drawing unwarranted attention to himself. He feared he would be thrown into a cell and interrogated, which would mean Eri would never be freed. The pros' raids could likely result in their deaths. For Eri's sake, it was probably better if they stayed out of his way when he went down to the basement to save her. That way, he could use the full extent of One for All's powers without worrying that anyone would discover his secret. Alright, are we ready? Night-Eye called, and Izuku snapped his head up to focus. Does everyone know their parts? A series of yes responses echoed around the room, and Night-Eye said, okay, well now we have to plan all over again. What? Izuku's eyes widened. What did he mean by that? We managed to implant a hidden camera into Chisaki's house and learned of the existence of an extensive underground basement. Now here's the plan. Night-Eye started to explain his plan in detail, and everyone listened in rapt attention while Izuku fretted. They're going to get in the way. But I need a distraction. I need them to be there. It's so complicated. Okay. Night-Eye said again. Okay. Everyone responded. The raid is tomorrow as planned. Prepare yourselves and thank you. The group of heroes and students stood up and exited the conference room. Izuku silently followed his classmates back to their dorm. Hey, are you okay? Uraraka quietly asked him in the metro. Yeah? Yes, he replied slowly. Patted his back reassuringly. Don't worry, we'll get the girl back. I know how much more worried you are because you interacted with her. Wouldn't you like to know? I just hope we can get her back safely. Me too. Me too. Izuku wore his hero costume, having changed from his typical civilian style to a more sleek outfit that fit his body but was padded for protection. He had weapons hidden all over and had specifically asked the support course to add more pockets for his devices. His classmates stood next to their in turn, flanked by Night-Eye, Centipede, Mirio, and Bubble Girl, all dressed in their hero costumes for the raid. Alright, don't forget the plan, Night-Eye called. Aye. He gave the order to the police to start the raid, and the police force moved forward. The captain rapidly knocked on the front gates of Chisaki's home. Under the laws of, followed by a lengthy reading on why the heroes were there, allowed the villains inside to prepare their defenses. Hordes of gang members awaited the police and heroes as soon as the police broke down the gate. We'll take care of these Yakuza members. Get inside and get the girl back, the police captain said, and Night-Eye nodded thankfully. All right, he said, turning back to his group. Let's move. Where's Aoi? Aoi? Mirio asked, spinning around. He was right here by my side just a moment ago. Yeah, me too, Bubble Girl added. I saw him here just now. Maybe he got lost in the crowd, Night-Eye finally said. But whatever it is, we must keep moving. Eri is waiting for us. Izuku had slipped away through the mob of police and Yakuza members, and his gamble paid off as he reached the basement faster than his fellow heroes. With a deft twist of his body, he slipped through the secret entrance without making too much noise and was pleased to see that the villains in the basement were in a state of disarray as they tried to organize an escape. He spotted the brief coat of a doctor he knew was close to Chisaki and, with a sudden dash, raced through, ignoring the cries of the villains around him. He's here. A hero got through already. Get him. Projectiles were launched at him, and Chisaki's defense systems kicked in, with one of his sidekicks reshaping the walls into a maze. Izuku broke through the walls with a powerful one-for-all punch, chasing after Chisaki, who was just a few steps ahead. A sense of familiarity washed over him as he realized he was heading toward Eri's bedroom. Chisaki was retrieving Eri to escape with her. Doubling his one-for-all output, Izuku crashed through the remaining walls and stopped in front of her bedroom door, hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Eri, please. He yanked the door open and stared into the transformed room. Instead of a cozy child's bedroom, it was a cavernous space with Chisaki holding a ragged girl as he moved toward a truck. Stalactites and stalagmites surrounded them, and Chisaki had his trusted advisors with him. Stop! Izuku yelled, launching himself forward with the power of one for all. Chisaki turned in surprise, shouting something incomprehensible to his lackeys. Eri, despite being held by Chisaki, lifted her head and reached out with her bandaged arm, using her quirk to rewind the time on one of the villains, reducing him to dust. Izuku had secretly trained her for self-defense, but Chisaki was quick to react, recreating the villain just as Eri used her quirk. Mirio phased through the walls, following the trail of destruction left by Izuku, and burst into what was once Eri's room. He froze in shock at the scene. Chisaki, noticing the new intruder, redirected the villains to attack Mirio and created a wall in the middle of the cavern to separate them. The wall had quirk-canceling designs, preventing Mirio from phasing through to help. Eri was still in Chisaki's grasp when he tossed her behind him. My, Chisaki drawled, recognizing Izuku. I can smell the powder from all the way over here. Izuku's face twitched. Who I am? You're that little monster boy that Shigaraki always loved to play with, Chisaki smirked. Monster boy, huh? Izuku replied, masking his irritation. That's not such a bad nickname. I was getting tired of being called Nomu. Chisaki frowned. Growing arrogant, are we? Do you forget who I am? I know what you are, Izuku shot back. You're someone holding Eri against her will. Just like I held you, Chisaki snickered. And just like how I'll get you back. Oh, but didn't you know? Izuku said innocently, anyone who hurts Eri will suffer in my hands. Really? Chisaki replied arrogantly. We'll see about that. Izuku's eyes glowed briefly before he declared, oh, I'll take you up on that offer. He launched himself at Chisaki, his one-for-all energy glowing a deep red. As he flew forward, Chisaki used his quirk to grow larger, sprouting claws and spikes. Instead of attacking head-on, Izuku pulled out several knives and threw them in a rapid line toward Chisaki. Chisaki grew a hardened shell, deflecting most of the knives, though a few struck his tentacles, drawing blood. Is that all you can do? Chisaki taunted. Izuku smirked and charged again, sliding low to stab Chisaki's underbelly. Chisaki, now resembling a large dragon with tentacles and spikes, was difficult to attack, but Izuku managed to embed several knives in his soft underbelly. He kicked back up and spun to kick Chisaki across the face, causing his head to WHP back. As Izuku cut his arm on one of Chisaki's spikes, he hissed in pain but quickly retaliated with black WHPs. You missed, Chisaki said, smirking. Of course, Izuku replied with a smile, tugging on one WP to pull down a stalagmite, which struck Chisaki briefly before he healed. Izuku then kicked Chisaki squarely in the chest, launching him backward. See, Izuku said. I missed. Chisaki straightened, wiping blood from his lips. We'll see if you can land a hit on me again. As Izuku dodged Chisaki's tentacle attacks, Chisaki grew a gun and fired bullets at him. Izuku dodged quickly, but one bullet struck a villain Izuku had previously restrained. The bullet pierced the villain's skin, causing him to erupt into a spray of foul acid, leaving only a shell behind. Just the bones. Quirk-canceling bullet? Izuku mutters to himself, and Chisaki laughs madly. You finally figured it out. It's such a shame you were raised to be the killer of our family while dodging all my attacks. You know that you can defeat me, right? Izuku asks, raising his eyebrows. Yes, Chisaki replies simply. But even if I die, I still remember my debt to all for one, who saved my father. I will take you down with me to protect their group. So patriotic and loyal, Izuku smirks. It's such a shame you couldn't show that amount of dedication to your kids. Chisaki looks behind him in shock towards where he'd thrown Eri earlier, only to see her crawling towards Izuku. Izuku dashes forward and uses his time quirk to keep replaying the moment, trapping the villain in a web of time until he reaches Eri's side and easily scoops her up. Once he has her in his arms, he stops using his quirk, and Eri's quirk, which had been activated since she'd used it on the villain, streams out a golden energy from her horn. Eri, he says softly, and she weakly lifts her head to look at him with her dull red eyes. He can feel her weak pulse through her wrist and is relieved that while it is weak, it is steady. I need your help to defeat the bad man. Okay. She nods slightly, and Chisaki shoots at Izuku. From behind, but he rolls to avoid the attack, carrying Eri gently. Chisaki turns back to his human form before shifting again, glitching slightly through his other forms. He transforms into a small rat to scurry faster towards Izuku before suddenly enlarging back into a human and slapping Izuku. Izuku stops fighting and lets the man's touch graze him, feeling a sting of pain followed by a rash that starts growing from Chisaki's touch. Eri's quirk heals him quickly, and he turns his dark eyes towards Chisaki before standing up, carrying Eri on his back. She raises her head to glare at Chisaki with the last of their strength. Izuku dashes forward with a punch, and Chisaki rolls with it, but Eri's palm grazes his shoulder, causing the skin there to start to unravel. Chisaki rolls his eyes and presses his hand against the damaged area, recreating his skin. Izuku crouches down, holding the gun that Chisaki had been using earlier. There's one bullet left, just as he calculated. The pistol carried around 8 or 9 bullets per round, and based on his counting, Chisaki only shot. He raises the gun and shoots again. Chisaki's eyes widen, and he dives towards the floor, but the bullet clips the back of his leg, spraying a large fountain of blood. The quirk-canceling agent works its way into his bloodstream, and he slowly starts to disintegrate with Eri's quirk doing its job. Chisaki drops to his knees, his eyes turning up towards Izuku and Eri. You, Chisaki says before smiling maniacally, you are finally the monster we created you to be. Created? Izuku asks, stepping forward. You're wrong. He walks forward after gently propping Eri against a small rock to let her rest. He drops down in front of Chisaki and places a hand on the man's shoulder. He risks using his time quirk to gently revive Chisaki to the state he was in before disintegration. Why would you do such a thing? Chisaki demands, his eyes bitter. You should have just let me die. Well, Eri's watching. And while we both hate you with all our guts, I can't exactly kill you for a lot of reasons, including being a hero and not wanting Eri to learn that violence is an answer. The raid was quickly cleaned up after the defeat of Chisaki. A couple of Chisaki's villain lackeys quickly exploded and melted back into their skeleton forms. Mirio, while struggling slightly, managed to clean up the villains on his side just as Izuku defeated Chisaki with Eri's help. It was easier for Mirio, considering he had both his permeation quirk and the one for all passed down to him from All Might. With the help of Mirio's United States of Smash Punch, Izuku was rescued through the wall that had been acted in the middle of the cavern. The heroes found him with a bound Chisaki and an unconscious Eri, along with a set of skeleton bones from the villain that had died earlier. Izuku explains most of what happened during the fight, leaving out the fact that he used several other quirks to defeat Chisaki. He also had concocted several poisons and acids that he carried on him and poured them down Chisaki's throat before being rescued, effectively damaging Chisaki's vocal cords. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It wasn't hard for him to do, seeing as how Chisaki was the one who first ripped out his voice box when Izuku ran away for the first time. He didn't get far, but the villains were scared of him running away and revealing their plans. So, they silenced him. Izuku learned his lesson, remembering the grueling pain, and refrained from running for a while. Eventually, the doctor healed Izuku's throat through a series of surgeries. Eri was taken away by the pros in an ambulance, while scattered fighting continued between the pros and the remaining villains. Izuku's classmates and other pro heroes were still trapped in the basement, battling the stronger villains. Nezu heard the reports of what had happened during the raid, his face twisting in interest and concern. He decided to consult his fellow coworkers. So, he began, pausing to perch on Cementos' shoulder, I wanted to call everyone to today's meeting to talk about a certain student. Midnight smiled happily. Is there a new student at our school? I'm so bored with all these plain-looking young men. Oh my god, Aizawa said, irritated. Namuri, can you be serious for just a moment? I'm not saying I want to do anything with them, Midnight replied defensively. I just mentioned that all the kids at our school are kinda plain-looking. You're the one who thought of it. Aizawa fell silent, and Nezu rubbed his forehead tiredly. No, Namuri, it's not that. We have a problem. Is it the traitor you think our school has? Snipe asked. No. Then what is it? Hound Dog frowned. I have traumatized students I need to talk to. In fact, I'm pretty sure most of the pro heroes that graduated from our school need therapy because of all those civil wars you decided to run. That, Nezu said excitedly, that's what I wanted to bring you here to talk about. The Civil War? Present Mike screeched. That cursed thing? I didn't even participate, and I'm scared to even host it. There's a reason behind all the chaos, Nezu defended. Present Mike argued, you always say that, and then you do your best to rain random chaos all over our heads. You're like the embodiment of chaos at our school. That's true, Ectoplasm said quietly. I overheard a couple of students say there was a cult dedicated to you so that you wouldn't do anything. That's quite strange, Nezu remarked, his eyes glowing with a wicked light. So what is it? Aizawa asked, steering the conversation back. I was woken up for this dreadful news? What's your reason behind bringing back the Civil War? There's a certain student in your class, Nezu said, leaning forward on Cementos' shoulder. A student in my class? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Who might that be that caught your attention? It's the student named Aoi Najima. Oh, Aoi, Aizawa said, intrigued. I understand that he was your intern. Yes. Can you tell me anything that you ever felt was odd about him? You've been to his house too. Was there anything unusual? Well, you know that heroes aren't the most normal sorts. There tend to be more eccentric heroes, Aizawa said kindly. Nezu nodded, acknowledging his own eccentricity as a rat bear hero. But Aoi is a little strange, Aizawa continued. Nezu's eyes gleamed. In what way? His house didn't have a futon. It was like he didn't sleep. I assumed he just cleaned it up, but it struck me as odd because it looked like he never cleaned his room. There was no space for a futon, as if he never intended to sleep there. Aizawa added, he also had a lot of computers. When he interned with me, he seemed quite normal, but I guess that was normal since he managed to make such good coffee. Coffee? Present Mike laughed. Of course, that's all you think about. Shut up, you overgrown parakeet, Aizawa muttered. You always go after those super deluxe drinks that you order. Well, excuse me, Present Mike joked. Look who woke up grumpy. Midnight snickered. I bet you were the one who woke him up like that. The two flushed red, and Nezu laughed before trying to recapture the conversation. Alright, there are certainly some strange things, but this is from your perspective. However, as an outsider, I noticed quite a lot more. Like what? Vlad King asked, finally speaking. Nezu paused before saying, during the USJ incident, he miraculously wasn't injured despite facing the monster and the League of Villains for a long time. After the Hosu incident, his injury seemed strange. Additionally, his recounting of the fight against Stain and Ida's didn't match up. Then there was the recent kidnapping incident. He seemed to escape quite fine on his own, and there was some interaction between the villains and him, even though he claimed there wasn't when asked. Finally, with the recent raid on Chisaki's house, it was odd that right after he joined the agency, they found information on Chisaki and were able to attack. It was also strange that Aoi was able to single-handedly defeat the villain, although his quirk sounds impressive on paper. There seemed to be a lot of problems and holes, Hound Dog agreed. But what does this have to do with bringing back the UA Civil War? Aizawa asked. Well, I can't just arrest the poor boy without more proof, can I? Nezu replied, his eyes smiling. I'm going to use the UA Civil War to study his behavior. Instead of the normal format, I will put him against both of the hero course classes plus Shinso from the general course. No matter what, I'll arrest him for questioning just in case. Then why do you have to do this? Present Mike complains. I don't want to watch the kids try to fake kill each other. It's scary. Why do you have such a weak heart? Aizawa mumbles. Present Mike spins to face his husband. Excuse me? You're the one who screamed when your students were in danger, every time. Well, I also just want to see people panic again, Nezu says, cackling happily. Mission adjourned. Prepare yourselves for the return of the UA Civil War. Oh, and don't forget this is a surprise for the students. Izuku's POV. Good morning, everyone. Present Mike screeches over the speaker in the dorms of Class 1A, startling Izuku from where he'd been staring at his computer for hours, trying to track down the League of Villains through internet servers and browsing histories. What's going on? Izuku asks his roommates as he leaves his room. I don't know, I'm just as confused as you, Aoyama replies. We've never been woken up like this. Izuku awkwardly nods and moves toward the bathroom but stops in his tracks as Present Mike's voice blares again. Please make your way directly towards the auditorium. See you all soon. All the students of Class 1A shuffle to their main room, tiredly greeting each other as Ida organizes everyone to head out. Momo makes sure everyone is dressed warmly for the colder morning weather. Alright, let's go, Ida instructs. Izuku follows his classmates as they walk out of their dorms, and on their way to the auditorium, they run into Class 1B. Izuku side-eyes the other class, and Monoma immediately starts boasting about how his class is better than Class 1A. Most of Class 1A rolls their eyes, used to Monoma's antics. Kendo doesn't even need to intervene, and eventually, his babbling slows. As they cross the general education dorms, a lilac-haired boy steps out. Shinso, someone calls out in surprise. Izuku looks up, recognizing the name. His vision is a little blurry from staring at the screen for so long, but as the boy approaches, he remembers. Oh, it's that guy I fought during the UA Sports Festival, he mutters. Uraraka laughs fondly. You didn't remember? Izuku's gaze turns a little dazed. Yeah, I've had a lot on my mind since then. Shinso joins the group, looking just as tired as ever. Hey, he says, confused. Where are you guys going? To the auditorium, Kendo and Ida tell him. Oh really? That's funny because I was going there too. Did your class get a whole announcement blasted through the building? Kirishima asks. No, I just got a text. You got a text and woke up to that? Kaminari frowns. I can't even wake up to my own alarm. Oh, I just stay up all night and rely on coffee to keep me going, Shinso shrugs. Well, we have to go to the auditorium too. So why don't you come with us? Kendo offers. Shinso smiles happily. Oh really? You don't think I'm weird or anything? Shoto says awkwardly as silence falls upon the group. What do you mean by that? Shinso fakes a smile. Oh, it's nothing. If you're okay with it, I'd love to tag along. With that, they continue on their way to the auditorium. Sato and Shoji open the doors for the 3 different classes, and following the class president's orders, everyone neatly files in and lines up. There's no one on stage when they arrive, but after 5 minutes of waiting, a small bear-like figure walks out. It's Nezu, the principal of UA. Good morning, everyone. Nezu says cheerfully. Thank you for arriving so early to hear this announcement. Good morning. Present Mike's voice booms from off the stage, startling everyone. Perfect, Nezu says with a hint of mischief. Now that you are all awake, I would like to discuss something with you. Does anyone know what usually happens around this time? Ida's hand shoots up along with Izuku's, but Nezu ignores Ida and calls on Izuku. Yes, you there? In the black hair next to the happy-looking girl. Me. Izuku says, pointing to himself. Nezu nods. Well, if I remember correctly, there's usually a school fair around now. That is correct, Nezu says. But this year, it's going to be different. Does that mean there will be no school fair? Monoma asks. Does that mean you agree that Class 1B is better than 1A? Nezu says awkwardly, I don't know how you got to that conclusion, but no class is better. But yes, there will be no school fair this year. Is it because of all the recent villain attacks on our school? Someone calls out, and Nezu shakes his head. No, not exactly, Nezu says. Instead of a school fair, I've decided to bring back an old tradition. An old tradition? Yes. We had an old tradition of a UA civil war, Nezu says, smiling deviously. Civil war. Basically, we'll be hosting a large activity version of heroes versus villains. In this group of 41 students, there will be one singular villain versus the rest of the 40 hero students. I had Cementos recreate our city, and the activity is quite simple. Capture the villain by any means necessary, or the villain wins by defeating all the heroes. Any further rules will be given to either the villain or the leader of the hero group. Any questions can be brought up to my office in 3 hours, so make sure you go over the rules during that time. Izuku's eyes widen in interest and shock. Alright, now that that's over, the teachers will be passing out a card with your name and your role on it. Izuku moved to get in line to receive his card. There was a lot of chatter about who was a hero and who was the villain. Izuku opened his card and stared coldly at the large bold villain words written on it. Are you the villain? Kaminari jokingly asks, but then he looks over Izuku's shoulder, his eyes widening. Oh wait, you actually are. Izuku could have hidden his card, but he didn't see any point in doing so. It wasn't like he could play the game by hiding with the heroes as he had been doing up to this point. Oh no. Momo says as she huddles around Izuku. Not the poor baby of UA. Everyone crowds around Izuku, and most of the girls coo over him, wishing him luck and expressing how sad it was that the sweet young member of Class 1A would have to face all 40 students of Class 1A, 1B, and Shinso combined. Izuku sighs and looks at everyone sadly before he grabs the rulebook and waits for Nezu to dismiss the students. Once dismissed, he retreats to his room and reviews the rules. It was a simple set of rules. You were whatever you were assigned. If you were assigned a hero, you were a hero, and if you were a villain, you were a villain. Under no circumstances were you allowed to change sides or sway either side to change. You couldn't inflict any lethal, lasting damage. Non-lethal damage, as long as it's not long-lasting, was allowed. The villain would win by defeating all the heroes. The heroes would win if they managed to capture and detain the villain or if they managed to defeat the villain in battle. This led to a couple of conclusions. He didn't care too much about rule number 1, he wasn't there to play around. He had the feeling that Nezu was out to test him, and he wasn't about to let this opportunity go to waste. The second rule meant he couldn't exactly harm anyone seriously, but he could create a weapon that dealt strong blunt damage and left a mark if it inflicted a significant hit. He would have to get Mei from the hero course to build him something based on a design he would draw. The last rule meant that as long as he left no evidence of his attacks, the heroes would never be able to detain him if they had no proof. Plus, at the levels the students were at, he didn't think they would be able to defeat him in battle. With this in mind, he leaves his dorm room and heads toward Nezu's office, walking through several courtyards and somehow managing to avoid his classmates the entire way. "Come in," Nezu's voice calls from inside once Izuku knocks on the door. "Yes. Oh, was it?" Izuku nods as he slides into his seat. "Yes, sir. Just Nezu is fine." "Yes, Nezu-san," Izuku replies politely. Nezu leans forward. "Interesting, you're the first one to come and ask questions about the rule book." Izuku shrugs. "I assume the heroes won't come because they favor their superior numbers. And what about you? What do you think? Do you have a chance?" Izuku shrugs again. "I certainly hope so." Nezu says before clasping his paws together. "So what were your questions for me?" "I read the rulebook and had some things I wanted to confirm with you." Izuku goes through his list of questions for the principal. Nezu's eyes gleam with excitement as he says, "You are indeed correct. Those are all allowed." "Thank you for your time," Izuku says as he backs out of the room. "May I ask when this war will take place?" "That's a secret for me," Nezu says, cackling. Izuku smiles tightly as he heads back toward his room. This time, he runs into his classmates, and Aoyama hurries to his side while calling everyone else. "Here he is, the boy you were all looking for. Monami, where were you?" Aoyama says as the students usher Izuku toward the couch in the middle of their homeroom. "I was just walking around. How are you guys?" Izuku asks. "We were just chatting about the Civil War activity," Momo tells him. "Are you sure you're going to be okay by yourself?" Izuku nods, and then he remembers one of the mini-rules in the book. "Who is your leader for your hero team?" "Oh, it's Bakugo for some reason," Uraraka says as she enters the homeroom to head toward the kitchen to get some food. Izuku frowns. "Bakugo? What were the heroes thinking? Did they seriously underestimate him that much?" "I know," Uraraka says as she slides a cookie into her mouth before settling onto the couch next to him. "I wish you luck during the war. I have a feeling we need to fight." Izuku turns to look at her, his eyes curious. "How come you don't underestimate me like the others do?" he whispers, and she rolls her eyes. "Easy. I've seen the serious side of you while all they see is the cute side." Uraraka tells him, "It's a little concerning that you can change so quickly." "Well, the same can be said for you," he replies with a shrug, and she nods. "I guess so." He waves his classmates goodbye before heading back to his room to draw up blueprints for Mei to build him some weapons. Stacks of paper line his desk, and he quickly tidies up before getting a clean sheet to sketch the types of weapons he would need, the clothes, the bags, his equipment. He knows that Mei is a miracle worker and can make everything he needs in no time. In fact, if he were a villain, he would probably go to her for new weapon designs. He pulls out his mini portable stove, grabs his ingredients, and starts to concoct his own substances. The war was approaching, and he needed to be prepared. Izuku lies on the floor, closing his eyes to rest a bit when someone enters his room and places a cloth with a sweet scent over his face. His eyes shoot open to see a dark figure before a bag is shoved over his head, obscuring his vision. The sweet scent fills his lungs, and he feels himself drifting off to sleep. When Izuku wakes up, the strong smell of wet grass hits his nose, and he thinks, "I'm finally touching grass after like a decade." He looks around and realizes he's in a park filled with robotic figures and human conversations. The Civil War activity has begun. He stands up, brushes off his outfit, and notices he's in the villain suit he ordered from Mei. Several briefcases are next to him, and when he opens one, he finds the business suit he requested, which he quickly puts on over his villain suit. He picks up the briefcases and heads into the nearest building, making his way to the restroom. Inside a stall, he opens the first briefcase to find the weapons he requested. There are several knives made from a special metal that delivers a strong punch without cutting. Each knife has a built-in sensor that releases a red liquid when it pierces skin, simulating blood. He also has a gun with a similar design that delivers a powerful punch along with a slight electric shock. The second case contains files he prepared for his job at a large car company, while the last case is filled with computers and equipment for hacking and streaming. Thank goodness Mei is a miracle worker, he thinks, reviewing everything she managed to create and pack within a day. Just hours earlier, he had been in Nezu's office asking questions. He didn't expect the war to start so soon, but he should never doubt Nezu's capabilities. With a sigh, Izuku leaves the restroom and buys some instant ramen from the convenience store. The register is a robot, and he respectfully collects his belongings before checking the phone he packed and heading to the job he signed up for before the Civil War began. He enters the company building and starts his long day of work, typing away at files and information at a slightly slower speed than usual. By the end of his shift, his back hurts from sitting, and as he stands, his spine cracks a little, prompting a groan. When he chose a job as a cover, he should have picked something easier. However, this company job, with its many robot workers, allows him to cover up his hacking activities. So far, he has managed to locate most of the heroes and their positions. Unlike him, who was randomly dropped in a park, they were all nicely skirted to their hero buildings in the city center. There was a load of supplies there, and everyone looked comfortable, chatting amiably. It appeared they severely underestimated him. Their conversations, which he overheard through the mics, confirmed his thoughts. How do you think Aoi is doing? Jair asked the hero group as they gathered in a room. Bakugo scoffed from his spot in the middle. Obviously he's panicking. He's facing 40 of us and there's me. What does that have to do with anything? The socially awkward Shinso. I'm the best, duh, Bakugo replied, rolling his eyes. Shouldn't we come up with a plan? Momo asked worriedly. Why bother? Someone from 1B said. It's not like he can win against the 40 of us. If you say so, Momo said, returning to her conversation with the girls. The only ones looking mildly alarmed were Uraraka and Shinso, who moved into a corner of the room to devise a way to defeat Izuku. On Izuku's side, as he observed their conversations and movements, he slowly plotted who he wanted to eliminate first. He didn't want the activity to last longer than 5 days, as that would raise suspicions about the vigilante Akari not showing up. He needed to wrap things up quickly. To win and eliminate everyone in 5 days, he would have to take out at least 8 people a day. Momo, Uraraka, and Shinso were 3 of his targets. He chose them because they were the most concerned about him, and he didn't want their opinions to sway the others. It was better if they all underestimated him. Bakugo would be the last one he targeted. Despite his past experiences, including being kidnapped and taken by the League of Villains, he had found that when Toga's mother impersonated him, he was quite liked. When Izuku returned and escaped from the League, killing Toga's mother and taking his place, he became disliked, and Bakugo resumed bullying him for the 3 months he wasn't caught. 5 more people needed to go: Ida, Froppy, Kendo, Shiozaki, and Kirishima. Kendo kept Class 1B together, and without her, Monoma would run rampant. The same could be said for Ida, who kept Bakugo in check. Froppy seemed like she could become a problem since she was friends with Uraraka, and from the footage, it appeared she was involved in the plan Uraraka and Shinso were concocting. Shiozaki was just Shiozaki, and Kirishima's absence would bring down the mood for everyone else. Izuku left his office at 5 p.m. and was walking down the street to grab some convenience food when he ran into 5 heroes on patrol. Hello there, he said politely. What do you think you're doing out here? Bakugo shouted. Do you want the game to be over so quickly? What do you mean? Izuku replied innocently. I just want to get some cup ramen to eat. I saw some heroes on patrol and thought it was cool. In fact, do you want to take a selfie with me? Please say yes, I want to post it on my Instagram and Snapchat. Momo moved forward, looking worriedly at Izuku. Do you know what you're doing? Yes. Izuku said. Getting food? And asking for a selfie? Bakugo pushed his way to the front and grabbed Izuku roughly, nearly causing him to drop his briefcases. I hereby put you under arrest. For what? Izuku asked. For being a villain, duh. Bakugo said, rolling his eyes. If you resist, I'll be forced to take you by force. Izuku relented his small struggle and followed them back, mentally lamenting the loss of his instant noodles and selfie. Oh, what happened? Students cried as Bakugo marched into the heroes' building with Izuku in tow. Momo frowned, watching the scene unfold from behind. She and Bakugo were the only 1A students. The rest of the patrol were from 1B, and she didn't know them well. I caught the villain, Bakugo declared, stomping toward the interrogation room. What villain are you talking about? Izuku asked. I'm just a tired business worker who wants to get some food after his shift. Stop joking around. Bakugo screamed. You're the villain we have to capture. Uraraka stepped forward with a frown. Bakugo, don't do this. We'll lose points or something. What do you mean? I caught the villain. The game's over. You didn't read the rulebook, did you? Momo said, finally realizing why she felt something was off. Rulebook? Who needs that? Bakugo barked. Uraraka muttered. Apparently you do. What? I said, she said louder, apparently you do. Because there's a rule that we can't catch the villain if he's not on a field of battle or crime. And even if we catch him like this, we have to have evidence. I'm an innocent businessman, please believe me, Izuku said, blinking innocently. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Does that mean the game's not over and he can walk free? Momo and Uraraka nodded. Yes. Bakugo groaned and then looked at Izuku before violently grabbing his briefcases. What about this? Can we search this? There's got to be evidence in there. No, you can't search in here without a warrant, Momo sighed. And a warrant needs initial evidence to even search. Bakugo released his grip suddenly, and Izuku stumbled. Can I get free cup noodles as compensation? Izuku received his cup noodles and was ushered out of the hero's building. The last thing he saw before the fortified doors closed was Bakugo fuming in the background. Izuku sat on a bench, contemplating his next move. With limited funds, he decided to set a few traps before finding a place to rest. Spotting a manhole in the street, he opened it, pleased to find dry concrete in the sewer below. He pulled out his phone, accessing a map he had hacked from the heroes, identifying several key locations for his plan: the hospital, government offices, the heroes' building, energy grids, the city dam, and the internet infrastructure. He envisioned how collapsing the sewer system would bring everything above down with it. As he tossed the bombs in his hands, he headed down a sewer route, eventually reaching a dead end. In a small nook, he set down his belongings and connected several computers to a portable internet device. This setup would allow him to activate the bombs remotely, opening up numerous possibilities. After securing his hideout, he ventured out to place bombs throughout the city, returning underground to work on a device that would time the detonations. He recorded a video of himself in his villain suit, voice changer activated. Once his tasks were complete, he grabbed his briefcase filled with company files and emerged from the manhole back into the city. Checking into a nearby hotel, he relaxed on the bed. Suddenly, he felt a low rumble followed by a loud explosion. The bombs he had planted were going off. Most heroes were on patrol, but a few students remained behind, including Mineta and Zero. As the heroes' building exploded, a poisonous gas filled the air. In the aftermath, Izuku's video streamed across the city. Hello, his cold voice echoed through the mask. Welcome to modern-day Tokyo. Look around, doesn't it look pretty? The chaos feels good, doesn't it? He leaned closer to the camera. No? You don't like it? Don't worry, I'm recreating the world for you. No more hate, no more pain. But it will take time. He smirked. Oh, and to all the heroes out there? I'm coming for you next. Let's see if you can catch me. See you tonight. Yours truly, Usagi. As the recording ended, there was a loud knock at the door. Yes, he called, opening it to find Bakugo, visibly angry. I finally tracked you down. You're under arrest, come with me. Izuku feigned innocence. What evidence do you have to arrest me? This whole attack, that's what? Bakugo shouted. Izuku shrugged. Shouldn't you be helping civilians instead of trying to arrest me? I was in this room the whole time, you can check the cameras. Bakugo snatched Izuku's phone, trying to find incriminating evidence. Izuku opened it for him, smirking as Bakugo found nothing. Why don't you go to your job and stop harassing an innocent? Frustrated, Bakugo left with a warning. Once he was gone, Izuku changed into his villain outfit, slipping out of the hotel window and landing on the adjacent building's roof. The sun was setting, casting a hazy pink and purple glow in the sky, mingled with the strong smell of sulfur and metal. Civilians whispered in hushed tones, and the occasional scream echoed as some learned of their loved ones' fates. Heroes were scurrying around below Izuku as he raced through the tops of buildings like a whisper of a shadow. Where were they? His eyes scanned the area before he moved on. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught the telltale spiky hair of Momo. He froze, crouching down and pulling a weapon from his pocket. With a smooth movement, he loaded a special projectile and slid his mask over his face. He checked his aim, took a deep breath, and fired. The projectile shot silently toward its target, striking Momo in the forehead as she talked with a mushroom girl. The impact caused her to collapse, and a stream of liquid followed. Yaoyorozu has fallen, Vlad King announced as the mushroom girl screamed in horror. Izuku smiled coldly before moving on to the next target. This time, Uraraka, Shinso, Ida, and Froppy were conferring together, trying to figure out their next move. Izuku debated whether to take them all out at once but decided against it. Instead, he threw a smaller, less explosive device, which rolled through Froppy's feet. The heroes looked down just before it detonated, launching them backward. Izuku threw a couple of knives through the thick smoke, hearing the satisfying thud as they struck their marks. Uraraka, Froppy, Shinso, and Ida have fallen, Vlad King announced, his voice strained. Izuku crouched down, watching as civilians dashed away. These four were the only ones stationed there, and he quickly scooped up his knives. He could replace the weapons later, but for now he needed all he could get. With a jump, he scrambled back up onto the rooftop of the buildings next to the hospital and moved on to find Shiozaki, Kirishima, and Kendo. Kendo was near the electrical grid he had sabotaged, worriedly calling someone when Izuku took her out. Shiozaki was near the dam, praying, when he struck her from behind. The last target, Kirishima, was scouting around a burned government building. Izuku thought he could get creative with this one. He dropped down onto a beam and stared over Kirishima's form. Quietly, he crept up behind his classmate and struck him on the head. Kirishima dropped forward, unconscious, and Izuku secured him with rope to the beam. He then took a knife he had sharpened and made a small cut on his wrist, dabbing a finger into the pool of blood to write a message. It's time to play the game, heroes. With that, his eyes glowed as he took one last look around his work before heading back to his hotel. 12 students fell during the bombing attack, Vlad King finally announced, and Izuku smirked once more. In the viewing room, Midnight cooed as she walked in to watch the match from the multiple cameras Nezu had set up. The teachers settled into their chairs as Nezu worked to start the system. I concur, Ectoplasm said in his robotic voice. I am quite interested to see what the outcome will be. Did you send your clones to SERT the students and grab Aoi? Nezu asked Ectoplasm, who nodded. Alright then, let's get started. Nezu settled into his chair as the cameras flickered to life. Present Mike rubbed his hands together, and Aizawa whispered to him, keep your voice down, or I'll cancel your quirk. Present Mike lowered his head but perked up as the light from the TV filled the dark room. It's starting. Midnight squealed. Aizawa muttered under his breath, wishing he could silence her as well. The camera opened on Aoi, who was lying on the floor of a park. Most of the cameras focused on him, as the Civil War was brought back solely as a test for him. Aoi woke up with a jolt, noticing the briefcases next to him. He stood up and headed towards the nearest convenience store before sliding into the bathroom. After a moment, he emerged dressed in his suit. He's so cool, someone exclaimed, but Vlad King quickly silenced them, warning of consequences. They all returned their attention to the TV as Izuku went off to his task. It was hard to see what he was doing on his computer, but they assumed he was working hard. Let's see what the heroes are doing, Nezu said, switching the camera to the heroes, who were milling around, organizing themselves and chatting. It appears they are underestimating him, Nezu notes. Aizawa, do you know why? Well, besides the obvious reason that they have more people? Aizawa replies and Nezu nods. Around his classmates, Aoi is a sweetheart, so they probably think he can't win at all. The teachers watched the TV for a few more minutes, switching between the villains' and heroes' perspectives. Alright, come back after your classes are finished, and we shall watch the rest of the show later. Time skip. Alright, the show is back. Midnight exclaims as the teachers enter the room again to view the Civil War. Nezu starts up the TV and cameras before settling into his chair. The camera shows Aoi still working, but he quickly leaves his office and walks out of the company building. The strange boy heads toward a convenience store and runs into a couple of students. There's a scuffle as Bakugo tries to confront Aoi and Aizawa tsks. They didn't read the rule book, did they? Aoi is brought back to the hero's base, and the teachers watch disappointedly as Bakugo tries to push his case forward. Luckily, he's stopped by the women, and Izuku is released. Did you see that smirk on his face? Hound dog asks. Midnight tilts her head. That didn't look like a smirk the innocent cinnamon roll of 1A would have. That is indeed true. Quite curious, Nezu says. He stands up quickly to toggle between the two teams, villains and heroes. He deems that both groups are proceeding through their day quite normally, with not much going on. Alright, let's all head back to our classes for now, Nezu says slowly. After we're done teaching, we'll all meet back up in this room to watch the remaining hours of the first day. The teachers nod, and their meeting is adjourned. Time skip. Alright, time to see my daily dose of my handsome and appealing little students. Midnight cheers as she rushes back into the room and flings herself onto her chair. Aizawa frowns as he smoothly sits down. Midnight, could you not? There are students. Could you be a little less enthusiastic? And be what? She giggles. More like you? You normal office worker who happens to be a caterpillar and a cat at the same time? With an unhealthy addiction to coffee and no sleep. Hey! Present Mike interjects, that was a little rude. Midnight blinks innocently at the pair. What? I'm pretty sure he likes it now. I've been doing it so long he's desensitized. I just call him a normal, sleep-deprived coffee addict. He grew used to it, and now I can have my daily dose of teasing him. Present Mike replies, well, excuse me, he has something to do with his life. What? Midnight asks curiously. Me, Present Mike says, his face turning hot. OMG, that is so cute. Midnight squeals. You guys are the best. Daily dose of cuteness acquired. Could we all settle down? Nezu asks flatly, his face neutral. So I can start the activity? Yes. Midnight exclaims, flinging herself down again, while Present Mike sits next to Aizawa, clasping their hands together. WWW, she shrieks again before being shushed by the other teachers. The TV starts up with a recording of Aoi exiting his workplace, still dressed immaculately in his suit, and Midnight immediately starts commenting. OMG, he's so, someone jealous in their seat, prepared to cover Midnight's mouth to block whatever she was about to say. You guys are such uptight people. He's so cute, okay? Midnight rolls her eyes. Please, I've seen your wallpaper, Ectoplasm. It's like a shrine to Nezu. Excuse me? Ectoplasm says, looking affronted. Why are you spilling my secrets all of a sudden? To threaten everyone else with the dirt I have on them, she smirks. Aizawa hisses, and Present Mike pats his head reassuringly. Aoi is immediately confronted by a group of heroes without even taking a couple of steps away from his office. Why are they arresting him? Vlad King asks, confused. Yeah. Hound Dog adds, isn't it against the rules for the heroes to arrest someone without proof? Indeed, Nezu replies. But it appears that the heroes underestimated Aoi, and their leader, Bakugu, hasn't read the rule book. The drama unfolds before the teacher's eyes, and most are shaking their heads at the hero's foolishness. I am here, a loud voice booms as All Might crashes through the door. Unfortunately late because of something I had to take care of. Oh come on, you blonde, shrunk stick, Midnight complains. You messed up the best part where my baby told the heroes off. All Might says, confused. Sorry. You should be, she mutters. Sit down. Language, Cementos says, breaking his stone-like silence. Sorry, my bad. Language. All right. I'm not a kid. The teachers return to watching the activity. Is Aoi moving into the sewers? Present Mike says in shock. It appears so. Nezu replies. Cementos hums, it's quite smart, seeing as how we hadn't thought of filling it up. Down there, it's probably cleaner than even the city. Who gave him bombs? Snipe asks. And are those guns I see in his briefcase? Who authorized these weapons? I did, Nezu says smugly. The rules were that as long as nothing inflicted lethal damage, they would be allowed. And that's considered non-lethal? Present Mike exclaims. That would most certainly scar. Yes, Nezu replies. Actually no. The rule was no lethal attacks nor permanent damage. Oh. The teachers fall silent as they continue to watch Aoi set up his little lair before zipping around the underground sewers, crossing all over the city to place his bombs down. An interesting tactic, Nezu mutters under his breath. Instead of a direct attack, he chose to target the infrastructure of this makeshift city. What astounding intelligence. Everyone silently watches the TVs as Aoi moves into a hotel room, setting his feet up on a table and laying back on a bed, relaxing. The criminal boy is on his phone when a broadcast disrupts the teacher's show. Aoi's villainous broadcast somehow manages to hack into the teacher's TVs. The video starts, and the teachers can't see anything but it as they try to pay attention. Hello, the boy in a villain outfit says coldly, sending shivers down their spines. His voice sounds like someone who'd seen too much too fast. Welcome to modern-day Tokyo. Look around you. Doesn't it look so pretty? Doesn't the chaos smell and feel so good? The recorded student pauses, revealing a small smirk underneath his mask. No? You don't like it? Well, don't worry, I'm recreating the world for you. No more hate, no more anger, no more regrets or disappointment, no more pain. I'll fix the world to be a better place for you. But it's going to take a little bit before I reach that. Oh, and to all the heroes out there? I'm coming for you next. Let's see if you can catch me. See you tonight. Yours truly, Usagi. A silence falls over the teachers as they register the boy's words before a shout breaks out. Usagi! Midnight screams. He's using Usagi as his villain name? Cementos looks slightly shaken and greener than normal. Why would he do such a thing? Nezu frowns. This student. There's nothing right about this. Usagi? How did he know such a thing? Why is he using a mass murderer's alias? Aizawa asks, closing his eyes. What is my problem, child thinking? There's a knocking sound, and all the teachers JRK upright. There's a rapid knocking on the hotel door, channeling the anger of Bakugu. Bakugu starts telling Aoi how he managed to track him down, and the teachers begin muttering again. This idiot doesn't learn, does he? Doesn't he remember what happened earlier that you can't arrest Aoi without evidence? Midnight mutters, gritting her teeth. There seems to be something we're missing, Nezu says calmly. The broadcast blocked our cameras, so we'll need to watch the next moments carefully. What evidence do you have to arrest me? Aoi asks coldly, his eyes dark. This whole attack, that's what? Bakugo says, gritting his teeth. Huh. Present Mike says. What attack has happened? All Might asks. Is there something I missed? I happen to be napping. Everyone stares blankly at the number 1 hero before ignoring him. Nope. Nezu quickly switches the cameras, revealing the extent of the attack Aoi had unleashed. Most of the city they built has been reduced to rubble, with some civilians meandering around aimlessly. How? I was in this room the whole time, Aoi says before Bakugo starts yapping about streaming services. Aoi smiles calmly and tells his classmate to check his phone. After several minutes of searching, Bakugo finds nothing, and Aoi is allowed to go. The moment Bakugo leaves the hotel room, Aoi turns toward the camera, and with a chilling smile, he changes into his villain costume. There's a quiet moment as all the teachers wait with bated breath for the student to reappear. Aoi does reappear, his figure briefly blurring next to the window before he leaps out, and the cameras struggle to keep up with his movements over the rooftops. Aoi stops to crouch on the edge of a roof, and with a click, he summons a weapon from a pocket. Who authorized such a thing? Snipe shouts. What if he doesn't know how to use it? Snipe is soon silenced as Aoi takes a perfect shot at Momo, and Vlad King has to announce the outcome. Without a moment to grieve, Aoi is up and shooting toward his next destination. The teachers watch in horror as Aoi easily takes out several more students: Uraraka, Frappi, Shinso, Ida, Kendo, and Shiozaki. There's a reason why he's targeting these students first, Aizawa says in the silence that follows the violence Aoi is inflicting. These people are the ones who will keep the hero group together. With them gone, there'll be more chaos. Aizawa falls silent as he watches Aoi tie Kirishima up onto a beam. Why would he do that? Why couldn't he just eliminate him like the others? All Might asks. Because, Nezu says grimly, he wants to leave a message. Midnight gasps as she watches Aoi grab a sharp object and make a cut on his wrist, a river of blood rushing out. Look, she whispers, he didn't even flinch. Everyone watches in horror as Aoi paints his message on the wall. It's time to play the game, heroes. As Aoi turns back to the wall, he stares into the camera and pulls down his mask to smirk darkly. Usagi? Aizawa whispers, no. There has been a total of 20 deaths on the first day of the activity, Vlad King announces tensely, 10 from Class 1B and 2 from 1A during the bombing attack. Izuku had specifically targeted 8 individuals. He was resting in his hotel room, feet propped up against the wall, leisurely scrolling through his phone. It was late at night, a little past midnight, and most of the heroes had gone to find temporary lodgings in other buildings. From his phone, Izuku watched as the heroes bickered about their next steps, considering they had lost half their members in a single day. It was all because of that bomb, Monoma said, waving dismissively. If our classmates weren't so careless and stayed behind, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Bakugo sulked in a corner, and the remaining Class 1A students felt helpless about the situation. Izuku snickered as he headed down. It was technically day 2, but he didn't want to push the heroes too fast. He wanted to have a little fun first. As he left his hotel room, he placed a small blinking device in the corner. Prepare yourselves for round 2, he thought, settling into an old chair he had found on the street in his lair beneath the city. The next morning, Izuku stopped staring blankly at his computer, analyzing and planning his next moves. He didn't have much to work with, but he could make do. He started the day by planting the rest of his devices in suburban areas, including the hotel he had been staying at. Good morning, he broadcast cheerfully, wearing a voice-changing mask. Hello to all. Please don't mind the little interruption and construction happening. The heroes jolted awake, surprised. What the hell? Bakugo muttered. Who's screaming so early? A small tremor shook the ground, followed by a loud explosion that ripped through the air. What the hell? Bakugo exclaimed, throwing off his blanket and hopping out of bed. He opened his window and was shocked to see the district where Izuku had been staying reduced to rubble. Why would Aoi attack his own home? He rushed down to the apartment where the remaining heroes were gathered and threw open the doors, only to find multiple robots standing outside. In the back of the crowd stood a dusty, ash-covered Izuku looking forlorn. What do you want, villain? Bakugo roared, and Izuku stumbled back in surprise. Villain? My home was just attacked, and you call me a villain? Izuku said, clutching his chest. I lost my home, please. Yes, help us, please, the civilians cried out. We just lost our homes in the attack, and we could have lost our lives too. Bakugo gritted his teeth, torn between his duty as a hero and the needs of the civilians. I can't accept you into our care, he finally shouted, and Izuku smirked from the back. Aren't heroes supposed to help those in need? Why must you turn a helpless person like me away? Bakugo narrowed his eyes. I must refuse you. We both know why, so let's stop dancing around it. Please leave. Why are you evicting this poor person? Someone called from the crowd. If you're willing to help, shouldn't you be inclusive to everyone? Bakugo stuttered. I mean, this is a personal problem. Aren't you a hero? Aren't you supposed to let your personal opinions influence what you do? Yes, Izuku said, smirking. Please let me in. As much as it could hurt their reputation, Bakugo couldn't let Izuku into their quarters. I'm sorry, he said through gritted teeth. I cannot let you in. Izuku looked down, appearing defeated as he left the area. All right, I understand. He walked away, looking quite pleased with the outcome. 5 students have died in the bombing incident, Vlad King announced, and Izuku sank back into his comfortable chair in his underground lair. Since Bakugo had just woken up when Izuku had approached, those 5 students had likely been assigned patrols the previous night. That left 15 students remaining. This hero versus villain activity might be over in 3 days, Izuku thought, smirking as he considered his next moves. He planned to eliminate 5 more students today, bringing his total to 10. Not as impressive as yesterday's 20, but he couldn't finish the game too quickly, that would be boring. He tapped a pen to his lips, contemplating who to target next among the remaining students. Kaminari, Bakugo, Monoma, Jiraiya, Mina, Hagakure, Pony, Kinoko, Fukudashi, Shota, Yanagi, Tetsutetsu, Shoji, Shoto, and Tokoyami. Strength-wise, Shoto, Tokoyami, and Bakugo were the strongest of the 15 left, but he wanted to leave them for later to keep things entertaining. He mused, continuing to tap his pen. I'm targeting some of the Class 1B students. It seems unfair to focus only on my fellow classmates. Pony has a strange attitude, and Shoto will be a problem with his two-pronged hit along with Yanagi. That's 3. I'll also go after Kinoko since I generally dislike mushrooms. That makes 4. One more. A Hagakure? I guess she could be useful for spying on me, and I want to leave the strongest ones for last to make it more interesting. Izuku settles down on the concrete floor to rest for a moment before standing up abruptly. Alright, I've been stationary long enough. The sooner I can deal with the weaker heroes, the real game will start. He stretches briefly before slipping on his villain costume, admiring the craftsmanship before leaving his lair. He smoothly exits his hiding spot and heads up the nearest building to perch on a rooftop. It's midday and he's ready to begin the hunt for the heroes. Brief hero's POV. Did you see Kirishima's body? Someone whispers quietly. Yeah, it was horrible. All strung up in such a high place with that message on the wall. I heard Shoto confirm it was real blood. Real blood, someone exclaims quietly. This isn't what we expected. We thought this match would be easy, but look where that got us. That's right. It's definitely not as easy as we thought, and it seems Aoi isn't as much of a pushover as we expected. I'm starting to get scared. Izuku's POV. He's perched on a windowsill when he sees Pony, Yanagi, and Shoto appear below him. Hello, he says amiably as he drops down and puts a hand on both girls' arms. Hello, they start to say before fully turning around and gasping in surprise. Oi, what are you doing here? And what do you want with them? Shoto stutters. Izuku smiles and PPS his head. Aoi? Who's that? As far as I know, my name is Usagi. What are you doing to us? Pony screams as Izuku secures both of them before he hops away. Shoto shouts and tries to give chase, but Izuku takes quick, confusing turns through narrow alleys and quickly loses his classmate. What are you going to do to us? Yanagi asks, her voice trembling. Of course, I'm going to eliminate you, Izuku says happily, taking off his mask to smile coldly down at them. Good night. Sweet dreams. In a smooth motion, he swishes his knife across their necks before they slump over. Pony and Yanagi have been eliminated, Vlad King announces, and Izuku smirks before heading off to his next targets. Izuku drops down at the next location, falling behind Shota and Kinoko before swiftly taking them out. Shota and Kinoko have been eliminated. He feels a hand wrap around his, and he whirls around to face no one. Something is moved toward him suddenly, and he dodges quickly. Come now, Hagakure, did you think that could take me down? He says, smirking coldly. She shivers. In fact, you made my job easier. The confused girl stumbles backward. I have. Just. Now I don't have to hunt you down like an animal since you kindly delivered yourself to me. Hagakure's eyes widen as Izuku moves a blade toward her, and she stumbles back. Oi, how are you doing this? She whispers before passing out. Izuku grabs a couple of sandbags and covers her, tying them tightly to conceal her. Because I'm used to this. I don't want to lose, obviously. Izuku sighs before propping her body next to the wall of the warehouse. He'd already placed the other 2 bodies there and now starts to write with his own blood again. 1 day left. Hagakure has been eliminated. There are 10 remaining heroes and 1 villain. Teacher's POV. All right. Midnight shouts, day 2 of our precious students fighting each other. The way you show your affection is strange, Aizawa mutters, his eye bags darker than before. What, you want me to stop? Midnight coos. Yes. He says it, but Present Mike shoots him a look, and he quickly changes his tone. No, you are who you are, and we can't change that. She smiles brightly at Aizawa. That's so cute. You two are adorable. Is that why you said that? Because you knew I would reprimand you, and then Hizashi would reprimand me? Aizawa says grumpily. Yes. I need my daily dose of your cuteness. Everyone settles into their chairs, and Present Mike looks around before asking, where's All Might? I am here. Slightly late. All Might announces as he bursts into the room. Aizawa lets out a quiet chuckle of surprise before whispering to Present Mike. It looks like you have another secret quirk I didn't know about. You can summon people just by calling their name, Aizawa says, smirking. Of course. Did you really doubt my skills? Present Mike replies loftily, flipping his hair dramatically. Midnight cackles from her chair. See? My daily dose of cuteness. You guys are so adorable together. All Might looks around, confused. What's cute? Oh, nothing you would understand, Midnight dismisses. Just something between the 3 of us. Oh, okay. He says before turning towards Nezu. Nezu, where should I sit? Anywhere. Nezu raises an eyebrow. There is no assigned seating, Toshinori. This isn't a classroom, you know. All Might flushes before sitting next to Ectoplasm. Earlier that day he had arrived late and missed much of the match, but today he vowed to watch every single moment. Alright, Vlad King, can you start the announcement of the total deaths? Nezu asks the teacher. Vlad King nods and grabs the microphone. There have been a total of 20 deaths on the first day of the activity. Hound Dog sighs loudly, and everyone turns to him. All these students are going to need so much therapy. Midnight and Present Mike scrunch up their faces. Therapy with you? Hound Dog looks affronted. What's wrong with me? I don't know, you kind of seem scary to talk to as a therapist, Present Mike tells him kindly. But like scary in a good way. Excuse me, students are very open with me, thank you very much. Hound Dog clasps his hands over his chest dramatically. That's probably because you scare them into it, Midnight mutters, and Nezu looks slightly irritated. My collection of staff is like a bickering family. It's hard to keep them on track for anything unless it's a dire meeting affecting the fate and lives of our students. All they do is bicker. Nezu's forehead creases, and he shushes everyone once more. Focus. I didn't bring back this activity just so that you could argue instead of teaching your students. I'm sure our students don't mind, Snipe says. They probably don't want to listen to our lecture either. Nezu growls before remembering something he needed to tell the teachers. Before anything, I wanted to inform you of what I learned last night. Instead of sleeping like one should, Aizawa, I reviewed a lot of the camera footage, particularly focusing on Aoi-kun. It struck me as strange that he never faced the front of the class, instead choosing to stare to the side and out of the classroom. Were his grades good? Aizawa frowns. That's strange, I never noticed. His grades are always perfect. Perfect how? Well, he got a lot of straight A's, but they were always around the 94% to 96% range. That's correct. I checked over his grades too, and they seemed a little too perfect to be an accident. So are you saying it was on purpose that this student was trying to blend in? All Might asks. Maybe, Nezu says cryptically. Alright, now let's watch the activity. The TV flickers on, and Aoi is resting on his bed, scrolling on his phone. He snickers occasionally, and after about an hour of resting, he straightens up into a sitting position before leaving his hotel room. Did anyone see that blinking thing in the corner? Ectoplasm asks as a drone follows Aoi to his hideout. A bomb? Probably. Power loader muses. He hadn't been present the previous day due to a certain pink-haired student who stayed late in the lab. He sent her home today, so this was the first time he was seeing the Civil War in action. Yes, the one that your sweet student made for Aoi, Nezu says pointedly, and power loader flushes. In her defense, she just really likes to build. She builds anything for anyone. It brings her joy. Nezu doesn't say anything further, and everyone refocuses on the TV. Aoi is staring intently at his computer for another hour, tapping the keys occasionally and fiddling with the settings. He has a diagram pulled up and notes written all over what he wants to do. That looks very intricate, Cementos says. It looks like those are building structures too and the weak points. I wonder how a student like Aoi knows those kinds of things. Quite an interesting student. Midnight snickers. He certainly knows weak points. Hound Dog stands up quickly and throws himself across the room to cover her mouth. Stop saying such things. She blinks up innocently at him. Filthy. I didn't say anything, you're the one who thought of it. That's true. But we both know what you were going to say would have shocked poor All Might. Innocent? Filthy? Huh. All Might says, confused. Midnight cackles, and Aizawa lightly pats her head. You should probably stop so we can focus. Alright, she says, still giggling. I won't say anything weird. Everyone refocuses as Aoi moves around in the sewers, occasionally popping out of manholes like a cute little mole. But what he is doing is anything but cute. Aoi is moving around the suburban housing districts, placing his small blinking devices everywhere he plotted. Afterward, he heads back down into his lair and sits on his chair, pulling out a mic and slipping on a voice-changing mask. Good morning. He broadcasts cheerfully, wearing his voice-changing mask. Hello to all. Please don't mind the little interruption and construction happening. On a separate TV, where the heroes were being filmed sleeping, someone suddenly jarks awake and starts to colorfully curse. That's Bakugu, isn't it? Present Mike screeches, and in his excitement to make fun of his husband's student, he uses his quirk, but Aizawa rolls his eyes and cancels it quickly. You might be the sole reason I'm aging faster, Midnight complains. First, it's the jump scare, and second, it's the volume. This is why I'm turning into an older lady. I can't hear any of my students' questions anymore. See, Aizawa says. Do you want us, your precious friends, to age faster? Present Mike shrugs defensively. I mean, if that means you die earlier, then maybe. You guys are a pain. You're probably the one aging me. So stressful. Aizawa glared at Present Mike, who hurriedly replied, well, everyone but you. I only want Midnight to die earlier. Midnight sighed. That's what I get for having a friend like you. Okay, I was just kidding. I'm sorry. Present Mike said. You shouldn't joke about our deaths, Aizawa said sternly. Only we can do that. Nezu appeared beside them, smacking them all on the heads. Stop bickering, children. Focus. They pouted and turned back to the TV. A loud rumble echoed before a cloud of debris shot into the air. An explosion rocked the screen, and Cementos groaned, I'm gonna get motion sick. Bakugu had thrown open his door, only to be met with a crowd of civilians huddled on his doorstep and a flattened housing district in front of him. What happened? He screamed, and Aizawa snickered. His screams are on par with yours, Hizashi. Shut up. Present Mike shot back, his face red. The teachers watched intently as Aoi appeared in the crowd. Please help us, the civilians pleaded. Our house has been attacked by a villain. We have nowhere to go. Bakugu remained silent, his eyes locking onto Aoi's with a glare. What are you doing here? What do you mean? Aoi replied sadly. My hotel was destroyed in the attack too. I'm not from around here and have nowhere to stay. Please, you're accepting refugees, right? Why are you targeting me? You and I both know that you are no refugee, Bakugu said angrily. I can't allow you to stay. What about us then? Are we not refugees? A civilian bot yelled. Aren't heroes supposed to help everyone no matter what? Yes. Bakugu said slowly, you are all refugees but that boy isn't. But, can't you see this young man needs help too? A bot representing an elderly lady said, hugging Aoi protectively. Aoi's eyes glowed a radioactive green under his contacts, though no one could see that. I see what he's doing, Snipe said. He's lowering civilian morale and trust in the heroes, ruining their reputation. It's like a 3-in-1, All Might said, amazed. Bakugu and Aoi went back and forth, the civilian unrest increasing with every passing moment. Once Aoi deemed the levels of distrust sufficient, he left the heroes alone. Aoi returned to his underground base, sinking into his chair and tapping a pen against his lips, lost in thought for a long time before letting out a long, itching. He stood up suddenly, changed into his villain outfit, and left his lair again. He's so busy, Ectoplasm muttered. If only he had the ability to make clones. Hey, not everyone can be as productive as you, Present Mike snapped. Silence, Nezu said. I don't want to hear another argument. Can we focus on the activity for a good hour? An hour is a long time, Midnight muttered. Especially if we're not Ectoplasm. Because we can't do two things at once. Yeah, present Mike hissed, still bitter. It's not our fault we get distracted. There's only one of us. All Might cleared his throat. Settle down now. You shut up too, Nezu said darkly. Or I will bring my wrath upon you all. Everyone immediately quieted and refocused on the TV. Aoi always climbs up a rooftop, Cementos noted. Thank you, Nezu said, rolling his eyes. Finally, someone who has a comment relevant to the activity. Whoa, he's getting sassy, Aizawa remarked. We should all watch out. When Nezu gets sassy, he usually starts to bomb the universe. Hound Dog said loudly with a weak chuckle, let's all settle down so Nezu doesn't kill us. I mean one day he will, so why not today? Aizawa muttered under his breath. Present Mike slapped his head. Stop talking like that. I know you're tired today, but you shouldn't say that. If you die, what would happen to me? Not much, Aizawa whispered. If I get killed today, that means we all get killed because Nezu decides to go feral on us. Could you all settle down? Nezu screeched. Pony and Yanagi have died, Vlad King announced awkwardly. What? Midnight yelled. I was watching the drama and wasn't paying attention. Out of nowhere, she had summoned a bowl of popcorn and was eating while watching her coworkers get yelled at by the small principal. He kidnapped them and slit their necks in an alley, Vlad King said helpfully. That's quite violent for a hero in training, Nezu remarked. Aizawa, what are you teaching your class? How to make coffee, duh, Aizawa said, rolling his eyes. Present Mike slapped a hand over Aizawa's mouth and apologized to the fuming principal. I'm so sorry. He gets sassy and snappy when he's tired. I will kill you, Nezu threatened the sleep-deprived teacher. Please do, Aizawa said through Present Mike's hand. Then maybe I can finally get some rest. Everyone stared at him for a moment, and Nezu's eyes widened. Have we seen Aoi sleep yet? No, Midnight said. But it's only been a day, right? I suppose, but he doesn't seem affected. His brain functions quite normally despite pulling an all-nighter, Nezu said. I recall that the average human shows symptoms of sleep deprivation even after a day without sleep. Their movements get sluggish, and their brain slows down. Not me, Aizawa cackled. It takes a week for that to happen. Well, you're special then. Nezu screamed. Yay! Aizawa giggled, and Snipe karate chopped Aizawa on the back of the neck, causing him to slump into an unconscious state. Finally, Present Mike mutters. Shota and Kinoko have died, Vlad King informs his coworkers. I keep missing their deaths all because of your stupid bickering, Nezu says, fuming. Just ignore us, Ectoplasm suggests helpfully. I can't, you guys are loud. Vlad King, how did they die? He kind of cut off their heads, Vlad King replies, cringing. It was very bloody. Mei. Power Loader howls, that cursed girl making this boy do something like this. You can't blame her, geniuses can't be stopped, Hound Dog growls. Oh, Nezu groans, it's getting worse. He mutters to himself, they're getting louder. Everyone quiets and settles down before staring at the TV again. Someone grabs Aoi's wrist, and he turns around with a cold smile. There's a glint of steel as something is moved toward Aoi's head, and he dodges it quickly. His reflexes are no joke, All Might comments. Hagakure, Aoi tsks. Did you really think you could kill me? In fact, instead of killing me like you hoped, you helped kill yourself. What? The girl exclaims. You saved me a lot of trouble finding you, Aoi says simply before he grabs the knife out of the air. The girl lets go weakly and he turns, moving the knife deep into her stomach. Blood streams from the open wound. Why? The girl asks as she falls forward. Aoi dashes away to grab a pile of sandbags from the construction site and throws them on top of her when he returns. How could you do such a thing? Hagakure asks as she slowly succumbs. Because I don't want to lose, Aoi shrugs. He wraps her securely in the sandbags, hoisting her body onto a beam with a rope, leaving her hanging, well covered, as he slits his wrist again. What is this shonen doing? All Might asks worriedly. He's writing a message, Present Mike explains. He did this yesterday too. One day left, Vlad King reads aloud. He's so confident, isn't he, that this match will be done in one day? Snipe comments. Of course he is. He's killed 30 students already in just 2 days. Hound Dog rolls his eyes. They're all going to need so much therapy. Nezu stares at the sign, lost in thought. He's so strong for a first year. I heard that UA's Big Three's Mirio lost to him too. He's like a monster hidden in a bunny's form. Usagi? Why would he use such a name? What is he trying to convey? Izuku lays down on the cold concrete floor. It was past midnight, which meant that officially the third and, for him, the last day was starting. He was staring at his phone, watching as the remaining heroes tried to track him down. Based on what Bakugu saw, Aoi's hotel has been destroyed by himself, Mina points out. Maybe he did it by accident? Fukidashi suggests. There's no way it was an accident, Bakugu says tensely. His moves so far have been thought through and executed perfectly. That means he must have somewhere else to stay, Shoto adds. Revelry in the darkness, Tokoyami says, and Bakugu's eyes widen. Wait, that's actually perfect. What, revelry in the darkness? Minoma smirks. Don't tell me you're going crazy under all this stress. That turkey-looking thing said something random, and you suddenly have a spark of inspiration? Yeah, right. Well, it doesn't look like you have anything better, Jaira mutters under her breath, and Minoma's eyes widen. What was that? You want to see how strong I am? Just because your class has been fighting villains and having more experience than us doesn't mean we haven't trained just as hard. Go on, want to fight. We can't fight, Tetsu interjects, putting his body between the two. There's only 10 of us left. It's scary, Mina whispers. There were 40 of us, and we were so confident this would be easy, but look what's left. Only 10 of us are surviving. He killed 30 of us in 2 days. What was the message found with Hagakure's body again? Kaminari asks. 1 day left, Shoji says quietly. He'd been the one to retrieve the bodies when he found that message on the wall, caked with dried blood. That means Aoi thinks he can finish us off today, right? Mina says, looking at the clock. It's already midnight, which means the third day has started. He could attack us at any moment. Wait. Bakugo says and everyone falls silent. Revelry in the darkness. You're still on about that? Monoma cackles. You're seriously going crazy. And everyone still wants to follow you. No. If we can't find Aoi in the city, then where else could he be? There's no forest around, nowhere to hide but underground, Bakugo says slowly. I'll get the blueprint of the city, Kaminari says, dashing out of the room, eyes wide. There's no way. Jairu says slowly. There are sewers in this city? Probably, Shoto replies coldly. Every city has a sewer, otherwise, how would it clean up waste? Isn't it gross down there? Like, all soggy or something? Mina asks. Maybe not, Tokoyami says. UA probably didn't fill the sewers with water, that would cost a lot of money. Building a city from nothing was easy considering Cementos-sensei's quirk. But adding water? That costs a lot of money. Oh, so the chicken finally decides to talk, Monoma says, twisting his lips in distaste. If you don't have anything to contribute, you can get out, Tetsu says pointedly. Yeah. Fukudashi chimes in, and a little, yeah, bubble pops out of nowhere and plops itself on the table. Oh, sorry. Jairu awkwardly helps him brush it off the table just as Kaminari bursts back into the room with a blueprint of the city. With the help of a couple others, they manage to clear the table enough to spread out the sheet of paper. Look, Bakugo says, pointing. There are sewers crossing the entire city, it goes everywhere. It's like a metro but better, and this city doesn't have a metro anyway. Mina's eyes widen. Look, it even goes to the hospital and all the other places that were bombed, except for the housing district. That must have been how Aoi bombed everywhere and rigged everything up so easily. Jairu nods. Look, there are exits marked everywhere. We need to guess where Aoi is because it's like a labyrinth down there. It'll take hours to cover one corner if we don't narrow it down. But how would we narrow it down? Shoji asks. We have practically no information on Aoi. We just have to guess based on how well we know him or something, Shoto says, shrugging. If it doesn't go well, then it doesn't go well. Monoma snorts. This attitude must be why your class keeps getting attacked by villains. It's because you don't care if you live or die. Monoma, Fukudashi warns, remember, if you have nothing to say, we'll kick you out and let Aoi deal with you. You never said that. Monoma exclaims. Why would you do such a thing? You need me to copy his quirk or something like that? We don't need you, Mina says, rolling her eyes. Well, let's think about it logically then, Tokoyami finally says. It's hard to guess what another human mind is thinking. In fact, it's nearly impossible. So what if we think about it based on normal human nature? Normal human nature? Isn't that the same as a thinking process? Kaminari asks. No, it's different, Tokoyami replies. Thinking is different from nature. Human nature is the tendency to be lazy and take the easiest path. Thinking is planning what to do. It's a different thing but it often corresponds with each other. Can you show me where Aoi was working? Bakugo, who had been silently staring at the map, startles at Tokoyami's question and hastily jabs his finger down on Izuku's workplace. He was working here like a normal person, Bakugo says haughtily. Thank you, Tokoyami says. Now all we have to do is find the nearest entrance into the sewers and enter from there. That's probably the most accurate way we can find him at this point. Izuku sighs as he shuts off his phone. They were going to be at his base anywhere from an hour to 2. He'd prepped traps around his base the day before yesterday, expecting an all-out battle in the coming days. Little did he expect that the last day would come so soon. Izuku could go right now and defeat them all, probably with only a slight amount of difficulty. However, he was tired and knew he should choose his battleground to his advantage. With his whole lair rigged up, it would probably be easier to fight there. He closes his eyes and sighs. He would have to wait for the heroes to arrive. Time skip and POV change to the heroes. Alright, let's head out, Tetsu says, punching his own palm. They were equipped and dressed in their hero costumes, each sporting a variety of weapons. Aoi had proved to be dangerous enough that they had to plan accordingly. Bakugo leads the group toward Aoi's previous workplace, and they spot a manhole that leads down into the sewer. Mina squats down to open it, but instead of unscrewing easily, it is bolted into place. Mina produces a corrosive acid and burns through the metal. Within moments, there's a hole in the ground, and Tetsu goes down first. Bakugo and Shoto stick near Tokoyami in case his quirk goes haywire. Jairu reminds the group as she follows Tetsu down, with Shoji following her lead. Tetsu acts as the shield, while Jairu and Shoji scout ahead. Bakugo and Shoto stay close to Tokoyami in case his quirk acts up in the dark. Mina and Kaminari take the rear, while Monoma and Fukudashi flank the sides. Monoma has copied a couple of the group members' stronger quirks into his pocket watch and is prepared to fight. Like a unit, they all descend into the sewers. Once Tetsu's feet hit the flat, solid floor, he moves forward to create room. Within minutes, they are all in the sewer, and Mina hands out the flashlights they packed along with extra batteries. Alright, Jairu, Shoji, anything? The group scouts scour the tunnels for any hint of Aoi. Jairu pauses. He's close by, she says slowly, trailing off as she closes her eyes. Shoji nods, confirming, go forward. Everyone walks ahead and quickly comes across a crossroads. Jairu instructs them to take a left. After that, there's a split in the tunnel and they take the left again. Finally, after a couple more turns and 30 minutes of walking, they reach their destination. Which is the final couple of turns until they reach their destination, the dead end where Izuku had stationed himself. Izuku was still laying on the floor when he heard the distant footsteps of many people approaching. Based on the quirks of Jairu and Shoji, they could probably avoid some of the traps, but not all. Whatever. Izuku was tired. He had placed a lot of pressure reactant traps, and as much as the heroes would try to avoid them, they would still face some losses. The group was walking down the final hall when Jairu screamed, "Look out!" Their advantage of surprise forgotten, all the students whipped their heads around to look at Jairu in confusion. Shoji's arms grew at an incredible rate as he pressed their heads onto the floor, except for Kaminari, who got hit square in the chest with a needle-like bullet. There was a hiss as air released from the mechanism, and a vial of poison entered Kaminari's system. This poison would replicate the feeling of death, temporarily stopping his heart. What dash? Bakugo shouted as he stepped forward and almost fell into a large man trap. This is a small hallway. How is there space for all this? Kaminari has died, Vlad King announced over the speakers. Everyone gulped, and Tetsu activated his quirk, apologizing to his teammates. I'm sorry, if I had covered for Kaminari-kun with my quirk, he wouldn't have died. It's okay, Shoto said. You couldn't have done anything. It was too fast for any of us. I could have put up an ice wall to block the bullet, but instead of dwelling on the past, let's move on. By the time the 9 remaining heroes made it through the hall, they were down to 8. Fukidashi has died, Vlad King announced as a large axe-like weapon fell from the sky, knocking Fukidashi out and leaving him incapacitated. Izuku was laying on the floor when the remaining 8 heroes stepped into his cavernous lair. Is he dead? He heard Mina ask, and he pulled himself up into a sitting position, groaning. What's wrong with you? Bakugo shouted angrily. My body hurts, he muttered. I fell off my chair yesterday. Everyone else stared at the white-haired boy in confusion. That's the reason? Bakugo screamed. You killed 32 of us already, and this is why you're tired? To think the arrogance of Class 1A could reach this point. Izuku moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Monoma, looking tired. You know I really don't like arrogant and annoying people, he said gravely, and blood sprayed everywhere as he slashed Monoma's neck. His hero mates jumped back in shock. Alright, who wants to die next? Can we hurry this up so I can go back to my room and rest? Izuku asked, turning his cold eyes towards his classmates and Tetsu. Shoto built an ice wall and shot it towards Izuku, who dodged by jumping to the side. At the same time, Tetsu rounded the corner of the ice wall and threw a punch at Izuku's face. Midair, Izuku ducked, and the punch flew over his head. He twisted his body, grabbing Tetsu's arm and throwing him hard enough to crack the steel armor. Tetsu and Monoma have died, Vlad King announced. Kaminari released a high voltage of electricity around the hero group in a continuous stream, creating a shield. However, this didn't stop Izuku, who shot Kaminari with a gun. Kaminari has died. Never bring a sword to a gunfight, Izuku said, smirking. He threw a small bomb towards the group, and Shoji grew an extra length of an arm to pick it up and throw it into the hallway from which they entered. It exploded midair, throwing the group back, but they landed on their feet unharmed. The smoke cleared, revealing a hole in the ceiling of the cavern. The bomb had blown a hole into the ceiling, and rubble was still falling. Bakugo started shooting his quirk at Izuku while Shoto shot his ice wall from the left. Mina sprayed acid to his right, blocking off all escape routes. Jiraiya's earphone jack shook the ground, and Shoji rushed at Izuku with his arms outstretched. The heroes had near-perfect timing as a group, but Izuku pulled out a long sword from his back and slashed the ice wall to his left to dodge. He jumped as much as he could to avoid the shaking ground, knowing it would loosen his muscles and hinder his reflexes. Bakugo changed his aim and continued to try to shoot Izuku, but as Izuku jumped and rolled, Shoji came up behind him and scooped him up with all his hands. One hand clasped over Izuku's mouth, while another wrapped around his arms and legs. Did you get him? Mina asked as she stopped shooting acid. Izuku smirked, as if he would get caught that easily. He wasn't the only escapee from LOV besides Eri for a reason. Izuku bit down hard into Shoji's palm, releasing the venom from the poisonous tooth he'd added. The poison worked quickly, and within seconds, Shoji was paralyzed, allowing Izuku to peel off his hands and get free. Shoji has died. Izuku stood before the remaining heroes, a cold smile on his face as they charged at him. He slid on the floor, using Mina's acid, which burned his skin slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. Bakugo tried to shoot Izuku with his AP shot, but as Izuku slid, it became harder for Bakugo to aim. Izuku swiftly took down Mina. Only Shoto and Bakugo were left, but Tokoyami was gone. Izuku realized the heroes would use Tokoyami as their final card. If Bakugo and Shoto were out of the way, Tokoyami's dark shadow could become monstrous, endangering only Izuku. He aimed his gun at Shoto and pulled the trigger, but the empty click signaled he was out of bullets. With no time to reload, he threw the gun aside. Shoto continued to shoot ice walls at Izuku, who slashed through them with difficulty. He reached Shoto's throat quickly, slashing with his knife, but Shoto dodged and landed a punch to Izuku's jaw. Izuku's vision wobbled for a moment before he regained his senses and stabbed down into Shoto's stomach. Shoto has died. Bakugo rushed to Shoto's side as the heroes drew their knives. Bakugo moved his knife into Izuku's side, but Izuku twisted away, narrowly avoiding the blow. He whirled around as Bakugo attempted to punch him, grabbing Bakugo and throwing him. Bakugo shot an explosion toward Izuku, who dodged to the side. In a last-ditch effort, Bakugo triggered the explosives on his arm, causing a large explosion. Izuku's eyes widened as the heat reached him. Bakugo has died. Tokoyami peeked out from behind a desk where Izuku had hacked and filmed for his villain career. Is it over? Did Aoi die? He asked into the silence. Would they announce it if Aoi died? Did the game end? Just then, he sensed a looming presence. Turning his head, he saw Izuku standing behind him, a hand on his shoulder and a knife poised at his throat. The end, Izuku whispered as Tokoyami's blood splattered the ground. Tokoyami has died. UA's civil war activity is over. The winner is Najima Aoi, Nezu announced. Please head to the perimeter of the city. We will have our final review there. Izuku sighed, wishing for a moment of rest. Izuku strode to the edge of the city, where a concrete wall separated the students from the outside world during the civil war activity. Medical droids applied burn ointment to his skin. If he hadn't leapt back in time after Bakugo's explosion, he might have lost. Bakugo and Tokoyami were being treated, already awake as the droids taped up their wounds. Izuku avoided looking at them as they were loaded onto a bus and driven back to the school auditorium. All 38 other students from Class 1A, Class 1B, and Shinso were already seated in the auditorium, turning to stare as Izuku entered. Whispers filled the room. Most students were bandaged where Izuku had stabbed or shot them, while some sported broken limbs. Now that all of the students have arrived, we will commence a rundown of the past 3 days, Nezu announced from behind a podium, flanked by the teachers. Aizawa, Present Mike, Vlad King, Cementos, Ectoplasm, Snipe, Hound Dog, Midnight, All Might, Power Loader, and Chio-san. Earlier that day, as they watched the TV, Midnight exclaimed, "Wow. It's the 3rd day already. Do you think the heroes can win?" At this point, Aizawa replied, having gotten some sleep and feeling more level-headed. "Probably not. Aoi has a plan. Can't you just trust your students a little?" Midnight asked. "No," Present Mike and Aizawa said in unison. She laughed, kicking her feet. "You guys are so cute. Daily dose of cuteness acquired. It's like she's living in a video game or something," Snipe muttered. "Is she ever not like this?" Aizawa pretended to think. "No. She's always like this. I am here," All Might announced as he burst through the door. "Sit down," Nezu orders sternly. "It's starting, so everyone shut up. I don't want to have to bring you guys back to life again. It's annoying." Everyone quiets down as the TV begins to play scenes from inside the city. The heroes slowly formulate their plan, wincing whenever Monoma or Bakugo speaks. Once the plan is set, they head toward Izuku's lair. Midnight watches, eyes wide, as 2 students fall victim to the traps Izuku had set in the hallway. "He thought so far ahead," she murmurs. "He already knew they would come one day and planned for it." Shows amazing planning skills and insight on his part. Nezu agrees. "It's not over yet," Vlad King says stubbornly. "The heroes can still win." "Is he sleeping?" All Might asks, surprised. "He's just laying there." Present Mike laughs. "Look, even the other kids are surprised." "Of course they are," Aizawa says quietly. "Who wouldn't be surprised?" Nezu raises his paw, but Aizawa ignores him. "See? No one." Nezu rolls his eyes and refocuses on the TV. "My body hurts." Izuku answers his classmate's question about why he is just lying there. "I fell off my chair." The teachers' mouths drop open in shock, mirroring the heroes' reactions. "That's the reason why?" Midnight screeches while laughing. "There's no way," Power Loader says, astonished. "He's crazy, like maze-level crazy. You killed 32 of us already, and this is why you're tired?" Monoma yells. "To think the arrogance of Class 1A could reach this point," Nezu mutters in surprise. "He can move so fast." Aizawa, "Have you ever seen him move this quickly in your class or while you interned him?" "No. He was always traveling at a normal speed. I've never seen him move this fast." "That means he was hiding the fact that he could move this quickly." "That's quite curious," Nezu says, stroking his chin. Suddenly, Monoma's throat is cut open, and Vlad King announces, "Monoma has died." The heroes grit their teeth, desperately trying to salvage the situation. Shoto builds an ice wall and shoots it while Tetsu rounds the corner and throws a punch toward Aoi's face. Midair, Aoi sees the punch coming and ducks just in time. He quickly turns and wraps his arm around Tetsu's, slamming him onto the floor hard enough to crack the armor. Tetsu has died. Kaminari activates his electric shield around his teammates, but Aoi laughs coldly before shooting Kaminari through the electricity. Kaminari has died. Midnight and All Might watch in shock as Aoi easily takes down most of his classmates. "What?" Present Mike exclaims. "He makes it look so easy." "Language," Cementos says stoically. Aoi throws a small bomb toward the heroes, and Shoji quickly grows his arms to catch it and throw it into the hallway. The bomb explodes, clearing a patch of the ceiling. Bakugo immediately attacks Aoi, shooting his explosive shots while Shoto creates ice walls to the left and Mina sprays acid to block Aoi's escape to the right. Jai places her earphone jack on the floor to shake the ground, and Shoji races toward Aoi. It seems the heroes have finally organized themselves for a counterattack. However, Aoi pulls a long sword from his back that the teachers never noticed. Nezu grits his teeth. "This student is quite heavily equipped. Wouldn't you equip yourself well too?" Midnight. "I mean, he's going up against 40 quirk-wielding heroes." Nezu shrugs and continues watching as Aoi slashes through the ice walls, dodging the heroes' joint attack. Shoji comes up from behind and wraps Aoi in his arms, covering his mouth and restraining his limbs. He's finally won. All Might cheers. As I suspected, the heroes will always prevail. Everyone mumbles in confusion. That wasn't exactly the point of the exercise, but they let the blonde hero be. Mina stops her attack and the teacher's facepalm. "No matter how captured a villain looks, you should never underestimate them." "What a rookie," Midnight mutters. Aoi smirks, and Nezu watches closely as Aoi bites down, revealing an extra tooth that injects something into Shoji's palm. "It's poison," Midnight says. "It's not deadly, just paralyzing, and it probably stops the heart too." "Shoji has died," Vlad King announces. Aoi stands in front of the remaining 4 heroes, smiling coldly as they charge at him once more in a final desperate attempt. Mina's acid shoots out onto the floor, allowing her to slide quickly toward Aoi, but he slides toward her as well. Her eyes widen as his skin blisters, yet his expression remains unfazed. "What?" Present Mike exclaims again, ignoring Cementos. "Does he have no pain receptors or something? He's just like Shota." "Oh, how would you know?" Midnight quips, adjusting her glasses with a knowing smirk. Present Mike flushes red while Aizawa looks around boredly, ignoring the two completely. "I don't know what you're talking about," he says. "Focus," Nezu calls out again. Bakugo tries to shoot Aoi down, and Snipe Tieskis. "We need to work on his aiming later." "I concur," Nezu says. Aoi shoots down Mina easily. Mina has been eliminated. He then aims at Shoto, but before he pulls the trigger, Snipe says, he has no ammunition left. "How do you know that?" Cementos shoots Present Mike a glare, and he quickly amends his statement. "How do you know that?" "I've been counting his shots. He has none left." Sure enough, when Aoi pulls the trigger, there's the sound of an empty click. Stunned, Aoi throws the gun aside, and it clatters to the floor. Aoi leaps to his feet as Shoto continues to shoot his ice walls. He gains on Shoto and attempts to strike, but Shoto dodges and retaliates with a punch that connects, leaving Aoi wobbly for a moment before he recovers and stabs Shoto. Shoto has been eliminated. Bakugo rushes toward Aoi, shooting the entire time, his face sweating. He moves his knife into Aoi's side, but Aoi dodges. As Bakugo tries to punch him, Aoi grabs his arm and throws him. Bakugo shoots at Aoi while falling, forcing Aoi to tilt his head to dodge it. In a last-ditch effort, Bakugo pulls the trigger on his grenade, and the bomb goes off where he lies. Bakugo has been eliminated. Wait, what happened to Aoi? Hound Dog asks. Did he die? I don't know, Vlad King replies. I can't tell, and his vitals are still strong. As the dust clears, Aoi stands there, burned but alive. He barely managed to dodge the blast, shielding most of himself with his arms. Silence fills the viewing room, and Midnight finally asks, does that mean he won? No, Nezu says. There's still one more student. Tokoyami pops his head out from where he had been hiding behind a desk. Is it over? Did Aoi die? He asks. Would they announce it if Aoi died? Did the game end? Feeling a looming presence, Tokoyami turns to see a white-haired boy with glowing black eyes and burn marks standing right behind him. Aoi places a hand on his shoulder and slides a knife quickly under his throat. Tokoyami's blood splatters the floor. Aizawa covers his mouth. He won. Tokoyami has been eliminated, Vlad King announces. Nezu nods grimly before taking the microphone and says, UA's civil war activity is over. The winner is Nejima Aoi. Please head to the perimeter of the city. We will have our final review there. After broadcasting that, he turns back to the teachers. Let us head there too. Someone grab Chio so she can attend to the wounded. Time skip back to the present. Heroes, I will address you as a whole, Nezu says. You were all foolish. Most of the students look down, disappointment and disbelief clear on their faces. You severely underestimated your enemy and paid the price for it. You picked the wrong leader, thinking it would be fine. Only a select few read the rulebook, and once you did, you were immediately targeted by Aoi. You failed to protect yourselves in your own home. What do you mean? Momo calls out from the crowd. Aoi hacked your cameras. That's how he targeted those he saw fit first. Can anyone tell me why he decided to eliminate Momo, Uraraka, Shinso, Ida, Frappi, Kendo, Shizaki, and Kirishima? Was it because we were so manly? Kirishima asks, but he is ignored as the vice president raises her hand. Yes, Momo-san? Was it because we posed the most threat against him? Correct. But in what way did you threaten the villain? Personally, my quirk would have benefited the heroes a lot if I had been kept alive and I had read the rulebook. Uraraka was the first to come to me, warning not to underestimate Aoi. If her sentiment spread, it would lead to Aoi having more trouble eliminating us. Shinso was also in on the idea along with Frappi and Ida. Kendo kept Monoma under control, and with her, general morale would go down while annoyance would rise. The same could be said for Kirishima, who often kept Bakugo in check. What do you think, Aoi? Nezu asks, turning to the villain of the day. Izuku stands under the platform, surrounded by a noticeable gap where the other students don't dare approach him. Pretty much more or less right, Izuku says, shrugging. But just to let you know, they were the only ones I targeted. After that, I didn't really care. Nezu nods. Overall, I believe that the heroes have a lot to work on. Your teachers will provide additional details. However, I personally believe that the biggest lesson is to never underestimate your opponent. But he was so cute whenever we were together, Hagakure groans quietly. It's exactly that reason that you should never underestimate someone. Who knows what an act is and what isn't? Nezu replies, his furry ears picking up even the smallest of words. Moving on. Let's talk about our singular villain. Anyone have anything that he could have done better? Izuku remained still, knowing that every move he executed was well planned and the result of years of experience. Although he hated to admit it, those experiences had truly paid off. For the first time since we've started doing this activity, Nezu said slowly, the villain executed and planned everything perfectly. Of course, Izuku thought, feeling a sense of smugness. However, this year is special for a multitude of reasons. Nezu's tone turned grim. Aoi Nejima, due to the threat of a traitor within our school and your actions, I've analyzed over the year, and you are hereby placed under arrest. Izuku's eyes widened as the teachers of UA jumped down from their platform, making their way through the crowd to place quirk-canceling cuffs around his wrists, preventing a quirk he didn't have. Under arrest? Traitor? The teachers looked confused and surprised. This wasn't what they had discussed with Nezu, but they couldn't disobey his orders. Izuku closed his eyes slowly as he was led to a small interrogation room that Nezu had arranged. A week before the Civil War activity, both Izuku and Eri had been released from the hospital. All tests on Eri's body were finished, and she was deemed healthy. When Aizawa and Present Mike asked if she wanted to be adopted by them, she remained silent and stoic, refusing to speak. Instead, she waited for Izuku to visit her, and once he did, she clung to him tightly, refusing to let go. Present Mike tried to explain that it wasn't technically legal for Izuku to take care of her since he was underage, but Izuku blankly told him that his birthday had passed a month before. Aizawa looked confused, and when he asked Nezu to check the records, it was indeed true that Izuku's birthday was a month prior, making him 16 and technically able to adopt Eri. Not that Izuku was actually 16. He was still 15 for another month. He had gone home and changed the files online, spending time hacking system after system. Aizawa and Present Mike watched with concern as Izuku left the hospital holding Eri's hand, heading back to UA and entering his dorm room. He received many curious looks from his classmates, but they quickly jumped to coo at Eri and offer her sweets. She smiled brightly and accepted all the treats. This was the final stretch of their plan, and she was determined to see it through. I'm so happy, she cried, launching herself into Izuku's arms and hugging him tightly. We're finally free of that wretched man. Izuku smiled sadly down at her. You're finally free of that wretched man. What do you mean? She asked innocently. Aren't you free too? I still have, Izuku said slowly, just someone else to worry about. Well, whoever it is, I'm sure Onaikin can take care of him easily, Eri said confidently, and Izuku ruffled her hair. They would have forever together. In the current day, Izuku thought about Eri. Once arrested, he would most likely be questioned by Tsukachi, the detective. While he could lie his way out again, it would seem strange to the teachers if he could tell both a lie and a truth at the same time. They would think of Akari, and then he would actually have a problem. As good as Izuku was at lying, he couldn't lie completely. He would get caught, and Eri would be taken away from him. That left him with only one option: escape. Izuku sat in his cold metal chair, sullen, as the teachers discussed what to do outside his room, staring at him through the glass window. Aizawa had a strange look on his face, and Izuku ignored him, searching for a way to escape. The staff had taken his belongings, and he had even been forced to change into a prison uniform. There were no windows, only one door leading to the room where many teachers were standing, watching him. Izuku closed his eyes again, racking his brain for a way to get free. Tsukachi would open the locked door to enter his room. The court-canceling cuffs on his wrists were a hindrance, but he had escaped before with similar limitations. He just had to worry about the teachers. Aizawa was there to cancel his quirk, All Might to fight, Nezu to devise everything and observe as he was questioned, and Nemuri to put him to sleep if he tried anything funny. It was almost impossible, but he could do it. Aizawa looked conflicted as he prepared to question his student. Nezu had explained his thought process earlier, and while Aizawa understood, he felt they were approaching the problem incorrectly. While Always actions were suspicious, was he really the traitor? Nezu claimed he found all the evidence during the Civil War activity. Izuku heard the door open, and at that split moment, when Tsukachi rubbed his tired eyes, Izuku ran through the open door. Midnight began to peel off a section of the cloth on her arm to release her quirk, but he jumped on top of her, and flustered, she froze, giving him the time he needed to elbow her in the face. Aizawa shot out his capture weapon the moment Izuku burst through the door, but Izuku ducked and dodged it easily. All Might was rearing back to punch Izuku when he darted between Nezu and All Might, breaking through the door with his body. From there, he broke into a flat-out sprint toward the entrance of UA, and students stared at him in confusion as he ran past them in his prison outfit. Cementos, who had been passing by, started to shoot out cement towards Izuku, but he rolled to dodge. Izuku didn't stop running, leaping from wall to wall and using his elbows to pull himself up rooftops. He ran until he made it back to his apartment, breaking through his only window to land inside. He scurried around on the tatami, knocking it with his feet until he heard a hollow sound. He stepped down hard to crack the floor and open up the hollow below him. With his teeth, he picked up the little device he'd built while escaping from the League of Villains. It was designed to break cuffs. Using it quickly, he freed himself from the court-canceling cuffs and tossed the device out of the broken window onto a distant street, just in case it had a tracker. Izuku quickly changed into his Akari costume and grabbed the remaining backup case of weapons and cash before leaping out of his window and dashing to the nearest park. He climbed the largest tree to the top and hid in its branches, hearing the wail of sirens as UA searched for him. Izuku closed his eyes. This was the only way he could ever win. Izuku crouched on the edge of a building, chewing on a Nikamon he bought from a convenience store. His senses were alert as he dropped down. Based on the radio he had taken from the police station during one of his visits, there was a new villain on the street kidnapping people and disappearing. The police were struggling to track him down, leaving Izuku to clean up the mess this villain was making. With a sigh, he set off to track down the villain, following the pattern and trail of kidnappings. He came across a fountain in the middle of a square and sat on a bench, watching as a round, knobby old man entered the area with a large crowd of people following him. Everyone's facial expressions looked twisted as the old man closed in on Izuku. The old man had a bony face and wore a dark suit. With a chuckle, he addressed Izuku. Young man right there. Do you know who I am? No. Izuku replied innocently, looking up from his phone. Should I know? You will soon, the man said, smiling wickedly. No, but actually, who are you? Izuku asked. Oh, The old man looked thrown off. Well, like I said, you'll find out soon. Can that be now? Izuku said, pursing his lips. Fine. The man threw his hands up in exasperation. Minions, go retrieve this boy and bring him back to me. It's way past his bedtime anyway. It was indeed late, but not that Izuku really had a bedtime. It was 1 a.m. on a school night. The crowd of people behind the old man lurched forward toward Izuku, and he frowned. Oh wait, I do know you. Huh. The old man said in surprise. Izuku stood up. You're the dictator, aren't you? How did you know that? You're a villain who was captured by Crust, one of the top 10 heroes of Japan. You were placed in Tartarus and just broke out, right? Your quirk is called Dokusai, which allows you to control other people's bodies with those threads coming from your body. The maximum number of people you can control is your victims keep their consciousness and free will, but their bodies are under your control. The only way to break your control is to give them a huge jolt or if you get knocked unconscious. Dictator's triangular eyes widened in shock. How did you, such a normal person, know all of that? Izuku laughed darkly, swiping some of his hair that he usually gelled into a neat style but was currently hiding his eyes. Well, there are a lot of weird people these days, and I just happen to be one of them. Dictator scrunched his face. A pervert. Izuku sighed. No, not that. A stalker, Dictator teased. No. Whatever. Dictator finally concluded. Minions, attack him and bring him back here. I'm even more interested in who he is. The crowd lurched toward Izuku, surrounding him on all sides. He stood still as they closed in like a mob. With a small hop using 1 for all at 1%, he jumped over the heads of the crowd and headed directly toward Dictator. The villain's skeletal face scrunched up in distaste before he screeched, Minions, come help me. The controlled people rushed backward, but Izuku ducked under a thread shot from Dictator's body and kicked the villain's feet, knocking him backward onto the floor. He quickly jabbed a vial of poison into Dictator's bloodstream. The man fell asleep instantly, and the crowd of people that had rushed toward Dictator and Izuku collapsed on the ground, asleep. Izuku pulls out a phone from his pocket and makes an emergency call to the police station, explaining the situation. Wait, are you okay? A confused operator asks, but Izuku ignores them. Just send someone to clean this up. No sir, I need to make sure you're okay, the operator urges, and Izuku hangs up. He quickly ties up Dictator's arms before moving to help the collapsed people. Most had fallen down right where they stood, their limbs in awkward positions. He stands up and glances at the sky, noticing the dark clouds that had been gathering all day. As he finishes dealing with the villain, a light drizzle begins. Suddenly, Izuku hears a rustle behind him and turns around to find Bakugo. What the? He exclaims, jumping back in surprise. Stop scaring people, Izuku says, pushing his hair back. Interesting, I've never heard you curse before, Bakugo comments, peering closely at him. Izuku rolls his eyes. Like you don't curse every sentence you say. You took down the villain by yourself? Bakugo asks, ignoring his comment. We were watching, how did you jump so high? What are you doing here anyway? I'm like the most wanted person, aren't you supposed to catch me, not talk to me? Yes, Bakugo replies. We're here to catch you. I'm just the distraction. Izuku looks around as all 19 of his classmates emerge from behind the bushes near the water fountain. He sighs. Again? I'm surrounded again. Earlier that day, back in their dorm, Uraraka asks worriedly, what do you think is going to happen to Aoi? They arrested him, right? Kirishima adds. Yes. They claimed he could be a traitor to UA and needed further questioning, Momo explains. Traitor? Bakugo scoffs. There's no way that Brad is a traitor. Why do you think that? Aima asks. Anyone could be a traitor. His eyes stum. You all think he's cute or whatever, but have you ever looked at his eyes? Everyone falls silent except for Uraraka, whose eyes widen. Oh, I know what you mean. At least the bubble girl isn't stupid, Bakugo growls. Well, the rest of us are, Ida points out. Could you care to inform us of your revelation? His eyes aren't the eyes of a villain, Bakugo states simply. How would you know? Mina challenges. You haven't exactly seen the eyes of a villain, have you? Yeah, Jiraiya adds doubtfully, and that's not exactly solid evidence. For all we know, he could have been lying to us all year. I know you don't believe Bakugo, Uraraka says, but it's just a gut feeling. Kaminari frowns. It's not that I don't want to believe you, but that's not exactly solid evidence. Well, Uraraka starts defensively, but the overhead speaker blares to life. Will all Class 1A students report to Principal Nezu's office? See, Siro says bitterly. Now because of him, we're all in trouble. Ida gathers all the students, and they head toward Nezu's office. Nezu-san. Ida knocks on the door. Come in, Nezu's voice calls from inside. Ida pushes the door open, and they all file in. Come closer, Nezu beckons, and they shuffle closer. Do you know why I called you up here? I suppose it's got to do with our classmate, Bakugo says, looking away. Language, Ida warns, but Nezu waves his concern aside. Don't worry, Ida-kun. Thank you for reprimanding him. However, I must say my employees are similar in fashion. Nezu glances at Bakugo before continuing. You are indeed correct, Riken. I called you all here to ask about your classmate Aoi. What is it? Uraraka asks, crossing her arms. It's not a question, it's more of a request, Nezu says, tapping his chin. You see, your classmate Aoi has escaped from our interrogation room. He escaped, the group exclaims. I presume you want us to go catch him and bring him back? Bakugo asks. Yes. I want him back, any method is okay, but I need him back alive. Can you do that for me, Bakugo-kun? Nezu says persuasively. Bakugo. Everyone gasps. You're asking him to lead? Bakugo looks confused. Are you sure you want me to do it? Yes, there's something about you that tells me you won't fail, Nezu says with a warm smile. That's all. You may return to your dorm. After being politely dismissed from the principal's office, the 18 classmates stare at Bakugo in shock. Do you even have any ideas about how to find him? Jiraiya. Uraraka, Bakugo says, ignoring her. Can you help me? She nods. Just so you know, I think there's more to this story than we know. I know, Bakugo replies calmly. I think so too. So now the rational one and the irrational one are partners? Mineta says in disbelief. What has the world come to? It'll be ending if we don't find Aoi, Hagakure mutters. If he's really a villain, then he'd probably be a really good one, considering he was able to take down all 40 of us. That would mean everyone is in danger. The mood turns solemn as they contemplate her words. Enough moping, Bakugo orders. Let's go to the police station first. Everyone obediently follows him, sticking close to his heels. Skip to the police station. The chief will meet you now, the secretary says, looking down at the 19 students crowding her lobby with disdain. Ida nods and thanks her while Bakugo strides past, holding his head up proudly. Bakugo kicks open the door to the police chief's office, startling Ida. Bakugo, that's the police chief. You have to be more polite, he warns. What may I do for you? Tsukachi asks, his smile strained as he looks at the group that has entered. If there's any call about a villain attack that was somehow resolved by someone unnamed, can you alert us? Bakugo demands. Tsukachi freezes. Are you guys hunting for that student who got away? Yeah, what did you think we were doing here? Bakugo replies, rolling his eyes. Tsukachi's eye twitches, and he forces another smile. Fine. I'm only doing this for Nezu. Bakugo strides out of the office, tossing over his shoulder, thanks, Boomer. The others hurriedly follow him, with Momo, Uraraka, Mina, and Ida trailing slightly behind to apologize profusely for their classmates' behavior. It's okay, there are always ones like that, Tsukachi says, though his hands remain clenched. There's always a deeper problem behind them. There isn't. He's just like that, Uraraka replies helplessly. They turn to follow their classmates out. Time skip. There's a rush of footsteps, and Bakugo opens one eye to see the secretary standing in front of him, looking pale. There was just a report that came in. Where? He asks. XXXX, she replies quickly. Get up, Bakugo says roughly to his classmates who had also been dozing. What time is it? It's almost 11 p.m., she informs him. What is he doing up this late? Uraraka mutters. He just had to do something now. Let's move, Bakugo says, his gaze determined. There has always been something bothering him about Aoi, and he has a chance to confirm it now. He isn't going to let go so easily. Izuku stands outside, the cold, misty air brushing against his skin as dark clouds begin to rain. He worries that if he stays out too long his makeup will wash off, and he dreads explaining that to anyone. His 19 classmates surround him, ready for anything he might do. What do you want from me? He groans. We were ordered to bring you back to Nezu, Kaminari says awkwardly. It's late, I'm tired. Can we just let this one slide? Izuku pleads. You can't, you're a criminal, Hagakure replies sharply. So what, are we going to fight this out? Izuku shrugs. If you don't come with us, Shoto says, stepping closer, we'll have to resort to force. Don't you even feel bad for me? Izuku asks, his eyes curious. Of course we do, Mina says, preparing her acid. But you're a criminal right now, and we can't afford to factor in our feelings. Izuku sighs, I see how it is. Alright. Alright what? Bakugo asks. Will you come with us? Of course not, Izuku replies, looking affronted. Who do you think I am? Bakugo sighs, enough of this. Get him. Izuku's classmates launch their attacks, and he frowns, realizing he could use one for all. They already suspect him, so he decides to act. He powers up one for all to 1% of the maximum he can spare for this exchange. He can't go back, he has to keep moving forward if he ever wants to take down All for One and the League of Villains. Izuku jumps up with his 1% of one for all, bouncing over the heads of Kirishima and Shoji. Shoji grows hands to grab Izuku's leg, but Izuku dodges and slices the arm off with his knife. Sorry, he calls as Shoji's arm retracts. Kirishima growls and jumps up, trying to reach Izuku. Izuku laughs as he hops away. Ida, Froppy, and Uraraka, equipped with upgraded hero suits, immediately start chasing after him, while Momo builds a cannon to launch at him. Izuku glances back as he jumps out of the park and into a construction site. He bursts through an unfinished window, rolling to break his fall before standing up to continue sprinting. Froppy and Uraraka are still on his tail, with Ida and Bakugo close behind. Tokoemi flies in, carrying Kaminari. Izuku throws a couple of homemade bombs that create a strong burning sensation and fill the area with smoke. I don't have enough equipment on me, he mutters. Froppy and Uraraka are knocked back, and Izuku feels a shift in the air as someone dashes from the shadows. Hagakure wraps her arm around his wrist, but Izuku channels one for all and throws her across the room, where she crashes into a wall and falls unconscious. Sounds of pursuit follow him as he launches himself through another window, landing back on the street. Kirishima, in hardened mode, punches upward, creating a strong draft that forces Izuku back up. Bakugo starts shooting projectiles, and Izuku twists in the air to avoid them. Kaminari launches himself out of the window, generating a strong voltage that grazes Izuku's skin. Wah! Kaminari exclaims, shocked, as Izuku shoots him down with a dulled poison bullet. How did he not get stunned by that voltage? Bakugo mutters to himself. Izuku touches down on the ground, dodging Kirishima's next punch before quickly hopping back up to run further. Shoto! Bakugo shouts, and an ice wall springs up from the ground, effectively blocking his path. Izuku is forced to land on the slick, wet ground, and Mina slides towards him, riding on her acid while shooting some of it at him. He dodges and throws a knife that clips her shirt before attaching itself to the edge of a building, keeping her stuck there. Shoto continues to build a large ice wall until there's a small arena where all the students of Class 1A are trapped. The sheer icy walls prevent anyone from climbing out. Izuku finds himself surrounded again. Ida is carrying a knocked-out Kaminari and Hagakure, and someone helps pry Mina off the wall as they turn to face Izuku. Izuku could probably jump out of this place, but he couldn't guarantee that Shoto wouldn't build an even higher wall. Your quirk really is amazing, Izuku muses. Yeah, it is, Shoto replies. But what even is yours? Oh, mine. Izuku says innocently. Mine is an analyzing quirk. Analyzing quirk? Bakugo questions. I don't think such a quirk allows you to have physical prowess too. Well, my quirk, Izuku smirks, would allow me to jump out of here easily. There's no way you could do that, Kirishima says. Well, there's no way you could ever bring me back to you, so, Izuku shrugs. That's not true, Shoto says coldly. We still have something that you don't. And what's that? Izuku asks sweetly. The rain patters on his face, and Uraraka, who had been closely staring at him, gasps. Guys, his face, she whispers. Izuku rolls his eyes mentally, realizing his makeup had started to wash off. What the heck? Mina exclaims, staring at him. Izuku raises a hand to touch his face, wiping off the remainder of his makeup before pretending to be surprised. Oh, who put that there? He asks comically. Who are you? Bakugo demands. Aoi Najimasa. Who would I be? His makeup had made his face look fuller, covering many scars and markings. Aoi, what happened to you? Jires. Izuku's face looks gaunt and pale, with visible veins and dark circles under his eyes. The scars crisscrossing his face and the series of stitches make him look haunting. His arms and legs also show deep scars, including burned ones covering his legs. Happened to me? Izuku twists his head, blinking. His expression, once cute and innocent, now looks unsettling. He reaches up to his eyes, and Uraraka almost falls over. Wait, don't tell me you don't have eyes. Don't worry, Uraraka-chan, he reassures her. Nothing that bad. His eyes, always a little red from irritation caused by contacts, are revealed when he dramatically removes them, showcasing their radioactive green light. How do I look? He poses. This isn't a time for jokes, Ida says. Ah, why not, Ida-kun? If I don't have any happiness in my life, can I at least cope by making jokes about my own misfortune? Izuku coos. This is more reason for you to come with us, Bakugo says firmly. Nezu-san can help you. Don't speak like you respect our principal, Izuku retorts. I know you well enough to say that you probably don't. I mean he's not lying, Uraraka mutters. And plus, I don't exactly want to go to jail, Izuku says, curling his hair around a finger. Does that mean you're guilty? Momo asks. Are you actually a villain? Who knows, Izuku replies. His hair gel had washed off, leaving his hair damp and limp but still slightly frizzy. It's not like you'll ever find out. Again, we have something you don't, Shoto says darkly. Yes, emo child, what is it? Izuku cackles. He's different, Momo whispers to Jairu, who nods in agreement. Izuku thinks to himself, of course I'm different, I can't always be a stiff person who's no fun. We have Eri, Shoto states simply. Eri? Izuku asks, confusion washing over him before cold dread sets in. Huh, what do you mean? You'll never be able to meet her again. I'll just go back for her when I'm safe, Izuku insists. We'll hide her away. Move her constantly. She'll be on the run from you. You'll force her to be on the run? You'll do something so villainous just to get me back? Izuku says incredulously. I don't know who you are or what you've been through, but Nezu-san needs you. Probably the whole of Japan needs you. And we can't just let you go, Shoto concludes. Izuku swallows hard. Well, what if Eri doesn't care a single bit for me? And she just likes me because I saved her? She'll find someone else she trusts one day. It doesn't matter about her. It matters about what you feel, Bakugo cuts in. So, is this like a hostage situation? Izuku asks, his voice steady despite the tears streaming down his face. After years of learning to cry silently, he finds he can cry and talk at the same time. You'll force her to do something if I don't come? His voice breaks at last. Uraraka winces. No, yes, Bakugo interjects, cutting her off. Fine. Izuku's crying abruptly stops, and his voice and gaze turn cold. I'll come with you. The atmosphere shifts suddenly, and the other students shiver, feeling the hairs on the backs of their necks stand up. What happened to you? They all think as they escort Izuku back to Class 1A. Ida calls ahead to inform Nezu that they found Izuku and were bringing him back. Nezu instructs Ida to take Izuku to their dorm, where he would be waiting with the other staff. Ida, feeling pity for his former classmate, asks Nezu if he could bring Eri too. Nezu knocks on Eri's door, and she opens it, her bright red eyes surrounded by puffy skin from crying. What do you want? She says harshly. Go away. Brother is coming back, Nezu says helplessly. She glares at him. He'd like it if you'd be there with us to greet him. He got caught? Eri asks, her voice filled with dismay. Yes. You guys are such meanies, Eri cries. I thought the heroes were the good guys. Aizawa appears next to Nezu and pulls the crying girl into his arms. Out of politeness, Nezu closes the door to Izuku's room, even though he has the urge to take a peek. When the boy comes back, he will ask. He will figure everything out. Aizawa carries Eri, who kicks and punches him while crying out, I thought you were the good guys, all the way down the stairs before holding her firmly on the couch. Wow, you're so good with kids, Midnight teases. Who knew the grumpy cat liked kids? Eri settles down, her mouth clamped in a thin, angry line. Nezu wonders what she meant earlier. As he settles into his seat. They should be arriving soon. Get ready. Present Mike is called Tsukachi, who sits on another couch and nods seriously. This time we'll get answers out of him for sure. Izuku is skirted all the way back to UA, flanked by his classmates. They ride a bus to make the trip back faster, and Izuku sits next to Ida and Shoto, the most unflinching, unswayable people. Izuku feels a surge of resentment toward Shoto and refuses to look at him. It's petty, he knows, but it's Shoto's fault he has to return. If he goes back to UA and is found guilty, then the League of Villains and All for One will get off clean. Where would that leave Japan? In ruins, prop. Izuku kicks open the door to his UA dorm, his hands tied behind his back, with Shoto and Ida each holding a shoulder. Inside the living room are all the teachers, plus Nezu, who sits next to Aizawa, who carries Eri in his arms. Izuku grits his teeth as he stomps over, pulling Shoto and Ida with him. They both gasp in surprise as Izuku stomps all the way over, his arm muscles bulging as he strains against his H&D's. Aizawa's eyes widen in surprise as Izuku snatches Eri back into his arms. The bawling girl looks up at him, teary-eyed. Onaigan, she wails. I thought you said the heroes were nice and would treat us well. Izuku's gaze hardens. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Aoi-kun, Nezu hastily calls. What happened to your if? I'm going to take a shower, Izuku interrupts. It's been a long day. I left all my stuff at a hotel because I thought I wouldn't have to come back here. Aizawa stands up. We'll watch over Eri. Haha, nice try. Izuku laughs. She's scared. You can come into my room to watch over her while I take my shower. Is that fine with you? Aizawa looks at Nezu, who looks stricken but nods. Izuku's classmates settle into the living room around the teachers as Izuku carries Eri up the stairs to his room. Where did you go? Eri whispers, her eyes puffy. They arrested me after the exercise because they thought I was too villainous. Izuku whispers back, aware of Aizawa a few steps behind him. I had to break free or I would have been arrested. I was going to come back for you after a while. I thought you were going to leave me too, Eri says. I would not, Izuku replies firmly. Your family. But why did you get caught then? Eri asks. Izuku says as he opens the door to his room. It was because I wanted to see you faster. He can't tell her he got caught because of her. That would destroy the 8-year-old, making her think she ruined his chance at a free life. Oh. Onaigan, you're so nice. Eri smiles brightly as Izuku sets her down on his bed before grabbing a couple of his clothes. A t-shirt and shorts are all that he has left. Aizawa steps into the room, his eyes narrowing as he takes in the pitch-dark space. He tries to flick on the light SWH, but nothing turns on. Izuku hated having a bright light in his room, so he unscrewed all the light bulbs. Numerous glowing screens were scattered around the room in a U-shaped setup of desks, accompanied by a large, wheeled chair. It resembled a hacker's lair, especially with a large board displaying photos of villain members and red string connecting various locations across the city. The sound of running water filled the air as Izuku started his shower. Meanwhile, Aizawa scooted closer to Eri, who lay on the bed with her arms wide open. "Why do you like Aoi so much?" he asked her. "He's the best person in the world," she replied brightly. "He's always been there for me." Aizawa thought she meant how Aoi had helped her escape from Chisaki, but in reality, she meant it more literally. Ake had been there since she was a baby. Izuku was the only person she could rely on to keep her safe. The water shut off, and Aizawa opened his eyes, having been leaning against the wall. After a few minutes, the sound of a blow dryer filled the room, and finally, Izuku stepped out of the bathroom. Aizawa nearly fell off the bed in shock. Izuku's hair had returned to its fluffy, puffy style, the white color resembling a halo around his head. In the dim light, Aizawa noticed Izuku's green eyes glowing. His face had a narrow shape with prominent cheekbones, and scars mapped his features, along with stitches. More scars and burns adorned his hands and legs. "All right," Aizawa said coldly. "I'm ready." If Aizawa had seen this kid on the street, he wouldn't have recognized him as Aoi. Eri excitedly latched onto Izuku's arm, already accustomed to his appearance. As they left the room, Aizawa followed the pair down the stairs, where everyone was finally seated, including Aizawa next to present Mike on a small couch. They all stared at Izuku as he descended, Eri holding his hand. "Who is that?" All Might asked, blinking in confusion. "Did Aoi escape?" "That is Aoi, All Might-sensei," Uraraka replied politely, though she looked equally surprised. "His hair looks so fluffy, I want to touch it." Izuku rolled his eyes and turned to Nezu. "All right, what did you want?" Nezu studied the boy before him, noting how different he looked. "You are quite the makeup artist," Nezu muttered, and Izuku's keen hearing caught it. "Thank you," he replied. Nezu nodded. "Let's start off simple. Have a seat." 2 wooden chairs were pulled up in the middle for everyone to see him clearly. He could hear his classmates whispering about his appearance, and he rolled his eyes again, thinking, "Touch my hair and I'll kill you." His mother and Eri were the only ones allowed to pet his hair. Izuku sat down, and Eri swung her legs in the chair next to his, her bright red eyes darkening as she calculated the risk of the situation. Deeming it dangerous enough, she grabbed Izuku's pinky and squeezed it. He nodded in response. This was indeed a precarious situation, and he had to proceed carefully. "Here are our terms," Nezu said as All Might lifted Eri and her chair to place her next to him. "You must answer our questions truthfully. After everything, we will determine your innocence." "Fine," Izuku said, his gaze intense enough to make All Might shiver. "Who are you?" Tsukachi asked. "Why?" Izuku said, distracted. "It's Tsukachi-san. You're here? Why didn't you say hi? Aren't we like besties?" His manner of speaking seemed familiar to Tsukachi, but he couldn't pinpoint why. "Yes, I am here. Would you kindly answer the question?" "Oh yeah," Izuku said, his eyes twinkling. "What was it again?" "Who are you?" Tsukachi repeated patiently. "Do you really want to know?" "Yes," everyone said impatiently. Izuku smirked. "Well, I'm a lot of people. Do you want all of them or just some?" "All," Nezu insisted. "Well, my name is Ame Najima, Akari, Usagi, and Izuku Midoriya," Izuku said, shrugging as Aizawa and Tsukachi's expressions fell. "Usagi?" someone asked. "The killer?" "Akari?" Tsukachi said. "The vigilante?" "Izuku!" Bakugu screamed. "My classmate? The one you bullied? The dead one?" "Yep. That's me," Izuku replied, smirking darkly. "So you're a villain, vigilante, hero in training, and a dead person all in one," Nezu said, his eyes twitching. Hound Dog glared at Bakugu. "You're going to have some therapy sessions with me. We'll be talking about your anger issues." "Everything he said is true," Tsukachi added helpfully, and Izuku leaned back in his chair arrogantly. "That's why I asked if you wanted to know. It's confusing." Eri was falling asleep in her chair, and All Might sprang up. "A villain?" All Might frowned. "A villain? Vigilante?" He sat back down, confused, and everyone stared at him for a moment before he turned red with embarrassment. "I'm confused. Can you explain for us?" Nezu asked. "Well, what do you know about Izuku Midoriya?" Izuku inquired, and Aizawa raised his hand. "I remember him. He was that kid who was kidnapped at 4, and we managed to save him. He was at an orphanage." "Bingo!" Izuku said, finger-gunning his teacher. "When I was 4, I went to find out my quirk at a hospital. I was told that I was quirkless." "Wait, if you're quirkless then how, what?" Bakugu stutters. "What quirk do you have now? Did you just manifest late?" "Let me explain," Izuku says, rolling his eyes. "You're always so impatient, Bakugu." Bakugu shudders and murmurs, "You always called me Kakin." Jairu turns around in her seat to tease him. "Kakin? Maybe that's what we should call you." "Focus, children," Nezu reminds them before gesturing at Izuku to continue. "I went to this hospital, and they told me I was quirkless. Back then, I wanted to be a hero like my idol All Might. But the doctor said no, and the nurse said yes. So I thought it was totally possible, and I might not die trying. Haha." No one laughs, and Izuku coughs awkwardly. Tough crowd. Anyway, my mom left her phone back in his office, but when she went back, there was a villain attack. From what I remember the police telling me, they broke through a window and killed the doctor. My mom walked in just at that moment, so she was killed too. I didn't have a dad, he died when I was a kid. So then I went to this orphanage. But then I got fostered and kidnapped, kind of. It's hard to explain. They fostered me but then sort of kidnapped me. I heard that Mrs. used me to find out the villain's location. Anyway, I was in this warehouse, and this bald guy was there, zapping me with electricity, which was terrible. He was doing all sorts of tests. I heard they needed someone quirkless for whatever they were testing, but then I got saved after about 7 days of being stuck there. Izuku's hair was flickering between its natural shade of deep green and white. Everyone looked horrified as they stared at him, having just dumped loads of information on them. Eri had woken up and was frowning as she heard his story and saw his hair. It usually meant he was in a bad mood when that happened. I was in this hospital, Izuku continues. I was like okay? And then I was out of the hospital because they couldn't find anything wrong with me. I just had a lot of burns from the electricity. I went back to my orphanage and everything was normal from there. I remember this. Bakugo shouts and everyone turns to look at him. I mean, when I was a kid and used to play with Izuku, he disappeared for a week. Then he came back after a couple of weeks, and I was really confused about what happened. My mom wouldn't tell me either, but she told me to stay inside for that week, and whenever I went out, she followed me closely. I thought it was really annoying. Yeah, that was probably around that time, Izuku says. So continuing on, I was safe again back at my orphanage. But then I was out and about one day, going to get some snacks from a convenience store when I was kidnapped. Again. Everyone's eyes were wide with horror, and Izuku nods, pretending to understand. No, I totally get it. I'm just a lovable person, and I was honored someone cared about me so much that they wanted to kidnap me. There's silence, and Izuku sighs again. Tough crowd. Anyway, I got kidnapped by my adoptive father, all for one. That's where I met most of the League of Villains members like Toga, Dabi, and Shigaraki. Nobody knew because All for One sent out shapeshifters Toga and her mother to take my place. As I was getting constantly tested on, they had an unlimited supply of blood. Toga's mom took my place, and Toga was there just in case, so she could grow up with her mom. This guy tested adding quirks to my genetics and realized he could add quirks to a quirkless person. So I was basically their first prototype Nomu. After all that testing came the time where I was training like crazy, and Eri was there with me a lot. Yeah, Chisaki definitely wanted to have custody, but All for One had it. I swear those two were always fighting. Anyway, I was trained to become the ultimate weapon against the heroes. I raised Eri when I wasn't unconscious, and we spent a lot of time together. I ran away a lot too. So I grew up fighting Dabi, Shigaraki, and Toga, and let me tell you, I was the best. There was this problem with me internally that you don't have to worry about, I'm fixing it. I was finally sent out to carry out missions for 3 years. One day, during a mission when I was finally trusted to go out alone, I left and killed Toga's mom. Then I took back my own life. Toga found me a little strange, so she reported it. Apparently, I was weird because when I went back to school, I was bullied by my childhood friend. All for One was furious, and Dabi was sent to burn my house down so they could catch me again. That day was wild. First, I was told to end my life, and I was like, I can't because I'm already dead and still have something to do. But if I didn't, then sure. And then All Might told me that quirkless people can't be heroes. And then a slime tried to choke me. But then it choked Bakugo, and I was all heroic. I went home and my house was set on fire. So I ran away again. Then I made a friend who helped me out. Her name was Yuki, she worked on information for the metro. But Shigaraki killed her. After that, I enrolled in UA, and a lot of things happened. I became a vigilante. That was easy. I finally slept after about 5 years. I was kidnapped. I lost someone many times over. Kota died because of me. I saved Eri. I was arrested twice. I was kidnapped again, but this time by the heroes, and here I am now. Izuku finished and shrugged casually. As much as he tried to downplay everything that had happened to him, his eyes were empty, devoid of life. Eri, who was staring at him, looked worried at his state. Izuku felt nothing anymore, and his eyes told his whole story. Everyone in the room had tears in their eyes as they stared at Izuku's cold, unfeeling face. What? Nezu finally whispered. Even the principal of UA felt sick to his stomach hearing the student's story and seeing the toll it had taken on him. Everyone stared at Izuku in shock as he recounted his past offhandedly. Despite his attempts to lighten the mood with jokes, he couldn't hide the darkness that had settled in his gaze. What? Nezu whispered once he finished. Bakugo, who had been silently crying in his corner, stood up abruptly to say, I'm sorry, Izuku. Izuku smiled warmly. It's okay. I didn't really worry about you too much. Bakugo continued trying to explain himself. I didn't know. I'm so sorry. Izuku looked at him, confusion on his face, tilting his head innocently before smiling again. Of course you didn't know. I didn't tell you. So if you never told anyone, no one would ever know? Mina asked, her face streaked with tears. Of course. I learned to lie and hide from the very best villains in Japan, he said darkly before brightening up to smile at Eri, who had come to sit in his lap. Only Eri would ever know. Nezu thought to himself how dangerous and terrifying it was that Izuku could shift from emotionless to acting like everything was okay. I'm still curious about how you changed your identity on government files. Boy Najima was a real person. Based on the government, Aizawa asked. Oh that. Izuku said easily, I just hacked it all online. It was really easy. Easy. Uraraka said, surprised. Easy to hack into a government database? Aren't those really secure? Yes, usually. But it was easy, the government's firewalls aren't that strong, Izuku shrugged. Nothing in the world is unhackable. Where did you learn to hack? Nezu asked. Oh, that was one of the things I actually liked doing when I was forced to train for many things. We live in a modern age, you know, and All for One wanted me to be a well-rounded killer, Izuku said. Everyone fell silent as they stared at Izuku. That's your reason? They wanted you to be a better killer. Kaminari asked. Well, I did like hacking too. But I mean, I was only introduced to it because I was supposed to be a better killer, Izuku shrugged offhandedly. Everyone's faces darkened again. Do you enjoy doing anything else? Present Mike asked. I like hacking. And fighting people, I guess. I don't really have time to do much else, Izuku said. I mean, I gained a lot of skills. I'm pretty much resistant to all forms of poison and acids. I'm immune to high volts of electricity. My skin is really tough, and I don't burn easily. And of course, I have the best makeup skills in town, and I'm also probably a prodigy hacker. Does that mean that you only like the things you were introduced to as a killer? Froppy asked. Izuku frowned. When you put it like that, I guess. But I mean, I like them separately now. Did you like hurting people then? Bakugo asked from the back. Not really, but at the same time, kind of. Because it was the only thing I knew how to do, and it was sort of entertainment for me? I don't really know anymore. What about sleeping then? Shiro and Mineta asked at the same time. Or eating food. I don't need to eat or sleep, Izuku said. What? Aizawa screeched. When was the last time you ate or slept? I ate a couple of hours ago, but that was just something I have to do every couple of months or if I'm out fighting constantly. If I don't count passing out because of injuries, then like I haven't slept in 5 years. Izuku rolled his eyes. That's why you didn't see a futon or bed at my old apartment. I didn't need one. Aizawa's eyes widened as he remembered the strange sight. I thought it was a bit strange, but I also thought that you just cleaned it up every day. No, it's just that I don't sleep at all, Izuku said. Nezu frowned. That can't be possible. The human body needs to sleep and eat to survive. There's no possible way a living thing can survive without any of those. The furry principal trailed off as he turned to look at Izuku with wide eyes. What is it? Kaminari asked, confused about what was happening. How does, Izuku survive without eating or sleeping? The other students who had caught on to the implications looked at Izuku with concern, their expressions darkening as they processed his words. Yeah, that's right, Izuku said with a cheesy finger gun gesture. Eri had fallen asleep, leaning her head against his chest, so he stopped his antics to avoid waking her. Right what? Shiro asked, still a bit confused. How does a living thing survive without sleep or eating? They can't, Izuku replied. That's what we're asking, Mineta said, rolling his eyes. How do you do it? Well, it's simple. I'm not alive, Izuku said casually. The room fell silent before Nezu spoke up. What do you mean, not alive? He asked carefully. Exactly what it means, Izuku shrugged. I'm dead. Kind of. Like I said, I'm an early prototype Nomu, but I have my consciousness. I still have a life force for some reason, but that's something else. How did you die? Bakugo asked, his usual bravado replaced by a hint of vulnerability. Let me think, Izuku said, tapping his chin. You don't remember? Aizawa asked, concern etched on his face. No, I do, but I'm trying to piece together the situation around my death. With everything going on, it's easy to forget why you die. The others looked shocked, and Kirishima gently helped them close their mouths. Oh right, Izuku continued, stopping his chin tapping. It was when I tried to run away and Dad got angry, so he sent Shigaraki to kill me. I got disintegrated and almost became dust, but the doctor did something to me, and now I'm partially alive. I don't sleep or eat, but I do everything else a person does, like cry or bleed. Dad? Present Mike asked, his voice slightly strained. Dad is what you call All for One, the villain king of Japan? Yeah, Izuku shrugged. He forced us to call him Dad because he wanted the pretense of a family. I remember once I didn't call him that and told him to leave, and he punished me. I don't even remember the punishment. Isn't that funny? Eri shifted in her sleep, and Izuku carefully lifted her back onto his lap. Everyone was silent as he looked up, his expression guarded. So what's the verdict? Snipe asked, and Aizawa turned to him sharply. Verdict? That's what we're discussing? Did you just hear the boy? Aizawa snapped. I'm not trying to be the bad guy here, but he did confess to being a villain. The reason for this hearing was to determine what to do with him, Cementos interjected. Nezu frowned, wiping his eyes with a furry paw. He did confess to being a villain, but I must say his situation is special. We'll keep him under house arrest at UA. We'll monitor every action he takes. Izuku bristled but knew he couldn't afford to go to prison. All for One is dying, he said abruptly, and everyone in the room turned to him in unison. What do you mean All for One is dying? All Might shouted. He was healthy when I fought him. Izuku rolled his eyes. Well, All for One is the one who taught me how to act, so you can trust me when I say he's not okay. All Might opened his mouth to protest, but Nezu glanced at Ectoplasm, who spawned a clone to cover his mouth. Continue please, Nezu said. All for One is dying. He was injured in his last battle with All Might, just like All Might was injured in that battle. All for One has been trying to pass his quirk onto someone, which is why the doctor has been testing on me for the past 10 years. There's an unfinished version, but he doesn't have enough time. The procedure takes a long time, so they're probably hiding somewhere to finish it. And where might that be? Well, the doctor is a doctor, and I can describe him to you. From there, you can use your government database to figure out his identity. Why don't you do it? Kirishima asked curiously. If you're so good at hacking, shouldn't you be able to do it? Yeah, but I'm on house arrest, Izuku replied sarcastically. Does it look like I should be engaging in illegal activities? Nezu nodded. Alright, that'll be perfect. Izuku described the doctor to Nezu, who then sent Present Mike to cross-reference everything. Present Mike quickly found the location of the hospital where the doctor worked. Izuku was in his room playing games with Eri to keep her occupied when he received a message from Uraraka saying the pros had figured out the location and were planning an attack. With the information Izuku provided, an all-out attack could finish off All for One and the doctor, but by then, Shigaraki would likely have All for One's quirk and be significantly stronger. Izuku frowned. He couldn't escape with Aizawa watching his every move. He would have to wait for the plan to unfold and convince Nezu to let him join the battle. The day of the battle drew near, and Izuku listened to the conversations buzzing around him. As expected, Nezu had managed to track down the doctor's location, and the heroes were holding conference after conference to strategize their attack. Aizawa, who was always watching over Izuku and Eri, began to notice Izuku's habits, such as his lack of eating and sleeping, and the way he would sit between Aizawa and Eri. There was a lingering sense of distrust in Izuku, and no matter what Aizawa did, it never seemed to fade. Whenever Izuku looked his classmates in the eye, they would awkwardly avert their gaze. Even Aizawa, who had grown comfortable with him, occasionally looked away. When Aizawa did meet Izuku's gaze, his eyes would dart nervously, never fully locking onto Izuku's face. Aizawa felt a deep sadness for what the boy had to endure. Nezu? Aizawa asked the principal one day when he took a break from his duties. Yes, Aizawa? Nezu replied, looking up from his paperwork. On the day of the attack, what are we going to do about Izuku? Aizawa asked, quickly correcting himself. Nezu pondered. We can't leave anyone behind, especially with such a dangerous villain on the loose. But we can't let him go with us either. That's what I wanted to discuss, Aizawa said, clearing his throat. I think it would be beneficial for him to be there when we confront Shigaraki, All for One, and the doctor. It might help him face his own fears. Nezu was silent for a moment. I'll think about it. I can't risk the safety of the students and heroes. What if he turns on us? If he wanted to turn on us, he would have done so long ago. How do you know? Nezu countered. He could have been using us to save Eri. Aizawa paused, considering Nezu's words. I just think it would be good for him to be there. Nezu nodded. I'll think about it. With that, Aizawa returned home to sleep for the first time in 3 days. He struggled to rest, knowing Izuku would be awake all night. Day of the battle. Nezu's forehead creased as he dealt with the last problem on his mind. What to do with Izuku? He had been contemplating bringing the boy with the heroes all week, and now that it was the day of the battle, he needed to make a decision. All right, he finally said, grabbing his walkie-talkie. Tell Aizawa Izuku is clear to go. Present Mick's voice crackled loudly on the other side, and Nezu quickly cut the connection before informing the other participants of the battle. Present Mike hurried to Izuku's room in the Class 1A dorm and burst in to see a heartwarming sight. Eri was sleeping on the bed, and Izuku had curled around her, while Aizawa lay close by, watching them. OMG, that's so cute, Present Mike gushed, causing Aizawa to snap his head up. No, it's not. I'm just watching over him as ordered. You guys look adorable, Present Mike insisted. No, Izuku said tiredly, looking more down than ever. What are you doing here anyway? Aizawa asked. The battle is later today, aren't you supposed to be getting ready? Clearing his throat, Present Mike replied, right about that, I have exciting news. Izuku is cleared to participate in the battle. Aizawa smiled. Really? Present Mike nodded. Izuku, aren't you excited? This is what you wanted, right? Izuku blinked slowly, processing the news. His mind momentarily shut down before he forced a smile and replied, of course. Aizawa and Present Mike exchanged worried glances. That doesn't seem sincere, Present Mike noted. Really? Izuku said, hugging Eri closer. Well, it is. This was it. The finale. Izuku nodded. All right, I need to get ready, right? His teachers nodded, and he stood up, briefly leaving Eri to cover her with a blanket. Can you watch her? He asked as he headed to the bathroom to change into his hero outfit. Take good care of her, please, he added. Aizawa nodded, while Present Mike frowned deeper. Izuku hurriedly changed into his hero outfit, equipping various weapons and gadgets that Mei from the support course had enhanced for durability. Do you think he's okay? Present Mike asked Aizawa. I think it's a lot for him to take in, Aizawa replied, resting a comforting hand on Eri's shoulder. He has to be okay. Izuku emerged from the bathroom, fully dressed, and Aizawa nodded, ready for whatever lay ahead. Present Mike was already prepared. They escorted Izuku to a car, heading towards the hospital with a convoy of vehicles following them. Upon arrival, Izuku looked around and noticed Endeavor and several other pro-heroes had already begun their assault. The doctor would be dealt with in time, but Izuku was more concerned about Shigaraki, likely hiding in the basement, and the potentially alive All for One. His classmates were busy evacuating hospital employees and patients as he entered the hospital with Aizawa and Present Mike close behind. Izuku's muscles tensed at the familiar scent of the hospital, and he instinctively followed his muscle memory down to the basement. Where are you going? Aizawa asked curiously. The doctor isn't there. No, but someone else is, Izuku replied, opening the door and descending the stairs. You guys should watch your step. He reached the bottom and opened the doors to a long hallway lined with doors. Stopping before the fourth door, he yanked it open with one for all, breaking the lock. Behind it was an elevator, and he pressed the button. I didn't know this was here, Present Mike said, surprised. We looked at the blueprints of the hospital when we were planning, but this never showed up. Of course, Izuku said. They built this separately. He entered the elevator, and his teachers followed him as they began their descent. Izuku shivered, and Present Mike placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Izuku froze for a moment but relaxed, allowing the hand to stay. When the elevator door dinged, he stepped out. Welcome to my home, he said, spreading his arms. The metallic stench of blood filled the air, and there were several bloodstains on the first floor. What are all those from? Aizawa asked. Me, Izuku replied simply. Sometimes I couldn't run far and was caught early. Punishment was swift and severe, dealt here where no one else could see. Present Mike looked at him sadly as they walked past a couch and table in the main room. Careful, it's a maze down here. Even some of the workers don't know the whole building, Izuku warned. And you do? Present Mike asked. Yes. He led them down twisting corridors until they reached a large lab room. In the far corner, All for One was crouched in front of Shigaraki, who was crying in pain. When he noticed the heroes enter, All for One straightened up, leveling a threatening glare at them. His eyes landed on Izuku's, widening briefly when he saw the dark look on Izuku's face. You came back? All for One asked. Of course I came back. I came back to stop you, Izuku said, crossing his arms. And Shigaraki. Shigaraki slammed his hand onto the table, which disintegrated instantly. Get out. This is family business, leave us alone. I can't, Izuku replied, shrugging and stepping in front of Aizawa and Present Mike, who had positioned themselves protectively. Your family business is affecting everyone. And I'm still part of the family, right, dear father? Not anymore. You left, All for One said pointedly. I am part of the family, Izuku insisted, rolling his eyes. Shigaraki slammed his hand onto the floor, causing it to crack and crumble. Izuku charged up one for all to 100% and launched himself at Shigaraki and All for One, ignoring the familiar ache in his muscles. He slammed into them, pinning them against the wall. All for One smiled. Look how much you've grown. Aren't you thankful that I made you strong? Strong enough to take what you want from who you want? No, Izuku replied. He summoned black WHPS and tied them up, knowing it would take Shigaraki a while to disintegrate them. He turned and barreled towards Aizawa and Present Mic, scooping them up and jumping through layers of concrete before landing on solid ground above. He burst through the hospital doors, throwing them outside before rushing back in. "Wait, Izuku," someone called as he dashed back down. His knuckles hurt from punching through the ground, but he pressed on. Shigaraki's decay had spread, causing the hospital to slowly fall apart. Izuku quickly picked up people and threw them outside, where a waiting hero caught them and skirted them to safety. Aizawa, recovering from his stunned state, shouted for everyone to run. Endeavor, Mirko and Ryukyu broke through the roof of the hospital, Ryukyu carrying Mirko and Endeavor, who dragged along a tied-up doctor. Everyone had been evacuated, and Present Mic, regaining his composure, yelled towards the crumbling hospital, "Izuku, get out of there, it's dangerous." Class 1A students paused in their escape, watching as Izuku dashed towards All for One and Shigaraki, who had pulled themselves out of the ground. Izuku's body was working overtime. His pocket watch quirk was rewinding the damage inflicted on him as he hopped along, using black WHP and One for All to propel himself forward. He reached All for One and Shigaraki in no time. All for One began launching his numerous quirks at him. Izuku twisted in the air and latched onto Shigaraki, who was forming a protective shield around himself and All for One. The strength of the shield suggested it was a quirk stolen from a pro hero. Izuku's Angel Light quirk flared up as he drained the power of the yellow shield, manifesting a large sword in the air and slamming it down where All for One and Shigaraki had been standing. Shigaraki's decay touched his skin again as he landed back in the small crater, and his pocket watch activated to heal him quickly. Uraraka watched in awe as the battle unfolded, seeing Izuku dodge tendrils of projectiles from All for One, but Shigaraki was relentless with his attacks. Izuku focused his efforts on All for One, who had created a sword hardened out of air. Their swords clashed fiercely, and despite the injuries he sustained from Shigaraki's attacks, Izuku was slowly gaining the upper hand against All for One. Suddenly, All for One unleashed a small explosion from his palm, sending Izuku flying back. He bounced off Shigaraki's shield and was launched into the air, where All for One jumped up with his sword raised to strike down. Izuku quickly used black WHP to attach himself to All for One, zooming toward the villain as All for One's eyes widened in surprise. He slashed downwards, but Izuku deflected the attack. However, Shigaraki appeared beneath him, stabbing upward with a hardened arm. Izuku arched his back and coughed out blood as he was speared through. Shigaraki kept his hand in place, forming a fist to hold him steady. All for One prepared to counterattack, slicing down again with his sword. "Farewell, my dear boy," All for One said sadly. "It's such a shame that such a fine weapon could turn out to be such a failure." Izuku's muscles protested as he generated another sword of light, clashing once more with All for One's sword. They were all falling back down to the ground. Class 1A, along with Present Mic and Aizawa, watched in shock as the fierce battle resumed in the air. Someone screamed as they saw Izuku get stabbed. "How is he still fighting?" Uraraka whispered. "He took so many hits." "He has a special quirk," Aizawa explained. "When we asked, he wouldn't tell us, but this must be it." Aizawa had been trying to cancel the quirks of All for One and Shigaraki, but with their numerous abilities, it felt like trying to rip a leaf off a tree. Shigaraki dashed forward, closing the distance to Izuku. "What did you do?" he wailed. "We had a happy family. We were happy. Why did you have to ruin it?" "Well, why did you ruin mine?" Izuku shot back, dodging Shigaraki's punches. They exchanged blows in a blur before Izuku jumped backward, wielding a smaller sword of light. Shigaraki hardened his arm into a sword and attacked again, while his other hand shot blood toward Izuku. Izuku fought back, but his body endured the damage from the blood. His muscles screamed in protest as he twisted and maneuvered, searching for an opening amidst Shigaraki's relentless assault. Covered in scrapes and wounds that were healing slowly, Izuku managed to sweep Shigaraki's feet out from under him. As Shigaraki landed roughly on his back, Izuku crouched beside him. The decay Shigaraki had unleashed earlier was eating into Izuku's skin. "You were always bad with your footwork," Izuku said sadly. Shigaraki's eyes widened as Izuku summoned another knife of light and stabbed it into his chest. "Are you really willing to go this far? To kill us?" Shigaraki coughed, blood spilling from his mouth as his eyes closed. Izuku nodded, his body covered in wounds that his pocket watch quirk could no longer heal. Shigaraki's decay had burned away the skin on his legs, but now that Shigaraki was defeated, the decay began to fade. Izuku collapsed next to Shigaraki's body, resting his head on his hands as he cried. He felt the small fire in his chest slowly extinguishing. He wished for more time, to see Eri again, to talk to Aizawa and Present Mic as if they were his fathers, to be with his classmates, to be happy. As his vision darkened and he opened his eyes to a dim room, he hoped they would find happiness with what he left behind. He'd been here before, and his gaze scanned the room before finally landing on a mirror in front of him. On the other side of the mirror was a vision of himself normally filled with bright green light. But the light was gone, and Izuku watched as his glowing green eyes slowly blacked out. He fell backwards once more, laying on the floor, not feeling anything anymore. His eyes stared emptily upwards towards the dark ceiling. He didn't feel the pain, the guilt, nothing. If this was the price to pay for all the people he loved to be happy, he was glad it was him. After all, Izuku was well versed in dealing with the darkness. Present Mic and Aizawa broke away from the side of the street as they heard cheers erupt behind them. They had all watched in amazed silence as All for One slowly dissipated into nothing and Shigaraki was brought down, all by one boy with a tragic story. The cheers were muffled as they watched Izuku collapse onto the floor next to Shigaraki's body. His back looked completely fine to them, but as Present Mic and Aizawa rushed to his side, they saw the front part of his body and Aizawa felt a wave of nausea. Izuku's body was riddled with holes from Shigaraki's desperate attacks, and decay was spreading rapidly across his body. Why didn't he heal it with that quirk of his? Present Mic asked, frantically trying to get someone to bring the paramedics over. "I don't know," Aizawa replied, pressing a hand onto a stomach wound Izuku had, trying to stop the pool of blood. "I don't know." Izuku's skin was ice cold to the touch, and his eyes were closed. His face looked almost peaceful as he lay there in a pool of his blood. When the paramedics finally arrived, rushed to present Mick's side when he activated his quirk and shouted for them. Please, can you help him? Aizawa asked desperately. The officer dropped to his knees and felt for a pulse before shaking his head. I'm sorry for your loss, he said, looking at them with sad eyes before standing up to leave. Aizawa's eyes widened in shock as his head dropped onto Izuku's decaying shoulder. No. Eventually, someone from the government came over, counting the death toll. Was there someone who passed here? The man asked with an expressionless face. Aizawa, Present Mike, and the rest of Class 1A stood next to the empty ground, looking lost. Yes. Present Mike managed to say weakly. No body? The man asked, surprised. That's strange. There's usually a body. He ticked it off and moved on. Achiko hunched over, holding her mouth with a hand. There's no body, nothing we can bury, she sobbed. Bakugu stared into the air with an empty look in his eyes. He was gone. The funeral was planned to be held at the school. Nezu looked into Izuku's government records and confirmed that he had no known relatives. There wasn't any place special to the boy either, so it was decided that the school where he spent most of his time in his final days would be where they would hold his funeral. It was big enough to accommodate a large crowd. Surprisingly, when officials searched his room in the dorms, they found a neatly written will in his handwriting. He gave everything he had to Eri, including the money he had been making from the cafe. He had saved most of it and had a small sum. He also had money he occasionally took from villains, but no one needed to know that. He left his apartment, all his gear, and tech to her. Eri had tears in her eyes when she held a wallet that was left in her possession. It was creased and old but well cared for. Eri didn't know much about Izuku's mother. He never talked about her while he was alive, but she knew how much he cared for that wallet. It was probably the most important thing he had left her. The funeral was held a week after the battle. There was a separate public funeral that honored all who were lost during the battle. The death count was high, but not as high as Nezu had originally estimated. It was probably all because of Izuku. His body had completely decayed, leaving nothing except the blood he had laid in. There was no body to cremate, nothing to put in a casket. But Nezu still personally purchased a medium-sized casket for the boy. The whole school attended, along with some of the general public. Everyone wore black, and Class 1A had puffy, red-ringed eyes as they stood at the front. Eri was at the forefront and still hadn't stopped crying. Izuku was, after all, her only family left. He had sacrificed everything to protect her. And now he was gone too. Izuku's eyes snapped open, and he woke up slowly from his position on the cold ground. Where am I? He muttered to himself, sitting up and rubbing his back. He stopped moving before patting down his body. He couldn't feel any of the wounds he'd gained fighting All for One and Shigaraki. Well, I guess that means I died, Izuku said, stretching. I really wished I could have had more time with Eri. He stared blankly into the darkness surrounding him once more. Hello, he called out, hearing the echo. Izuku looked down at his feet and saw the gray concrete beneath him. There's a narrow path between all that dark fog, and with a sigh, he starts moving. As Izuku walks, he thinks to himself, do I feel sad about my death? I knew it was coming, and I'd already prepared. A corner of his mind says, you prepared for your death, but you must still feel sad. Of course I feel sad. I wanted more time with Eri, but I want her to be happy. And I don't know how happy she would have been with me. Are you sure that's what it is? His brain asks. Or are you just running away from yourself? You know that isn't possible, Izuku replies. I would have died soon anyway. It was just that I happened to die earlier than that. That is true, his mind says before falling silent. Izuku's situation prevented him from living a long life. With the way he'd been using his quirks the past year, he would have never graduated anyway. He's glad that at least he was able to do something right with his life, albeit it was towards the end. His quirk draining his life force every time he used it was just a small price to pay if that's what it cost for him to buy Eri's happiness and freedom. He knows that it'll hurt her for a while, but she'll heal eventually and move on. Izuku keeps walking on the path. He sighs. He's been walking for a long time now. At least that's what he thinks. It's hard to keep track of time down here, and there's nothing for him to ensure he isn't looping on this path. Eventually he reaches a large gold door, and with a push he slides them both open. His eyes widen, and tears rush to his eyes as he sees his mother standing on the other side. She's in the middle of their house, and behind him, the doors he just walked through have faded. He's back in the apartment they'd lived in together before her death. Mom, he chokes out, tears spilling from his eyes. Aizu, she says, crying as she moves forward to hug him. Izuku crumbles on the carpet, his fingers digging into his hair. No, this isn't real, he hyperventilates. You shouldn't be here. You can't be here. Why can't I? She says, wrapping her arms around him. He feels his heart warm at the immediate comfort of her embrace. It had been so long since he'd felt this. I'm a bad person, Mom, Izuku says, sobbing into her chest. I'm a bad person, he repeats. No one's perfect. No one's a saint, she says, patting his hair. I wasn't the best person either. No, Mom, you don't understand. I'm a monster. Even if there are no saints, I'm the opposite of whatever the best good there is. Izuku says, Mom, even if you're saying that you're not a good person, I know you're better than I ever could be. Inko looks down at her son with deep sadness. I'm sorry your mother wasn't there to protect you when you needed me most. But you're not a monster. No, Mom, it wasn't your fault. It was never your fault, he says, crying harder. I hate villains, but look at me. I became the exact same thing I hate with all my soul. If that's not a monster, I don't know what is. She stands up and pulls him up with her. Izuku, you're a kid. You still are. I don't care what anyone else says. You'll always be my baby. So trust me when I say you're not a monster. Did you become a villain out of your own violation? Izuku shakes his head. No. But I still did those things. Nothing changes that. No, it doesn't, Inko agrees, but what makes you different is that you were forced. At the end of the day, there was someone else forcing you to do their job. Izuku is silent. But I still did it. I still killed those people, he says weakly. Inko holds Izuku tightly. You did, she agrees, but you didn't just do it for you did it for Eri too. You are not a monster, you are not a saint. You are a human. You are not good or bad. There will never be anything that's different between you and me. I too am a terrible person for leaving you and not being able to protect you all this time. But look back at your life, you met other amazing people. Alright. Izuku closes his eyes. I trust you. Inko smiles brightly before she kisses his forehead affectionately. Now let's make some food. Are you hungry? Izuku smiles. I've missed your cooking so much. What do you want to eat then? Inko asks, ruffling his hair. The family of two spent a happy day together. But as they settled on the couch, mother and son once again, Inko fell silent. She looked a little saddened as she patted Izuku's cheek and turned his face towards hers. Izuku, I know you think this is the end for you. Izuku looks at her with the childish curiosity that characterized him when he was around his mother. He was a child again the moment she pulled him into her warm embrace. What do you mean? Isn't this the end for me? Didn't I die? Am I not going to spend whatever eternity with you? She gazes sadly at her child. He never got the chance to mature, she realizes. He had always put on the performance of growing up, but he'd been under the supervision of some twisted people. Now back with his mother, he was back to his childish self. No, Izuku, I was allowed to visit you for today. But you actually haven't died yet. You're stuck in between life and death. Izuku frowns. Does that mean I have to go back? Yes. You have people waiting for you, Inko replies with a smile. And no matter what, know that I'll always be waiting for you and that I love you. Izuku hugs her tightly, feeling a childlike longing to stay with her. But I wanted to stay with you. Inko's form begins to fade and she says, I do too. But it's not exactly your time. You have a big heart, Izuku. I love you. Tears fill Izuku's eyes as he watches his mother disappear. How do I have a big heart? He whispers into the empty apartment. The only thing I cared about was Eri. Suddenly, the world around him spins, and Izuku finds himself falling down a large tunnel before being ejected into his bedroom. Instinctively, he covers himself with his hands, blushing bright red, but thankfully he is alone. His clothes are still in the drawer, and he quickly slips on a suit he had always kept but never used, feeling he would need it today. As he leaves the dorm and heads toward the entrance, he freezes. His hand starts to shake and go numb, a telltale sign that something is amiss. Taking a deep breath, he opens his senses to the environment around him and realizes it is too quiet. He closes his eyes to focus on his hearing and detects a low murmur from the central hall of the school. Moving swiftly, he makes his way there. The hall is lined with trophies celebrating past students' achievements, just like any normal high school. We gather here to honor the memory of a dear student, Izuku Midoriya, he hears Nezu say, and he freezes. They were holding a funeral for him? He was an exceptional student and, more importantly, a wonderful person. Despite the hardships he faced in life, he had the biggest heart I'd ever seen, Eri adds, wiping tears from her cheeks. Izuku smiles fondly at her words. He stands behind the door, listening to the people he knew while he was alive. Gathering his courage, he pushes open the doors, but the security and heroes on watch turn toward him with warnings. I'm sorry, the funeral has already started, and you aren't allowed to enter this hall, one of them says. What's a funeral without the guy himself? He jokes, his voice echoing through the silent hall as everyone turns to see who intruded. No one laughs and Izuku cringes slightly. Sorry everyone, he says, brushing his hair out of his face. I'm a little late. Izuku sat on the roof beams, feeling the weight of the moment. You're forgetting the dead body, he joked, breaking the awkward silence. Everyone was still processing everything. He forced a smile, or maybe I shouldn't have come back at all. Like you guys wanted me dead or something. He started inching backwards toward the door, overwhelmed by the attention. Closing his eyes, he reassured himself that his quirks were still intact. With a new body, they seemed to be in sync and wouldn't harm him. Gathering his courage, he activated One for All and dashed to the altar, appearing next to Eri. He hugged her tightly, and then carried her back toward the entrance. Eri, still in shock, burst into tears in his arms. Alright so, yeah, have a nice life, he said awkwardly trying to leave, but the doors behind him had closed, trapping him in the center hall. After a few moments of stunned silence, the crowd began to recover and rush toward him. Izuku's eyes widened in panic. Eri, let's go with Plan Piggy. She nodded, her eyes puffy and face streaked with tears. Plan Piggy was simple. He would swing Eri onto his back, secure her with his jacket, and then run. They had never practiced it, but now was the time. With Eri safely on his back, he used black WHP to swing up to the wooden beams of the ceiling. A crowd of Class 1A students and teachers rushed toward him, and he muttered, they look like they're getting ready to protect Wall Maria. Izuku felt a weight shift on the beam and turned to see Aizawa perched behind him. Hey kid, Aizawa greeted. You know why they're all trying to get to you so hard? Most of the attendees weren't close to Izuku, except for a few teachers and classmates. I don't know, maybe it's because we thought you died? Aizawa replied with a hint of sarcasm. Izuku turned easily on the beam, and Aizawa warned, hey, watch your balance. Sensei, are you crying? Izuku asked, noticing Aizawa's eyes. No, this is just my quirk, Aizawa said, trying to deflect. Eri peeked over Izuku's shoulder. Onaikan, he was crying when you were gone. Izuku smiled at Eri. Well, you miss me the most I bet. She nodded and he said, okay, let's go down. Prepare for Plan Gorilla. All their plans had animal names to help Eri remember them. Plan Gorilla meant a controlled fall from the ceiling to the floor. Uraraka and Siro were swinging closer, and Izuku didn't want to greet them first. Eri tightened her grip on his shoulders as he free fell from the ceiling, landing lightly on his feet. So, hey guys, he called cheerfully. Just had a chat with our dearest sensei, and it seems like you all might have missed me too much. Before he could finish, the entire Class 1A stampeded toward him, wrapping him in a hug. Oh, this is a bit awkward, he chuckled. Normally when I go missing, everyone gets angry. They released him, awkwardly apologizing. So Anubis, Izuku said, clearing the air. Eri climbed down and tugged at his shirt, prompting him to crouch down and carry her. I'm alive, and to clarify, I'm alive until I die, so I'm going to go sleep. Since I've died, I haven't gone to sleep. Wait, what do you mean? Nezu asked. You said you're alive, but you said you died at the same time. What does this mean? I died then didn't, Izuku says simply, his eyes welling up a little, though no tears flow down his face. A double thumbs up to his messed up body. Anyways, sounds like everyone has a lot of trauma. Hound Dog says, prompting groans from the students as they turn to reason with him. Aizawa and present Mike stand with the rest of the teachers, watching their class. Meanwhile, Izuku leaves with Eri in his arms because she said she was sleepy, so why shouldn't she sleep? The last special episode. Those dorm games but played again. And Aizawa is watching because he wants the tea. Alright, Mina says, cackling, gather around everyone. A couple of days had passed since Izuku had revived himself. After the big ruckus he caused in the central hall, he had grabbed Eri and run all the way to his dorm room, not coming out for a couple of days. Now that he had left his room, Mina, who had been posted at his door. Class 1A was taking turns watching to see when he came out, screamed happily and called everyone together. Remember your promise, whoever found him can get the whole class to do what they want. She says with a mischievous smile. So since we learned of Izuku's new identity, we're playing Never Have I Ever Again. She starts cackling as everyone groans tiredly. They all situate themselves in a circle, and Mina starts, Never have I ever broken a law. Everyone watches Izuku as he raises his finger. Mina smiles. Oh, what did you do? I broke the quirk law, broke some citizenship laws, lied to the government, harmed people, kidnapped people, was an unaccompanied minor, was an illegal guardian of Eri. Izuku lists off his fingers. Everyone's mouths drop open before Mina laughs and says, okay, moving on. Never have I ever done drags. Izuku raises his finger again. Okay, what did you do? Mina asks. I was forced to take a lot, so I don't know their names, Izuku says with a shrug. I probably have a high tolerance to those kinds of things now. Alright, next one, Mina says, and Izuku sighs before crossing his legs in a rather sassy way. I'd rather not go through these one by one. Look, I've done everything and anything there was to be done, so that's about it. Except for human-like relationships, I don't have anything besides taking care of my younger sister. Oh, Uraraka says. Aizawa drops down from a dark corner and approaches Izuku stealthily, but Izuku skedaddles away. He turns like a cat and starts running as Aizawa tries to hug him. Before long, the whole class is chasing after Izuku, trying to tie him down for a hug, while Izuku looks for Eri to give her a hug. And so, Izuku grows to be an old man and lives a happy life. The end.